a woman could never have anticipated. The one who obtained her husband through despicable means. During her abduction, in order to save her, he ventured into the depths of peril. At the moment of parting, the man collapsed at the dock and spoke to her. Wang, at the dock, addressed her. The man fell. If there's a next life, I hope to never encounter you again. Gu Qinghan embraced you, weeping inconsolably, with every fiber of her being. The man she has despised for half a lifetime is, in the end, willing to sacrifice himself for her. At this moment, she has completely let go. It turns out that her feelings for men have long penetrated to the marrow of her bones. She simply never dared to acknowledge it. She picked up the fallen detonator. I've come to seek atonement from you. Upon opening her eyes once more, she returned to the fateful day of her previous life. On that day, in her past existence, you had an affair with Gu Qinghan, only to be caught by Gu Lanxin and her companions. She was so close to marrying the one she truly loved. Yet, Gu Qinghan believed you had orchestrated her downfall, thus harboring resentment towards you for half a lifetime. During their 10 years of marriage, they tormented one another. Gu Qinghan had often wished to return to this pivotal moment of destiny. But now that she truly had, she found no joy in it, for she had uncovered the truth. It was her sister Gu Lanxin who had orchestrated it all. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a lewd-voiced, middle-aged man approached her. Hey, little beauty, I have arrived. Gu Qinghan felt a jolt of surprise within her. It was not Yue Jitong. Could it be that this was the person Gu Lanxin had originally arranged for her? At this time in her past life, she had long succumbed to confusion, only aware that in the end, she and you had ended up together. The lecherous man inched closer to her. Little did I expect that I, Wang Shun, would stumble upon a stroke of fortune, allowing me to savor the exquisite taste of this wealthy young lady. Gu Qinghan suppressed her nausea as she groped for an object on the coffee table, hurling it forcefully at the man. Get away! Wang Shun deftly evaded the objects she hurled at him, his eyes glimmering with a sinister greed. Yield to me, he urged, for no one shall come to your rescue. His corpulent hand reached out toward her with an unsettling eagerness. Gu Qinghan seized the last teacup from the table and shattered it against his hand. The teacup fell to the ground and broke with a resounding crack. Wang Shun chuckled mischievously. Now, it seems you have nothing left to cast aside, do you? Gu Qinghan felt a tinge of despair in her heart. Could it be that today? At that moment, with a resounding bang, the door swung open. You exuded an aura of formidable intensity, delivering a decisive kick to Wang Shun's waist. Wang Shun let out a cry of despair, pleading for mercy. Please spare me. I have done nothing wrong. It was others who directed me to come here. You have no desire to listen. With a foot firmly placed upon his hand, you press down with force, until the sound of shattering bones echoes. Wang Shun let out a cry of anguish. He felt utterly wronged, for he had not laid a finger on anything. Had he known, he would never have taken on such a task. He had foolishly sacrificed one of his hands, and it seemed that several of his ribs were fractured as well. Upon catching sight of you, Gu Qinghan completely lost consciousness. A wave of unbearable heat surged through his body, compelling him to violently tear at his own garments. Handled. You had someone take Wang Shun away and deliver him to the bureau. Embracing the package, you envelop Gu Qinghan in your garments. Unexpectedly, you find yourself presented with a second chance. In your previous life, you saved Gu Qinghan, yet when faced with the heart of a young woman, you found yourself unable to restrain your desires. In the aftermath, a wave of guilt and regret washed over you. Reflecting on it now, you realize you were also ensnared by the whims of fate. You lift Gu Qinghan into the vehicle, restraining her restless hands, holding her close within your embrace. Her cheeks flush a deep crimson, and her eyes, once filled with clarity, now shimmer with confusion. You dare not look any further. A fleeting pain glimmers in your eyes. In this lifetime, I have released you. All the mistakes have originated from this point. Let us commence the rectification from here. In the opulent suite of the hotel, you cast the person in your arms onto the bed and make a call to summon a doctor. Heat. Gu Qinghan toward her clothing. Yue Jitong. She has been calling your name incessantly. You are divine. She is calling you. How could she possibly utter your name? You take a few steps to the side, bow your head, and lean in to listen. Gu Qinghan felt a fever rising within her, her entire body ablaze with heat. In a state of disarray, she clawed at her surroundings. Suddenly, her fevered hand seemed to encounter a block of ice. With a feeble grip, she clung desperately to this solitary source of coolness. Yet the ice appeared intent on slipping away. In her panic, Gu Qinghan wrapped herself around the ice, embracing it tightly. "Do not flee," she implored. As Gu Qinghan entwined around like a serpent, she cast her gaze downward, concealing the intricate emotions swirling within her depths. Without a trace of hesitation and with an impassive demeanor, she forcefully pulled the person away, only to cast them back once more with the same unyielding expression. She resembles a snow-white silkworm, writhing upon the surface. "It is so hot. Please assist me." In a past life, witnessing such a scene, coupled with the intoxicating allure of a unique fragrance, how could one possibly restrain oneself? Yet now, you turn away with an expression of indifference, taking a step back. Recalling her resoluteness from the previous life, you find your heart and mind constricted, as if a heavy block of iron has lodged itself within, leaving you breathless. Pay her no mind, Gu Qinghan harbors nothing but disdain for you. Yet, as those thoughts swirl in your mind, your gaze inadvertently lingers for a moment upon those autumnal eyes. Gu Qinghan's eyes, so profound yet elusive. In a past life, it was these very eyes that captured your soul at first glance, leading to an incessant longing, a fervent yearning both day and night. You quietly admonish yourself. "Oh, Yue Jibua, dear Yue Jibua, in this lifetime, do not let these enchanting eyes bewilder you, causing you to lose your senses, to forsake your spirit, and to cast away your heart." Ding-dong. The sudden chime of the doorbell resonates. "You shall." The waiter escorts the female doctor, carrying a medical bag in hand. "Come in swiftly. Hasten to show her." You retreat a step with your hands tucked into your pockets. "All right. Dr. Yu, a dedicated physician for the Yu family, hold a doctorate from Tsinghua Medical School." She swiftly resolved Gu Qinghan's issue. The door was shut, and Gu Qinghan finally found tranquility. She lay obediently on the bed, her closed eyelids adorned with delicately fluttering lashes, embodying both grace and vitality. You lowered your gaze, with obsidian eyes swirling with unnamable emotions. Lost in contemplation, after a prolonged silence, you approached the sofa and took a seat. As the dawn gently broke, Gu Qinghan opened her eyes, feeling somewhat disoriented. Suddenly, she sat upright, glancing down at her attire, which remained unchanged. Her body bore no marks, nor did she sense anything amiss. "This place appears to be a shop." She distinctly recalls that the last person she saw before losing consciousness was you. In this lifetime, why does it seem so different from the previous one? What went awry? Awakened, a deep and chilling male voice suddenly resonated. Gu Qinghan was taken aback, instinctively pulling the quilt upwards, her eyes filled with vigilance. Upon witnessing her watchful gaze, a sharp pang akin to a thorn pierced through your heart, a lingering and sporadic ache that you should have grown accustomed to by now. Upon seeing you, Gu Qinghan's tense body relaxed slightly, feeling somewhat at a loss. We have not experienced anything at all. How is it that this differs from our past life? Your brows and eyes, once so stern, seem to have changed as well." Gu Qinghan found herself lost in thought. You merely gazed at her with a faint expression, wearily uttering, "Rest assured, I have not harmed you. I summoned a physician yesterday." You suppressed the bitterness within, coldly declaring, "No more entanglements, no more meetings." In the blink of an eye, Gu Qinghan heard your words echoing in her ears. A glimmer of surprise appeared in her eyes as she grasped your arm tightly, preventing you from turning away. "You, Jibua, you've returned, haven't you?" Your pupils dilate suddenly. In that instant, you comprehend her meaning. "You too." Gu Qinghan leaped into your embrace, clinging tightly to your waist. Silent tears stained your shirt. "You fool, Yue Jibua, you foolish soul. Why must you accompany me on this journey?" Gu Qinghan was enveloped in a sense of guilt. In her previous life, you had done far too much for her. She owed you an immense debt. Fortunately, you both have returned. You have been granted a chance to start new. In this lifetime, she will cherish you wholeheartedly. Whatever you desire, she shall bestow upon you entirely. You gaze down at the person nestled in your arms, a myriad of emotions swirling within you. In a past life, Gu Qinghan harbored a deep-seated resentment towards you. You employed every possible means to make her your bride. She remained silent, neither raising her voice nor uttering a word, treating you as though you were merely a wisp of air. A decade of marriage has unfolded, marked by a decade of indifference, a decade of emotional neglect. Now, upon reflection, your heart still aches profoundly, that anguish of being overlooked, as if you were submerged in the frigid depths of the sea, suffering to the point of breathlessness. You have indeed harbored resentment towards her, yet you find yourself unable to let go. Everything is a consequence of your own making. Who could blame you for resorting to any means to win her over? However, this time, you yearn to avoid such an experience once more. In your gaze, steadfastness is restored. You gently push away the person in your embrace. In your voice, there lies a suppressed tremor and weariness. Gu Qinghan, in this lifetime, I have let you go. Pursue the one you desire. Let our connection cease here. Gu Qinghan felt a sudden heaviness enveloping her entire being. She lifted her gaze to meet yours, her eyes shimmering with a glimmering light. I realize my mistakes, she confessed. Let's cherish our time together in this lifetime. Please do not cast me aside. You lowered your eyelids, concealing the desolation and anguish within your gaze. Gradually, you withdrew your hand from hers. Do you realize how excruciating it is for you? An endless wave of sorrow envelopes your heart, a sorrow so profound that it extinguishes all hope. I no longer believe in your promises of love, nor do I hold faith that our union would bring happiness. Gu Qinghan stared helplessly at her empty palms. Amidst the cacophony, an undeniable sorrow and regret lingered. Could you possibly grant me another chance? Her eyes shimmered with tears of remorse, glimmering with a silent plea. Yet you shook your head resolutely and declared, "It hurts too much. Please let me go." After uttering those words, you chose not to gaze upon her sorrowful and pitiable eyes. Steeling your heart, you turned away and walked off without a backward glance. Gu Qinghan fell to the ground, curling up with her hands, clutching her knees, silently weeping as she concealed her face. The person who had known her for over a decade truly no longer wanted her. From this moment onward, she was left with nothing but herself. She gazed at the desolate room, an emptiness echoing within her heart. The misunderstandings between her and you all stemmed from that one calculated scheme. The architect of it all was none other than her dear sister, Gu Lanxin. Gu Qinghan rose to her feet, concealing her emotions. It was time to return home. She had accounts to settle with Gu Lanxin. Upon returning home, in the living room, Gu Lanxin and her fraternal twin brother Gu Fengxuan were engrossed in a game. Mother Baiyu is in the kitchen preparing a meal alongside the housekeeper. Wang Ma, a phone will be returning today. Let us prepare a delicate white jade tofu soup and a stuffed orange with crab. Additionally, we should simmer a ginseng chicken soup to nourish Feng Sun and Shu Ting. Gu Qinghan listened in silence. Although she had long grown accustomed to her mother's indifference, this moment still stung a bit. She recalled the dishes her stepson enjoyed, as well as those her youngest daughter and son savored, yet she could not remember what she herself had eaten. Baiyu continued, "By the way, Shu Qin and Chunian will be visiting our home shortly. Let us prepare a few more of our signature dishes to graciously entertain our guests." Upon hearing the name of Chunian, Gu Qinghan was momentarily taken aback. That was the happiness she had nearly grasped but ultimately lost. It was a presence she had only dared to observe from afar during her youth. It was the person she had avoided confronting for many years. In her past life, Chunian witnessed the scene of her entanglement with you. The disappointment and sorrow reflected in his eyes profoundly pierced Gu Qinghan's heart. Originally, the Chu family intended to arrange a marriage with the Gu family, and Chunian's mother had her sights set on Gu Qinghan. However, after the unfortunate incident that befell her, not only did Chunian witness her distressing state, but Aunt Zhou also observed her disheartened demeanor. The disdain in Aunt Zhou's eyes was unmistakable, as she never mentioned the matter concerning Chunian and her again, quietly substituting the intended bride with Gu Lanxin. Later, Chunian married Gu Lanxin, showering her with utmost care. The couple was blessed with a delightful daughter. During the festive seasons, witnessing their tender and oblivious interactions would amplify Gu Qinghan's admiration tenfold. Gu Qinghan's expression gradually returned to calmness as she stepped inside. The moment she appeared in the living room, it was as if no one noticed her presence. In previous years, at this time, she would hasten to the kitchen to lend a hand, diligently moving about in an effort to please her mother. At that time, she was oblivious to the truth that some individuals are inherently unworthy of affection, and that no amount of effort could alter that reality. This time, she paid no heed to the few individuals in the living room, but instead ascended the stairs to her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. No longer would she seek their approval, those heartless wolves. Gu Qinghan pondered for a moment, then made a phone call to her teacher. She transferred her household registration to the school. During mealtime, Gu Qinghan descended from the upper floor. As she made her entrance, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback, and then, with a faint smile that lacked warmth, inquired, "When did Qinghan return?" Even mother did not see her. "Just now. You might be in the kitchen preparing a meal." Gu Qinghan remained indifferent, not flattering them by eagerly serving rice. In this lifetime, that incident never transpired. Zhou Shuqin, however, exuded warmth, still regarding her as a potential daughter-in-law. Qinghan was at home, urged to sit down and partake in the meal. After a year of university, she appeared even more slender. Observing Zhou Shuqin's vivacious demeanor, Gu Qinghan's thoughts drifted to her past life, the disdainful and scornful glances she had received, the polite yet distant greetings exchanged, and her choice to occupy a position somewhat removed from the others, quietly consuming her meal. Zhou Shuqin jested, "Why is Qinghan sitting so far away? It has been such a long time since we last saw Chanian, yet there is not a word exchanged. Have we grown distant?" Gu Qinghan slightly lifted her gaze. Gu Qinghan gently raised her gaze, her clear eyes shimmering as they met the penetrating gaze of Chun Yin at a singular point. Chun Yin is akin to a refreshing breeze, well-versed in etiquette, possessing a keen sense of discretion, meticulous in his endeavors, never overstepping boundaries. Regardless of who is in his company, one cannot help but feel at ease. Gu Lanxin, however, felt a tinge of discontent. She detested how her brother, Chun Yin, directed his attention towards Gu Qinghan. Observing Gu Qinghan in scathe, a flicker of doubt crept into her heart. How could last night's arrangements have faltered? Gu Lanxin rolled her eyes and, seemingly casual, inquired, "Sister, you didn't return home last night. Where did you go?" Ziyu furrowed her brow as she gazed at Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan harbored a cold smile within her heart. Why did she not return last night? Surely, Gu Lanxin knew best. What about their mother? She was oblivious to the fact that her own daughter had not come home. Upon hearing Gu Lanxin's words, Zhou Shuqin's brows furrowed slightly. She then turned her gaze towards Gu Qinghan, awaiting her response. The Chu family places great importance on the character of their daughters-in-law and would never welcome a person with a tumultuous personal life into their home. Gu Qinghan maintained her composure as she wove a web of deceit. "I left the banquet halfway through last night," she claimed. "I went out for a small gathering with an old classmate. As the evening grew late, I ended up staying in my classmate's home." Gu Lanxin, however, was not entirely convinced. She knew Gu Qinghan well and understood that she had no close friends in this place. "Sister, is that friend of yours male or female? Do I know them?" "You do not recognize." Gu Qinghan casually offered a few perfunctory remarks, lacking any desire for further communication. She certainly would not divulge the matter concerning Gu Lanxin to them, for even if they were made aware of it, they would not believe it, and even if they did believe it, they would not genuinely hold Gu Lanxin accountable. They would go to great lengths to exonerate her. Upon hearing this, Gu Fengxuan, who was nearby, sarcastically remarked, "Are we unaware of whether you have a girlfriend by your side? I suspect you might be out gallivanting with some man, which is why you've chosen to stay out all night." Gu Qinghan lowered her gaze. In the past, she endured Gu Fengxuan's taunts in silence, never daring to retort. Today, she set down her chopsticks and regarded Gu Fengxuan earnestly. "What of women and what of men? I am now 20 years old. Must I still seek my family's approval to make a friend? The photograph of you entering the establishment with that woman last year remains in my phone. What right do you have to judge me?" Gu Fengxuan was taken aback. How could Gu Qinghan dare to refute him? Was she not always submissive? In her quest to integrate into this family, Gu Qinghan had consistently endeavored to please everyone with utmost care. Has she perhaps erred today? Do not speak nonsense. Well, have I ever gone to a store with a girl? You wish for me to present the photograph. Gu Fengxuan felt somewhat uneasy. Is it necessary for something to happen just because one visits a store? When you awaken, what do you perceive? What do you observe when you look around? Gu Qinghan fell into silence. Is visiting the shop merely for the purpose of academic discussion? Recalling the events orchestrated by Gu Fengxuan in her previous life, she added, "Then what business do you have taking a married woman to the shop?" At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Gu Fengxuan. Gu Fengxuan's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of panic evident in her eyes. Do not heed her baseless claims. What nonsense about being a married woman? You should reflect upon your own conduct before casting aspersions on others. Hee, you readily speak ill of others. The individuals at the table exhibit distinct expressions, and it is evident that they lean towards placing a greater trust in Gu Fengxuan. Gu Qinghan could no longer endure him. What purpose did a brother, who showed her not an ounce of respect, serve? She abruptly stood, seizing the cup from the table and flinging its contents at Gu Fengxuan. The yellow-orange juice splattered across his face. Are you out of your mind? Gu Fengxuan also rose to his feet, kicking the chair aside, with fury blazing in his eyes. If it is not clean, then it is best to wash it thoroughly. If it is not pristine, then a good wash is in order. Even if I am not meticulous, I cannot compare to the filth brought by your entanglements with married women. Is it truly a source of pride for you to disrupt others' families? You are speaking nonsense. What did I do that? Gu Fengxuan clenched his teeth, unwilling to admit it, lest he face his father's wrath. Gu Qinghan chuckled coldly to herself. In her previous life, others' husbands had come knocking, berating Gu Fengxuan as a small, steady and unhurried. My stepbrother Gu Shooting wiped his hands. Do you have any evidence to support your claims about Feng Sun? After all, Feng Sun is your brother, and one must not slander him lightly. Coco, he claims to possess evidence. What grounds does he have to assert such things? He speaks freely, as if entitled to express whatever he pleases. What basis does he have to speak without restraint? Gu Shooting chuckled softly. Qing'an had always been so well-behaved. What has caused her to become so sharp-tongued? Believe it or not, Gu Qinghan set down his chopsticks, unconcerned by the astonished and inquisitive gazes of those around him, and directly returned to his room. Yu Guangli, Zhou Shuqin's watch, sank down. Zhou Shuqin's watch sank down. Chunyan furrowed his brows, a hint of incredulity lingering in his eyes, for they had never witnessed the explosive demeanor of Gu Qinghan. Gu Fengxuan was still shouting downstairs, accusing Gu Qinghan of slandering him, hurling a plethora of unpleasant epithets in her direction. Gu Qinghan reclined on a surface, closing his eyes, as scenes from the past involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Younger sister Gulanxin, in a bid to demonstrate that everyone held her in higher regard, deliberately sought out 2 kidnappers and orchestrated a staged abduction. Ultimately, it became a matter of survival between her and Gulanxin, and in the end, everyone chose to spare Gu Langxin's life. She was utterly forsaken. Gu Langxin was immensely pleased. However, she never anticipated that the kidnappers' remote control would spiral out of control. In the end, none of those present could escape the calamity. In the final moment of life, Gu Qinghan was left with nothing but the heart-wrenching despair of being abandoned by everyone. Gu Qinghan closed her eyes and touched her heart's core. Every individual harbors their own obsessions for Jibo. It is her, and for her, it is kinship. She exists within a blended family. Gu Shetian is the son of Gu Feng and his deceased wife, while Gu Lanxin and Gu Fengxuan are the children born to Baiyu after marrying Gu Feng. Then who is she? Ah, she is merely a mistake made in the impetuous youth of Bai Yinian. Gu Qinghan, who grew up in an orphanage, always believed she had no mother or father. Countless nights, she wept in solitude, dreaming of what it would be like to have parents of her own. Until the year she turned 11, the elegantly clad Baiyu arrived at the orphanage, gazing tenderly upon her, proclaiming that she was her mother. Overwhelmed with emotion, Baiyu embraced her, exclaiming that after all these years, she had finally found her daughter. The day she departed from the orphanage, Gu Qinghan was overwhelmed with joy. Her innocent visage radiated an earnest admiration for her mother. She bid farewell to the caretaker who had nurtured her for an extended period, and with a heart full of happiness, she returned home with her mother. With a heart full of anticipation, she arrived at the Gu family. Although she discovered that her father was not her biological parent, and her brother was not her true sibling, Gu Qinghan felt no disappointment. Having her mother was sufficient for her. To her surprise, this family harbored 2 additional children, apart from her brother, all born of her mother. She now had a biological brother and sister. How wonderful! Only my sister is not at home. She lies in the hospital, her face pale and fragile, with her hair completely shaved. Later, Yue, with tearful eyes, implored her to save her sister Gulanxin. It turned out that her sister was afflicted with a grave illness that required her bone marrow for survival. In that moment, gazing at her mother's reddened eyes and fragile demeanor, 11-year-old Gu Qinghan seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. She feigned ignorance, raising a smile to comfort Yue. "Mother, please do not weep. I will save my sister. She will recover. She merely longs for the warm embrace she has desired for so long." The day my sister regained her health, Mother beamed with joy, happier than the day she found her. The entire family shared in the elation, and she too smiled with delight. It was truly wonderful. As long as everyone is happy, that is all that matters. Unfortunately, the sister she rescued did not express gratitude for her life-saving efforts. Instead, she harbored jealousy towards her, loathing her for diverting their attention. Gu Qinghan felt a tinge of sorrow. She yearned to convey to Gulanxin that her desires were modest. She sought merely a fragment of affection. Yet, Gulanxin remained unconvinced. Gu Qinghan's self-deprecation deepened, trapped by this lamentable bond that had ensnared her for a lifetime. Ultimately, individuals are often bound by the unattainable longings of their youth, shackled for eternity. The following day, Gu Qinghan meticulously packed all her belongings and located the household registration book in Yue's room, extracting her own page. Having prepared everything, she made her way to Gulanxin's chamber. "What brings you here?" Taking advantage of the absence of others in the house, Gulanxin could hardly be bothered to feign the demeanor of a devoted sister, her tone dripping with impatience. Gazing at this spoiled and impudent younger sister, Gu Qinghan recalled the myriad events of her past life. The flames of anger ignited within her, slowly but surely. "It must have been your doing, wasn't it?" Gulanxin feigned ignorance, casually glancing at her phone. "You are well aware of the truth. What is it?" Gu Qinghan rushed forward, snatching the phone from her hand and hurling it to the ground. With barely a height of 1.60 meters, Gulanxin was frail and had been physically weak since childhood. In the face of Gu Qinghan's aggression, she had no strength to retaliate. "Gu Qinghan, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? What have I done to deserve this treatment from you? You intend to harm me like this? It was I who saved your life when you were 9 years old. Why do you choose to treat me this way?" That night, were you truly overwhelmed by some mysterious wild man, leading you to such despair? With a resounding slap, Gu Qinghan struck her fiercely. "You've brought this upon yourself," Gulanxin exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. "You heartless wretch," Gu Qinghan retorted, delivering several more stinging blows. Had it not been for Gulanxin in her previous life, she would not have harbored misunderstandings about Yue Jitong for so long. "Stop it. Have you lost your mind? Do you dare strike me? Mom and Dad, as well as my brother, will not let you off easily." Gulanxin has been struck harshly. The pain has brought tears to her eyes. She has been frail since childhood, the cherished darling of the family. Even her younger brother must yield to her. When has she ever been treated this way? It's about time for Gu Qinghan to intervene. Once her brother returns, he will surely avenge her. Gu Qinghan's eyes grew even redder. She exerted all her strength to strike Gulanxin. "Aren't you just afraid that I will take away your mother and brother? They are yours, all yours. Is that enough? I no longer desire anything. I abandon this family. You have lost your mind. Truly, you have gone insane." Gulanxin shouted loudly. Gu Qinghan has always placed great importance on family, dreaming incessantly of gaining her family's approval. How could she possibly be indifferent? Gulanxin felt her face burning with pain, and ultimately, unable to withstand it any longer, she fainted. Uncertain of how many times she had drawn, Gu Qinghan's hand had become numb. At last, she released Gulanxin, shouldered her own bag, and departed from his home. Farewell to this dwelling that had never truly belonged to her. Henceforth, she would never return. Gu Qinghan took a taxi to the airport, boarding the flight she had reserved long ago. She was returning to school. Perhaps one should not demand from life that which is not destined to be. Chapter 5. Return to university. In the memories of Moshi building, the airplane landed, arriving at the enchanting city of Xia City. Yue Jitong, having gained admission to the prestigious university in Xia City last year, was now entering her sophomore year. As the summer vacation drew to a close, numerous students began to return to campus. Standing before the familiar gates of the university, a wave of emotions surged within her. For Yue Jitong, a decade had slipped by since the exuberant days of her youth and college. Fortunately, she had been reborn during her university years rather than her high school days. Otherwise, it would have been truly devastating. So much knowledge had faded from her memory, and she could not guarantee her ability to secure a place at this top-tier institution once more. This university, nestled among mountains, lakes, and seas, was renowned for its picturesque landscapes. Swans graced the tranquil waters, and the sound of crashing waves serenaded the evenings, earning it the playful nickname of the most romantic university. Upon entering the campus, one was greeted by a unique blend of architectural styles, where the lower sections exhibited Western influences while the rooftops donned traditional Chinese arches. Resembling a conical hat, located in the southern region, the campus remained evergreen year-round, permeated by the fragrance of blooming flowers. Traversing the shaded pathways, one would encounter a vast expanse of vibrant orange and red blossoms. Yue Jitong paused, and the faded memories of yesteryears were suddenly stirred by the wand of time. In a certain year and month, someone had staged a grand confession here. The sky was adorned with pink balloons, brilliant fireworks illuminated the night, and the cheers of passers-by resonated, though the outcome was one of failure. Mo Xilou building had witnessed 2 years of high school. During his first college entrance examination, Yue Jitong was still in her second year. Mo Xilou performed admirably, securing a place at a prestigious institution in the capital. To everyone's surprise, he chose to repeat the year instead. The following year, he and Yue Jitong became classmates. They both excelled in the college entrance examination and were admitted to University X. He pursued economics while she studied computer science. He was the campus heartthrob, and she was the aloof beauty of the computer science department. A perfect match, admired by many. Yet, she rejected him, she evaded him, while he pursued her relentlessly. His affection was too conspicuous, a cacophony known to all. Memories of Mo Xilou surged forth like an overflowing tide. Yet in this life, he declared he no longer wished to be entangled with her. Professing that he no longer loved her, she had lost the one who had always followed her. Yue Jitong kicked a small stone beneath her feet, brushed away a tear from the corner of her eye, suppressing the twinge of sadness within her heart. She took out her phone and scrolled through her group chats and contacts, which felt somewhat unfamiliar. There were numerous group chats, class groups, dormitory groups, takeaway groups, delivery groups, club groups, and a myriad of other chaotic chats. For her, these were remnants of a decade past, with many details blurred, yet upon careful reflection, some memories began to resurface. She located the dormitory group titled 4 Gorgeous Beauties and sent a message. Tong, I'm almost at school. Is anyone in our dormitory? In just a second, someone replied in the group. Man, I'm here. It's so boring being alone. Hurry up. Tong, okay. I'll be there soon. Yen, why are you guys back so early? ISNT, there's still a few days until school starts? Man, my brother starts school early, and my mom asked me to come with him. Too lazy to make 2 trips. Yen, then I'll go tomorrow too. There's a comic exhibition in Xia City the day after. Man, come on, let us hang out together before school starts. Yue Jitong was scrolling through her phone, relying on her memory to locate her dormitory building. A pressing issue arose. She had forgotten the specific floor and room number of her accommodation. Man, she messaged. Could you come downstairs to meet me? No problem. I'll be there in 3 minutes, Su Man replied. She assumed that Yue Jitong was burdened with too many belongings and, without a second thought, descended the stairs in her pajamas and slippers. As Yue Jitong waited downstairs, in less than 3 minutes, a girl emerged. Clad in SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and wearing a light yellow headband resembling the character. Memories long dormant were suddenly ignited, and she couldn't help but feel tears welling in her eyes. After years of separation, she never anticipated seeing Su Man again. Tong Tong, Su Man called out, jogging over in her slippers. Yue Jitong embraced her tightly, discreetly wiping the corners of her eyes, softly whispering, Man. Su Man's body still radiated warmth, alive and tender, reminiscent of her memories. Tong Tong, what is wrong? Why are you so emotional to see me? Su Man asked, slightly taken aback. Yue Jitong was typically reserved, the most emotionally stable person in their dormitory, seldom revealing her joys or sorrows. Su Man, being perceptive, sensed the tremors in Yue Jitong's body, releasing her embrace. Yue Jitong said with sadness, I have severed ties with my family. From today onwards, I have no home. Su Man was taken aback. Having shared a room with Yue Jitong for a year, she rarely spoke of her family, and this was the first time she had brought it up herself. Su Man was uncertain of what had transpired or how to console her, but the thought of being abandoned by one's family was undoubtedly heart-wrenching. With great empathy, she wrapped her arms around Yue Jitong, saying, "It's all right. You still have us. Room 506 is your home." Yue Jitong felt a flicker of gratitude. Though her sadness did not stem from Su Man's words, her heart was nonetheless touched. Su Man took Yue Jitong by the hand, leading her up the stairs, breathlessly complaining about the absence of an elevator, which made the climb exhausting. Yue Jitong chuckled, guiding her into the dormitory. The dormitory featured 4 bunk beds, a standard layout with beds on top and desks below, equipped with air conditioning, a private bathroom, and a small balcony. Upon opening the balcony door, they found a clothes rack with only a few of Su Man's garments hanging. Colorful clothes adorned the adjacent balconies. Their dormitory overlooked a lush green mountain, offering a pleasant view, yet in summer, the mosquitoes gathered, making it unwise to keep the door open. Regular deep cleaning was required to tackle the corners of the room, often engaging in battle with termites. Each occupant was equipped with an enhanced mosquito net. Electric mosquito repellent was kept on day and night, and insecticide was always in stock. The beds were numbered. Yue Jitong occupied bed number 3, positioned by the door, while Su Man was in bed 4, side by side with her. The remaining 2 occupants resided on the left side. After a holiday, dust had settled on the desks and chairs. Yue Jitong wiped them down twice before beginning to organize her belongings. Her wardrobe was modest, and while others often complained about insufficient space, her clothes only occupied half of it. The wardrobe was slightly damp, having accumulated water in the dehumidifying bag she placed inside before the break. She removed the damp bag and discarded it into the trash bin, then rummaged beneath the cabinet to retrieve a new one to hang up. Although its efficacy seemed limited, it offered a semblance of solace, a psychological comfort of sorts. Man, do you need a dehumidifier bag? I stocked up on numerous ones during last year's Double 11. Far more than I could ever use. I purchased a dehumidifying bucket. I find it somewhat more effective than the bags, she replied. Yue Man, engrossed in a drama, gestured towards the small round bucket beneath the cabinet. I even placed a few in the corner of the dormitory. It's terribly damp. What can we do? Our room is perpetually shadowed, exacerbating the humidity. After finishing her tidying up, Yue Jitong settled down. The school had provided wooden stools, which she found uncomfortable. So she ordered a leather chair with a backrest and wheels online. Sitting in it was quite pleasant. The other 3, filled with envy, also discarded their little wooden stools in favor of larger leather chairs. Leaning against the backrest, she stared vacantly at the table, allowing her mind to drift. The sounds of Yue Man's drama played in her ears. In the show, a man, infused with a hint of mockery, a touch of coldness, and a dash of anger, declared, "You? Do you even dare to compare yourself to her? Are you worthy?" Yue Man's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, how manly. Yue Jitong thought to herself that Yue Man must be warping her mind by indulging in such shows. Chapter 6. It is imperative to sever ties with Yue Jitong and refrain from indulging in idle dramas, for they are exceedingly unrealistic. Yue Jitong, contemplating various matters, could not help but offer her counsel. Yue Man smiled gently, her eyes sparkling. Though it was all a facade, the male lead was undeniably striking. Particularly, his protective demeanor towards the female lead was simply breathtaking. Yue Man, a quintessential Pisces, was imbued with empathy and sensitivity, prone to melancholy and yearning for romance, often lost in fanciful daydreams. If you were merely a supporting character in such a narrative, would you still find him handsome? Yue Man paused. Running her fingers through her hair, she often immersed herself in the protagonist role and had never considered the plight of the supporting cast. Suddenly, Yue Jitong's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. She answered, and a torrent of accusations and insults erupted from the other end. Yue Jitong, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike your sister, and to such an extent? Where are you? Come back immediately and kneel before launching to apologize. Holding the phone at a distance, she recognized the voice of her mother, Ms. Baiyu. Yue Jitong remained silent and ended the call. She was well aware that these individuals would not relent, which is why she had long since blocked all contacts from the Yue family. Although her phone was not on speaker, Baiyu's voice was so loud that Yue Man could hear it clearly. She paused her tablet and gazed quietly at Yue Jitong. Another unfamiliar call came through, and Yue Jitong answered, again holding the phone away from her ear. This time it was Yue Fenxiwen, his tone brash and furious, laden with profanities. True to his usual style. Yue Jitong, you wretched creature. How dare you strike my sister? Just wait until I find you. I will flay your skin off. You filthy scoundrel. This time, Yue Jitong did not remain silent. Once he finished his tirade, She brought the phone close and retorted with 2 words, "Mistress." The other party was taken aback, and Yue Jitong hung up, blocking him. She could envision Yu Fengxiuan's enraged expression as he stared at his phone. Xuemin blinked. Just as she hung up, another call came in, and Yue Jitong seemed to predict the caller's identity. With a composed demeanor, she answered. Yu Shooting's tone was less agitated, though it carried a weighty undertone of anger. Tong Tong, you have gone too far this time. Regardless of the circumstances, Lan Xin is your sister. How could you be so ruthless? Hurry back and apologize to her. Plead for her forgiveness. Yue Jitong's gaze remained impassive, her voice icy. Why do you not ask me why I struck her? Immediately after speaking, she regretted her words. Deep down, she was aware of the answer. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for they were only concerned with Lan Xin's plight. Please convey to Ms. Baiyu that from this day forth, I sever all ties with her and the Yu family. I owe you nothing. I do not wish to be a part of your lives any longer. Do you comprehend? The Yu family had provided her with sustenance and educational resources for several years. Yet she had also donated her bone marrow to save Lan Xin's life. She owed the Yu family nothing. The things she once coveted were no longer of any importance to her. There was silence on the other end for a few moments. Tong Tong, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry back and apologize to everyone. Having said all that needed to be said, Yue Jitong had no desire for further discourse. She abruptly ended the call, powered off her phone, removed the SIM card, and discarded it into the trash. A small card darted through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before Xueman's eyes. She was rendered speechless. Is this truly the family of Yue Jitong? It sounded more like a group of adversaries. In that moment, she grasped Yue Jitong's desire to sever ties with them. Tong Tong. She wished to offer some words of comfort, but was at a loss for how to begin. Xueman found it difficult to comprehend how such relatives could exist in this world. Yue Jitong explained using the tropes from the domineering CEO drama Xueman often watched. In the Yu family, my sister is the protagonist, always in the right, with mindless supporters charging into battle for her. And I am merely the cannon fodder, destined to remain beneath her heel, begging for their favor. Xueman fell silent, seemingly understanding a bit more. Yue Jitong wished to move past those people. Man, could you accompany me to obtain a new SIM card? Of course. Xueman switched off the drama and changed her clothes. Yue Jitong got a new card and relinked all her applications to her new number. She deleted all contact details for her family, resolutely choosing to sever all ties with them. In the capital city, at the Mo residence, Mo Xilou had heard that Yue Jitong had cut ties with her family and vowed never to return, with Yue Jitong having changed her phone number. The Yu family could no longer reach her and resorted to calling Mo Xilou's number. Mo Xilou was pursuing Yue Jitong. Many were aware of this. Yue Shooting inquired if he knew of Yue Jitong's whereabouts, to which Mo Xilou denied knowledge. After hanging up, he hesitated for a moment before succumbing to the urge to call his roommate, Gu Yunqi. Aside from returning to school, Yue Jitong likely had nowhere else to go. Old Mo? What made you think to call me? Gu Yunqi's voice was lazy and hoarse, clearly just roused from sleep. Old Gu, I need a favor. Mo Xilou got straight to the point. What is it? Could you check if Yue Jitong has returned to school? Gu Yunqi replied. He fumbled to dress and tame his unruly hair. Did you and Yue Jitong have a quarrel? Gu Yunqi found it hard to believe they could have fought. Considering Mo Xilou had always been the one pursuing her, while Yue Jitong had never acknowledged his advances. It's complicated. I just need to ensure her safety. All right, I'll check for you. After hanging up, Gu Yunqi ruffled his disheveled hair and yawned before finally getting out of bed. As he drove to the school entrance, he smacked his forehead, realizing how foolish he had been. He could have simply asked Yue Jitong's roommate instead of coming in person. Picking up his phone, he messaged Su Qinghe and quickly received a response, a screenshot of their dormitory group chat. Gu Yunqi promptly forwarded the image to Mo Xilou. Old Mo. She has returned to school. Got it, thank you. Much appreciated. After shutting off his phone, Mo Xilou pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a wave of relief. However, recalling the harsh words he had spoken earlier, his expression turned unnatural. Even if he needed to cut ties, it would require time. In this lifetime, he was determined to rid himself of Yue Jitong, lest he become a mere dog. Su Qinghe tagged Tong in the dormitory group chat. Tong, Mo Xilou has been searching for you everywhere. Yue Jitong and Xueman were dining at Haidaleo when they received the message, momentarily taken aback. I understand, she replied. After rummaging through her messages for a while, she finally located the chat with Mo Xilou, the last message lingering from before the holiday. Mo Xilou had asked her to wait for him so they could return to Beijing together. She had not responded, nor had she waited for him, choosing instead to return to Beijing ahead of him. Yue Jitong reflected on her memories, suddenly enveloped in silence. How could she have been so indifferent? While he persisted in pursuing her for so many years, did he feel sorrow? Her fingertips lingered on the screen as the pot bubbled and steamed, obscuring her vision with a veil of white mist, stirring an indescribable emotion within her. Some matters, once dismissed, can evoke profound regret when viewed through the lens of a decade. Yue Jitong felt remorseful. It seemed she had missed a boy whose heart and mind were entirely captivated by her. Was Mo Xilou worried about her? Surely, he still harbored feelings for her. Didn't he? For the first time, Yue Jitong took the initiative to send him a message. I have arrived at school. Do not worry. I will wait for you here. The message vanished into silence. Mo Xilou saw it but pretended not to, unwilling to reply. Chapter 7. Do not mention the name Yue Jitong again. University, basketball court. Old Mo, please spare me. Gu Yunqi collapsed onto the ground, his jersey thoroughly soaked. He brushed the sweat from his brow and suggested, shall we call it a day? It was perplexing what had possessed old Mo to relentlessly dominate them for nearly an hour. They simply could not keep up. Mo Xilou retrieved the ball, took a seat on the bench beside the hoop, his head bowed, eyes fixed on his shoelaces, appearing rather morose. Gu Yunqi got up and sat beside him, nudging him with his elbow. Hey, old Mo, what's bothering you? Nothing much. Nothing much, yet you ruthlessly trounce us? Gu Yunqi was unconvinced. He had sensed something was amiss and probed further. Is it because of Yue Jitong? Did she reject you again? Mo Xilou shot him a glance, his expression chilly, his tone frigid. Do not mention that person in my presence again. Huh? Gu Yunqi was bewildered. It seemed evident that Yue Jitong had done something to deeply offend old Mo. I no longer like Yue Jitong. Do not speak of her again, Mo Xilou reiterated coldly. Gu Yunqi was taken aback. Their other roommate, Fang Mingjie, wore a look of disbelief. He had attended high school with Mo Xilou, who had once pursued Yue Jitong passionately. A saga that had stirred the entire school, and tales of Mo Xilou still circulated within the institution. Fang Mingjie snatched the ball from Mo Xilou's hands, spinning it with his fingers, a smile playing at his lips. Come on, old Mo, saying you don't like her now? I bet after a good night's sleep, you'll be head over heels for her again. Mo Xilou shot him a withering glare, his expression as dark as a storm cloud, his voice colder than ice. I am serious. If anyone mentions her again, our brotherhood is over. With that, he stood and strode purposefully towards the exit. Gu Yunqi and Fang Mingjie exchanged glances. Gu Yunqi remarked, Old Fang, it seems old Mo is really upset. Fang Mingjie replied, what is going on? Could it be true? Gu Yunqi speculated. Perhaps something has transpired that we are unaware of. Since old Mo wishes to avoid her, we should refrain from mentioning her. Fang Mingjie conceded, fine. But I still find it hard to believe. How about we make a bet? Gu Yunqi inquired, what kind of bet? Fang Mingjie proposed. Let us wager on how many days old Mo can go without seeking out Yue Jitong. Gu Yunqi replied, you must be bored. I wager 7 days. Fang Mingjie chuckled, I bet 3 days. Gu Yunqi added, the loser must clean the dormitory for a month. Fang Mingjie agreed. Deal. He was confident he would not lose. Mo Xilou distanced himself from his 2 bothersome roommates, head down as he walked towards the gymnasium entrance. The summer heat enveloped him. Though the evening breeze was cool, the sticky air began to dissipate, with a hint of the ocean's scent carried on the wind, salty and slightly fishy. At the entrance of the gymnasium, Mo Xilou was halted by a familiar and melodious female voice. That voice was etched in his memory, never to be forgotten. He instinctively stopped, turning to look at her. The starlight cascaded upon her exquisite contours, while the moonlight delineated her figure. Her eyes remained as tender as ever, exuding an enchanting beauty akin to that of a sprite. Mo Xilou averted his gaze, his voice low, inquiring if she had something to say. Yue Jitong slightly lowered her head. In truth, she had no particular matter to discuss. She merely sought to chance upon him at the basketball court, driven by a simple desire to see him. She never anticipated encountering him so fortuitously. A moment earlier or later, and she would have missed him entirely. Not speaking? Then I shall take my leave. Observing her silence, Mo Xilou furrowed his brow and prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Yue Jitong, feeling anxious, reached out to grasp his arm. The firmness of his muscles offered her a novel sensation. Mo Xilou regarded her hand upon his arm, then met her gaze. His voice devoid of emotion, stating that intimacy between men and women was to be avoided. Yue Jitong's face flushed, and she quickly released him, apologizing. Please, if you have something to say, do so quickly. I must return to rest. Mo Xilou stepped back, deliberately maintaining a distance from her. Yue Jitong's slender brows knitted together in mild distress. She was an introvert, grappling with severe social anxiety, and was not adept at communication. After much contemplation, she finally murmured, "Mo Xilou, I wish to pursue you." The night obscured Mo Xilou's face, and beneath the faint, yellow glow of the street lamp, Yue Jitong could not discern his expression. At that moment, Gu Yunxi and Fang Mingjie, who had just caught up, fortuitously overheard her words. Both were taken aback, their mouths agape as if they might swallow an egg whole. What had they just heard? Yue Jitong intended to pursue Mo? Goodness! The situation was utterly astounding. Mo Xilou fell silent for a brief moment, lowering his gaze, his tone devoid of any emotion as he replied, "I do not accept." With that, he strode away, leaving the dazed Yue Jitong and her astonished roommates in his wake. Mo had actually rejected her. The disbelief coursed through Yue Jitong's veins, and she too turned to leave. Gu Yunxi rubbed his eyes and pinched Fang Mingjie. "Old Fang, did I see incorrectly? Was that girl really Yue Jitong?" Fang Mingjie, still reeling from shock, did not even register the pinch, his expression resembling that of an elderly person on the subway engrossed in their phone. He was utterly baffled as to how events could have taken such a turn over the summer. His curiosity was piqued. He longed to uncover the underlying story. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yue Jitong found her roommates already assembled. She maintained her usual impassive demeanor. Her roommates had grown accustomed to her stoicism and did not dwell on it. Typically, Yue Jitong displayed little emotion. Hence the moniker of the cold beauty from the computer science department. Some humorously referred to her as the emotionless beauty. Seated on a leather chair, she leaned back and sighed softly. Shui Man, sitting nearby, was the first to notice her unusual demeanor. "What's wrong, Tong Tong? You seem rather unhappy." Yue Jitong hesitated, then quietly confessed, "I wish to pursue someone." She yearned to win Mo Xilou's heart, yet she was uncertain how to proceed. Su Qinghe, with a facial mask and tending to her skin care, turned her gaze toward them, intrigued by their conversation. Zhang Yanyan was still engrossed in her game when she heard their conversation. She set her phone aside, drew back the bed curtain to look at them, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, brighter than any light bulb. Even Shui Man found it hard to believe. The three of them reached a peak of unspoken understanding and chorused in unison. Who? They were eager to discover who possessed the remarkable ability to make the typically passive beauty, Yue Jitong, take the initiative. 3 pairs of intense gazes focused on her, and Yue Jitong felt a bit embarrassed. You all know him. Mo Xilou. TCH the trio simultaneously withdrew their curious stares, thinking, is that all? Su Qinghe resumed applying her facial mask, tending to her hands with a dismissive tone. Mo Xilou? Is he still pursuing? Isn't that just a matter of you beckoning him? Zhang Yanyan pulled the curtain shut again, returning to her game, her voice drifting from within. Jitong, that's not very interesting. Are you playing with us? Who doesn't know Mo Xilou is madly in love with you? Shui Man shot her a puzzled glance. Yue Jitong's face flushed, unsure of how to explain. I did something to upset Mo Xilou, and now he doesn't want to talk to me. But I regret it, and I want to win him back. Yue Jitong stated earnestly. Su Qinghe paused her task once more, and Zhang Yanyan opened the curtain again. The 3 of them stared at her again. Don't just look at me. Offer some suggestions. Su Qinghe replied, I'm curious. What did you do to make Mo Xilou not want to deal with you anymore? Zhang Yanyan and Shui Man nodded in agreement, eager to know as well. Yue Jitong hesitated. I misunderstood him. The specifics were impossible to articulate. The entangled grievances from their past lives were something only they understood, and no one else could comprehend. Noticing her indecision, Su Qinghe refrained from pressing her further. The group began brainstorming ideas. Shui Man suggested, why not sincerely apologize? Win him over with genuine remorse. Zhang Yanyan added, find out what he likes and buy him a gift to make amends. Then, act a little cute to plead for his forgiveness. No matter how tough a guy is, he can't resist a girl's charm. Su Qinghe chimed in, why not just kiss him? He'll probably forgive you for anything. Zhang Yanyan laughed heartily, haha. Jitong probably wouldn't dare to do something like that. Su Qinghe countered, what are you laughing at? Do you believe my method isn't the simplest and most effective? Zhang Yanyan retorted, then asked Jitong if she could manage that. I think her idea of acting cute is about her limit. Zhang Yanyan was particularly intrigued to see how Yue Jitong would act when being cute, as they had never witnessed it. Looking at Yue Jitong, Zhang Yanyan exclaimed, in my next life, please let me look like you. With that face, I bet no man could resist a cute act. Yue Jitong felt that their suggestions were somewhat unreliable and irritably ruffled her hair. Chapter 8. Mo Xilou gazed at her, as if she were an inconsequential figure. On a cloudy Friday afternoon, Yue Jitong purchased 4 cans of chilled cola and carried them in a paper bag to the basketball court. If her memory served her right, Mo Xilou should have no classes every Friday afternoon and would be playing basketball here. The recollection lingered, as in her previous life, Mo Xilou would always message her, inviting her to watch him play whenever she had the time. Despite her infrequent replies, he persistently updated her on his daily activities with unwavering enthusiasm. At this hour in her past life, she and Mo Xilou had already embarked on a complicated relationship. Her heart was consumed by resentment towards him. While he felt a sense of guilt, he would shower her with kindness, attempting to win her favor, yet all she felt was aversion and irritation. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, hanging low and heavy, the air tinged with humidity, hinting at an impending storm. Surrounding the basketball court were numerous girls, 80% of whom lacked comprehension of the game, their focus never truly on the sport itself. Their intentions were elsewhere. Today, Yue Jitong donned a light purple, ankle-length dress, modest in style, and tied her hair back in a simple ponytail. She seldom adorned herself, opting for the simplest attire, her hair hastily gathered with a hair tie, devoid of any makeup. Yet, even in her understated appearance, the gaze of others inevitably gravitated towards her. Fate had bestowed upon her a naturally exquisite visage, but beyond that, she possessed little else. The basketball court was divided into several sections, with 3 groups engaged in play. Without a doubt, the group attracting the most female attention included Mo Xilou. Arriving late, she stood at the back, clutching her belongings, choosing not to push her way into the crowd. Instead, remaining quietly observant. She listened calmly as the girls in front erupted into excited cheers, their voices calling out for Mo Xilou. Such behavior was foreign to her. Even for someone she admired deeply, she would never shout or scream. Most of the time, her demeanor was serene, at least on the surface. Few could penetrate the facade of her inner self, not even she herself. Most who were drawn to her were captivated solely by her appearance, with scant interest in the depths of her character. For within her lay a coldness, a lack of intrigue. She possessed an alluring face, yet her personality was often too much for others to bear. It is effortless to fall for someone's exterior, yet delving into the essence of a person proves to be a formidable challenge. Yue Jitong cast her gaze downward, fixating on her toes. She could not fathom why Mo Xilou had held such affection for her in their previous life. Perhaps love, in its essence, defies reason. Had she never graced his life, Mo Xilou might have found a woman who truly cherished him, leading to a blissful marriage. This realization made Yue Jitong comprehend why the current Mo Xilou was so adamant about maintaining his distance from her. If she were in his position, having endured years of cold words and indifference, she too would have succumbed to despair long ago. She lifted her gaze and surveyed her surroundings, where a myriad of girls, each embodying distinct styles, were present. Some were innocent and carefree, others exuded fiery enthusiasm, and many radiated youthful exuberance. Among them, numerous girls were drawn to Mo Xilou. A sudden wave of uncertainty and panic surged within her. What if Mo Xilou's affection for her waned? Would they still have the possibility of being together in this lifetime? In a fleeting moment, dark clouds rolled in, and the wind rustled the leaves, causing them to flutter downwards. Yue Jitong brushed off the leaves that had settled on her shoulder. With autumn's arrival, a chill lingered in the air. She rubbed her arms, regretting her insufficient attire and wishing she had brought a jacket. Delicate raindrops kissed her face, gentle as a caress, tickling her skin. Some girls could no longer withstand the rain and hastily retreated, not out of fear of the downpour, but rather due to the concern of their makeup smudging, dreading the moment their crush would see their unadorned faces. Even though their crushes might not spare them a glance, one cannot help but ponder the what-ifs. As the rain intensified, nearly half of the girls had dispersed. Yue Jitong, however, harbored no such worries. Her face was bare, unbothered by the rain. She was a remarkably stubborn individual. Once she made a choice, she pursued it unwaveringly. She would not easily relinquish Mo Xilou. She sought no outcome but wished to follow her heart, which was firmly set on Mo Xilou. The rain grew heavier, prompting an early conclusion to the basketball game. The boys clad in jerseys began to retreat. Mo Xilou walked alongside his roommates, a group preparing to exit the court. The remaining onlookers, primarily girls, parted to create a path for them, some of the bolder ones stepping forward to offer drinks to their favorite boys, hoping to exchange contact information. After waiting in the rain for so long, was this not the moment they had anticipated? Of course, there were also timid girls who lingered silently within the crowd, lacking the courage to approach, merely hoping that their crush would one day notice them. Mo Xilou remained a figure of great popularity. Two girls approached him with drinks. Yet he declined their offerings. Clutching a basketball, adorned in a dark blue jersey emblazoned with a large white number, 17, he was reminded of the first time he met Yue Jitong when he was 17. That year, the campus was awash in the golden hues of osmanthus flowers, their fragrance wafting through the air. She stood beneath the osmanthus tree, her figure delicate. And as the wind blew, the yellow blossoms cascaded down around her like a rain of flowers, creating a serene moment in his heart. That rain lasted for many years, unceasing. As the fine droplets fell upon his face, soaking his bangs, he wiped his brow with his left hand, shaking off the beads of rain. His eyes were striking, yet carried a hint of unapproachable coldness. He seemed different from the boy he once was. His gaze was no longer warm and joyful, and he had become more reserved, lacking the vivacity and laughter he once exuded. Oh, Yue Jitong had forgotten that the memories she held were of him in his teenage and early 20s. Now, at his core, he had entered his 30s. When did Mo Xilou begin to change? When does one shed the frivolities of youth and transform into a composed adult, concealing their emotions beneath a stoic facade? Yue Jitong remained rooted in place, silently observing him. There was a peculiar understanding between her and Mo Xilou. Surrounded by girls on either side, Mo Xilou seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up in her direction. Yet, in the next moment, he averted his gaze, his eyes calm and unperturbed, as if she were merely an inconsequential figure, unworthy of his attention. He brushed past her without a second glance. As he declined the offerings from the girls, he continued conversing with his three roommates while making his way outside, never casting another glance her way. Yue Jitong lowered her head and followed him quietly. She was not one to take the initiative. Her nature was exceedingly passive. To ask her to pursue a boy was akin to asking for her own demise. She was the type who would rather miss an opportunity than reach out first. Yet, in this lifetime, she yearned to be courageous for Mo Xilou. The intricacies of fate between individuals are indeed perplexing. Often, those who love each other remain apart, while those who are together may have one party deeply enamored and the other lacking in affection. Alternatively, both may be indifferent, which could be deemed fair. The peculiar laws of love dictate: when I love you, you do not love me. When I do not love you, you love me. When I am oblivious to love, you cherish me. When I finally understand, you are weary. The most tragic aspect is that the affections of both parties seem to traverse divergent paths, each loving in isolation, unable to converge. If only the moment of our deepest affection for one another coincided, the probability of such a serendipity is a mere 0.000049. Statistically, one encounters over 20,000 individuals in a lifetime, yet the chance of mutual love between two is a scant 0.000049. Yue Jitong chuckled to herself in self-mockery. The cans in her tote clinked together, producing a soft chime. Summoning her courage, she contemplated approaching him with an offering. However, Mo Xilou cast a fleeting glance her way, his expression inscrutable, before ultimately accepting something from another. He had already received what he needed, rendering her gesture superfluous. Yue Jitong tightened her grip on the bag. Watching him depart, her offering still unvoiced, she trudged back to the dormitory, where a group of girls ahead of her chattered excitedly. Their conversation was still dominated by Mo Xilou's name. A. Mo Xilou took Rue's drink today. B. Do you think Mo Xilou likes our Rue? A. Who knows? He didn't take drinks from anyone else, yet he accepted ours. Sure. Rue, overhearing this, felt a faint smile tug at her lips, her cheeks warming, her heart racing. Please don't say such things. She truly hadn't expected that her idol would take her drink today. In that moment, her heart nearly leaped from her chest. She was also in the economics department, and from the very first day of her freshman year, she had developed a crush on Mo Xilou. Harboring her feelings in silence for quite some time, she would attend nearly every game he played, yet he had never acknowledged her presence. Despite being in the same department, opportunities to draw near him were few and far between. Hey, I heard that Mo Xilou liked someone from the computer science department. It seems rumors aren't always true. Sure. Rue's expression darkened slightly. As someone who has consistently paid attention to Mo Xilou, she is undoubtedly aware that there is someone he fancies, who resides right next door to their dormitory. However, their relationship remains unconfirmed. Men are all the same, easily enamored by anyone they encounter. I've heard that Mo Xilou no longer has feelings for that person. He said so himself. Is that true? In that case, Rue, seize the opportunity. Let us take advantage of this situation. Sure. Rue's eyes sparkled. Was the news reliable? B. Absolutely. It comes from a boy in our class who often plays basketball with Mo Xilou and his friends. It's definitely insider information. Hey, it seems to be true. Rue, be bold. Suppressing her inner excitement, Rue's expression turned conflicted. But with so many girls vying for his affection, could she truly stand a chance? B, why not? You are the belle of our economics department. If you can't do it, then who can? Hey, moreover, Mo Xilou fetched water for you today. He might already have some feelings for you. Rue's heart fluttered with joy, beating rapidly in exhilaration. Yue Jitong remained silent, trailing behind them, quietly listening to their gossip. She felt increasingly melancholic, realizing how many rivals she had. Eventually, the 4 cans of chilled cola were brought back to their dormitory, consumed by Su Qinghe, Zhang Yanyan, Xue Man, and Yue Jitong. Su Qinghe, upon hearing about her basketball court experience, opened a can of cola and mockingly remarked, "Look at your lack of ambition. You couldn't even manage to give him a cola. You're embarrassing us in 506. Zhang Yanyan pulled back the bed curtain, took a sip of her soda, and sighed contentedly. Mo Xilou's loss is our gain. Xue Man opened her can of cola, pouring it into a glass and sipping through a straw, comforting Yue Jitong. It's all right, Tong Tong. We will always support you. Su Qinghe, feeling frustrated, exclaimed, "What good is our support? You should just thrust it into his arms and disregard whether he wants it or not. Why hesitate?" Zhang Yanyan shook her head disapprovingly. "Tong simply cannot do that, or she wouldn't be hesitating. You know her personality." Xue Man took a small sip of her drink and reminisced. "I still remember the first day of school when I first saw you all in the dormitory. The first person I encountered was Yin Yan, and I thought her personality was delightful. I assumed the others would be just as pleasant. The second person I met was Sister Qinghe, who had an imposing demeanor that intimidated me to the point of silence." Zhang Yanyan laughed and added, using exaggerated gestures, "Exactly. When Sister Qinghe entered the dorm, she slammed her suitcase on the table and began nitpicking, leaving both of us too scared to speak." Su Qinghe blinked in surprise. "Did I? I don't recall at all." Xue Man continued, "The last one to arrive at the dormitory was Tong Tong. My first impression of her was one of aloofness, and my second impression was an even stronger sense of her cold demeanor. Without uttering a single word to us, she busily tended to her belongings, her demeanor as frosty as ice. At that moment, I thought to myself that it was the end. Our dormitory housed merely 4 individuals, 2 of whom appeared rather difficult to engage with. The prospect of enduring the next 4 years seemed daunting." Zhang Yanyan nodded vigorously, echoing my sentiments. For it was evident that these 2 were not to be trifled with. Su Qinghe chuckled awkwardly, while Yue Jitong offered a few justifications for herself, admitting that she felt a bit anxious living with so many strangers, which rendered her expression rather impassive. She was merely socially anxious. Xue Man smiled. "And we later discovered that Sister he had a fiery temper, yet a candid disposition, while Tong Tong, despite her aloof exterior, was easily embarrassed." Zhang Yanyan leapt from her bed, realizing that we had unwittingly shared a year together. "Let us toast," she suggested, substituting cola for wine to commemorate our 1-year acquaintance. Indeed, the 4 of us raised our colas in a toast, honoring the fleeting days of our freshman year as we welcomed the promising adventures of sophomore year. With a resounding pop, Yue Jitong opened the cola can, gulping it down as the effervescence cascaded down her throat, providing a refreshing sensation that dispelled the lingering melancholy within her heart. Chapter 9. What exactly did Yue Jitong do to you? Yue Jitong posed a question beneath numerous posts. How can one pursue a boy? After perusing the highly praised responses, the essence was clear. As long as one possesses decent looks and a thick skin, no man is beyond reach. Yue Jitong touched her face, deeming it to be quite pleasant. Yet, her skin was not sufficiently thick, a trait cultivated over 20 years, difficult to alter in a single day. She opened her reading app once more, searching for books on how to thicken one's skin. After reading for an entire night, her mind remained a blank slate, uncertain of what actions to take. She closed her eyes and sighed. Ultimately, she contemplated heeding Su Qinghe's advice. Regardless of his thoughts, she would take the initiative. With so many girls eyeing him, Su Qinghe was correct. No matter how bashful she felt, the possibility between them might indeed be non-existent. The sky was clear, devoid of clouds. At the basketball court, Yue Jitong returned to her usual spot, clutching a newly purchased beverage, this time a green can of Sprite. In truth, she harbored the thought that if she failed to give it away, she would have to lug it back to her dormitory. The last time they had cola, this time, a change of flavor would prevent monotony. However, if she ended up taking it back again, Su Qinghe would surely scold her for her lack of ambition. The information regarding Mo Xilou's basketball practice at this hour was relayed to her by Gu Yunqi, who had extracted it from Su Qinghe. The number of onlookers at the playground was scant, perhaps due to the warmth of the weather or perhaps because many girls were unaware. Yue Jitong scanned her surroundings and spotted a girl whom Mo Xilou had previously assisted with her water. She overheard others calling her Rue. Yue Jitong discreetly observed her. Unfamiliar with the girl, yet sure Rue recognized her. Sure Rue, too, was surreptitiously appraising Yue Jitong, biting her lip in discontent. Did it not mean that Mo Xilou had lost interest in her? Why was she here? Sure Rue feared the rumors were unfounded. Yue Jitong lacked the desire to engage in conversation. She found a long bench and sat quietly, her expression emotionless, resembling a finely crafted and beautiful sculpture. Sure Rue withdrew her gaze, internally weighing her chances against Yue Jitong. Clad in a loose lavender floral t-shirt and light casual jeans, with ordinary white sneakers adorning her feet, Yue Jitong stood at 165 centimeters, weighing 99 jean, and upon donning shoes, reached 168 centimeters. Her proportions were commendable, with a generous bosom, a slender waist, and long legs. Yet, her ensemble was exceedingly ordinary, entirely obscuring her advantages, relying solely on her visage for support. Without the allure of her face among the crowd, she would be just another passerby. Sure Rue mused, is that all there is? She is merely a fraction more attractive. Standing at 160 centimeters. Sure Rue had a knack for fashion. She wore a fitted, crop top in deep purple that exposed her waist, paired with a white pleated mini-skirt, elevated by hidden height-enhancing insoles. Her legs appeared elongated, skillfully creating an illusion of added height, making her seem nearly equal in stature to Yue Jitong. In this comparison, Sure Rue regained her confidence, as long as Mo Xilou granted her a fair chance at competition. She could not believe she would be outdone by a girl with a stoic expression. Mo Xilou decided on a whim to step out and play basketball. His mind was in turmoil, and he sought to release his pent-up frustrations through physical exertion. For reasons unbeknownst to him, whenever he closed his eyes these past few days, he would envision that rain-soaked face. Through the delicate curtain of rain, he could discern the unmistakable disappointment reflected in her eyes. Old Mo, look over there. Isn't that her? She's come to see you again, Gu Yunqi exclaimed as he ran up beside him. They had all grown wary of mentioning the name Yue Jitong in Mo Xilou's presence. Each accidental utterance cast a shadow over his countenance, dark as the bottom of a pot. Momentarily taken aback, Mo Xilou couldn't resist turning to glance. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yunqi snatched the ball from his hands and dunked it triumphantly, laughing, ha ha ha, old Mo, got you this time. A few girls lingered by the edge of the playground, and Gu Yunqi, unsure if Yue Jitong was among them, was merely teasing him. Mo Xilou's expression darkened, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. He was uncertain whether his vexation stemmed from Gu Yunqi's trickery or from his own lingering thoughts of Yue Jitong. He charged forward, decisively overpowering Gu Yunqi and leaving him in disarray. Old Mo, you're too ruthless. Gu Yunqi pleaded, I was wrong, let me go. But Mo Xilou paid him no mind. Fang Mingzhi helped Gu Yunqi to his feet, mocking him, with skills like yours, why provoke old Mo? Why do you always have to run your mouth? Panting, Gu Yunqi replied, I can't take it anymore. Let's take a break. I'm dying of thirst. Do you have any water? Fang Mingzhi shot him an incredulous look. We came out together. You don't know if we brought water? They were merely holding a single basketball. Gu Yunqi waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. There are several girls over there. Let us go over. Someone is bound to offer us water. Fang Mingzhi retorted, even if someone offers, it's not for you. What's given to old Mo is for us as well. Gu Yunqi wrapped his arm around Mo Xilou's shoulder, clinging to him like an octopus. Old Mo, if you're not going to drink, remember to share with me. I'm parched. He felt like a fish out of water, his throat dry and burning. Regardless of who offered the water, he would gladly accept it. Mo Xilou pushed him away. Get off. What are you doing? Old Mo, after a vacation, how have you become so cold and unfeeling? Gu Yunqi couldn't hold back any longer. His curiosity got the better of him. What on earth did Yue Jitong do to you? You two seem like entirely different people now. As he spoke, Gu Yunqi's eyes widened with a sudden bold hypothesis. Wait, you two didn't T-swap souls, did you? He quickly released Mo Xilou, regarding him with skepticism. Mo Xilou, frowning, delivered a swift kick, gritting his teeth. If you have a mental issue, go get it treated. The little films you enjoy are all on that XXX disc. Hey, okay, stop talking. Gu Yunqi hurriedly interrupted him. Now convinced he was indeed dealing with the real old Mo, Fang Mingzhi pulled him away. You should really calm down. Do you think this is a drama series? Soul swapping? Have you watched too many melodramas? Yue Jitong is really here, Gu Yunqi whispered to Fang Mingjie. He quietly raised his head to glimpse the enigmatic Mo Xilou once more. It was indeed peculiar. Yue Jitong noticed the group approaching and promptly stood up. Yet, someone was swifter than her. Would you care for some water? Rue eagerly extended the drink towards Mo Xilou, her gaze shyly fixed upon him. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. After all, Mo Xilou had accepted her offering yesterday. Surely, he would do so again today. Her eyes brimmed with anticipation and adoration. Mo Xilou frowned, feeling discomfort at the sticky intensity of her gaze, more suffocating than the sweat from a recent game. He remained silent, while Rue's arm, suspended in the air, began to grow rigid, her smile faltering. Mo Xilou's eyes were fixed on the ground, yet his peripheral vision was acutely aware of Yue Jitong, who hesitated nearby, completely oblivious to the words spoken by the girl before him. At that moment, Yue Jitong stepped forward, albeit a moment late. Yet Mo Xilou had not yet accepted anyone's water. Mo Xilou, please, this is from your dorm mates, she said. Her fingers pale and slender as they delicately grasped the bag's handle, presenting it to him. Mo Xilou glanced at her, his expression cool and distant, still refusing to take it. Rue shot a furtive glare at Yue Jitong. Gu Yunqi observed this tense standoff with growing frustration. He poked Mo Xilou from behind. Come on, say something. If you won't drink it, then let me have it. I'm about to die of thirst here. It's as if I'm drowning in this heat while you're parched. Finally, Mo Xilou extended his hand, and both Rue and Yue Jitong turned their gaze towards him. Chapter 10. I do not enjoy running. Yet I am fond of you. He extended his hand towards Yue Jitong, his gaze drifting lightly upon her face. Rue felt a pang of tension, while Yue Jitong maintained a serene expression. Then, Mo Xilou's hand veered away, his eyes gliding past Yue Jitong as he accepted the water that Rue offered. Rue's eyes sparkled with delight. Mo Xilou truly did not harbor any affection for that woman. She cast a somewhat smug glance at Yue Jitong. With her gaze lowered, Yue Jitong's slightly uplifted eyelids drooped, a hint of defeat flickering within her heart, leaving her feeling slightly disheartened. Just as she contemplated reclaiming her belongings, Su Qinghe's words echoed in her ears. Resolutely, she stepped forward and directly thrust the items into Mo Xilou's embrace, uttering not a single word, before turning on her heel to depart. Mo Xilou stood momentarily stunned, the cool beverage compressing against his arm. He fixated on Yue Jitong's retreating figure until she vanished at the edge of the playground. Then, he handed the bottle of water to Gu Yunqi, saying, Here, take this. Weren't you thirsty? Gu Yunqi accepted it without hesitation, downing the entire bottle in one go. Rue bit her lip, watching Gu Yunqi consume the drink, feeling a flicker of reluctance within her. Thank you for the water, classmate, Gu Yunqi said, crumpling the bottle in his hand before tossing it into the trash. You look rather familiar. Having just quenched his thirst with her drink, Gu Yunqi sought to strike up a conversation. To his surprise, Rue readily engaged. She swiftly introduced herself. We are in the same department. I am Rue, a sophomore majoring in accounting. Although she appeared to be responding to Gu Yunqi's inquiry, her gaze remained fixated on Mo Xilou. Gu Yunqi understood immediately. This was yet another of old Mo's romantic entanglements. He glanced at Mo Xilou, puzzled by the thoughts swirling in his mind. Old Mo, are you going to drink that beverage? Share one with me. With 4 cans in total. Mo Xilou passed one to him, another to Fang Mingjie, and opened one for himself, gulping it down heartily. Observing this, Rue felt a pang of bitterness, vaguely grasping the underlying emotions at play. Upon returning to her dormitory, Yue Jitong felt a tinge of unhappiness, though she concealed it beneath her usual impassive facade. Jitong, you're back. Zhang Yanyan greeted her, noting the rarity of her presence in a chair. Typically, she would recline on her bed, never lingering on the floor. Yue Jitong replied coolly. Jitong, let us attend the elective class together tonight, Zhang Yanyan invited while applying her makeup. All right, Yue Jitong agreed, opening her phone to check the class schedule. To her surprise, there was a session on big data technology that evening. She tidied her desk, preparing the necessary materials. After class concluded at 9 in the evening, Yue Jitong returned to her dormitory and began her assignments. Realizing there was still much to prepare for the following day's classes, Zhang Yanyan occupied the bed opposite hers, and they sat with their chairs back to back, both engrossed in their work. Shuiman wore headphones, watching a show, careful not to disturb them. Su Qinghe had not yet returned from wherever she had gone. The dormitory was enveloped in tranquility. By 11 o'clock at night, Yue Jitong finally organized everything needed for the next day. She stretched, hurried to wash up, then climbed into bed. Zhang Yanyan was utterly disinterested in continuing her writing, yawning repeatedly. She casually set her pen aside, surrendering to idleness and fervently hoping that the teacher would not call on her in class the following day. "Please, do not call on me," she implored silently. Who was it that claimed one need not complete assignments in university? As both of her roommates climbed into bed, Shuiman removed her headphones and engaged in conversation, enlivening the dormitory atmosphere. Where has Yijia gone? Zhang Yanyan wondered aloud as she lay on her bed, opening her beloved game. The absence of one person made the room feel significantly quieter. She noted that Yijia had been missing all afternoon. Shuiman, tidying their living space, replied, "Oh, at this hour, Yijia probably won't be returning." Zhang Yanyan glanced at the clock. It was already 11:30. Their school had no curfew, nor did anyone monitor the dorms. However, it was unusual for Su Qinghe to stay out so late. Perhaps she went home, Shuiman suggested casually. Su Qinghe was a local, possessing her own vehicle, making trips home quite convenient. Why is Tong Tong so silent? Shuiman observed a peculiar quietness from Yue Jitong. Though she often kept to herself, today her silence was notably pronounced. Yue Jitong sighed, realizing that when left alone, one's thoughts tend to wander, often leading to worries about romantic matters. Regrettably, Yijia was absent. Otherwise, they could have sought her advice. "What troubles you, Tong? Share your burdens with us. We are your faithful confidants," Zhang Yanyan said, dividing her attention between the game and her friends. "Yanyan, won't you lose if you were multitasking like this?" Shuiman inquired. Curiosity piqued. "Not at all. It's a breeze. I could manage even 3 tasks at once," Zhang Yanyan replied with great confidence. There was no game she could not master. Yue Jitong began to divulge her concerns, and Zhang Yanyan, embodying the archetype of someone who opts for indolence when faced with challenges, remarked, "If it's too daunting, just let it go. Why not join me in playing a game? Isn't a game more delightful than a man?" Shuiman, listening patiently, offered a sound piece of advice. Why not approach it from a different angle? Mo Xilou seems to be the head of the athletics department and is also part of the long-distance running club. Perhaps you should consider these options? Yue Jitong was taken aback. She was unaware of such details as she rarely paid attention to Mo Xilou. Zhang Yanyan, her fingers deftly maneuvering across the screen, inquired, Man, how do you know so much? We share the same major. After all, during class, I often hear girls discussing him, not out of interest, but rather through sheer coincidence." Shuiman explained. Zhang Yanyan slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "I forgot. You're not in the same program as us." Shuiman shot her a bemused glance. Their dormitory was a mixed one. Yue Jitong and Zhang Yanyan belonged to the computer science department, while Shuiman and Su Qinghe were in the economics department, albeit with differing specializations. Yue Jitong found the contact information for the president of the long-distance running club in their campus group, clicked to add, and was accepted immediately. She learned about the club's activity schedule, Sunday afternoons at the pavilion in the northwest corner of the school, dressed in comfortable, lightweight sneakers. Yue Jitong felt the coolness of the weather, wearing light gray joggers and a purple casual autumn sweatshirt. Upon arriving at the pavilion, she found 5 or 6 people already gathered there. Yue Jitong scanned the surroundings, but did not spot Mo Xilou. A boy clad in a white hoodie and sporting a buzz cut approached her with a greeting. "Are you the new member?" Yue Jitong nodded slightly, her expression aloof, replying with a simple, "Hello, I am the president, Tian Hu." Yue Jitong. Several club members curiously observed the newcomer, their eyes filled with admiration. Yet they hesitated to approach her. The new member exuded an air of cool detachment. Yue Jitong preferred to avoid conversations, especially with unfamiliar individuals. She settled into a corner, intending to wait and see if Mo Xilou would arrive. Gradually, more people trickled in, predominantly male members of the long-distance running club. Tian Hu inquired, "Is everyone here?" A boy responded. Mo Xilou mentioned in the group that he would arrive shortly. Yue Jitong glanced at her phone. Tian Hu had just added her to the club group, informing her, "We will notify activity times in the group. Our club does not have a fixed meeting place. The assembly point varies each time." "Okay." Yue Jitong nodded slightly, not uttering an extra word. She was always sparing with her words around those she did not know well. What a cool and distant young lady. This was the impression she left on others. However, one particularly curious boy approached her, asking, "Miss, what made you suddenly decide to join our long-distance running club?" Most of the current members had joined in their freshman year. The new students had just begun their studies and were still undergoing military training. so the club was predominantly composed of seasoned members. Yue Jitong gazed into the distance, watching the figure that was becoming increasingly distinct, and replied nonchalantly, to pursue someone. The boy's expression fell. It seemed the young lady had her sights set on someone. His fleeting hope was swiftly extinguished. May I inquire who it is? Who has captured your heart? Yue Jitong pointed ahead, saying, he is coming. The boy's eyes dimmed completely. Forget it, it's Mo Xilou. The young lady has too high standards. He is unworthy. The boy, displaying a sense of self-awareness, took a step back. Upon noticing Yue Jitong's presence, Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback. What is she doing here? All right, now that everyone is here, let us set off. The starting point is, and the finish line is. We have a time limit of 1 hour, Tian Hu announced before taking off. The rest followed at their own pace, unhurriedly jogging along. Mo Xilou was surprised internally but maintained a cold demeanor, revealing no emotion. He did not engage her in conversation and fell to the back of the group as he began to run. Yue Jitong quickly stood up to follow, closely trailing Mo Xilou. Mo Xilou slowed his pace slightly, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. After running for a while, he finally could not help but ask, why do you keep following me? Yue Jitong blinked, breathing heavily as she replied, I'm running, too. I've joined the long-distance running club. She was not accustomed to physical exertion. Even though she was not running fast, she was already panting after this short while. Didn't you absolutely despise running? Mo Xilou remarked, unconsciously reducing his speed even further. He recalled that Yue Jitong had an aversion to physical activity, particularly detesting the 800-meter test during their university days. Each time they measured the distance, she would be left breathless, tears welling up in her eyes, and would collapse immediately after finishing. Yue Jitong reminisced about the days of running 800 meters, an annual physical test that always troubled her. Back then, while she ran on the track, Mo Xilou would invariably accompany her around the outer circle, cheering her on, though she never paid much attention to his support. With her calves aching, she gasped for breath and softly replied to Mo Xilou, I do not particularly enjoy running, but I cherish you. Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing uncontrollably. Concealing the tumult of emotions swirling within, he chose to disregard her recent utterance. Exhaustion washed over her as she struggled to keep pace behind him, her physical stamina waning. While her body surged ahead, her spirit lingered behind, leaving her dizzy and nearly unable to discern the ground beneath her. Mo Xilou could hear her increasingly labored breaths trailing behind him. Just as Yue Jitong was on the verge of collapse, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Following the onset of autumn, the rain was plentiful. Mo Xilou finally halted, spotting a pavilion ahead, suggesting they seek shelter. Yue Jitong exclaimed in agreement, all right, abruptly stopping. Her legs buckled, and she knelt down. She hadn't intended to, but her legs were too weak. Ever since donating bone marrow to Yu Lanxin in her childhood, it seemed she had suffered lasting effects, rendering her unable to engage in strenuous exercise without succumbing to dizziness. Consequently, she had grown averse to physical activity over the years. Her constitution was rather average, and she was prone to catching colds each winter. Hearing the commotion behind him, Mo Xilou paused briefly before continuing forward, resolutely refraining from glancing back. After a prolonged moment of catching her breath, Yue Jitong finally rose and hurried into the pavilion before the rain intensified. She plopped down onto a seat, leaning against a pillar, eyes closed as she sought to regain her composure. The rain pattered down, splattering on the ground. They were the only two occupants of the pavilion. Mo Xilou stood opposite her, leaning against the opposite pillar, hands in pockets, shaking droplets from his hair as he stole glances at her. Her enchanting, expressive eyes were shut, her cheeks flushed, likely from the exertion of running. It seemed she hadn't run such a distance in quite some time. Mo Xilou unabashedly gazed at her face, memories of both joy and pain flashing uncontrollably in his mind. Her curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, prompting him to avert his gaze. Yue Jitong opened her eyes, finally feeling as if she had returned to life. Chapter 11. Do you like me? Then kiss me. Yue Jitong straightened her back, stepping away from the pillar to gaze at the man standing diagonally across from her. Mo Xilou did not meet her eyes, his gaze fixed on the curtain of rain beside him. He stood at a considerable distance. Was he deliberately creating space? Yue Jitong pondered if he wouldn't approach her, then she would go to him. Thus, she rose, despite the lingering soreness in her thighs, and slowly walked to Mo Xilou's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him to admire the rain. Silence enveloped them for a long while. Despite knowing each other for so many years, resentment had always lingered between them. Never had they stood together in such tranquility, simply observing the rain. The mountains, grass, trees, and flowers washed by the rain exuded a fresh, ethereal beauty, tinged with a hint of melancholy. After a considerable time, the rain lightened. Mo Xilou finally broke the silence. Turning to face her, his voice deep and tinged with impatience, "Yue Jitong, why do you keep bothering me?" Yue Jitong looked up to meet his slightly displeased gaze. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she murmured, "Did I not say I want to pursue you?" He stared at her flushed cheeks and suddenly let out a scoff. "Why would you pursue me? Do you like me?" His expression shifted, his eyes narrowing with a discerning skepticism. Yue Jitong inhaled sharply, daring not to meet his gaze, and nodded slowly. "Yes, I like you." His expression transformed as he abruptly grasped her face, lifting it to force her to meet his eyes. Compelled to look up, she was met with a pair of deep, penetrating eyes that made her lashes flutter involuntarily. Mo Xilou leaned closer, still holding her face, pushing her against the pillar. She felt her back collide forcefully with the pillar, sending a jolt through her body, and tears began to well in her eyes. The glimmer of moisture in her gaze struck Mo Xilou as somewhat pitiable. He leaned down, fixating on her eyes, his face hovering just a few centimeters from hers. His breath brushing against her skin, his voice a blend of roughness and playful arrogance. "You like me? Then why not kiss me?" Yue Jitong leaned against the pillar, lifting her chin as a delicate blush crept across her cheeks, feeling shy. His face was so close that a slight movement would bring their lips together. Yet, having never kissed anyone before, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. After a moment of stillness, Mo Xilou let out a disdainful laugh, releasing her chin. "Is this your idea of liking me? You're not even willing to kiss." He turned to leave, but suddenly, a soft kiss landed at the corner of his lips. It was gentle and tender, sending a jolt of electricity through his heart. Yue Jitong's heart raced, her face burning with embarrassment. It was her first time taking the initiative to kiss a boy, despite having been married to Mo Xilou for over a decade in her past life. However, aside from that one drunken occasion, they had never shared any intimate moments, as Mo Xilou had never wanted to force her. "Yue Jitong, I meant a proper kiss, not just a peck on the corner. That doesn't count." Mo Xilou suppressed the emotions swirling in his eyes, leaning closer again, a teasing arch to his brow, pointing to his lips. "You need to kiss here for it to count." He gazed at her quietly, his eyes resembling a dark vortex capable of drawing one in. Yue Jitong closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around his neck, her curled eyelashes trembling as she gradually leaned closer. In the stillness of the space, apart from the sound of rain, she could hear the rhythmic thump of her own heartbeat. Her palms were sweaty with tension. As she observed those increasingly near delicate lips, Mo Xilou's expression was inscrutable. His gaze lowered, concealing the tumult of emotions within. The atmosphere grew warmer, the air thick with ambiguity. Just as she was about to kiss him, he abruptly extended a finger to press against her lips, interrupting the enchanting moment. Yue Jitong opened her eyes, a hint of confusion evident. Mo Xilou, with his eyes cast down, gently brushed her lips, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smirk as he stepped back. His words dripping with cold indifference. "Yue Jitong, just because you say you like me, do I have to accept it? Where were you all this time?" He leaned closer, his voice cool and thin. "Do you not realize that belated affection feels cheaper than grass?" The rain ceased. The sun, obscured by dark clouds, reemerged, with a frosty demeanor. Mo Xilou turned away, declaring, "I will not be with you. Do not cling to me any longer." His silhouette melted into the sunlight. Yue Jitong stood there, dazed, lifting her gaze and turning her eyes, striving to restrain her tears. To say she felt unhurt would be a falsehood. Her heart felt as though it were being sliced, a dull ache resonating within. There was shame, guilt, bitterness, and confusion, all self-inflicted wounds. Yue Jitong wandered in a daze for many days. Like a marionette, she mechanically extended her hand to pour herself a glass of water, just as she was about to lift it to her lips. Su Qinghe snatched the cup away, placing it heavily on the table. The sound jolted her back to reality. Focus returning, she looked at her with a hint of confusion in her hoarse voice. "What's wrong? Why can't I drink water?" Su Qinghe regarded her with an odd expression. "Sister, this is boiling water, 100 degrees Celsius. Are you trying to scald yourself?" "Ah? Oh." Yue Jitong realized, feeling a bit embarrassed as she lowered her head. "Thank you." Su Qinghe rolled her eyes in exasperation. "It's just a rejection from a man. Is it really that serious? You're acting like you've lost your soul. Pathetic." Shui Man quietly poked Su Qinghe, shaking her head, signaling her not to bring up sensitive topics. Zhang Yanyan peeked out from behind the curtain, chiming in. What sister he said is right. He is just a man. It's not worth it. Why not join me in playing games? You'll soon find that gaming is far more delightful than men. Shuiman sat beside her, softly comforting her. It's all right, Tong Tong. You're so beautiful. Many people admire you. There is no need to hang your hopes on a single tree. Receiving her roommate's concern, Yue Jitong felt her spirits lift. However, her greatest flaw was her stubbornness, her rigid mindset. Otherwise, in her past life, she would not have been ensnared in unattainable familial bonds, exploited to the core. She simply could not convince herself to entirely let go of Mo Xilou. She truly found it impossible. She longed to remain hanging onto this solitary tree. When one becomes ensnared in obsession, even 1,000 acres of forest may appear to them as merely a singular tree. It is akin to being ensorcelled, rendering one impervious to external stimuli, blind to the surroundings, and solely fixated on their own beliefs and pursuits. Those who stand apart can see clearly, while those ensnared by their emotions remain oblivious. Su Qinghe, peeling a glistening grape, tossed one into her mouth and casually remarked, "This Sunday, our outreach department is organizing a team-building event. Would you like to join us for some fun?" After a brief pause, she added, "With the conclusion of this year's recruitment, we've welcomed many charming younger students into our department." Su Qinghe serves as the head of the outreach department, which primarily coordinates exchange activities with other universities and enterprises, fostering intercollegiate collaboration and resource sharing. The department also cultivates relationships with the media, managing publicity and reporting for events. They raise funds through various channels to support departmental activities and projects, necessitating exceptional communication, organizational skills, and public relations acumen. Undoubtedly, the most crucial aspect enabling Su Qinghe to assume her leadership role is her extensive network. Having begun handling her family's business at the age of 18, she knows influential figures across various industries, a connection unmatched by her peers. As a minister, she wields genuine authority and possesses the capability to attract investment. Shuiman immediately expressed her interest, saying, "I want to go." Then she turned to Yue Jitong. "Tong Tong, will you accompany me?" Yue Jitong perceived that Shuiman's invitation was a subtle attempt to encourage her to unwind, and graciously accepted. "Then I shall join as well. After all, what fun is there in just the younger students?" Zhang Yanyan remained glued to her screen, then shifted her tone. "But since you are all going, I suppose I shall partake in the merriment as well." Shuiman smiled warmly. "That's wonderful. We shall have our dormitory group together." The team-building event is set to take place at a certain mountain canyon, a popular tourist destination. The itinerary includes hiking, rafting, and outdoor barbecuing, with a lively gathering in the villa area in the evening. Chapter 12. Team-building. Mo Xilou was present, alongside enthusiastic junior students, and in total, there were more than 20 participants in the team-building event. They had reserved a vehicle. Upon arriving at their destination, another car emblazoned with 4 rings parked nearby. 3 young men descended from the vehicle. Yue Jitong was taken aback to encounter Mo Xilou here, since their last encounter, when he had rejected her. They had not crossed paths for a considerable duration. In such a vast campus, it would be nearly impossible to meet by chance unless one sought it earnestly. Yue Jitong felt as though she were being mocked. The rejection left her both embarrassed and pained, prompting her to avoid appearing before him again to evade awkwardness. Mo Xilou seemed to cast a fleeting glance in her direction, and Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Shuiman stood nearby and whispered to Su Qinghe, questioning their presence. Su Qinghe frowned and approached Gu Yunqi, inquiring, "Hey, didn't you say you wouldn't come?" Leaning casually against the car, Gu Yunqi responded nonchalantly, "It's our first team-building event with the newcomers. How could I, as the vice minister, possibly miss it?" Gu Yunqi was an underling of Su Qinghe, serving as the vice minister of the External Relations Department. "Oh, and I brought along my 2 roommates. I hope you don't mind," he added. Su Qinghe glanced at him, then at Mo Xilou, her expression inscrutable, before turning to leave, saying, "Do as you wish." She returned to Yue Jitong and whispered, "I didn't know Gu Yunqi would bring Mo Xilou along." "It's fine," Yue Jitong replied, shaking her head. "Let things unfold as they will. Just enjoy yourselves." The atmosphere quickly grew lively among the group of young adults, all around 20 years of age. About 10 of them were newcomers to the External Relations Department this year. The entry requirements for this department were quite stringent. Not just anyone could join. Typically, candidates were selected for their vivacious, talkative, and extroverted natures. Engaging in external investments and cooperative communications necessitated effective interpersonal skills. Those who were too introverted would undoubtedly be ill-suited for the role. The gathering buzzed with excitement, filled with laughter and chatter. Yue Jitong walked alongside Xueman and Zhang Yanyan, while Su Qinghe, as the minister, attended to the new recruits. Gu Yunqi remained close to her, sharing jokes and laughter. On the other side of the group, Mo Xilou walked quietly with his roommate, Fang Mingzhi, his head bowed in silence. He too questioned the rationale behind participating in such a mundane activity. After hearing Gu Yunqi mention that Su Qinghe would bring her roommates, he impulsively encouraged Gu Yunqi to join. Yet upon seeing her, his once fervent resolve had cooled, leaving him regretful of his impulsiveness. Given Yue Jitong's character, it must have taken her immense courage to approach him. After such a harsh rejection, a proud individual like her would surely refrain from seeking him out again, wouldn't she? Old Mo, Fang Mingzhi nudged his shoulder and leaned in closer, whispering, "I bet you came to this event for Yue Jitong, didn't you? Don't be ridiculous." "It's not for her," Mo Xilou coldly denied, his expression stoic. He would never admit it, even under duress. After all, it was merely a moment of bravado in the dormitory. If he were to develop any affection for Yue Jitong, he would be nothing short of a fool. Fang Mingzhi scoffed dismissively, urging, "Keep pretending, if you wish. Just wait and see. Among all these youthful juniors, someone will undoubtedly come forth to woo her." Regardless of Yue Jitong's temperament, her beauty was undeniable, making her the most striking among the crowd. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, his expression frigid, muttering, "What does it matter to me who pursues her? She has no connection to me." All right, keep up your facade," Fang Mingzhi retorted, releasing him, uninterested in further debate. After all, the one to feel urgency would not be him. After 2 hours of intermittent walking, they finally arrived at a flat area. Su Qinghe signaled for everyone to halt, suggesting they have a picnic here. To Yue Jitong's left sat Zhang Yanyan, and to her right, Xueman, both supporting her as they settled onto the grass. She panted, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, utterly exhausted. By the time they reached the rear, her steps had become unsteady, nearly requiring Zhang Yanyan and Xueman to assist her. "Jitong, your stamina is remarkably poor. How can you be weaker than me? A self-proclaimed homebody?" Zhang Yanyan remarked, seated beside her, her complexion unflushed and breath steady. She considered herself sufficiently reclusive, preferring to lie down rather than sit, and avoiding physical activity, yet she was far from as fatigued as Yue Jitong appeared. Xueman produced a bottle of water, offering it to Yue Jitong while gently patting her back to help her breathe easier. "Here, drink some water. Take your time." "Thank you," Yue Jitong replied, the warmth in her face subsiding. After 5 minutes of rest, she finally regained her composure and began to address Zhang Yanyan's inquiry. "I underwent surgery during my childhood, which has left my physical constitution below average. Coupled with my aversion to exercise, my lung capacity is limited, and prolonged activity leaves me fatigued." "Ah, I see. Jitong, you really must take care. Regular exercise can significantly enhance your physical health," Zhang Yanyan advised, also wiping her sweat and opening a bottle of water. "I understand. I will carve out half an hour each day for exercise from now on." Yue Jitong realized that continuing in her current state was unsustainable. Feeling frail and breathless far too easily, 2 young men approached and sat beside Xueman and the others, their youthful faces indicating they were first-year students. "Hello, senior sisters," they greeted. Xueman nodded, responding warmly, "Hello there." The 2 boys introduced themselves. "I'm Yang Zhou from the computer science department." Yang Zhou had a slightly darker complexion, with thick brows and bright eyes, his smile radiating warmth. He stood tall, easily over 6 feet, embodying the essence of a cheerful young man. "Oh, so you are our direct juniors," Zhang Yanyan exclaimed with a friendly smile. Yang Zhou's eyes sparkled. It was indeed a fortunate coincidence to meet a senior from the computer science department. "And this is also a senior from the computer science department." Zhang Yanyan introduced Yue Jitong. Yang Zhou turned to Yue Jitong, his gaze filled with admiration, but she merely acknowledged him with a slight nod, her demeanor composed. Before long, Yang Zhou engaged Zhang Yanyan in conversation, discussing topics that ranged from games to their major and coursework. As they conversed, it became apparent that the 2 hailed from the same hometown and had even attended the same high school. Upon recognizing their shared roots, they were overwhelmed with emotion. Their discussion blossomed, giving rise to an immediate sense of camaraderie. Notably, Yang Zhou was adept at the games that Zhang Yanyan cherished, and he excelled at them. Realizing the awkwardness of conversing amidst a larger group, Zhang Yanyan suggested they step aside for a more private chat. They even took out their phones and began playing games together. Xueman and Yue Jitong were left astounded, as they had not anticipated such a surprising turn of events. Prior to this day, Zheng Yinyin would never have imagined that she would successfully find a long-term gaming partner at this event. Meanwhile, another young man observed Yang Shou swiftly engaging with a senior, stirring a pang of regret within him. With a fleeting glance, he introduced himself, saying, "I am from the School of Chemical Engineering. My name is Li Qian." Xueman greeted him with a smile, "Hello there." Throughout Yang Zhou's conversation, Li Qian had quietly scrutinized the three young women, forming silent evaluations in his mind. The girl in the middle appeared somewhat aloof, likely possessing a high and distant demeanor that made her less approachable. The girl on the left seemed lively, yet she did not pique his interest and was rather enthusiastic towards Yang Zhou. Conversely, the girl on the right exuded a gentle charm. With a delicate appearance and a soft-spoken manner, she aligned closely with most of his ideals, save for one final criterion. Should her family background be commendable, he would consider pursuing her. Prior to approaching, he and Yang Zhou had inquired among the crowd and learned that the three senior girls were roommates of the department heads and, notably, all single. Thus, they had swiftly made their move to establish a presence before anyone else could. Upon hearing the name Li Qian, Yue Jitong's previously placid expression shifted ever so slightly, revealing a fleeting surprise and a tightly suppressed ire in her eyes. She finally lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the young man named Li Qian beside her. The more she looked, the more familiar he became. It was him. Chapter 13. Steer clear of scoundrels. Protect your roommate. Mo Xilou's imaginings as Yue Jitong observed Li Qian. Mo Xilou's gaze was fixated upon her. Watching her eyes intently glued to the junior, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Mo Xilou. "Huh, Yue Jitong, is this what you call liking me? Have you so swiftly relinquished your feelings? Have you so quickly taken a liking to another?" Unbeknownst to Yue Jitong, Mo Xilou's imagination ran wild. Her attention was entirely captivated by Xueman and Li Qian. Li Qian's eyes remained steadfastly on Xueman, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His demeanor composed, and his words tranquil. They exchanged whispers, and before long, Li Qian's address to Xueman subtly transformed from senior to man-man. The transition was so seamless that it elicited no discomfort. Such an intimate appellation bestowed upon her felt entirely natural. Yue Jitong listened, her fingers clenched tightly, joints paling. Her gaze flickering momentarily. Is it destined that those meant to meet will indeed encounter one another, regardless of the circumstances? She cast a glance at the cultured Li Qian, a chill flashing in her eyes. Who could have imagined that this seemingly gentle and refined gentleman, impeccably dressed, was, in reality, a thoroughly despicable individual, a scheming phoenix man, a pretty boy, a born master of manipulation. In her previous life, Xueman had suffered greatly at the hands of this scoundrel, ultimately losing her life in vain. One death, two lives lost, her reputation forever tarnished. Even after her demise, she was scorned and became a subject of ridicule. In her past existence, her bond with her roommate had not been particularly close, and she seldom inquired into others' personal affairs. Regarding Xueman and Li Qian, Yue Jitong was only aware of vague outlines and not the intricate details. She had no knowledge of when their romance had commenced, but she was certain that in her previous life, their paths had crossed later than they did now. Little did she expect that her rebirth would lead to their early encounter. However, in this life, she would not permit the scoundrel to bring harm to Xueman once more. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her fingers cracking audibly as her complexion grew increasingly pale. Just as Li Qian took out his phone, intending to add Xueman on WeChat, she smiled softly, about to consent. In a flash, Yue Jitong leaned against Xueman's shoulder, her tone feeble, brow furrowed, clutching her abdomen. Man, I feel unwell. Could you accompany me to the restroom?" Xueman, whose phone had yet to be extended, withdrew it, concern etched on her face. Tong, what is wrong? "It's just my stomach. I can't walk alone right now." Man, could you help me to the restroom?" "Of course." Xueman, having cast aside the notion of adding her on WeChat, immediately assisted Yue Jitong to her feet. The restroom was not far, and she offered her shoulder for support as they made their way. As the two girls distanced themselves, Li Qian traced the edge of his phone with his fingers, squeezing the case in frustration, a hint of disappointment surfacing in his eyes. So close was he to obtaining Xueman's contact information. Xueman, this girl, was more intriguing than he had anticipated. Innocent and charming, unaware of the world's perils, lacking in romantic experience, and filled with dreams of love. Her family background was modestly affluent. He barely meets his girlfriend's standards. It matters not. There are ample opportunities ahead, and she will inevitably fall into his grasp. Li Qian clenched his fist and glanced towards another pavilion, where Yang Zhou, oblivious to the world, was engrossed in a video game. He adjusted his glasses, and a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this foolish Yang Zhou possessed quite the charm, attracting the attention of many young women. In the restroom, Shui Man looked worriedly at the pale-faced Yue Jitong. Tong Tong, if you're feeling unwell, should we head back? Yue Jitong remained silent, her body trembling slightly. Tong Tong, why is your face so pale? What exactly is wrong? Seeing her friend's silence, Shui Man grew anxious, fearing her distress was severe. Yue Jitong furrowed her brow, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. In truth, she felt no physical discomfort. Her pallor stemmed solely from the haunting memories of Shui Man's tragic demise in a past life. That fateful day, she had leapt from the rooftop, crimson blood flowing on the ground like an unending river. The cacophony of screams, alarms, and ambulance sirens filled the air. Chaos, terror, and noise enveloped the scene. A vibrant young flower had been effortlessly severed, wilting and merging with the earth, ground into dust. Tong Tong, your hands are so cold, Shui Man remarked, taking her hand in hers. Her gentle voice roused Yue Jitong from her reverie. Yue Jitong lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with complexity. After a moment of silence, she said nothing but tightened her grip on Shui Man's hand firmly. Those experiences belonged solely to her, for Shui Man. The anguish had yet to manifest. All the tragedies were yet to unfold. Yue Jitong resolved that this time, she would nip the buds of misfortune in the cradle. She could not assure that Shui Man would lead a life of happiness in this world, but at the very least, she must exist in it, safely, purely, and with integrity. Man, I suddenly feel a bit tired. I don't wish to play anymore. Shall we head back? Yue Jitong lowered her eyes, her spirits dampened. All right, I will inform Qing He and Yin Yin, Shui Man replied, urging her to sit on a nearby chair for a moment. Zheng Yin and Yang Zhou were deeply engrossed in their game, reluctant to leave, while Su Qing He, being the president, could not afford to exit early. Shui Man understood this and simply came to inform them. Yue Jitong sat quietly, gazing at the lively, boisterous university students around her. Her eyes were calm, lost in thought. Her gaze swept over Yang Zhou and Zheng Yin, then to Li Qian, who animatedly conversed with other girls, and finally to the underclassmen gathered around Su Qing He, as well as the triumphant smile of Gu Yunqi. Is this what youth is? Perhaps it is intertwined with schemes and calculations, yet it also embodies the pure, passionate essence of youth. In the end, her gaze met a profound and inquisitive pair of eyes. Through the throng, her eyes connected with Mo Xilou across the distance. In the clamor of the crowd, he, like her, remained silent, because only they possessed souls that did not belong to this place. In the next moment, Mo Xilou averted his gaze, directing his attention towards the distant mountains shrouded in mist, his expression impassive. Yue Jitong bit her lip and withdrew her gaze. At that moment, Shui Man returned, urging, let them play, Tong Tong. I'll accompany you back. Qinghe has sent a junior to drive us. All right, let's go, Yue Jitong replied, rising to her feet and taking Shui Man's hand, leading her away. Her objective had been achieved. She would first take Shui Man away to sever any opportunity for her to interact with Li Qian, and then devise a further plan. As they approached the parking lot, a familiar four-ringed vehicle drove up, its window rolled down to reveal not the junior Su Qinghe had mentioned, but a cold yet familiar face. Yue Jitong paused momentarily. How had he made his way over here from where he had been moments ago? Mo Xilou spoke with an air of impatience. Why are you still dawdling? Get in the car. I'll take you back. Shui Man snapped back to reality, pulling Yue Jitong into the back seat alongside her. Mo Xilou remained silent, his demeanor frosty. Yue Jitong, too, was quiet, her gaze fixed on the seat back, her expression vacant. Shui Man felt somewhat awkward, unsure of what to say, and thus opted for silence as well. In her heart, she mused, hadn't they agreed on a junior to drive them? Why had Mo Xilou come instead? For a time, the silence in the car was palpable, broken only by the sound of the wheels against the pavement and the wind howling outside. Finally, they arrived at the dormitory building, and Shui Man breathed a sigh of relief. Each passing moment had been a torment. She glanced at Mo Xilou, the driver, and then at Yue Jitong seated beside her, noting that her complexion had improved significantly, no longer as pale. Thus, Shui Man tactfully announced, I'll head to the supermarket first, Tong Tong. Let us meet in the dorm later. All right, Yue Jitong replied as Shui Man exited the vehicle, leaving only herself and Mo Xilou in the car. The atmosphere grew even more silent. She sat in the back seat, diagonally across from him, and neither spoke. Since their last encounter, where she had been rejected, Yue Jitong felt at a loss for words and actions upon seeing Mo Xilou again. There was a mix of awkwardness and uncertainty. Mo Xilou caught a glimpse of her in the rearview mirror. Noticing her improved complexion, he felt a sense of relief. However, seeing her still silent and seemingly unwilling to speak, he furrowed his brow slightly, irritation creeping in. Why was she so talkative with others, yet mute with him? Why did she always present this calm, unperturbed demeanor around him? He longed to provoke her. He would rather witness her anger, embarrassment, or sadness than this placid indifference. As though he were invisible, Yue Jitong swore she had no idea Mo Xilou was so prone to overthinking. If she could hear his thoughts, she would certainly defend herself. She was merely socially anxious and inarticulate. She certainly did not consider him as heir. Come sit over here. His soft voice suddenly shattered the silence. Yue Jitong looked up, momentarily stunned, before realizing he meant for her to move to the passenger seat. Nodding in compliance, she exited the vehicle, opened the passenger door, and settled into her new seat. Chapter 14. To kiss or not to kiss? What nonsense! Yue Jitong settled into the passenger seat, her head slightly bowed. Eyes fixed on her knees, a few strands of hair cascading down the side of her face, her half-closed eyelids concealing her glassy orbs. She exuded an aura of quietude and indifference. Mo Xilou, one hand resting on the steering wheel, leaned back against the seat, his expression neutral as he cast furtive glances at her. Yue Jitong, in turn, discreetly observed him, her slender fingers entwined tightly, lips gently biting, her heart in turmoil. She yearned to voice her thoughts, yet each time the words hovered on the brink of her lips, she found herself silenced. Clearly, her courage fell short. She was not as brazen as others, easily intimidated after just one rejection, hesitant to proceed. Yet, she had once turned him down countless times. Mo Xilou, however, persistently pursued her without weariness. It dawned on her that courting someone was no simple endeavor. Yue Jitong felt a pang of frustration, her brows knitting in discontent. She lamented her own timidity, regretted her previous reckless disregard for his feelings. Was this the cycle of cause and effect? The turmoil and frustration etched on her face. From Mo Xilou's perspective, conveyed a desire to avoid his company. Being near him caused her such distress, and she dared to claim affection? How deceitful! They were two individuals, one lacking in eloquence, the other prone to excessive imagination. The more silent she remained, the more he pondered. With a frosty demeanor, his countenance radiated an air of chill. His gaze fixated on the steering wheel, when unexpectedly he spoke. "Kiss me." "What?" Yue Jitong's eyes widened slightly, her mind questioning if she had misheard. She had not anticipated such a swift change in tone. "Did you just say?" She genuinely believed she had misunderstood, yearning for clarification. Mo Xilou, however, interpreted her hesitation as feigned ignorance or reluctance. He leaned forward suddenly, halting mere centimeters from her face, meeting her glistening gaze, lifting her delicate chin with his finger, narrowing his eyes as he repeated with an undeniable tone, "I said, kiss me." His masculine breath brushed against the side of her face, sending a tickling sensation to her ears. Yue Jitong swallowed, gripping the edge of the seat cushion tightly. It was rather abrupt. She was unprepared. The last time she had kissed him had exhausted her reservoir of courage. This time, her heart quivered, beating rapidly, her eyes reflecting inner conflict. They lingered in a standoff for 2 seconds. Disappointment flickered in Mo Xilou's eyes. Wasn't she fond of him? Why the hesitation? Recalling the previous incident, her cheeks flushed. She murmured, "But didn't you say you wouldn't be with me, and that I shouldn't bother you?" Mo Xilou paused, taken aback. "So what?" He frowned. Impatience evident in his tone. "Are you going to kiss me, or not?" Yue Jitong blinked her large, glistening eyes. Though she found his stance perplexing, she resolved to heed his command. What did it matter? Whatever he asked of her, she would comply. Trembling, she extended her hand, grasping the collar of his shirt, closing her eyes in preparation to kiss him. Mo Xilou's expression darkened as he regarded her face, lost in thought. Yet, the anticipated sensation never arrived. 4. Mo Xilou had once again pressed his finger against her lips. She opened her eyes, confusion and innocence reflected in her gaze. Did he not ask for a kiss? What is going on? Mo Xilou raised his finger and gently traced the small mole located slightly to the left of her left eye, suddenly letting out a mocking laugh. "Yue Jitong, you truly do heed my words." After withdrawing his hand and leaning back against the chair, his gaze turned icy as he coldly stated, "Boring. You may leave now." Yue Jitong was utterly bewildered. What was this all about? One moment he wanted a kiss, and the next he did not. What a lunatic! Gazing at his frigid profile and emotionless eyes, Yue Jitong suddenly understood. He was toying with her. Without uttering a word, she furiously exited the vehicle. Although she owed him much, regardless of how he treated her now, it was only fitting. Yet, she still felt a surge of anger. Having been played twice in succession, she felt a mixture of embarrassment and fury. Without looking back, she entered the dormitory. However, Mo Xilou, observing her furious retreat, couldn't help but smirk, feeling inexplicably uplifted. At that moment, Shi Rue happened to be carrying books as she approached the dormitory. Witnessing Mo Xilou leaning closer to Yue Jitong, her jealousy barely contained. Nevertheless, upon seeing Mo Xilou's dark expression as he dismissed her from the car, Shi Rue felt a sense of relief, biting her lip and indignantly striding into the corridor. Mo Xilou remained stationary for a while, then gripped the steering wheel firmly, driving out of the school and onto the sparsely populated outskirts, accelerating to the maximum speed. Racing along the winding mountain road, dust swirling around him. An hour later, he halted the car, leaning over the steering wheel, feeling exhilarated. It seemed he had discovered the right way to interact with Yue Jitong. He had played with her, and she had not scolded him, merely sulking instead. He wondered what it would take to witness her in a fit of exasperation, to see her angry and hear her scold him fiercely. Mo Xilou realized he had a penchant for masochism. Yet, he could not stand her aloof demeanor, as if she were indifferent to everything. He yearned to see more emotion from her, whether joy or anger, because that version of Yue Jitong felt more vibrant, more genuine. That night, in the girls' dormitory, Yue Jitong lay on her bed, her hands resting behind her head, utterly oblivious to Mo Xilou's thoughts. No matter how hard she tried to fathom it, she could not conceive that he was deliberately trying to provoke her. She only found him increasingly perplexing. Could it be that the pain she inflicted upon him in a past life was so severe that it rendered him capricious now? Unable to comprehend, Yue Jitong let out a deep sigh. All her friends were present in the dormitory. Zhang Yanyan was engrossed in a heated gaming session with her newly found partner, passionately trash-talking the opponents. Su Qinghe was listening to music while applying a facial mask, occasionally making calls to arrange matters for her company. Xue Man continued to indulge in her favorite drama featuring a domineering CEO. Upon hearing her sigh, the three of them turned their attention to her with concern. "What is wrong, Tong? Are you still feeling unwell?" Xue Man asked gently. "No." Yue Jitong hesitated for a moment before deciding to share Mo Xilou's unusual behavior with them, hoping for their insights. Once the topic of relationships arose, the three of them became animated. Xue Man turned off the short play, Su Qinghe silenced the music, while Zhang Yanyan asked Yang Zhou to wait a moment. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed upon her, listening intently. Yue Jitong felt a tad embarrassed under the scrutiny of those 6 piercing gazes, revealing all of Mo Xilou's past actions. "What do you think? Does he truly want me to kiss him?" The question made her cheeks flush. Su Qinghe suddenly burst into laughter, her mirth escalating as she doubled over on the bench. "Haha, I never imagined Mo Xilou could be so dogged. He truly does not appear to be that sort of person." Zhang Yanyan interrupted her infectious laughter. "Stop laughing. He or Jitong will find a crevice to hide in." Only Xue Man, with a serious demeanor, offered her analysis. "Based on my 10 years of experience with idol dramas, I believe he must have some inclination. Yet for certain reasons or internal barriers, he feels compelled to reject you. In essence, he both desires and resists." Su Qinghe stifled her laughter. Her approach always straightforward and unrefined. Regardless of his feelings, the next time he behaves like this, seize the moment and kiss him directly. Observe his reaction. You cannot allow him to toy with you every time. You must turn the tables. Zhang Yanyan propped her chin on her hand. Lacking romantic experience and unable to comprehend such behavior, "I support He Jie in this. Sometimes overthinking is futile. Just take action." She then smoothly redirected the conversation back to Su Qinghe. "By the way, He Jie, I noticed that Gu Yunxi has been showering you with attention today. What is going on between you two?" Su Qinghe removed her facial mask nonchalantly, replying, "Oh, he wants to pursue me. But you already have a boyfriend, don't you? We broke up." Oh, the topic concluded. Everyone had grown accustomed to Su Qinghe's fleeting romances. She was the most experienced in matters of the heart among them. Since their acquaintance, Su Qinghe had cycled through 7 boyfriends, each relationship proving transient. Each person held their own perspective on love, and as friends, they refrained from critiquing one another's romantic endeavors. Whether seeking lasting affection or the thrill of excitement, it remained a personal choice. The lights were dimmed. Yue Jitong drew the curtains, then reopened her phone, fervently adding books to her shelf, such as The Woman Pursues the Man Through Layers of Veil. The Love Master teaches you how to capture a man's heart. The best life for a woman is to be charming, an in-depth analysis of a man's heart. When faced with confusion, she believed in the power of literature. In addition to reading, Yue Jitong also devised a fitness plan for herself. Her health was notably poor, and she understood that a strong physique was essential to gather the energy needed to pursue Mo Xilou. Henceforth, she resolved to embark on a morning jog for half an hour each day to improve her physical condition. Chapter 15. The desire to kiss her at first sight. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the dawn light gently illuminated the surroundings. Yue Jitong silenced her alarm and tossed restlessly in bed, struggling to sit up. Stifling a yawn, her slightly upturned eyes glistened with tears. She felt utterly exhausted. However, having devised a running schedule, she could not afford to falter on the very first day. Braving her fatigue, she dressed herself. In late October, the air had turned cool. She pulled on a loose light blue sweatshirt and paired it with gray joggers. With a casual ponytail and after splashing some water on her face, she felt fully awake. She packed her bag, ensuring to include everything needed for her early class. After completing her run and breakfast, she could head directly to her lecture. Stepping out just past 6, she encountered numerous students navigating the corridor, predominantly fourth-year students preparing for their postgraduate entrance examinations. Their backpacks weighed heavily on their shoulders. Their faces weary, and their strides hurried. The morning air was refreshingly brisk as Yue Jitong stowed her bag in a locker at the entrance of the playground. Performed a brief warm-up, and commenced her running task for the day. She started off at a slow pace, employing the breathing techniques once taught to her by Mo Xilou. As she moved forward steadily, her thoughts drifted to him. Her memories took her back to high school, during her senior year. In a bid to maintain the physical stamina required for her demanding studies, Yue Jitong dedicated half an hour each evening to running after her late-night classes. The hour was late, and the stadium lights were extinguished, enveloping the space in darkness. She would run alone, a tinge of fear lingering in her heart. On the second evening, Mo Xilou appeared on the track, accompanying her in her run. He chatted merrily beside her, instructing her on proper breathing techniques while running. At that time, she was aware of Mo Xilou's affections for her, and she had repeatedly used her studies as an excuse to decline his advances. The true reason remained known only to her. At times, she envied Mo Xilou, admiring his boldness in love and pursuit. Meanwhile, she felt like a timid quail, daring only to steal glances without wanting anyone to discover her secret admiration. Yet, someone had noticed Mo Xilou had seen her. Returning to the present, she collided with Mo Xilou, who was approaching her in a run. She hesitated, recalling his indifferent words from the previous day, urging her to continue. There was still a small distance between them, and she pondered how to greet him without feeling awkward. Today, by coincidence, Mo Xilou donned a light blue hoodie, dark gray joggers, and white sneakers. He strode forward with long legs, quickly reaching Yue Jitong's side. Before she could formulate her greeting, he was already upon her. Then, Yue Jitong blinked in surprise, watching as he breezed past her like the wind, not even sparing her a glance, as if they were strangers. She diverted her gaze, staring at the ground, a fleeting sense of desolation crossing her eyes as she resumed her sluggish pace. Perhaps Mo Xilou did not wish to converse with her today. She decided to focus on her run, intending to seize the right moment to speak later. As they ran in opposite directions, Yue Jitong remained oblivious to the fact that after a short distance, Mo Xilou glanced back. He noticed her retreating at a snail's pace, showing no inclination to catch up with him, which stirred a sense of irritation within him. If he remained silent, could she not muster the courage to speak? He does not initiate a greeting. Can she not take the initiative to greet him? He neglects her. Can she not change her course to follow him? Is this what she refers to as affection? What a deception. She has never behaved this way towards Chunyin before. Mo Xilou's expression darkened, his eyes veiling the emotions within as he quickened his pace, racing across the playground like the wind. 2 minutes later, Yue Jitong spotted Mo Xilou again, her eyes wide with astonishment. Had he truly run that fast while she had barely completed half a lap? Noticing her surprise, Mo Xilou's gaze deepened to an inky black. Did she so fervently wish to avoid him? Was silence her response upon seeing him? Would she choose to ignore him once more? Yue Jitong found herself perplexed by his thoughts, observing the stormy countenance that suggested he was in a foul mood today, prompting her to refrain from provoking him. Mo Xilou appeared rather capricious in temperament today. She endeavored to diminish her presence, retracting her neck and inching toward the inside track to yield him passage, hoping to quietly sidestep him. Observing her subtle shift in lanes, Mo Xilou's dark eyes began to roil with intensity. Oh, so she intends to act as though he is invisible? He would not permit that. Just as their paths were about to cross, Mo Xilou stepped aside, entering the lane occupied by Yue Jitong. Caught off guard by his sudden change of direction, she had no time to react and collided directly into his arms. Given his speed, the impact nearly sent Yue Jitong tumbling backward. Strong hands caught her at the small of her back, drawing her back to stability. Once steadied, she felt a painful throb in her chest from the collision, tears welling in her eyes from the discomfort. Panting, her eyes and nose flushed a deep red. She looked rather pitiable. Mo Xilou hesitated momentarily. Was such a minor collision truly worthy of such a reaction? He released her, taking a step back to create distance. Scrutinizing her slightly parted lips as she gasped for breath, his throat subtly moving. Why did you collide with me? Mo Xilou took the initiative to cast blame. Yue Jitong's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by his audacious words. What nonsense was he uttering? Who truly collided with whom? Are you not the one who ran into me? She mustered the courage to challenge him. Clearly, it was he who failed to evade her. Mo Xilou deliberately twisted the narrative, insisting, if you were running in the same direction as me, how could you have collided with me? Yue Jitong stared at him in shock, never having anticipated that Mo Xilou could exhibit such shamelessness. His ability to distort the truth left her momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. She could only widen her eyes in astonishment. To prevent you from colliding with me again, you shall now follow behind me and run in the same direction. Observing her indignant expression and wide eyes, Mo Xilou raised an eyebrow, suppressing a smirk as he made this unreasonable demand. Yue Jitong pressed her lips together, disinterested in engaging with him further, silently shifting her direction to trail behind him, perplexed by his erratic behavior today. Mo Xilou resumed running, hearing the slow footsteps behind him, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting before reverting to his impassive demeanor, intentionally slowing his pace, no longer darting ahead like the wind. After running 3 laps, sensing no movement behind him, Mo Xilou turned around to find Yue Jitong standing still, bent at the waist, her hands resting on her knees. He hurried back to her. What's wrong? Yue Jitong lifted her gaze, her face flushed, tears shimmering in her eyes. I can't run anymore. Let's stop here for today. Mo Xilou's attention was once again drawn to her slightly parted lips, and he felt a lump in his throat. Why was it that every time he saw her, his mind uncontrollably yearned to kiss her, to grasp her neck and kiss her fiercely? It felt as if he were under some enchantment. He truly suspected that Yue Jitong had cast a spell on him. After a moment of self-restraint, Mo Xilou launched into a wave of merciless mockery. TSK, can't run anymore? Your body is far too frail, utterly useless. His expression was teasing. Yue Jitong clenched her fists, feeling an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Had Mo Xilou been possessed by someone else? How had she never noticed before just how venomous his words could be? No, she realized. She had rarely spoken to him in the past. Yue Jitong chose not to engage further. After all, she was the one at fault in this lifetime. I'm going to eat. Are you coming? He fixated on her lips as they moved, lowered his gaze, contemplated for a few seconds, and replied nonchalantly, Chapter 16. Kissing her madly, Yue Jitong adjusted her backpack and set off ahead, still panting from her recent run. Mo Xilou, hands tucked into his pockets, trailed slowly behind her, his gaze fixated on her swaying ponytail. In a moment of reverie, the elegant figure before him merged with the memory of the girl in a school uniform from his past. Back in high school, he had followed her countless times, his eyes drawn to the rhythm of her ponytail. Ah, high school. How many years had it been? Though his body still bore the vigor of youth, his heart had long succumbed to decay. Yet, how was it that Yue Jitong remained unchanged? She still radiated the same youthful beauty, her figure alluring and ethereal, capable of captivating hearts with just a glance. Even now, passers-by, seniors and juniors alike, could not help but steal an extra look at her. Why was it that he alone felt the weight of aging? Why was he the only one scarred by love? What right did fate have to be so cruel? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Mo Xilou's expression darkened suddenly, his long strides quickening until he overtook Yue Jitong, positioning himself ahead. He refused to remain a mere observer of her back. He must look forward now. Yue Jitong raised her gaze to the man who had hastened his pace. Uncertain if it was her imagination, but she sensed a flicker of anger in his demeanor. Had he become upset again? Her beautiful eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Could her mere presence irritate him? Was it because he disliked others walking ahead of him? She mentally noted to let him go first from now on. From the recently run track to her classroom building, they needed to traverse a pebble-strewn path, flanked by maple trees, The autumn foliage displayed vibrant hues of yellow, red, and orange, drifting gently to carpet the ground. Standing at the entrance, she gazed down the winding path, adorned with the colorful autumn leaves, wooden benches, and distinct branches against the azure sky, leading to the classroom building at the end. This was a unique beauty belonging to autumn, to X University. Amidst this picturesque scene, two figures moved together. Yue Jitong followed him closely, idly counting the pebbles beneath her feet. After walking a while, Mo Xilou's ears perked up, gauging her distance by the sound of her footsteps behind him. Once, he had been the one to admire her silhouette. Now, he thought it was time for her to appreciate his. With a hint of petulance, he slowed his pace, allowing her to catch up. Unable to resist, he glanced back, only to find her with her head down, kicking at the stones beneath her feet, completely oblivious to him. She wasn't even looking at him. It confirmed his doubts. Her professed affection was mere pretense. If one truly loved another, their gaze would never stray as long as that person was present. How could he know this? Because he was the very embodiment of such feelings. In the past, when Yue Jitong was near, his attention had never wavered. It seemed she truly did not care for him as much as he had hoped. The calmness in his heart was once again stirred into a tempest. Mo Xilou suddenly halted his steps, turning his back to the person behind him. Yue Jitong, completely oblivious to his pause, continued forward, inadvertently colliding with his back. Her chest was well developed, and after the first painful impact that morning, it was astonishing to find herself colliding a second time within a mere hour. She took a step back, unable to suppress a cry of pain. Mo Xilou turned around, his expression inscrutable as he stared at her. His lips pressed into a straight line. Yue Jitong took a couple of breaths, finally recovering, casting a resentful glance in his direction. Why did you stop suddenly? Her eyes were captivating, naturally arched like hooks that seemed to ensnare the soul, instantly quelling the anger and resentment brewing within Mo Xilou. He gazed into her glistening eyes, more delicate than the most exquisite flower, and stepped closer to her. Yue Jitong blinked, tightening her grip on her backpack. Feeling a shiver run down her spine under his intense gaze, instinctively stepping back. Had she unwittingly provoked him? In an instant, Mo Xilou halted a mere 10 centimeters from her, suddenly wrapping his arm around her slim waist, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Yue Jitong was taken aback, her hands resting against his chest, meeting his wolf-like dark gaze, her eyelashes trembling nervously. What's wrong? The autumn breeze stirred, and a yellow leaf fell from a branch, drifting gracefully beside her ear. Mo Xilou held her waist with one hand, while the other reached to pluck the leaf from her hair, his long fingers pinching the stem gently. With a soft breath, he sent the leaf swirling into the air, where it landed softly on the ground. What do you say is wrong? He leaned closer, whispering in a low, husky voice. Yue Jitong blinked innocently, utterly perplexed, as she struggled to decipher Mo Xilou's emotions, which seemed utterly capricious. She was at a loss as to what she might have done to displease him, gazing at his lips, which were tantalizingly close. She recalled Su Qing's words, a kiss might just placate his anger. This time, without prompting, she took the initiative. In a moment of impulsive heat, Yue Jitong unexpectedly rose onto her toes and kissed him, clutching his shirt tightly, trembling with nervousness. He exuded a faint scent of soap mixed with a hint of mint, intertwined with a cool, woody aroma. With her eyes closed and her lashes fluttering, she kissed him earnestly, albeit awkwardly pecking at his lips. Mo Xilou was caught off guard by her sudden action. His dark pupils widened, a whirlpool of desire igniting within them. His lips tingled, and his heart raced as if struck by lightning. He stood frozen for 2 seconds, then, regaining his senses, swiftly grasped the back of her head, pulling her waist as he pushed her against a sturdy tree, obscuring their figures. In that instant, his mind went blank, reason evaporated, and he fervently pressed his lips against hers, drinking from her soft, tender mouth. It felt as if something within him was yearning to break free, a tingling sensation, akin to budding. Her lips were sweet, reminiscent of lychee. Mo Xilou pried open her lips, skillfully entwining his tongue with hers in a passionate embrace. After a lingering kiss lasting 20 minutes, he finally released her, burying his head in the crook of her shoulder, his rapid breaths cascading against her skin. Leaning against a tree trunk, Yue Jitong felt slightly dizzy, struggling for air as the haze in her eyes gradually cleared, leaving her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Raising a hand to touch her lips, a twinge of pain reminded her of the fervor of his kiss. It was both their first kiss, and he had kissed her for such an extended duration. Lowering her head to compose herself, she glanced at the time, realizing breakfast was now out of the question. Gently, she nudged the figure still resting against her shoulder, whispering, "I have to go. It's time for class." Mo Xilou lifted his head, releasing her and restoring his composure. Casually adjusting her misaligned collar as if nothing had transpired, his tone nonchalant as he replied, "Go ahead. Goodbye." Yue Jitong straightened her clothes, bidding a calm farewell before hurriedly making her way to class, her frantic footsteps betraying her turbulent emotions. Watching her retreating figure, Mo Xilou instinctively smiled, though the grin faltered, marred by a hint of frustration at his earlier loss of control. In the early morning class, Yue Jitong was distracted, her thoughts elsewhere. When Zheng Yanyan poked her with a pen, whispering, "Tong, the teacher is calling you." Startled, she blinked, quickly rising to answer the question. Fortunately, she managed to multitask, absorbing some of the lecture. Sitting down again, she sighed in relief. Zheng Yanyan leaned in, her voice low. "What's wrong with you today? You seem out of it." Feeling a twinge of shame, Yue Jitong replied softly, "It's nothing." Her mind was consumed by thoughts of that morning's kiss, a flurry of emotions stirring within her. And the mere recollection of his kiss brought heat to her face. Zhang Yanyan, perceptive to the situation, inquired, "What did you do this morning? Why is your face so red?" "Shoo," Yue Jitong replied, glancing around furtively. "I went for a run, nothing else." Zhang Yanyan was not convinced. "Who did you encounter while running?" Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, feeling shy. Mo Xilou. Zhang Yanyan smirked knowingly. "I thought so." "So, what happened between you two?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." "Then why is your face so flushed? Did he kiss you?" Zhang Yanyan's intuition was uncanny, and Yue Jitong's eyes widened in mild shock. "I guessed right, didn't I?" Zhang Yanyan discreetly opened her phone, eager to share the news in their dormitory group chat. Her insatiable curiosity ignited. "Yanyan, breaking news." Mo Xilou couldn't resist making a move. Mo Xilou was the nickname they had given him, as they collectively deemed him a bit too much. Once the message was sent, responses flooded in, revealing that everyone was idling. What did Mo Xilou do?" "Yanyan, he kissed Tong." "Tong, where did he kiss you?" Yue Jitong hesitated, feeling embarrassed as she opened her phone. "Tong, please, no gossip. Just focus on class." "I'll offer 50 cents for a detailed account." "Man, just woke up. What are you all discussing?" "Tong, man, don't you have class today?" "Man, no morning classes, but I have one in the afternoon." "So, what are you all chatting about?" "Tong, it is of no consequence. Please continue your slumber." "Tong, Yen, hasten to class." Let us converse in detail upon our return to the dormitory this evening." Yue Jitong spent the day in a state of distraction, frequently glancing at her phone. Yet the anticipated message remained elusive. He had kissed her today. Did that not imply that he still held affection for her? But had he truly forgiven her? Did their current situation signify that they were once again together? Throughout the day, Mo Xilou had not sent a single message or spoken a word to her. Could it be that he had nothing to convey? Unable to contain her longing any longer, Yue Jitong took the initiative to send him a message. "Let us talk. I shall await you by the ginkgo grove." At 9 o'clock in the evening, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the campus streetlights emitted a faint, warm glow. Mo Xilou did not respond, yet Yue Jitong remained as promised on the bench at the entrance of the ginkgo grove, determined to wait until 10 o'clock before departing. Regardless of his arrival, the ginkgo grove, with its scant lighting, was a splendid rendezvous for couples. After half an hour of waiting and watching pairs of lovers emerge and enter, she finally caught sight of Mo Xilou's figure. Chapter 17. Underground Lovers? The unequal treaty of the Mo family. Mo Xilou, clad in a black coat, strolled leisurely towards her, hands tucked into his pockets. As the streetlight behind him elongated his silhouette, Yue Jitong sat on a bench, the evening breeze carrying a slight chill, and despite her coat, she felt somewhat cold. She wrapped her arms around herself, quietly observing him. Occasionally, couples passing by cast glances in their direction. Mo Xilou halted in front of her, his expression shrouded in ambiguity beneath the dim light. He gestured with his eyes, indicating they should venture into the ginkgo grove. Yue Jitong paused for a moment, rising to meet his gaze as she whispered, "Are we going in there? It's full of couples." "So what?" Mo Xilou raised an eyebrow, responding dismissively. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze in silence and followed him, dutifully maintaining a distance of one person between them. Her eyes remained fixed ahead, too shy to glance around. For the sounds around her elicited a flush of warmth. She kept her head lowered, feeling embarrassed to look up. After a short while, Mo Xilou settled onto a bench beside a ginkgo tree. Yue Jitong followed suit, sitting beside him. It was another corner devoid of streetlight, engulfed in darkness. where she could barely make out his face under the moonlight and scattered stars, unable to discern his expression. "What do you wish to discuss?" he inquired, his voice chilling and devoid of emotion. Yue Jitong bit her lip, her hands nervously entwined, hesitating before quietly asking, "You kiss me today? Does that mean you still like me?" A few seconds of silence enveloped them. Suddenly, his scoffing laughter broke the stillness, tinged with subtle disdain. He leaned closer, his finger gently lifting her delicate chin, drawing nearer. At last, she could see his expression clearly. A smirk adorned his lips, eyes brimming with mockery. His tone was flippant as he caressed her face, yet his words pierced deeply. "Kissing you means I like you? You're so beautiful. Who wouldn't he want to kiss you?" Any man would find it hard to refuse such an offer. After finishing, he planted a teasing kiss on her cheek, the intent unmistakable. "You." Even the most composed individual would feel infuriated by such blatant teasing. Yue Jitong's eyes widened, and she inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to slap him. Mo Xilou released her, clicked his tongue, leaned against the tree trunk, and with a slight smirk, nonchalantly remarked, "If you're unwilling, you can leave. Keep your distance from me." The moonlight cast a serene, cold glow, a beam illuminating her profile, rendering her figure ethereal, her hair shimmering silver. Yue Jitong lowered her eyelids, remaining silent for 10 seconds before suddenly declaring, "I'm willing." Mo Xilou was taken aback, his lips pressing together as he straightened his posture. "I'm merely playing with you, and you're willing?" "I'm willing." She lifted her gaze to meet his, her tone resolute, her expression earnest. Mo Xilou's playful demeanor faded as his eyes flickered with complexity. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly broke into a smile. "Since you wish to play with me, I suppose it's acceptable." Without warning, he wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, cradling her head, and kissed her. Yue Jitong was taken aback, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck as she passively endured his fervent kiss. It wasn't until his hand slipped beneath the hem of her garment, its icy touch causing her to shudder, that she realized the gravity of the situation. The chill continued its ascent, aiming directly at her bosom. Yue Jitong's eyes widened in alarm as she frantically pressed down on his hand, firmly insisting, "No, you can't." Mo Xilou paused, releasing her and withdrawing his hand, a frown etched on his face. Flushed with embarrassment, Yue Jitong nervously remarked, "But we're still outside." Mo Xilou chuckled lightly, choosing not to press the matter further. "Very well." He then let her go and stood up. "Very well? What does that mean?" Yue Jitong stood up, hastily grasping his sleeve. "What exactly are we now?" He turned, fixing his gaze on her flushed face, his tone icy and unyielding. "We are merely playing around. Do not take it too seriously. Or, if you prefer, you could be my secret lover." Yue Jitong's eyes widened in disbelief. He was suggesting she become his clandestine mistress? Did he truly believe she was unworthy of the light? Her shocked expression, tinged with naivety, prompted Mo Xilou to plant another kiss on her cheek, whispering softly in her ear, "What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Did you not say you liked me?" With gritted teeth, Yue Jitong acquiesced. "Fine. If being a secret lover is what it takes, then so be it. There will surely come a day when I can be more." Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback. He had merely made a casual remark, yet she had genuinely accepted it. Much to his surprise, he promptly laid down a few rules. "First, you cannot disclose our relationship to anyone. In public, let others believe you are pursuing me. Second, always remember that this is merely a game. I reserve the right to be with anyone else, but you may not, remaining solely with me until this arrangement concludes. Third, you must be available at all times, fulfilling the duties of a girlfriend, while I shall not bear the responsibilities of a boyfriend. Yue Jitong, I grant you an opportunity to reconsider." These terms were more unequal than any unfair treaty. Yue Jitong deemed it the Mo treaty. Upon reflection, she found the first two clauses acceptable, attributing it to karmic retribution. However, the third clause regarding her obligations. "What exactly must I fulfill?" she inquired. Mo Xilou pondered briefly before vaguely responding. "At any moment I wish for intimacy. You cannot refuse." Yue Jitong hesitated, a struggle evident in her eyes. "If you cannot accept this, then keep your distance from me and do not appear before me again." He turned to leave. Instantly, Yue Jitong grasped his arm. "I accept." With gritted teeth, she consented to the exceedingly unequal Mo treaty. Mo Xilou, with his back to her, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips before turning back to his nonchalant demeanor, adding, "Your duties also include taking care of my daily life and obeying my commands." "Very well," Yue Jitong bit her lip, conceding. Observing her indignation, Mo Xilou chuckled lightly. "Now, let us go. Accompany me back." "Ah?" Yue Jitong looked up, bewildered. Shouldn't it be you escorting me? Isn't it unusual for a girl to escort a boy? Ah, clarify your identity. Mo Xilou pinched her cheek. All right. Below the boys' dormitory. There were scarcely any people, a stark contrast to the bustling scene beneath the girls' dormitory, save for this unconventional couple. I've arrived. I shall take my leave now. Mo Xilou cleared his throat. Have you forgotten something? Yue Jitong gazed at him, blinking. He pointed to the side of his face. Understanding his hint, she approached, surveyed her surroundings, and upon confirming no one was watching, she swiftly rose on her toes and placed a delicate kiss on his cheek, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. After the kiss, she hurriedly darted away. Mo Xilou remained in place, only turning back once her figure had completely vanished. Feeling quite elated, with a smirk, he entered the dormitory, where Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi exchanged glances, and with an unspoken understanding, draped an arm over his shoulder. Teasingly inquiring, "Old Mo, why the cheerful demeanor? Share your good news, and let us rejoice with you." Mo Xilou's expression instantly darkened as he swatted their hands away. "Go on, attend to your own affairs." Fang Mingzhi glanced at Gu Yunqi, who stubbornly leaned closer. "Come on, old Mo, don't be so stingy, share with us." Is it related to Yue Jitong? He had heard some gossip from Su Qinghe. Indeed, old Mo had previously vowed not to engage with Yue Jitong again. Yet here they were, not long after. Mo Xilou shot him a cool glance, remaining silent, which sent a shiver down Gu Yunqi's spine. He recoiled slightly, creating distance. "If you prefer silence, then so be it, but your gaze is quite intimidating." Mo Xilou then headed off to shower. Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi began to gossip behind him. Fang Mingzhi remarked, "You must have lost. I told you he wouldn't last 3 days." Gu Yunqi retorted, "Not at all. It's clearly been more than 7 days." Fang Mingzhi asserted, "Regardless, it's your turn to clean the dorm." Gu Yunqi protested, "No way. I can't be counted as the loser. We'll split it in half." Suddenly, Fang Mingzhi leaped to pin him down. "All right then, let us duel. The loser cleans." "Oh, you're resorting to a sneak attack." Gu Yunqi retaliated fiercely. When Mo Xilou emerged from his shower, the two were still entangled, nearly twisting into a pretzel. Enough of this. Turn off the lights and sleep. Upon hearing the command, they finally released each other, each conceding a step. In the girls' dormitory, Yue Jitong was burdened with unspoken thoughts. She longed to confide in her roommates. But recalling the first clause of the Mo family's unequal treaty, prohibiting her from disclosing their relationship, extinguished the flame of her desire to share. Clutching a hefty load of dirty laundry, she made her way to the laundry room. Just as she finished washing, holding the basin and preparing to step outside, 2 girls unexpectedly collided with her. The force was too great, and the basin slipped from her grasp, scattering the freshly washed clothes across the floor. Chapter 18. It wasn't deliberate. You won't hold it against us, will you? 2 girls who had collided with her stood nearby, cradling a basin. "I sincerely apologize for bumping into you. It was an accident," the girl with short hair expressed, her words seemingly earnest. The other girl with long hair chimed in with a smile. "We truly didn't mean it. You wouldn't blame us, would you? Look at us. We're carrying things and can't help you pick it up. You'll have to gather it yourself." As she gazed at her freshly laundered clothes strewn about, sullied once more, Yue Jitong furrowed her brows slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. However, since both girls had offered their apologies, she felt it inappropriate to dwell on the matter. "It's nothing," she replied with a neutral expression, bending down to retrieve her belongings. Yet, the 2 girls stepped over her clothes as if intentionally disregarding her. Yue Jitong paused, her fingers hesitating, as she met their mocking gazes and realized they might be deliberately provoking her. Had she ever offended them? These 2 were roommates of Shirue, aligning themselves against her, having long harbored disdain for Yue Jitong, and today, they had seized the opportunity to confront her. "Pick it up," Yue Jitong stated coldly as she rose to her feet. The long-haired girl took a step back, feigning innocence. "I'm sorry, classmate. We were carrying things and didn't see where we were stepping. It was unintentional. Please, just pick it up yourself." The short-haired girl added, "We're all fellow students. You wouldn't be so petty as to hold a grudge over something so trivial, would you? We've already apologized. Why are you still dwelling on it?" Their words flowed smoothly, with many passers-by glancing over, intrigued. With a few remarks, they elevated themselves above her, asserting that their actions were unintentional and sincerely apologetic, as if to suggest that if she pressed the issue, it would reveal her pettiness and unwillingness to forgive. After all, they were all adults. It would be rather absurd to tear each other apart over such a minor incident. Yue Jitong, not one for eloquence, felt her lips move as she struggled to find the right words, her irritation bubbling beneath the surface, yet unsure how to counter their taunts. The two girls regarded her with a challenging demeanor, confident that she would not pursue the matter further. Should she choose to make a fuss over this triviality, they would surely spin it into a narrative for the campus. The cold-faced girl from the computer science department is unforgiving. Taking a deep breath, Yue Jitong sensed the growing number of eyes upon her, some inquisitive, others merely spectators. It felt as though her skin was prickling with discomfort under their scrutiny. She despised being the center of attention, her body bristling with unease, and wished to escape from their gazes. Bending down, she resolved to collect her things herself. Suddenly, a hand blocked her. Looking up, she saw Su Qinghe, hands on her hips, unleashing a tirade at the two girls. Did your mothers never teach you about manners? You bump into someone else's belongings and don't even bother to pick them up? A flimsy apology isn't sufficient. I suspect you two did this on purpose. The two girls were taken aback, their faces flushing crimson, hastily attempting to defend themselves. It was just an accidental bump. Must you be so aggressive? There's no need to use such harsh words. Su Qinghe had long been aware of the true nature of the two girls living next door, who also belonged to her department. They maintained an exceptionally close relationship with Rue, who harbored a fondness for Mo Xilou, a fact that was hardly a clandestine secret within their circle. On several occasions, Su Qinghe had caught Rue engaging in acts of flattery towards Mo Xilou. While she might have been swayed by claims of innocence from others, she was unequivocally certain that the two were being deliberate in their actions. Su Qinghe, known for her fiery temper and intolerance for the mistreatment of her peers, was not one to engage in idle chatter. Instead, she seized the bowls from their hands and hurled them to the ground, scattering towels, toothbrushes, mouthwash cups, and freshly washed undergarments across the floor. As she stepped on a couple of towels, a playful smile graced her lips as she remarked, "My apologies, it was unintentional. You may pick up your belongings." The two girls, now flushed with anger, glared at Su Qinghe, only to be met with her fierce gaze in return. The long-haired girl felt her eyes welling with tears, poised to say something, but was silenced by her short-haired companion. It seemed unwise to provoke Su Qinghe, who hailed from a well-off family and was the head of the external liaison department. Rumors suggested she would be running for the position of student council president this semester. Resigned, the two girls gathered their scattered belongings and hurriedly departed. Su Qinghe bent down to assist Yue Jitong in collecting the clothes, washing them anew. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yue Jitong, after hanging the clothes to dry, looked at Su Qinghe with sparkling eyes. It was exhilarating to witness someone else suffer a setback. She wished she possessed Su Qinghe's eloquence. Just as Su Qinghe was about to change into her sleepwear, she caught sight of two bright, astonished eyes staring at her. "Please. Not like that. I am a woman, and I fancy men." Shui Man and Zheng Yanyan approached with their inquisitive gazes, inquiring about the incident. Yue Jitong recounted the earlier events, resulting in Su Qinghe receiving 6 pairs of sparkling eyes in response. "Oh, it was merely a trivial matter. There is no need to look at me like that. It's rather unsettling at this hour, akin to a glaring light bulb." Su Qinghe then applied a facial mask. Commencing her nightly skincare routine, Zheng Yanyan exclaimed, "Sister He, you are magnificent." Shui Man echoed, "Sister He, you are magnificent." Yue Jitong joined in, "Sister He, you are magnificent." Su Qinghe, feeling a touch bashful, smiled gently, her spirits lifted. All right, let us keep it low-key." Su Qinghe mused, "I believe this predicament is entirely Mo Xilou's fault. He has attracted this romantic entanglement. Those two girls are merely roommates of his admirers." Yue Jitong was taken aback, realizing it was indeed because of Mo Xilou. So, one of the girls living next door also had feelings for him? Why was it that everyone seemed to know this, yet she remained in the dark? Was her attention towards Mo Xilou truly insufficient? Zheng Yanyan chimed in, "I knew it. Jitong rarely speaks to others. How could she possibly offend anyone? It's all because of Mo Xilou." Shui Man added that Rue from next door is indeed in our year and frequently tries to get Mo Xilou's attention. Being in the same class as Mo Xilou, Shui Man was privy to even more information. Last year's Qixi festival, Shiru publicly gifted Mashi a scarf she had knitted herself, only to be rejected on the spot. Zheng Yanyan remarked, "It was right to refuse. With Tong here, what does Shiru even matter? With her appearance, she is but a shadow of us." A flicker appeared in Yue Jitong's eyes. What had she been doing last Qixi? She couldn't recall. Time had dulled her memory. Yet, she silently noted the act of knitting a scarf, reflecting on how, throughout her life, Mashi had bestowed upon her countless gifts, while she seemed to have offered him nothing in return. Contemplating this, she realized her professed affection had merely lingered on her lips, devoid of any tangible actions. No wonder he never fully believed her. As they conversed nearby, the occupants of the adjacent room engaged in similar discussions. The long-haired and short-haired girls returned to their dormitory, visibly incensed. With a loud thud, they set down a basin and began to voice their grievances against Xilou. Rue, you cannot imagine how outrageous Su Qinghe is. She flaunts her family's wealth, acting so arrogantly. What else with all the fury? Xilou, who was practicing yoga on her mat, inquired. Although not exceptionally striking in appearance, she was determined to enhance her physique, believing that with the right makeup and attire, she could easily eclipse Yue Jitong. We intended to stand up for you. But that poker-faced girl keeps enticing Mo Xilou, and out of nowhere, Su Qinghe meddled. You have no idea how insufferable she is. It's baffling what she has to be proud of. Xilou paused, drawing her legs in and sitting upright. Are you referring to Su Qinghe? Indeed, Rue. We heard she plans to run for the president of our college's student council this year. We're cautious not to offend her, the short-haired girl said, gritting her teeth as she washed her undergarments. The long-haired girl, unsure about Su Qinghe, asked, is her family really that wealthy? Xilou continued her yoga practice, responding, yes. They are quite affluent. My father once sought to collaborate with the Su family and had to leverage several connections just to establish contact, but she hesitated, prompting the curiosity of the two girls. But what? But her father has a multitude of mistresses and, reportedly, several illegitimate children, while her mother seems rather unstable. Upon hearing this, the two girls exchanged gleeful smiles, realizing that Su Qinghe's fortune might not remain solely hers for long. Xilu's gaze flickered as she pondered what to wear for the upcoming basketball match next week. How could she capture Mo Xilou's attention? What level of beauty would compel him to notice her? Despite her overt advances, why was Mo Xilou so reluctant to grant her an opportunity? She truly did not comprehend what allure Yue Jitong possessed beyond her looks. Frustration bubbled within Xilou, her heart heavy with discontent. Meanwhile, Yue Jitong lay on her bed, searching for tutorials on how to knit a scarf. She desired to create something special for him. Just before drifting off to sleep, she received a message from Mo Xilou. After such a long time, he had finally initiated contact. The message was succinct. Tomorrow morning at 7:40, buy me breakfast and deliver it to the dorm entrance. She replied, okay. Thus, she found herself relegated to the role of a messenger, who persuaded her to consent to the unequal Mo treaty. Chapter 19. The frustration of unrequited love. Yue Jitong did not have an early class today, yet she rose at dawn to procure breakfast for Mo Xilou, taking the opportunity to jog for half an hour. By 7:30, she stood beneath the boys' dormitory, clutching a steaming bag of buns and soy milk, awaiting his arrival. Dressed in a plain black sports outfit and white sneakers, her hair casually tied in a ponytail, she epitomized simplicity. Most of her wardrobe consisted of monochromatic black, white, and gray, with a few violet pieces sprinkled in. Her social anxiety compelled her to shun attention, opting for understated styles that would not draw the eye. Yet, even in her modest attire, she stood as a striking figure beneath the boys' dormitory. As male students hustled out for their early classes, they were taken aback by the sight of such a coolly beautiful girl, their eyes momentarily drawn to her, slowing their pace for a few precious seconds. Yue Jitong maintained a stern expression, her affectionate gaze seemingly encased in ice, exuding an aura of frostiness that deterred any approach. The new freshman, unfamiliar with her, contemplated requesting her contact information, but hesitated upon encountering her icy demeanor. The more they scrutinized her, the more discomfort she felt, her expression growing colder. With a slight furrow of her brow, she glanced toward the entrance. Why had Mo Xilou not yet emerged? Just then, he appeared alongside Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi. Yue Jitong's eyes brightened, the icy layer in her gaze melting away as she waved to Mo Xilou, though no sound escaped her lips. Mo Xilou approached briskly, taking the items from her hands with a nonchalant expression. Sensing the surrounding gazes, he reached out to ruffle her hair, commenting lightly, good girl. I'm off to class now. Yue Jitong nodded in response. This exchange left the onlooking boys momentarily dumbfounded, envy evident in their eyes. Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi exchanged astonished glances. What is going on, old Fang? Am I still dreaming? Gu Yunqi exaggeratedly rubbed his eyes. Fang Mingzhi shook his head, letting out a sigh. This world is becoming increasingly perplexing. The two hastened to catch up with Mo Xilou, flanking him on either side, eager to interrogate him. Hey, old Mo, when did you manage to win over Yue Jitong without informing us? That's rather inconsiderate. Mo Xilou shrugged them off, a hint of pride in his demeanor. I'm not with her. She's the one pursuing me, and I haven't agreed yet. Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi exchanged knowing looks, sensing his reluctance to divulge more, and decided to let him be as they hurried off to class. They unanimously felt that old Mo had recently returned to form, displaying more warmth and vitality than during the initial days of the semester when he had seemed like a cold, unfeeling machine. After delivering breakfast, Yue Jitong intended to return to her dormitory for a while. With no classes scheduled for the morning, her schedule was concentrated in the afternoon and evening. Ascending to the 5th floor, she reached her dormitory door just as the door of the adjacent room swung open. Rue stepped out, pausing momentarily upon spotting Yue Jitong. Her gaze appraising, Yue Jitong scrutinized her for a few moments, finding her face familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on her that this was the girl who had delivered water previously. Lacking interest in conversing, Yue Jitong sensed the animosity in the girl's eyes and chose to disregard her, pushing the door open and stepping inside. This action bore a tinge of evasion. She had always been somewhat apprehensive about confronting others directly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have endured Yu Lanxin's provocations for so many years in her past life. The mere thought of Yu Lanxin made her hands itch. If it weren't for her profound hatred, she seldom resorted to violence. Striking Yu Lanxin was, in fact, her first outburst across both lifetimes. Wei glanced down at her attire for the day, a light pink doll-collared princess dress, white lace leggings, petite leather shoes, and a side braid adorned with a sparkling hairpin. Today, she was embracing a cute aesthetic. On the way, she inquired of her 2 roommates, "Who do you think dresses better, me or Yue Jitong?" Her roommates, who usually lavished her with compliments, naturally responded, "You, of course. Yue Jitong dresses like a country bumpkin. Her outfits are simply atrocious, such a waste of her pretty face." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Wei's lips, but it abruptly faded at the last remark. Remembering her class next door in Mo Xilou building brightened her mood once again. After class, Mo Xilou emerged with long strides, only to be abruptly halted by a girl who dashed in front of him. He lifted his eyelids slightly, his gaze devoid of warmth, his tone cool. "What do you want?" Wei, feeling nervous, bit her lip, her cheeks flushing as she shoved a card into his embrace before swiftly turning and fleeing. Gu Yunqi draped his arm around Mo Xilou's neck, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Old Mo, what was that?" Mo Xilou frowned and unfolded the card, which read, "The first love letter for Mo Xilou." The bottom was filled with densely packed writing. Lacking interest, he tossed it into the wastebasket. Gu Yunqi clicked his tongue. With so many words, that girl must have spent quite a while writing it. At least glance at it. Mo Xilou cast him a dispassionate glance. "If you want to read it, go retrieve it from the trash. It was meant for you. I have no need for it. TSK. If it were from Yue Jitong, would you feel differently?" Mo Xilou momentarily faltered, his expression returning to neutrality in an instant. Yue Jitong would never engage in such trivialities. As this thought crossed his mind, a memory of a diary he had once stumbled upon flashed through his mind, discreetly chronicling her delicate affections for others. Perhaps she simply wouldn't act in such a manner towards him. Mo Xilou's demeanor grew slightly frigid, and the atmosphere around him suddenly thickened, visibly tinged with disappointment. Intertwined with an inscrutable emotion, Gu Yunqi scratched the back of his head, pondering, why is old Mo so moody? More enigmatic than any of his ex-girlfriends. For 3 consecutive days, Mo Xilou encountered Wei in various locations: the supermarket, outside the teaching building, and at the dormitory entrance. Each time, Wei would rush up to him, thrust a letter into his arms, and then scurry away. The second love letter to Mo Xilou, the third love letter to Mo Xilou. Gu Yunqi snatched the letters, flipping through them with a click of his tongue, appreciating the girl's decent writing skills. After finishing, he handed them to Mo Xilou, saying, "Hey, do you want to take a look?" "Just toss it," Mo Xilou replied coldly, dismissing the suggestion. He pulled out his phone, glancing at it. 3 long days had passed without a single message from Yue Jitong. A derisive laugh escaped him, an inexplicable irritation gnawing at his insides. Observing him, Gu Yunqi casually tossed the love letters into the trash. "What is up with you, my lord? Why the sudden change of heart?" "No matter, let us go." Mo Xilou himself was at a loss, unable to rein in his emotions. With Shiru's fervent pursuit as a stark contrast, he felt all the more that Yue Jitong's feelings for him were rather lukewarm. His heart twisted in confusion. He had sworn never to tread the same path again, vowing to distance himself from Yue Jitong. Yet, the moment she professed her affection, it rekindled a tiny flicker of hope within him, causing his once resolute heart to waver. Perhaps the wounds of his past ran too deep, leaving behind a residue of trauma that made it difficult for him to believe in her sincerity. Still, a part of him yearned for her affection to be genuine. Thus, he felt an urgent need for her to provide proof of her feelings, a testament to her true affection for him. However, Yue Jitong remained passive, merely casting a line to stir his anticipation before disappearing again, appearing anything but enamored with him. Her behavior was a maddening blend of warmth and coldness. He was reluctant to reach out to her, hesitant to draw closer due to the fear of exposing his heart entirely, as he had done in his past, only to end up utterly humiliated and defeated. What if Yue Jitong truly harbored no feelings for him? He would become a laughingstock once more, caught in a tumultuous struggle. He simultaneously craved her love and feared the pain it might bring. He was unwilling to take a step forward, yet could not bear to retreat entirely. Trapped in a painful limbo of longing and despair, it was a torment of yearning unfulfilled. He desperately sought the kind of unambiguous love that would grant him security. Yet her affections flowed like tepid water, meandering slowly. He reveled in the rare sweetness she offered, but constantly reminded himself not to succumb to it. He oscillated between clarity and confusion, grappling with his doubts. Did Yue Jitong truly comprehend the distinction between guilt and love? Mo Xilou endured a day steeped in silence, his mood so low that even Gu Yunqi dared not engage him in conversation. Unbeknownst to him, Yue Jitong was utterly exhausted, her body aching from the recent days of distributing flyers, standing for hours at a time whenever she had no classes. Each evening, she collapsed into bed, drained of energy. Financially strained, she found her card balance insufficient for even a single meal, ultimately relying on Zhang Yinyan's generosity to treat her. Most university students shun laborious and low-paying jobs like handing out flyers, and so did she. The positions for work-study within the school were already filled, leaving no opportunities for her. She joined a tutoring group, only to discover it was rife with intermediaries who demanded a 200 yuan information fee before providing any client contact details. She possessed not more than 100 yuan in total, making it implausible for her to produce 200. Left with no alternatives, she resorted to distributing flyers. After all, she had to sustain herself, to eat, and to make a living. The affluent master Mo, who had never experienced financial hardship, remained oblivious to the struggles of individuals like her, tirelessly laboring for mere hundreds. As Yue Jitong ascended to the third floor, preparing to return to her dormitory and rest, a message from Mo Xilou arrived. Mo Xilou, Ginkgo Forest, the same place as last time, awaiting your arrival. Yue Jitong paused, recalling that she had not seen him for several days, and turned on her heel, dragging her weary body to the rendezvous. The Ginkgo Forest was as shrouded in darkness as ever. She treaded upon the indistinct moonlight, searching for the spot where they had met previously. Mo Xilou remained seated on the same bench as before, the moonlight conveniently avoiding him, casting only a faint glow through the branches. He was huddled in the shadows, his gaze cast downward. Yue Jitong sensed a hint of solitude emanating from him. She approached quietly and softly called out, Mo Xilou. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled her closer. Startled, she stumbled into his embrace, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. He uttered not a word, and a torrent of kisses enveloped her, holding her tightly as if to blend their very beings. Ah, be gentle, don't bite. Chapter 20, Could it be that I sought you because I longed for you? Yue Jitong gently pushed him away. His fervent kiss left her breathless. Mo Xilou's demeanor seemed off. Was his mood sour again today? She was on the verge of suffocation. Mo Xilou, let me catch my breath. She pushed him away, resting her head against his chest, feeling light and devoid of strength. Mo Xilou kept his eyes half closed, silent for a long moment, his hand resting on her waist gradually tightening. He yearned to inquire why she hadn't messaged him, why she hadn't sought him out. Yet, he hesitated, unwilling to appear like a scorned lover, stripped of dignity, akin to a dog wagging its tail in hopes of affection. He clenched his fist, suppressing the torrent of questions that threatened to spill forth, ultimately transformed into a mere utterance. Yue Jitong. She lifted her gaze to meet his dark, profound eyes, questioning, what is it? He bore a faint fragrance, reminiscent of chilled watermelon soda on a summer day, refreshing and thirst-quenching. Yue Jitong inhaled softly. Certain he must have applied perfume. It seemed to be the same scent he wore in a past life, a subtle hint of watermelon that lingered throughout the seasons. It's nothing. Mo Xilou spoke, his voice low and somewhat heavy, as if he were whispering. Yue Jitong, unable to decipher his thoughts, asked, Then why did you seek me? Mo Xilou raised his previously lowered gaze, his eyes sparkling like stars, using his slender fingers to lift her chin. With a smirk, he let out a soft scoff. I sought you, of course, because I have needs. I wish to kiss you. Yue Jitong, have you forgotten our agreement? Could it be that I sought you because I miss you? His teasing tone cloaked a sharp remark that pierced her heart. Although it was the truth, it was difficult to hear. Yue Jitong released her grip around his neck, her body instinctively leaning back, her once luminous eyes dimming suddenly. A tightness gripped her chest, and she felt an urge to retaliate. So, he would only seek her when he had needs? What did he truly consider her to be? Fine. She owed him after all. She bore with it. Exhausted from a long day, Yue Jitong spoke softly. Are you satisfied now? Can I go? Her eyelids felt heavy. An overwhelming desire to return to sleep washing over her. Mo Xilou pressed his lips down, questioning. Why the urgency? Do you not wish to be with me? The last word lifted slightly, tinged with a hint of resentment. Yue Jitong bit her lip, replying, No, I'm just a bit tired. She was merely fatigued. Longing to lie down, her health had been poor, and the recent strain had reached its limit. She was barely holding on. Meeting him had been an effort in itself. Observing her listless demeanor, Mo Xilou lost interest in teasing her. His expression darkened, as if he were merging with the night. Was being with him meant to be such an agonizing ordeal? He released her, his expression indifferent. If you're tired, then go back. Yue Jitong stifled a yawn. Utterly exhausted. Rising to her feet, her legs felt somewhat unsteady, causing her to stumble a bit. Mo Xilou reached out his hand behind her, only to retract it. What did it matter to her? In the girls' dormitory, Shuiman cast a glance at the time. It was already 10:30. Where could Tongdong be? Do you know where she has gone? As she spoke, she sent a message to Yue Jitong inquiring about her whereabouts. Su Qinghe shook her head, expressing ignorance. It seemed that she had been quite busy lately. Zhang Yinan leaned in, stating, I believe Tong must be working part-time. Last time we dined together, her meal card was out of funds. She seems to be in need of money. Shuiman replied, It appears she has had a falling out with her family. As the three continued their conversation, Yue Jitong pushed the door open, set down her belongings, and hurriedly climbed onto her bed. It felt immensely comfortable. She was utterly worn out. After a brief pause, Shuiman spoke up, Tong, if you are facing any difficulties, remember to let us know. I have some extra money that I can lend you. Zhang Yinan added, though my living expenses are modest, 2,000 a month. I can lend you 500 without issue. Zhang Yinan came from a modest background, with her parents running a small shop while she engaged in minor business endeavors herself. Among them, Su Qinghe was the wealthiest, followed by Shuiman, and then Zhang Yinan. Su Qinghe interjected, You needn't worry about that. I have plenty of money. Feel free to ask if you find yourself in need. Yue Jitong sat up, touched by their kindness, her large eyes shimmering like a tranquil lake. Thank you all. If I truly cannot afford to eat, I will definitely let you know. She felt incredibly fortunate to have such wonderful roommates. In this new life, she realized that the greatest treasure she had gained in university was meeting them, a group of sincere and delightful individuals. They hailed from all corners of the world, each possessing distinct personalities, yet bound together by their shared dormitory, embracing and caring for one another. Zhang Yinan playfully warned, Tong, please do not look at men with such eyes. They are too watery and pitiful. Even I, a woman, cannot bear it. The group shared laughter for a while before turning off the lights to sleep. After earning 500 yuan by distributing flyers, Yue Jitong sought a new part-time job at a milk tea shop near the school, earning 20 yuan per hour. She was preoccupied with her studies and the need to earn a living, which led her to refrain from contacting Mo Xilou. Likewise, he had not reached out to her in a long time. Since their last disagreement, a veil seemed to have descended between them. Mo Xilou awaited her to initiate contact, and Yue Jitong hoped he would reach out to her. She harbored some reservations about his previous words. It felt as though he regarded her merely as an outlet for his desires. Would seeking him out imply that she was fully aware of what would transpire, yet chose to present herself willingly? Would that not render her seem rather cheap? Each harbored their own thoughts. Hello, I would like 2 cups of lemon tea. A customer entered to place an order. Certainly. Please scan the code to place your order. As Yue Jitong operated the register, she glanced up and froze momentarily. The person placing the order was Li Qian, and standing beside him was Shuiman. Shuiman shyly pressed her lips together before breaking into a smile. Hi, Tong. Yue Jitong's expression suddenly darkened, her heart skipping a beat. Recently, she had been too preoccupied to pay attention to others. When had Shuiman and Li Qian grown so close? Her gaze flitted between the two. But with her limited romantic experience, she could not discern whether they were indeed involved. Regardless of their status, she felt compelled to intervene. Li Qian was not merely an unsuitable match. He was a perilous one, the kind that could be life-threatening. The lemon tea was ready. Yue Jitong beckoned Shui Man to one side and softly inquired, Man, are you dating him? Shui Man's face flushed, and she quickly retorted, What nonsense. Li Qian just asked me for a small favor and insisted on treating me to a drink. Yue Jitong's eyes narrowed slightly, convinced that this was a carefully orchestrated scheme by Li Qian. He was merely seeking an excuse to draw closer to Shui Man. Surely there were other individuals he could have approached for help. Man, I will be off work shortly. Would you mind waiting for me a moment? I have something I wish to discuss with you, Yue Jitong pleaded, grasping her arm and blinking earnestly. Shui Man glanced in Li Qian's direction, pondered for a few seconds, and then nodded in agreement. This time, she chose to forsake the junior she had just met in favor of Yue Jitong. I'll go speak with Li Qian, she said. Yue Jitong had no knowledge of what Shui Man conveyed to Li Qian. She only saw him glance her way, his glasses obscuring his gaze. Yet, for a fleeting moment, she felt as if she were being watched by a serpent. On the way back to the dormitory, Yue Jitong cut straight to the chase. Man, do you have feelings for Li Qian? Shui Man paused, taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Yue Jitong stared down at the pebbles beneath her feet, her expression neutral, and did not elaborate further. Instead, she shifted the topic. I recall you had a childhood friend from the School of Architecture. Are you referring to Zhaozhen? Yes. That's the name. Yue Jitong remembered it well. In her previous life, after Shui Man's untimely demise, Zhaozhen had been consumed with rage. Amidst rampant rumors about Shui Man, he staunchly believed she was not the person they claimed her to be. In a bid for vengeance, he had nearly beaten Li Qian to death, only to find himself taken to court and sentenced to 6 months in prison, ultimately failing to graduate. Upon his release, Li Qian, who had since aligned himself with a wealthy woman, did not let Zhaozhen off easily. With only a high school diploma and a criminal record, Zhaozhen struggled to find employment. After finally securing a modest job, Li Qian's interference led him to resort to scavenging for a living. What left a lasting impression on Yue Jitong was that until her death, Zhaozhen had remained unmarried. He had gained notoriety as a scavenger, dedicating all his earnings to support impoverished students in achieving their educational dreams, even earning recognition as a touching figure in China. She had seen him on television. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, deep in thought, her mind racing with ideas. Compared to the scoundrel Li Qian, Zhaozhen was a far more compatible match for Shui Man. At the very least, Zhaozhen's character had been proven, and although he might not bring happiness to Shui Man, he would not bring her harm either. Chapter 21. A kiss? Here? Zhaozhen is my neighbor, residing right next to my home. Why did I suddenly bring up Zhaozhen? Shui Man felt somewhat puzzled. So, what is your relationship with Zhaozhen? It's quite good. My mother and her mother are relatively close friends, so we often played together during our childhood. However, as we grew older, those moments became less frequent. Surprisingly, we ended up enrolling in the same university. What a coincidence. When Shui Man spoke these words, her expression remained ordinary. Yue Jitong could not discern her feelings towards Zhaozhen, but at present, it seemed that Shui Man held no interest in him. Perhaps it would be wise for her to gauge Zhaozhen's attitude first. Yue Jitong concocted a casual excuse. I remember he is studying architectural engineering. I have some professional inquiries to discuss with him. Could you share his contact information? Sure, Shui Man replied, pulling out her phone, locating Zhaozhen's WeChat, and promptly forwarding it to her. Yue Jitong clicked to add him as a friend, noting her as Shui Man's roommate. The other party did not respond, likely occupied with classes. Yue Jitong put away her phone, not feeling rushed, and the conversation returned to Li Qian. With a calm demeanor, she remarked, I am not particularly fond of Li Qian. Oh? Why? Shui Man's eyes widened in surprise. Yue Jitong paused for a few seconds, without a reasonable explanation. She would appear nonsensical. Is it a mismatch in aura? That lacked persuasive power, being rather trivial and ineffective. After pondering for a moment, Yue Jitong narrowed her gaze. To cast a shadow on Li Qian in Shui Man's eyes, she would have to fabricate a lie. With a somber expression and furrowed brows, she stated, Li Qian's gaze towards me feels quite unsettling. Whenever you are not looking, he stares at me intently. Shui Man was taken aback, frowning as well. She had not anticipated him to be such a person. While with her, Li Qian had always appeared courteous, gentle, and modest. Shui Man felt a hint of disappointment. Yue Jitong pressed on. Don't you find his gaze rather strange? Is that so? Pay closer attention next time. Yue Jitong refrained from elaborating further. Tarnishing Li Qian's image in Shui Man's mind had to be a gradual endeavor. That evening, while studying in the library, Yue Jitong received Zhaozhen's acceptance of her friend request. He greeted her politely, responding, Hello, Shui Man mentioned you had some inquiries for me. Yue Jitong pondered for a moment before typing. Yes, can we meet to discuss? Her knowledge of Zhao Zhan was limited to fragmented hearsay from her previous life. To truly understand what kind of person he was, she needed to meet him in person. The other party displayed typing for quite some time without replying. Fearing he might misunderstand, she added, "It's about Xue Man. It's important." This time, he replied promptly. "Sure, when?" "Yue Jitong, are you free now? I'm in the library." "Zhao Zhan, coincidentally, I am too. Which floor are you on?" "Yue Jitong, 3rd floor, south section." "Zhao Zhan, I'll come find you." Yue Jitong set down her phone and, while waiting for Zhao Zhan, organized the materials she needed for class the following day. 5 minutes later, Zhao Zhan sent her a message. "I have arrived at the South District." "Which one are you?" Yue Jitong stood up and waved her hand. "By the window." Zhao Zhan's gaze swept over, and upon seeing the girl standing by the window, he paused momentarily. He quickly walked over and sat down opposite Yue Jitong. As he approached, Yue Jitong took a moment to appraise him. Zhao Zhan stood approximately 1.75 meters tall, with a sharply defined chin, fair skin, and moderately sized eyes. His features harmonized well, rendering him neither particularly striking nor aggressive, but rather comfortable to be around. "Hello, I am Yue Jitong, Xue Man's roommate." "You, hello." Sitting across from a beautiful girl for the first time, Zhao Zhan felt a bit shy. Yue Jitong got straight to the point. "Recently, someone has been pursuing Xue Man." Zhao Zhan was taken aback. A pang of jealousy surged within him, leaving him perplexed as to the intent behind her words. "Zhao Zhan, you have been secretly in love with Xue Man, haven't you?" Yue Jitong locked her gaze onto his, bluntly exposing the hidden feelings he had harbored for years. Zhao Zhan's pupils dilated in shock, his heart racing. How did she know? This was their first meeting, after all. Even many of his classmates and friends were unaware of this matter. "Yes, that's right, I like Xue Man." He could not pinpoint when this affection had taken root. He had always kept this feeling buried deep within, afraid to confide in anyone, fearing that if Xue Man discovered it, she would distance herself from him, leaving him without even the solace of friendship. Why hadn't he confessed? Because he understood Xue Man all too well and was acutely aware that he was not her type. Knowing that the probability of rejection was 99%, he dared not venture to try. "How did you know I like Xue Man?" Zhao Zhan felt a twinge of panic, yet he did not deny it. Her certainty was palpable, her clear gaze seeming to pierce through his soul, rendering any denial futile. Yue Jitong lowered her eyelids slightly and spoke softly. "How I know is not important. What you must understand is that if you like Xue Man, you need to act quickly." She lifted her head, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "Otherwise, you may lose your chance forever." In her previous life, she had seen an interview with Zhao Zhan on television. A reporter had asked him, "If you could go back to the past, what is the one thing you would want to do?" Zhao Zhan's answer had been, "I want to tell her that I like her. I will no longer hesitate or fear, wasting even a single second of my life." Zhao Zhan had not returned to the past, but Yue Jitong had. The library was quiet, and his breathing sounded particularly hurried in the stillness. Zhao Zhan's expression was complex. A bittersweet sensation washed over him, and he let out a self-deprecating and helpless smile. "But I am not the type that Xue Man likes. She will not be with me." "That is all right. I will help you." He looked up in surprise, still somewhat bewildered. "Why do you want to help me?" "Because the one pursuing Xue Man now is a scoundrel, and I do not wish for her to be hurt." Zhao Zhan was even more perplexed. "How can you be certain that I am a good person and won't cause her harm?" Yue Jitong's eyes flickered momentarily as she racked her brain, unable to fabricate a response. She truly detested lying. A single falsehood necessitated a multitude of additional lies to sustain it, and she was not particularly adept at deceit. Thus, she deftly sidestepped his inquiry, stating, "You have too many questions. Just tell me, do you actually want to pursue Xue Man?" "Of course I do," Zhao Zhan replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Then heed my advice, and I shall assist you." The two reached a consensus, and Zhao Zhan ceased his probing. Yue Jitong exhaled in relief. Seated at a small table by the window, which could accommodate only two, she was surrounded by a handful of students, not many in number. Zhao Zhan sat opposite her, speaking in hushed tones to avoid disturbing others studying nearby. In the eyes of onlookers, they appeared to be a couple engaged in intimate whispers. 10 meters away, behind the bookshelf, Mo Xilou stood sideways, concealed from view, quietly observing, clutching the book he intended to borrow tightly to his chest, his fingers gripping the edges with intensity. His expression dark. Yue Jitong seemed to be enjoying her conversation immensely. He committed to memory the face of the boy seated across from her. Mo Xilou took out his phone, opened the messaging interface, where the last conversation had occurred 5 days prior. A sardonic smile tugged at his lips as his slender fingers lingered on the screen before he typed a few words. What are you doing? Yue Jitong's phone vibrated. She picked it up, a flicker of surprise coursing through her heart racing. It seemed that every time Mo Xilou reached out, it was. Could it be that he had another request? Glancing at the assignments piled beside her, with numerous tasks still pending, she lamented the scarcity of time due to her recent part-time job. If he were to summon her, how could she refuse? I'm studying in the library, she replied. Alone? Mo Xilou inquired. Yue Jitong glanced at Zhao Zhan across the table, inexplicably feeling a twinge of guilt, and quickly typed a single word. Yes. From behind the bookshelf. Mo Xilou cast a lingering gaze her way. I'm also in the library. Where are you? I'll come find you. Yue Jitong hesitated, then looked up at Zhao Zhan, stating that she needed to study and suggesting he leave first. Only after Zhao Zhan departed from the floor did she disclose her location. She feared Mo Xilou might misconstrue her actions, hence her insistence on Zhao Zhan's departure. Little did she anticipate that Mo Xilou was on the same floor, witnessing Zhao Zhan's exit with his own eyes. To him, her behavior reeked of desperation to conceal the truth. Mo Xilou tucked his phone away, maneuvering around to the other side before entering through a different entrance, feigning that he had just come from another floor. Dressed in a black windbreaker, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, he settled across from her, his long legs crossed nonchalantly, leaning back in his chair. Recalling that someone else had recently occupied his current seat, and that they were now so closely positioned, an inexplicable irritation surged within him. Yue Jitong. She lifted her gaze, her eyes aglow with a gentle light, a few stray strands of hair falling across her smooth forehead. She was undeniably beautiful. Any man in such close proximity to her would surely feel a tumult of emotions. Mo Xilou shifted the book before her aside, suddenly leaning closer and whispering, I miss you. I find myself feeling a twinge of jealousy. However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, that damned pride intervened. To preserve his dignity and honor the vow he had once made, no matter how fond he was of Yue Jitong, he would remain resolute. His expression morphed into, I want to kiss you. It seemed as though by cloaking his desire in the guise of a mere physical need, he could gain the upper hand in their relationship. This would render his initiative less awkward, providing him with a plausible means to preserve his self-esteem and convince himself to draw closer to her. Yue Jitong blinked, her lashes fluttering gently as she softly declined, I still have so much homework left to finish. She knew all too well that his approach was undoubtedly influenced by this very reason. Yet today, she truly lacked the time to indulge in playful distractions with him. Mo Xilou gazed at her, his eyes seemingly enveloped in the pitch-black night outside, deep and imbued with a hint of affection. His voice dropped to a low murmur, laced with an enticing allure. Just a quick kiss, it won't take long. Yue Jitong comprehended his intent, a flush of crimson gradually spreading from her ears. She bit her lip, asking here. A glimmer of playful amusement flickered in his eyes as he exhaled gently against her nose. Then where would you like to go? Chapter 22. 100 kisses, could they last forever? Mo Xilou was uncomfortably close, surrounded by his signature faint scent of watermelon, now intertwined with a hint of the crispness of cedar. Yue Jitong's heart raced, instinctively prompting her to retreat slightly and create some distance. However, his hand unexpectedly seized her chin, cradling her delicate, fair face in his palm with a gentle yet firm grip. Just moments ago, she had been close to another man without flinching. Why now, when he leaned in, did she feel compelled to distance herself? Mo Xilou's gaze shifted, his hand pressing forward as he leaned down to kiss her. Yue Jitong's eyes widened in realization that they were in a public setting, potentially under the scrutiny of countless onlookers. Her face flushed a deep crimson. As she prepared to push him away, he released her. The kiss was fleeting, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, a mere taste of spontaneity. Yue Jitong touched her flushed cheeks, raising her hand to fan herself, and shot him a furtive glare. That glance did not escape Mo Xilou's notice. He chuckled softly. What's wrong? Are you shy again? He extended his hands, gently grasping her cheeks, feeling the smoothness of her skin beneath his rough touch. Oh, please don't pinch me. It hurts, she protested, her tender complexion unable to withstand his unrestrained grip. After a couple of playful pinches, he released her, yet her fair skin bore the marks of his fingers, now tinged with red. Girls are truly delicate. How can a mere pinch leave such a mark? Mo Xilou mused silently. Having dealt with him, Yue Jitong returned her focus to her studies, oblivious to the fact that their brief encounter had been captured and shared. Upon returning to the dormitory, she found Shui Man tidying up the wardrobe. Tong dong, you're finally back. Xueman exclaimed, her excitement palpable. What is the matter? Yue Jitong asked. Perplexed by Xueman's enthusiasm, Zhang Yanyan drew back the curtain of her bed, her hair a chaotic mess, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Tong, did you engage in some mischief tonight? Huh. Yue Jitong was even more bewildered. She had spent the evening studying. What mischief could she possibly have committed? Did Zhang Yanyan know about her meeting with Xiaojun? But that seemed unlikely. Zhang Yanyan wasted no time in revealing the news. Your kiss with Mo Dog in the library has been plastered on the campus wall, and people are dissing you for it. Honestly, you two are quite bold to kiss right there in the library without seeking a more discreet location. She gave a thumbs up, clearly impressed. Yue Jitong's pupils dilated as the realization hit her. The sight of her kissing Mo Xilou had been witnessed, and a wave of embarrassment washed over her, causing her heart to race. She bit her lip, her fair complexion tinged with pink. Xueman abandoned her half-organized clothes, urging Yue Jitong to sit as she shared the latest gossip about the campus wall. Yue Jitong took the phone, and a high-definition close-up photo came into view. His long fingers cradled her chin, leaning in to kiss her across the desk, his eyes filled with affection and longing. She gazed in astonishment, her eyes wide and her head slightly tilted back, passively enduring his kiss, her hands clenched into fists upon the book. The starlight from outside fell perfectly between them. The backdrop a pitch-black night, with scattered lights from the buildings illuminating the darkness. This was all too clear. What kind of phone captured this? Yue Jitong pondered, her heart fluttering. For the first time, she observed Mo Xilou kissing her from an outsider's perspective. The depth of emotion in his eyes made her heart skip a beat. She had assumed that his kiss was merely a physical desire. So what was Mo Xilou thinking while kissing her? Yue Jitong returned the phone to Xueman, still feeling a tinge of embarrassment. I need to freshen up, she said, fleeing in haste. After a hurried wash, she climbed onto her bed, drawing the curtains to enclose herself in her small sanctuary. She opened her phone again, searching through the campus wall for that post. Such things had never captured her interest before, but now, as she scrolled, she discovered a plethora of content, mostly filled with complaints. For instance, today in the cafeteria, I found a label in my scrambled eggs, accompanied by an image. Below, someone commented, they probably didn't tea-wash the vegetables. Just chopped the tomatoes with the label still on. Another added, last time, I found a rubber band in my stir-fried celery. It must have been used to tie it. I once discovered words printed on my fried mushrooms. My fear of clusters is acting up. Who understands? What is this? Yesterday, I found a screw in my fried noodles. It left me speechless. Haha. Upstairs, the cafeteria chef is probably searching for the screws from his pot. Scrolling further down, there were also posts about seeking partners. Height 175 m, weight 135 pounds. Ladies are welcome to flirt accompanied by a photo showcasing muscular back. The comments section was filled with accusations of fishing for attention. Yue Jitong frowned and continued scrolling until she finally encountered that photograph. Her finger accidentally slid down too far, and her gaze halted on the name of the next post. The subsequent post was a confession, directed at Mo Xilou, titled The 10th Day of Confessing to Mo Xilou in Sophomore Year, signed by Shirue. Wasn't she the girl from next door? Wasn't her name Shirue? Yue Jitong furrowed her brow and flipped over, scrolling back up to find the post about herself. Tapping into the comments section. The comments section was bustling with activity. The library is for studying. Can couples refrain from expressing their affection here? Yes, it's quite annoying. Ha ha ha, the single dogs are triggered. What do you mean? Do you often do such things in the library? I think this picture is quite beautiful. What's the matter? Their seating is so obscure, it doesn't seem to bother anyone. The two people in the picture seem quite attractive. Do we know them? So what if they're good looking? Does that mean they can lack manners? You bunch of appearance worshippers. What's wrong with being an appearance worshipper? Did I offend you? Are you ugly? The conversation quickly devolved into absurdity, with two factions hurling insults at each other, seizing upon any point to attack. Yue Jitong felt a flush of embarrassment as she took a screenshot of the post and sent it to Mo Xilou. After some contemplation, she sent him another message. Her tone cautious. Next time, let's be mindful of the occasion. It's easy to attract criticism. 5 minutes later, Mo Xilou replied, this photo is quite remarkable. He located the post, enlarged the picture, and saved it. Subsequently, he shared the photo with Yue Jitong. Mo Xilou felt a flicker of inspiration. After a while, Yue Jitong stared at his message, lost in silence. Mo Xilou wrote, Yue Jitong, if you kiss me in 100 different settings, we can erase our past. And I will forgive you. What do you say? This idea had just emerged in his mind. He intended for Yue Jitong to take the initiative rather than waiting for him to reach out each time. Yue Jitong paused, her finger hovering over the screen for a few seconds before typing a simple good. 100 kisses to wipe the slate clean of their tumultuous history seemed rather advantageous, albeit challenging to accomplish in 100 distinct locations. She began to count on her fingers, pondering how many scenarios she could conjure up at school. Meanwhile, Mo Xilou, upon receiving her reply, felt a smile stretch across his face, his heart swelling with anticipation. 100 kisses would surely last quite a while. Yet, each time he kissed her, he experienced an inexplicable sense of guilt and unreality. In Shiru's dormitory, the discussion about that photo was also underway. Shiru gazed at her phone, her complexion pale, especially as her own comment sat just beneath that photo, rendering her words a mere joke. Tears unintentionally welled up in her eyes. She had tried so hard, been so proactive. Why wouldn't Mo Xilou accept her? For the first time in her life, she felt a crush on a boy, only to face such a harsh rejection, leaving her deeply wounded. Her roommate noticed her distress and attempted to comfort her, while also taking a jab at Yue Jitong. Rue, don't be upset. One photo doesn't signify anything. Mo Xilou hasn't officially announced anything. He is probably just playing around. Indeed, Mo Xilou was likely just indulging in a fleeting romance, and soon he would grow weary and cast her aside. Shiru found no solace in these words, her eyes reddening. But why wouldn't Mo Xilou want to play with her? Even a brief moment together would suffice. At least she would have experienced it. She wiped her tears, unwilling to reveal her vulnerable side to her roommates, feigning nonchalance as she began practicing yoga. It's fine. You're right. There has been no official announcement. A man's heart changes swiftly. She resolved not to give up, convinced she would wait for the day Mo Xilou would change his mind. After all, men are drawn to novelty. Even someone as beautiful as Yue Jitong would eventually become tiresome. Shiru believed that opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Throughout her life, she had fought with all her might for what she desired. She was disciplined, hardworking, outgoing, talented, academically accomplished, and from a distinguished family. What aspect of her fell short compared to Yue Jitong? A profound sense of inequity festered within her. She refused to believe she would lose. Chapter 23. A serendipitous encounter at the coffee shop. Yue Jitong had promised to assist Zhaozhen, though she began to subtly inquire about Xueman's preferences. One evening in the dormitory, she nonchalantly asked, Man, what type of boys do you like? Xueman, engrossed in a short drama, removed her headphones upon hearing the conversation. She paused the screen on the male actor, pointing at it with a smile as her eyes twinkled. I prefer someone like this. Yue Jitong moved a stool beside her. Following her gaze, the man on the screen possessed deep-set eyes, a perfectly tailored suit, and long, straight legs, exuding an air of arrogance. Comparing him to Zhaozhen, it suddenly dawned on her why Zhaozhen believed Xueman would not fancy him. The disparity was indeed considerable. Desiring to salvage the situation, Yue Jitong remarked, This is an actor. Such individuals are rarely found in reality. If you were to seek a partner, what kind of personality would you prefer? Xueman rested her chin on her hand, blinking thoughtfully for a moment before responding, Actually, I don't solely focus on looks. I tend to be drawn to boys who are a bit domineering, the type who are decisive and quite cool. Yue Jitong understood. Xueman was inclined towards the archetype of a domineering CEO. However, there was no connection between Li Qian and that persona. What then? Had Xueman found appealing in Li Qian in a past life? This perplexity lingered in her mind. Perhaps, after discerning Xueman's preferences, Li Qian had begun to feign a different persona? Or might it be that Xueman, possessing a gentle disposition and indecisive nature, was attracted to those capable of making decisions for her? Returning to her desk, Yue Jitong retrieved her phone and shared her speculations with Zhaozhen. She posited that Xueman favored proactive boys, thus encouraging Zhaozhen to invite her out for an outing. Zhaozhen replied affirmatively, yet hesitated to voice his intentions. After offering him her advice, Yue Jitong temporarily set the matter aside. She was overwhelmed with commitments. In addition to her part-time job at the milk tea shop, she had secured another position at a printing store, collectively earning about 2,000 yuan a month, sufficient for her living expenses. If she economized, she could even save an additional 1,000 yuan. Days later, Zhaozhen messaged her, expressing his desire to invite Xueman out but seeking her suggestions on where to go. Yue Jitong resumed her subtle inquiries, asking Xueman, Man, do you have any places in mind that you wish to visit? What is up? Tao, do you want to go out? Xueman assumed Yue Jitong wanted to arrange an outing, adding, However, I might only be available next week. I already have plans this weekend. Plans? Yue Jitong was taken aback. Had Zhaozhen already spoken to Xueman? No, if that were the case, He wouldn't need to consult her for suggestions. A bad premonition settled in her heart. Indeed, the next moment, Xue Man revealed, I signed up for a volunteer activity to visit the children at the Sunshine Welfare Institute. It earns 4 points at once. Li Qian helped me secure a spot. Yue Jitong felt a jolt in her heart. She noted the change in how Xue Man addressed Li Qian. Previously, she always referred to him as Junior Li Qian. But now she simply called him Li Qian, her tone imbued with familiarity and intimacy. Zhaozhen, oh Zhaozhen. Could it be that you have once again arrived too late? Yue Jitong's mind raced, struggling to find a suitable reason to impede her. Furthermore, each semester, they were required to accumulate a minimum of 20 credits in social practice. This single event offered a substantial 4 credits, rendering any obstruction unnecessary. If she were to repeatedly prevent her and Li Qian from participating, it would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. To directly inform Xue Man of Li Qian's true nature would be futile. She lacked evidence and could not baselessly slander another. Moreover, Li Qian had never engaged in any scandalous behavior that could be used against him, making it challenging to find incriminating evidence. With a resigned sigh, Yue Jitong decided to discreetly inform Zhaozhen of the situation. The crux of the matter lay with him, and she hoped he would prove to be reliable. Zhaozhen quickly responded, acknowledging her message with a simple understood, thank you. However, on the other end of the line, Zhaozhen's expression darkened as he contemplated the situation. After a moment of reflection, he steeled himself. He could no longer hesitate, for if he did, Xue Man might indeed fall for another. Coincidentally, his roommate had secured a spot for a volunteering activity at the welfare home on Sunday, and Zhaozhen generously offered to check in for him, a request his roommate eagerly accepted. Not only would he save time, but he would also earn 4 credits. Thus, he readily shared his account details with Zhaozhen. Inquisitively, his roommate inquired about Zhaozhen's motives, but Zhaozhen skillfully deflected the questions with a few vague remarks. On the weekend, Yue Jitong rose at 6:30, jogged for half an hour, and then spent some time reviewing vocabulary before heading to her part-time job at the CAF near the school. Usually, she worked as a part-time employee at the bubble tea shop next door, but on weekends, she dedicated herself to the CAF for full days. The CAF opened at 9 in the morning, took a 1-hour break at noon, and closed at 9 in the evening. Initially, the owner intended to hire 2 university students to split the shifts between morning and afternoon, but Yue Jitong, eager to earn more, voluntarily took on the entire day's responsibilities. Earning 20 yuan per hour, she could make 220 yuan in a single day, amounting to 440 yuan over the weekend. Moreover, the morning hours were relatively quiet. With 5 minutes to spare before 9, she unlocked the CAF door with her key. The CAF, modest in size at around 50 square meters, was adorned in a warm and elegant decor. The walls were painted in a soft beige, displaying several artistic illustrations of the coffee-making process. The wooden tables and chairs were neatly arranged, each adorned with a small pot of vibrant greenery, exuding life. In one corner, a vintage bookshelf brimmed with various magazines and literature on coffee culture. The floor was laid with deep brown wooden planks, which creaked softly underfoot. As was her routine, Yue Jitong began by arranging the tables and chairs, wiping down surfaces, and ensuring the CAF was immaculate. The establishment remained eerily quiet until 10 o'clock. With no customers in sight, she prepared herself a cappuccino and settled at a rustic wooden round table by the window, retrieving her books to sketch and study. The weekend ambience was particularly subdued, as many students were still nestled in their blankets, while others had ventured out for Friday night dates, resulting in a sparse flow of pedestrians on campus at this hour. This allowed her to relish the rare moments of tranquility. However, this serene and leisurely interlude did not endure for long. At approximately 10:30, a lively group of individuals strolled across the street and entered the CAF. The mechanical owl at the entrance automatically greeted them, exclaiming, "Welcome." It continued to call out several times before finally falling silent. Yue Jitong set aside her book, removed the half-finished cappuccino, and promptly returned to the cash register, ready to attend to the customers. 7 people entered, a mix of both boys and girls, who appeared to have just emerged from school, as this CAF is conveniently situated directly opposite the school gate. "May I take your order?" she inquired, activating the ordering machine and awaiting their selections. Among the 3 girls accompanying the group, one ordered a matcha latte, another a caramel macchiato, and the last an iced Americano. One girl, dressed in a blue checkered coat, turned her head back and softly asked, "Senior Mo, we've ordered. What would you like to drink?" A nearby boy teased, Hey, why are you only asking Senior Mo what he wants? We're so close. Shouldn't you ask us first? The girl, with her high ponytail, lowered her head shyly, a hint of blush on her cheeks, and quietly defended herself. Isn't Senior Mo treating us? Of course, I should ask him first. Upon hearing the term Senior Mo, Yue Jitong's hands paused over the ordering machine as she glanced toward the center of the group. Indeed, the person surrounded by several boys and girls was Mo Xilou. She did not recognize any of them. In fact, she was only acquainted with Mo Xilou's two roommates, Gu Yunqi and Fang Mingzhi, who were both absent today. Mo Xilou stood out, noticeably taller than those around him, observing her with an inquisitive gaze. A boy beside him nudged him with his elbow, saying, "Hey, Mo. The junior asked you what you want to drink." Mo Xilou returned his gaze, speaking in a calm manner. "You all order first. I'll decide last. Let us find a seat." The girl with the high ponytail displayed a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. After placing their orders, she and the other two girls went off to find a table. The remaining 3 boys followed suit, leaving Mo Xilou alone at the cash register. Yue Jitong raised her eyes, regarding him coolly, and inquired in a businesslike tone, "What would you like to drink?" Beyond that, she offered no further pleasantries. For Mo Xilou had expressed that their relationship should not be revealed in public. Her expression remained indifferent, and Mo Xilou's tone was equally unvaried, a black coffee. With that, he departed without uttering another word. Chapter 24. The kiss in the coffee shop corner. As Yue Jitong printed the orders, she keenly listened to their conversation, discreetly observing the 7 individuals seated around the same table, with her gaze inevitably fixated on Mo Xilou. His presence seemed magnetic, drawing her attention with an instinctual pull she herself was unaware of. The girl in the blue checkered shirt deliberately saved a seat for Mo Xilou beside her, enthusiastically waving. "Mo Xilou, over here, I've kept a spot for you." The boy in gray couldn't resist teasing. "Oh, look, a special seat for Mo Xilou." The girl shot him an annoyed glance, elbowing him sharply, and feigned anger. "Zhang Jiaqing, are you a parrot?" The boy, addressed as Zhang Jiaqing, clicked his tongue and whispered in her ear, "Lin Yueqing, is it really wise to be so aggressive in front of your Mo Xilou?" Lin Yueqing glanced at Mo Xilou, who was already approaching, and stealthily stomped on Zhang Jiaqing's foot under the table, muttering, "Shut up," feigning ignorance of their subtle exchanges. Mo Xilou pulled out a chair and sat down. It was evident to all, including him, that Lin Yueqing held a certain interest in him. However, he remained unperturbed by it. Among the 7, only he and Wu Yuran were sophomores, while the other 5 were freshmen, direct recruits for class leadership. Today, they had gathered to train these students on managing a class and organizing activities. University students are adults with their own thoughts, making it challenging for peers to manage one another. Mo Xilou and Wu Yuran shared their experiences candidly, and the 5 freshmen listened attentively. Lin Yueqing's gaze remained glued to Mo Xilou, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. Yue Jitong, stealing glances, sensed that she had gained a rival. Behind the cash register, there was a coffee-making nook, open and adorned with a light yellow curtain. A large glass window was embedded in the wall, allowing those outside to witness the entire coffee-making process. Retracting her gaze, Yue Jitong took the order and entered the nook to prepare the coffee. From his position, Mo Xilou had a clear view of the cash register. While speaking, his eyes drifted past the register and the glass window, settling on the figure busily crafting coffee. Her back turned to him. Yue Jitong first prepared an iced Americano and a matcha latte, carefully placing them on a tray before bringing them out. The matcha latte was particularly hot, and she gingerly set the cup down in the center of the table. Upon her arrival, the lively discussion seemed to hit a sudden pause, as everyone instinctively fell silent. Wu Yuran took the iced Americano, while another girl claimed the matcha latte. Lin Yueqing had ordered a caramel macchiato, which was still in preparation. She remained fixated on Mo Xilou and perceptively noted that for several seconds, his gaze lingered on the girl delivering the drinks. Not only Mo Xilou, but several young men were captivated by the delivery girl. Lin Yueqing also turned her gaze towards the delicate, pale hand that held the tray, and then her eyes followed the hand to the girl's face. Momentarily entranced by her beauty, the barista was unexpectedly stunning. When she had placed her order, she had been playfully teased by her companions, completely oblivious to the appearance of the girl standing behind the counter. No wonder everyone was staring at her. Even she found herself wanting to steal a few more glances. Yue Jitong lowered her eyes, placed her belongings down, and decisively turned to leave. Zhang Jiaqing's gaze lingered until her figure vanished behind the curtain. Having been teased throughout, Lin Yueqing finally seized the opportunity to mimic Zhang Jiaqing's earlier tone, saying, Oh, look, even her silhouette has disappeared, and you're still watching. Zhang Jiaqing snapped back to reality, resting his chin on his hand, muttering softly, "That girl looks quite young. She must be from our school. I wonder if she has a boyfriend?" Lin Yueqing retorted without hesitation. With looks like that, she surely has admirers around her. She must have a boyfriend already. Even if she doesn't, someone like you wouldn't stand a chance. Though Zhang Jiaqing shared this sentiment, recognizing the girl's extraordinary beauty and feeling unworthy, he was slightly irked by Lin Yueqing's blunt commentary. What is wrong with me? What if she doesn't have a boyfriend? What if she likes someone like me? Lin Yueqing waved her hand dismissively. All right, why don't you ask for her WeChat and see if you can get it? Why not? Asking for a WeChat is nothing to be afraid of. This wasn't part of Zhang Jiaqing's original plan. He had merely admired the girl's beauty. However, spurred on by Lin Yueqing's challenge, he felt a flicker of boldness. Mo Xilou narrowed his eyes, his elegantly defined left hand tapping lightly on the table. His expression calm as he refrained from engaging in their conversation. Zhang Jiaqing inquired, "Mo, Wu, do you know that girl?" Wu Yuran furrowed her brow slightly, feeling that the girl looked somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, a name began to emerge in her mind. She discreetly glanced at Mo Xilou but chose not to join the discussion, simply shaking her head softly. It was her style to meddle in others' affairs. However, during her freshman year, she had once witnessed Mo Xilou confessing to a girl from the computer science department. The incident left a lasting impression on her. As the girl had coldly rejected him, leaving him in a state of disarray, his eyes filled with desolation. Wu Yuran was taken aback. The campus heartthrob, who received love letters from numerous girls, had been rejected just like that. Another girl with long hair gazed at Yue Jitong's profile, finding it familiar, yet unable to recall why. If she thought back carefully, she would remember that one of the subjects in a post she had casually scrolled past was indeed Yue Jitong. Although the photo of Mo Xilou kissing Yue Jitong in the library had been circulated, it only captured their profiles. Not everyone frequented the campus wall or scrutinized every post meticulously. Few can recognize the profiles of two individuals. Zhang Jiaqing turned to Mo Xilou and inquired once more. "Senior Mo, do you know that young lady?" "I do not," he replied indifferently. Just then, Yue Jitong emerged with a cappuccino and a coconut milk coffee, catching the tail end of their exchange. With her head bowed and her gaze fixed upon the tray she held, she subtly pressed her red lips together. Zhang Jiaqing felt a twinge of disappointment. Was the young lady not from their school? If she were, such a stunning girl could not possibly go unrecognized by both seniors. As Yue Jitong bent down to set the 2 cups of coffee down, she sensed a gaze lingering over her head. However, she chose not to look at anyone and promptly stood up to leave. She had the ability to prepare 2 cups at once and decided to make Mo Xilou's order of black coffee last. When she returned for the 3rd time to deliver the food, Zhang Jiaqing finally mustered the courage to strike up a conversation. "Miss, are you the owner of this establishment?" Yue Jitong paused, lifting her gaze to find Mo Xilou reclining against his chair, arms crossed, observing her leisurely. "No," she gently shook her head, softly uttering those 2 words before departing. Zhang Jiaqing was taken aback. He had expected at least a response such as, "I am also a student here part-time." To his surprise, she was rather reticent. Lin Yueqing scoffed, "You look rather foolish, don't you?" Zhang Jiaqing retorted, "How do I appear foolish? This is bravery, you know?" Though he protested verbally, internally, he felt his spirits waning. The young lady was too aloof. He was certain he had no chance. With only Mo Xilou's black coffee remaining to be served, he suddenly stood up, casually inserting a hand into his pocket, and with long strides, stepped out from the middle of the bench. All eyes turned to him, and Lin Yueqing inquired, "Senior Mo, where are you going?" "I just remembered I forgot to tell her that the coffee should have milk and sugar," he replied. It's Wu Yuran's turn to share her experiences. You all can listen to her. Mo Xilou fixed his gaze on the curtain, walking over at a leisurely pace. No one suspected anything amiss and redirected their attention to Wu Yuran. Wu Yuran's eyes flickered momentarily before she began sharing how to conduct class team-building activities. With her back to the glass window, Yue Jitong poured coffee beans into the grinder, diligently and slowly turning the handle, her expression focused and earnest. The beans transformed into a fine powder, releasing a rich aroma. As she filled a cup with the coffee and turned around, she unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of clear, penetrating eyes, startling her and causing her hand to tremble, nearly spilling the coffee. Stealing a glance outside, she noted that no one was paying attention to her, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Remembering that Mo Xilou had just claimed not to know her, She assumed he wished to avoid any association with her in front of others. Steadying the coffee cup in her hand, she stated calmly, "This is the kitchen. Customers are not allowed inside." Mo Xilou leaned against the wall, lazily standing there, and responded evasively, "Are you working part-time here?" "Yes," she replied softly, taking 2 steps forward until she stood before him, extending the coffee cup towards him. "Since you are here, you may as well take it yourself." "Why?" He did not answer, his gaze fixed upon her clear, bright eyes. Yue Jitong was momentarily taken aback, pondering the question, why? Why take on a part-time job here? She suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. After all, the reason was quite apparent, money. Unless one was seeking to experience life, perhaps. In the next moment, she heard Mo Xilou speak, suggesting it was to gain an insight into the work of a barista. Yue Jitong pressed her lips together, her expression difficult to articulate, before she nodded in acknowledgement. If he chose to believe that, so be it. In truth, she was reluctant to lay bare her financial struggles before him. From the depths of her eyes, Mo Xilou sensed that this was not the whole truth. Was she unwilling to confide in him? Yue Jitong still held the cup, her arm growing weary, and she prompted him once more. "Here you go." Mo Xilou stood in a corner just behind the curtain, where those outside could not glimpse him through the glass window. He accepted the coffee cup with his left hand while his right grasped Yue Jitong's hand, pulling her closer, the distance between them vanishing in an instant. Leaning slightly forward, a playful smile danced in his eyes as he remarked, "I believe today we might unlock a new locale." Yue Jitong froze, instantly comprehending his implication, a wave of nervousness causing her to glance around. A subtle scent of watermelon mingled with the rich aroma of coffee, enveloping her senses. Chapter 25. "Then let me taste sweetness." Yue Jitong, flustered, pushed him away gently. Wary of making too much of a scene, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she spoke in a hushed tone, "Mo Xilou, stop it. There are people outside." He raised his left hand, sipping from the black coffee he held, his thick brows knitting together in complaint. "It's so bitter. Yue Jitong, you didn't add any sugar. You didn't mention it." A playful smile danced at the corners of Mo Xilou's lips, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Then let me have a taste of sweetness." He leaned down and swiftly pecked her lips, the rich flavor of coffee intertwining between them. After the kiss, he departed. The moment he lifted the door curtain, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by an expression of calm indifference, as if nothing had transpired. Holding the coffee in his right hand, he strolled back leisurely. Yue Jitong pressed her hand against her heart, which raced faster than ever before, perhaps due to the surroundings, separated by a mere curtain from his classmates. The overwhelming thrill and tension sent her heartbeat into a frenzy. After taking a moment to compose herself behind the curtain and inhaling deeply, she stepped back out. Having prepared all the beverages they ordered, and with no other customers arriving, Yue Jitong sat behind the cash register, once more engrossed in her book. Yet, today her mind was unusually restless, unable to settle. Was it the noise around her? As Mo Xilou returned with his coffee, only Lin Wuqing noticed that his cup contained nothing but the unadulterated brew. What did Senior Mo go in there for? Lin Wuqing could not contain her curiosity. Why didn't you add milk or sugar? Wu Yuren glanced at the cup with a subtle air of silence, his gaze enigmatic. Mo Xilou's lips curled into a gentle smile, his mood buoyant, spinning tales effortlessly, suddenly deciding against the additives, wishing to savor the pure essence of black coffee. Oh, Lin Wuqing did not dwell on it further. After discussing serious matters, the group began to engage in light-hearted chatter. The topics varied. They spoke of the best places to eat and play in City X, where to find affordable clothing, shared stories of intriguing events and legendary figures at X University, and recounted tales from their hometowns. Mo Xilou, with a penchant for travel, had explored much of China in his lifetime. No matter who mentioned their hometown, he could effortlessly join the conversation. As he spoke passionately, his eyes gleamed with admiration from his peers. At this age, most of them had just left their hometowns for the first time to attend university, yet Mo Xilou had traversed so many places, his experiences rich and varied, seemingly attuned to the customs and cultures of different regions. Lin Wuqing's eyes sparkled brighter as she rested her chin in her hands, gazing intently at him. Behind the cash register, Yue Jitong found herself lost in thought, her book remaining at the same page, the words unreadable. She gently lifted her eyelids and, through the window, caught sight of Mo Xilou animatedly conversing, reminiscent of a boy from their school days, clad in uniform, surrounded by laughter and camaraderie during breaks. No matter the place or time, Mo Xilou effortlessly became the focal point, the center of attention, a natural leader, captivating the gaze of those around him. Perhaps it is the exquisite sunlight of today, or perhaps the absence of any distractions that allows Yue Jitong's thoughts to drift far away. Much like an intricate skein of yarn, chaotically interwoven. Throughout her life, she has been subjected to tests of obedience, adhering to the rules of the orphanage, complying with her mother's dictates, and following the regulations of her school. She possesses a countenance that betrays her restless spirit, yet her character is in stark contrast. She is more honest and diligent than anyone else, adhering to conventions with meticulous care, never daring to step beyond the bounds of propriety. She dutifully abides by the expectations of her family, school, and society, alongside the moral and legal codes imposed upon her. During her school years, she strictly remembered the rule forbidding early romantic entanglements, thus finding the brazen pursuit directed at her both surprising and distasteful. She yearns for validation, anticipates praise, fears divergence, and dreads the scrutinizing gazes of others. Never aspiring to be the center of attention, she merely wishes to blend into the crowd, becoming one of the countless faceless beings. Yet, his pursuit has drawn innumerable eyes upon her, leading to whispers and pointed fingers. Those murmurs and glances weigh heavily upon her timid youth like a burdensome mountain. Her life has been marked by discretion, subtlety, restraint, silence, and monotony. In contrast, Mo Xilou embodies her antithesis: bold, cheerful, liberated, spontaneous, and adventurous. He is the melody of a life lived audaciously. His confidence is unyielding, impervious to the opinions and judgments of others. Every choice he makes is an authentic reflection of his desires, devoid of concern for adherence to any norm, even if his actions defy convention. He possesses an audacious courage and a supportive foundation that enables him to fervently pursue all that he deems worthy. For years, whether 1, 2, or 10, he remains steadfast and relentless in his endeavors. Having known each other for over a decade, Mo Xilou understands her better than most. Yet he has never fully grasped her essence. For instance, he has always believed that she has never harbored feelings for him, oblivious to the truth that she has simultaneously resented his flamboyance while being irresistibly drawn to him. She oscillates between hatred and longing, indifference and sorrow. Her emotions towards Mo Xilou have never been as simple as mere animosity, for the dichotomy of love and hate cannot adequately encapsulate the complexity of their shared years. As all the tangled emotions gradually surface in her mind, she finds herself in a new life, finally granted the time and patience to unravel her innermost thoughts. What she once perceived as hatred in her youth was misdirected. It was never Mo Xilou she despised, but rather herself. Her sensitivity to others' opinions and her fear of their gazes ultimately stem from her own insecurities, cowardice, and timidity. The true object of her disdain has always been the silent, self-deprecating, and exceedingly timid version of herself. He shines like a radiant sun, illuminating the darkness deep within her soul. She longs to become such a person, yet finds herself unable to transform into that ideal. In her childhood, Yue Jitong often pondered why her mother favored her younger siblings, questioning whether her own efforts fell short. Why was she the one left behind? When others sought her friendship, self-doubt would engulf her, making her wonder if she possessed any intrinsic value worthy of their companionship. When pursued, she found herself perplexed, contemplating the motives behind their affection. Did she truly deserve it? A persistent sense of unworthiness weighed heavily upon her. She felt undeserving of her mother's love, believing her actions insufficient, unworthy of being a good friend, as she felt incapable of providing emotional support, unworthy of being pursued, as she perceived herself devoid of any remarkable qualities. Later, upon marrying Mo Xilou, she remained convinced that his love was fleeting, rendering her hesitant to embrace it. She feared that he might be enamored only by her exterior and, upon discovering the myriad of scars within her heart, his affection would dissipate. The thought of enduring the agony of gaining and then losing love terrified her. Consequently, she fortified her heart, choosing to minimize the risks. By rejecting this love, she hoped to shield herself from potential hurt. On the day Mo Xilou initiated divorce proceedings, an unexpected sense of relief washed over her, as if a stone had been dropped, bringing her a sense of grounding. Yet, what followed was a profound sense of loss, sadness, and regret. Regret? Why did she feel regret? She could not comprehend it, opting instead to evade and ignore the emotion. After all, she frequently chose to escape from unresolved issues and feelings, avoiding them altogether. Like an ostrich, she buried her head in the sand. Her life was pervaded by weakness and insecurity. As she neared death, a realization dawned upon her regarding the source of that regret. She had cautiously rejected the only person who had ever loved her fervently in this lifetime. In her next existence, she still bore the weight of over 30 years of ingrained inferiority. Rebirth would not instantaneously alter her character. She remained herself, yet not quite the same as before. She would reflect, strive for change, and attempt to reach out. Transformation is not an overnight process. She would require time to gradually shed her layers of insecurity and timidness, evolving into a renewed version of herself. As the warm sun cast a beam of light, Yue Jitong squinted slightly, raising her hand to shield her forehead. As a flicker of hope ignited within her, this spark quietly burned in an unnoticed corner, resilient and steady. Chapter 26. A heartbeat missed at 11:30. Mo Xilou and his companions rose to their feet, preparing to embark on their lunch break. Yue Jitong suggested, the nearby Sichuan-style noodle shop is quite delightful. Shall we go there for our meal? Lin Yuqing nodded in agreement. Sounds great. I relish spicy food. Afterward, she turned her gaze toward Mo Xilou. What do you think? Senior? I'm indifferent, Mo Xilou replied, his eyes cast down, seemingly lost in thought. Zhang Jiaqing scoffed and remarked to Lin Yuqing, you always ask Mo Xilou. Why not consider us as well? Are we not human? Lin Yuqing shot him a glare, retorting fiercely, then what do you want to eat? Zhang Jiaqing scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. I'm fine with anything. Lin Yuqing rolled her eyes, exasperated. That has hardly a response. It's as if you've said nothing at all. Hey, my answer is just like Mo Xilou's, yet your attitude is utterly different. What's wrong? Do you have a problem with that? He challenged. Mo Xilou remained silent, quietly observing their banter. When Lin Yuqing met his gaze, she fell silent, her face flushing as she lowered her head, reflecting on whether she had been overly aggressive. She hoped Mo Xilou didn't mistake her for a snarky individual. Wu Yuran interjected. All right, let us hurry. Everyone must be hungry. Yue Jitong watched them depart, noting two other patrons still present in the establishment. As Mo Xilou lingered at the door, he unexpectedly turned back, their eyes locking in a moment of surprise. He flashed a smile and winked before vanishing outside. Yue Jitong felt a sudden hitch in her heartbeat. Her lunch break was from noon to 1. But with other customers still dining, it wasn't convenient for her to leave. Moreover, the two patrons showed no signs of vacating. After a moment's contemplation, she opened her phone and sent Mo Xilou a message. Could you bring me some food? Thanks. This marked her first time proactively seeking his assistance. A tentative exploration of their connection. She felt akin to a snail, cautiously extending her antennae to touch his world. Should he be unwilling, she would retract her tentacles and retreat into her shell. Surely, he would see it. Would he feign ignorance? Fortunately, he replied swiftly, interrupting her spiral of thoughts. What do you want to eat? On the other end, Mo Xilou was slightly taken aback, surprised that Yue Jitong had the audacity to ask for his help. Unaware of her internal transformation, he was genuinely astonished. He had always recognized her as a person of high sensitivity and self-esteem, someone who rarely solicited assistance and preferred to handle matters independently. Yue Jitong responded, What are you all having? Mo Xilou replied, We're having noodles. Yue Jitong said, Could you pack me a portion, please? Not spicy. Mo Xilou answered, Okay. While awaiting her lunch, she received a message from Zhao Zhen, Sister Tong, that Li Qian is truly a green tea type. I've never encountered such a green tea guy. It infuriates me. I can't compete with him. Through the screen, Yue Jitong could almost envision Zhao Zhen's frustrated demeanor. His vehement tone piqued her curiosity. What transpired? Zhao Zhen began to ramble about the indignities he had endured throughout the morning. This volunteer activity was organized by the school's youth association, open for students from various colleges. With a total of 20 slots available, the coordinator of the event was Lu Ming, a cadre from the youth association. Lu Ming had informed everyone in the group that they were to gather at the school gate at 8:30 in the morning to take the bus together. By the time Zhao Zhen arrived at the school gate, Li Qian and Xue Man were already present. This was his first encounter with Li Qian, the so-called scumbag in Yue Jitong's words, and he was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, he appeared polished and courteous, exuding humility and friendliness, hardly resembling someone with a scoundrel's disposition. There were already over 10 individuals in attendance, with Xue Man standing closest to him. The two seemed engrossed in conversation, sharing laughter, primarily with Li Qian speaking and Xue Man listening. Zhao Zhen approached, feigning an accidental meeting to greet her. Man, what a coincidence. You signed up for this event too? Xue Man turned her head, her eyes lighting up. Oh, Zhao Zhen, how fortunate. Li Qian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his expression warm. Man. Who is this? Oh, this is my high school classmate, Zhaozhen. Li Qian offered a friendly smile to him, and Zhaozhen nodded in return. Though a pang of bitterness stirred within him. In Shuiman's eyes, was he merely a high school classmate? Unable to restrain himself, Zhaozhen added. Not just a high school classmate, man. We were also classmates in middle school and elementary school. Indeed. It is quite fateful to realize we've attended the same school since childhood, Shuiman replied with a smile. Li Qian's gaze flickered, his eyes scrutinizing Zhaozhen. Zhaozhen returned his gaze, his expression sharpening. Li Qian gleaned something from Zhaozhen's demeanor, lowering his head to mask the fleeting displeasure in his eyes. Then raising it again to don that same courteous facade. It seemed Zhaozhen sought to vie for attention. Li Qian dismissed him, exuding confidence, certain that a straightforward man like Zhaozhen posed no real challenge. Zhaozhen inexplicably discerned the disdain in his eyes, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Yue Jitong was right. Li Qian was indeed skilled at masquerading, always wearing a fade. Once all were gathered, Lu Meng counted the participants and began to usher everyone aboard. Let us depart, Shuiman said, being the first to board the bus. Li Qian, being closest to her, closely followed. Zhaozhen immediately trailed behind, positioning himself right behind Li Qian. The front half of the bus featured single seats, while the rear half comprised double seats, with the last row accommodating multiple occupants. Shuiman boarded early, and with many seats still available, Li Qian promptly suggested, Man, let us sit towards the back. It's more stable there. Sounds good. Man, sit here, it's quite comfortable, he offered, selecting a middle double seat and inviting Shuiman. In a rush, Zhaozhen also found a double seat, conveniently one aisle away from Li Qian, and he too invited, Man, sit over here, it's warmer. Shuiman stood in the middle of the corridor, somewhat troubled, glancing left and right, uncertain whom to decline. Li Qian, his gaze flickering, having long perceived Shuiman's character, promptly made a decision for her. He patted the seat beside him, urging, Man, do sit down swiftly, others are waiting to pass. As expected, upon hearing that she was obstructing those behind, Shuiman immediately took her place beside Li Qian. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhaozhen's eyes. Lifting his head, he caught Li Qian's knowing smile, which seemed to convey, you've lost. In this initial skirmish, Zhaozhen was defeated. After disembarking, wary of past experiences, Zhaozhen closely followed Shuiman, mimicking her every step. Chapter 27. Do you wish to spend time alone with me? Li Qian smiled nonchalantly. Whenever Zhaozhen and Shuiman reminisced about their childhood antics, he always found the perfect moment to interject, deftly steering the conversation in another direction. Zhaozhen inquired, Man, do you recall our middle school visit to the orphanage for that donation drive? Li Qian immediately interjected, Oh, man, which middle school did you attend? Shuiman promptly replied, I was at. Zhaozhen continued, Man, my mother called yesterday and asked about you, saying it had been a while since she last saw you and inviting you over during the next holiday. Li Qian then expressed wistfully, I haven't been home in quite some time. I do miss it. Shuiman gently reassured him, It's all right. In just over a month, winter break will arrive. Zhaozhen remarked, Man, do you remember our elementary school homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhou? She broke her leg. Let's visit her together during the break. Li Qian commented, What unfortunate news. By the way, Man, what do you usually do during the holidays? Shuiman replied, I watch dramas and hang out with friends. Zhaozhen, feeling exasperated, chose to remain silent. He shot a frustrated glance at the incessantly interrupting Li Qian, who returned a smug look. In their second encounter, Zhaozhen was bested. Meanwhile, Shuiman remained oblivious to the brewing tension between the two. She smiled gently and suggested, Let's play games with the little ones. Sounds good. Li Qian and Zhaozhen replied in unison, exchanging glares thereafter. As Shuiman engaged with one of the children, Li Qian joined in, soon coaxing joyous laughter from the little ones. Zhaozhen followed suit, but for some inexplicable reason, the children gravitated more towards Li Qian. A 6-year-old girl wanted to play house and insisted that Shuiman portray the mother, while she pointed at Li Qian to be the father. Shuiman glanced at Li Qian, her cheeks subtly flushing. Zhaozhen, feeling slighted, crouched down and asked the child, Why don't you want me to play the father? The child stepped back, exclaiming, You seem fierce, but Li Qian Gij is gentle, and Man Jijia is beautiful. They are a better fit. Zhaozhen froze, incredulity flashing in his eyes as he reflexively questioned, How am I fierce? It was the first time anyone had labeled him as such. He considered himself rather delicate in appearance. Where, he wondered, was Li Qian's gentleness evident? The child blinked and took another step back, insisting, "Look, you are fierce right now. I want to play with Li Qiangij." Zhao Zhan clenched his fists and turned away with a huff. It was clear to him that the child had been swayed by Li Qian, who had deliberately prompted the little one to suggest the game and designate him as the father. From Xue Man's unobservant perspective, Li Qian smirked, unabashedly reveling in his triumph. In their third confrontation, Zhao Zhan was defeated. Frustrated, he sat aside, watching them play, feeling utterly excluded. He slumped beneath the slide, dejectedly messaging Yue Jitong to vent his frustrations. At the CAF, Yue Jitong stared at the barrage of messages from Zhao Zhan, engulfed in silence. Indeed, a man capable of balancing 4 romantic entanglements in his previous life, simultaneously charming both Xue Man and 3 affluent women, is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Li Qian is not just associated with 1 wealthy woman. He is involved with 3 simultaneously. What is most infuriating is that, after his various indiscretions were uncovered, none of the 3 women held him accountable. Instead, they began to compete for his affection, showering him with money and resources, even investing in his film projects. Ultimately, they managed to elevate a man with scant acting talent and a lackluster appearance to prominence. This alone is a testament to his profound cunning. Zhao Zhan, too straightforward for his own good, is merely a naive young man, ill-equipped to match the scheming of the astute Li Qian. Yet, his honesty is both a flaw and a virtue. Upon witnessing Li Qian's manipulative prowess, Zhao Zhan finally felt a sense of urgency. He double-tapped on Yue Jitong's profile picture and messaged her, "Sister Tong, I require your assistance." Yue Jitong furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment, yet could not devise an effective plan. She focused intently on her screen and typed a few words. "Next time, arrange to meet man alone, without Li Qian present. This matter needs to be resolved expeditiously." Li Qian possesses an exceptional talent for controlling the narrative. With him around, Zhao Zhan is rendered inconsequential. Moreover, she has a premonition that Li Qian has already deemed Xue Man as his own. Yue Jitong put away her phone, only to be startled by the sudden presence of someone beside her. "When did you return? You made no sound at all." Mo Xilou placed the packaged meal on the counter, diverting his gaze from her phone to her. "I just arrived. Who were you messaging so intently?" He had caught a glimpse of her screen, which displayed a contact named Zhao Zhan. The other party had sent her numerous messages, and though Mo Xilou could not discern their contents, he could not suppress a pang of jealousy. In the past, when he had sent her many messages, she had never responded, yet now she was engaging with someone else with such earnestness that she failed to notice his arrival. "Let us eat," he said, pulling out a chair to sit beside her. As Yue Jitong opened the meal box, a rich aroma wafted toward her. The noodles, perfectly cooked, were enveloped in an enticing sauce, while succulent greens and thinly sliced mushrooms added to the dish's allure, bursting with flavor at the first bite. "Yue Jitong, do you have a part-time job next Friday evening?" he inquired. She nodded, "Yes, at the printing shop." "How many part-time jobs do you have?" "3, the printing shop, a milk tea shop, and a coffee shop." Mo Xilou frowned. "Are you in dire need of money?" Yue Jitong was taken aback, meeting his gaze without answering, instead countering, "Do you think I should not be?" Now it was his turn to be taken aback. Indeed, given that Yue Jitong had fallen out with her family and lacked a source of income, it was no wonder she was so elusive. She had been striving to earn a living every day. Mo Xilou took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to her. Yue Jitong refused. "I cannot accept your money." She felt she had no standing to do so. Their relationship was currently ambiguous. Why should she accept his financial assistance? Mo Xilou seized her phone and initiated the transaction. "Hey you." Yue Jitong was momentarily stunned, caught off guard by his audacity. "Rest assured, this money shall not be in vain. Since you are already seeking part-time work, why not assist me?" Yue Jitong fell silent, gazing at him. "I shall purchase your time with money, 1,000 a day, to accompany me in leisure. Next Friday evening, we shall go out together." Yue Jitong retrieved her phone, swallowed the last mouthful of noodles, and looked at him with a hint of trepidation. What does this companionship entail? He paused, instantly comprehending the implication in her gaze. With a playful tap on her head, he chuckled. "What are you thinking? We are merely going out together. Did you suppose I intended to take you somewhere else?" "Oh," she murmured, lowering her head to mask her embarrassment. She had indeed overthought the matter. With her head bowed, her hair cascading down, revealing her flushed earlobes, Mo Xilou's gaze deepened. He leaned closer, whispering, "Or perhaps, do you wish to venture out with me alone?" Chapter 28. A cup of hot, iced Americano. Yue Jitong was taken aback, meeting his teasing gaze. She hastily waved her hand, suggesting that going out together would be quite pleasant. Noticing her flustered demeanor, he chuckled softly. Yue Jitong inquired further, asking who else would be joining them. My roommate. Your roommate, Mo Xilou replied succinctly. In truth, Gu Yunqi had intended to invite Su Qinghe, but, unable to do so, sought Mo Xilou's assistance to invite Yue Jitong and to bring Su Qinghe along as well. Yue Jitong, I have a task for you. What is it? Mo Xilou relayed Gu Yunqi's request. This. Yue Jitong hesitated for a few seconds, expressing her uncertainty. Just give it a try. After contemplating for a moment, Yue Jitong reasoned that if she were to invite Su Qinghe alone, it would be more effective to include the others from the dormitory. She pondered whether to invite Zhao Zhan, as it could create an opportunity for him and Xue Man. She asked, where shall we go? Anywhere is fine. Gu Yunqi's intention is to find a romantic setting. Coincidentally, this aligned with her own thoughts. She recalled Su Qinghe mentioning that Gu Yunqi was pursuing her, but she remained unaware of her feelings on the matter. However, Yue Jitong was keen on facilitating a connection between Zhao Zhan and Xue Man. The situation concerning Xue Man weighed heavily on her heart. Until resolved, she could not shake the anxiety that Xue Man might repeat past mistakes. Embarking on a path of no return, Mo Xilou suddenly asked, are the girls in your dormitory particularly daring? Huh. She looked at him quizzically, wondering why he posed such a question. Because a horror escape room has opened on Dewdrop Street. You might suggest it to them and see if they are interested. A horror escape room? What is that? It's a combination of a haunted house and an escape room. Oh, Yue Jitong nodded. I'll ask them when I get back. At that moment, she did not even consider whether she had the courage to participate. Having never experienced a haunted house, she could not fathom the level of thrill it might entail. Mo Xilou had other matters to attend to in the afternoon, so after giving his instructions, he departed. Yue Jitong discarded the empty meal box, tidied the area, and returned to her work. As the afternoon progressed, patrons began to arrive in greater numbers, leaving her little time to read. Occasionally, she would take out her phone to respond to a few messages. She had yet to inform Zhao Zhan about the outing plan for next week, as she was still uncertain about inviting the other dormitory members. At the Sunshine Welfare Institute, Xue Man thoroughly enjoyed her time with the children. As she was leaving in the afternoon, several little ones followed her reluctantly, and she promised to visit them again when she could. After the volunteer activity concluded, they clocked out, and, with points earned, the 20 university students took the bus back together. The bus stop was conveniently located at the school gate, and as Zhao Zhan disembarked, he headed straight for the CAF across the street, aware that Yue Jitong was working inside. Inside the CAF, Yue Jitong was gazing in exasperation at a few girls who had just entered. Shi Rui and her two roommates had inadvertently wandered into the CAF and were surprised to find Yue Jitong working there. Despite their past grievances, Yue Jitong maintained her composure, greeting them with a neutral expression. May I take your order? Shi Rui, with her long hair, crossed her arms and, in a moment of inspiration, ordered, I'd like a hot iced Americano. Yue Jitong lifted her gaze, observing her quietly with an expression that suggested disbelief. Then inquired, can you guess why it's called iced Americano? The other person scoffed, retorting, what's the matter? Can't you make it? I cannot, she replied succinctly. The other person paused, then mockingly remarked, then what are you doing here for a part-time job? Yue Jitong chose to ignore her, turning to Shi Rui and asking, would you like to order anything else? Shi Rui met her gaze, the tension palpable as rivals often felt, but she managed to conceal her emotions well. With a slightly sharp tone, she said, I'll have 3 hot vanilla lattes. Looking at her two roommates, she generously declared, today, I'll treat you all. The roommates showered her with compliments. Shi Rui, our little wealthy lady, then we shall not hold back. Shi Rui, chin held high, proudly sauntered away amidst their adulation. Her perception of Yue Jitong grew, now adding the assumption of her humble background, as only those with less fortunate family circumstances would take up part-time work. This CAF was relatively pricey, with a vanilla latte costing 25 yuan, a considerable sum for college students reliant on parental support. This was one of the reasons why the CAF saw few patrons throughout the day. Yue Jitong paid no further attention to them, placing the order and moving to the kitchen to commence her task. Making coffee was a rather relieving endeavor. She was exceptionally focused, feeling neither fatigue nor stress, but rather a sense of accomplishment. After serving the 3 lattes, this time, Shi Rui's roommates refrained from making any foolish remarks to undermine her. Upon turning around, she noticed Zhao Zhan standing at the entrance. His expression brightened instantly upon seeing her. This matter was a secret between him and Yue Jitong, leaving him with no one else to confide in. After a morning filled with discouragement, Zhao Zhan was plagued by severe self-doubt. Sister Tong, do you think I'm really that incompetent? Observing his despondent demeanor, Yue Jitong sincerely reassured him, not at all, Zhao Zhan. You are an exceptionally good person. You've moved people in Huagua in your past life. How could you be lacking? Nowadays, if you randomly picked someone off the street, they wouldn't possess your kindness. Yue Jitong held Zhao Zhan in high regard, admiring his attitude of blossoming even in dire circumstances. Shirwei noticed a boy conversing with Yue Jitong, engaged in a lengthy discussion. Eager to eavesdrop, she discreetly opened her phone to record the conversation. The audio was fragmented, and she couldn't quite make out all the details. But she perceived Zhao Zhan as a suitor of Yue Jitong. Although she was loath to admit it, she had to recognize that Yue Jitong possessed a certain allure, the kind that could capture a man's attention at first glance. Shirwei saved the recording, regardless of its potential utility. As she naturally excelled at leveraging her surroundings to seize every opportunity, she lifted her phone, pretending to take a selfie with her coffee cup, and stealthily snapped a photo of Yue Jitong and Zhao Zhan together. In the picture, Yue Jitong appeared amiable, her eyes seemingly sparkling with light, while the boy across from her scratched his head, shyly smiling. Zhao Zhan felt a twinge of embarrassment at the praise bestowed upon him by Yue Jitong. Sister Tong, you need not console me. I am well aware that I am not as remarkable as you suggest. Do not lose heart, trust me. You are undoubtedly far superior to Li Qian. After a moment of comfort, Zhao Zhan's previously deflated confidence was rekindled, and he bid farewell to Yue Jitong. Once he departed, Shi Rui approached, coming to a halt before Yue Jitong, her expression serious as she inquired, Yue Jitong, what is the true nature of your relationship with Mo Xilou? The photograph of their kiss in the library pierced Shi Rui's heart like a thorn, causing her discomfort with every recollection. Chapter 29. The infectious nature of infatuation yet. She did not believe that Yue Jitong was truly in a relationship with Mo Xilou. From her understanding of Mo Xilou, should he be romantically involved, he would undoubtedly announce it on social media, proclaiming it with great fanfare until it became common knowledge. It was certainly not this ambiguous and unnoticed affair. Mo Xilou was not the type to compromise the happiness of his girlfriend. He was known for his forthrightness. Shi Rui was convinced that she had an in-depth understanding of Mo Xilou, which fueled her hope. However, she found herself perplexed by the mysterious photograph. Today, by chance, Shi Rui encountered Yue Jitong and boldly voiced her confusion. Yue Jitong was taken aback, scrutinizing the girl who always regarded her with hostility. What does this have to do with you? She asked. Shi Rui, momentarily at a loss for words, raised her voice. I have liked Mo Xilou since the very first day of freshman year. So what? Yue Jitong calmly countered. Whatever I, Shi Rui, desire, I shall obtain. No man can reject me. As she spoke, her demeanor grew increasingly frenzied. Yue Jitong found her bewildering. What is the purpose of your words? Shi Rui retorted. I simply wish to inform you that I will eventually win Mo Xilou's affection. Do not become overly complacent, thinking he will always favor you. After declaring this, Shi Rui did not wait for a response, letting out a cold huff as she departed with her two companions. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, momentarily dazed before realizing she had just been declared a rival. She had thought such childish antics were reserved for middle schoolers. In reality, since high school, no one had confronted her, demanding she distance herself from anyone. She chuckled softly, dismissing the encounter as somewhat juvenile. Later that evening, upon returning to her dormitory, she recalled Mo Xilou's suggestion and extended an invitation to her dorm mates. Zheng Yanyan excitedly exclaimed, Tong, I'm in. She was an avid enthusiast of haunted houses and escape rooms, reveling in experiences drenched in terror. However, she often struggled to find like-minded companions. Shuiman hesitated. What if it's too frightening? I'm a bit apprehensive. Zheng Yanyan encouraged her. Do not worry, it's not scary at all. They are all just NPCs. I've done this many times before. I will protect you. Convinced, Shuiman replied, all right, I'll go too. Finally, Yue Jitong turned to Su Qinghe, the pivotal figure in their group. After all, the one footing the bill was Gu Yunqi. Su Qinghe shot her a glance, a smirk playing on her lips. Is it just us? Or are there others? Yue Jitong smiled and admitted, indeed, I cannot hide anything from you, Sister He. There is also Mo Xilou and his roommate. It was Gu Yunqi's idea. Su Qinghe saw through her intentions, knowing Yue Jitong would never choose a haunted house for entertainment. Very well, Yue Jitong thought, not wishing to conceal her plans any longer. She grasped Su Qinghe's arm playfully. So, Sister He, will you join us? Let us go, Su Qinghe replied. Her spirits lifted. With nothing else to occupy her time, and considering Gu Yunqi's earnest efforts, she agreed. Yue Jitong promptly messaged Mo Xilou, task accomplished. Mo Xilou replied, well done. He then turned to inform Gu Yunqi. Fang Mingjie, overhearing their conversation, joined in, old Gu. I've heard that Su Qinghe is quite the heartbreaker, a real siren. Mo Xilou glanced at him. What do you mean? He was not particularly familiar with Yue Jitong's roommates. Fang Mingjie began to gossip. Su Qinghe has changed boyfriends at least 8 times in a year. You can easily find out if you inquire at her college. Gu Yunqi seemed unfazed. I know, she is rather fickle, but I like her. When you love someone, you must embrace all their virtues and flaws. Fang Mingjie was somewhat speechless. All right, we have another romantic fool here. Previously, their dorm had only one romantic fool in Mo Xilou, and now it seemed to be contagious. Fang Mingjie sighed despondently, genuinely fearing that he too might succumb to the affliction of romance. A week flew by, and before they knew it, Friday had arrived once more. The weather grew increasingly frigid as December set in, with temperatures dropping several degrees. Compared to the northern regions where snow had already begun to fall, the climate in City X remained relatively mild. Yue Jitong wrapped herself in a thick gray-blue coat, with wide-leg jeans completely concealing her slender legs. Her hair casually tied up in a bun. She had never been one to wear clothing that showcased her figure. Come winter, her attire consisted of oversized sweaters paired with wide-leg pants. The group had arranged to meet at the corner of Du Street. Mo Xilou, Gu Yunqi, and Fang Mingjie arrived by car. Fang Mingjie had initially been reluctant to accompany these two romantic fools, but was forcibly dragged out by Gu Yunqi. Even as they got into the car, he continued to complain. Why do you need me along if you're just trying to woo girls? Oh, come on, Lao Fang. You're alone in the dorm anyway. Join us for some fun. Yue Jitong and her 3 roommates chose to take a taxi, and she called Zhao Zhan. So the 5 of them waited for a cab at the school gate. Zheng Yanyan and Su Qinghe did not know Zhao Zhan. So Yue Jitong pulled them aside and quietly explained the situation. Upon learning that Zhao Zhan was interested in Xue Man, the two exchanged glances. Zheng Yanyan found it curious. Tong, you seem to have a good impression of Zhao Zhan. She had never seen Yue Jitong advocate so strongly for someone. Yue Jitong could not explain further, only saying that by coincidence, Zhao Zhan had helped her immensely. In short, he was a genuinely good person. The two accepted her assertion, trusting in her judgment, and decided to assist in bringing the two together. The 5 of them needed 2 taxis, so while waiting for the vehicles to arrive, Yue Jitong, Su Qinghe, and Zheng Yanyan seamlessly entered the first taxi, leaving the second for Xue Man and Zhao Zhan. Inside the car, Zhao Zhan and Xue Man sat in the back seat, which was rather compact, placing them in close proximity to one another. The atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Zhao Zhan awkwardly shifted to the side, fearful of encroaching on Xue Man's space, racking his brain for a topic of conversation, his mouth opening and closing in hesitation. Xue Man sat quietly with her hands resting on her knees, her eyes cast down demurely. Zhao Zhan felt a pang of frustration, suddenly recalling Li Qian. If Li Qian were here, how would he approach this situation? Li Qian, that green tea boy, would undoubtedly seize such a splendid opportunity for close proximity with Xue Man. Why not take a leaf out of Li Qian's book? However, Zhao Zhan was at a loss for how to initiate a conversation with a girl. Where should he begin? He felt quite awkward and remembered that Yue Jitong had mentioned that Xue Man preferred boys who were assertive and a bit domineering. He began to make a conscious effort to relax his body. As soon as he did, his leg inevitably brushed against Xue Man's. It was evident that the girl beside him momentarily stiffened before subtly shifting away. Zhao Zhan clenched his fingers and slowly began to speak. Xue Man. Just as he was about to utter his words, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, producing a jarring sound. Chapter 30 at the outset, Gu Yunqi was abruptly dragged away. Xue Man's body lurched forward, swaying to the side, prompting Zhao Zhan to instinctively pull her into his embrace. The driver, seated in the front, rolled down the window and began to vociferously berate the scene outside, exclaiming whether they valued their lives. Arguing in the middle of the road. Outside the window, a couple appeared to be having a quarrel. The vehicle continued to advance. As Xue Man extricated herself from his arms, she placed her hands on his legs, sitting upright with a flushed face, feeling embarrassed. Zhao Zhan withdrew his hand, still somewhat incredulous. Was it truly this easy to embrace a girl? His heart raced faster than the speed of the car. And no problem, he stammered. At last, they arrived at the entrance of Lu Shui Street. Mo Xilou led the way, guiding them into a narrow alleyway. which housed only a few shops and had scarcely any passing customers, rendering it quite secluded. Gu Yunqi trailed beside Su Qinghe, chattering incessantly. That blue sign ahead is it, right? I heard the owner of this establishment is a college student who ventured into entrepreneurship. Su Qinghe engaged him in a casual conversation. Fang Mingzhi walked behind them, mentally scoffing at the sight, likening it to a queen accompanied by her attendant. He wagered that one day, Gu Yunqi would find herself in tears, played for a fool by Su Qinghe. Upon entering the shop, they were greeted by a young girl. We have a total of 10 themes. Please choose one. 1. Abandoned hospital. Reeking of disinfectant and blood, the atmosphere is occasionally pierced by the sound of a crying infant, while a live actor portraying a deranged doctor brandishes a scalpel, pursuing players. Fear factor, 5 stars 2. Haunted manor. The dimly lit ancient estate is haunted by the vengeful spirit of a wronged maid, with ghostly hands occasionally reaching out from the walls to grasp players' clothing. Fear factor, 5 stars 3. Campus nightmare. Simulating a school's corridor at midnight, eerie noises emanate from the restroom, while the spirit of a wronged student roams the classroom, and bloodied words mysteriously appear on the blackboard. Fear factor, 5 stars 4. Misty forest. In the dense fog of the forest, players may encounter werewolves and mysterious tree spirits when they lose their way, with traps lurking beneath their feet. Fear factor, 3 stars 5. Deep sea shadows. The eerie, azure environment resembles the depths of the ocean, where siren songs tempt players and colossal octopus tentacles may strike. Fear factor, 3 stars 6. Prison of evil spirits. In the dark, damp cells, fierce malevolent spirits are confined, ready to break free and pounce on players at any moment. Fear factor, 4 stars 7. Graveyard mysteries. Among the gravestones, a white-clad ghost flits about, while skeletal claws occasionally emerge from the ground. Fear factor, 4 stars 8. Secrets of the castle. The ancient fortress harbors the secrets of a vampire family, with bats fluttering and vampires lurking, ready to appear at any time. Fear factor, 3 stars 9. Subway anomalies. In the shadowy subway carriage, mysterious figures flicker, and the train's intercom issues eerie announcements. Fear factor, 4 stars 10. Village of the Hanged Woman. In a remote, impoverished mountain village, a woman hangs lifeless from a tree. Who could she be? Terror index, 6 stars. The 8 of them deliberated for a while, unable to reach a consensus, hesitating among 4 themes: the haunted mansion, the misty forest, the foggy castle, and the corpse of a woman in a mountain village. Zheng Yanyan and Gu Yunqi fervently advocated for the last theme, as it possessed the highest terror index and promised the most excitement. Xue Man and Yue Jitong preferred the misty forest, believing it to be less frightening. After a prolonged discussion, Zheng Yanyan ultimately persuaded everyone, and they settled on the most challenging theme, the corpse of a woman in a mountain village. Merely hearing the title sent shivers down Yue Jitong's spine. Both she and Xue Man were the type who shied away from even horror films. Once the theme was chosen, the female staff member handed them a small flashlight, smilingly reminding them not to strike the NPCs and to enjoy their experience. Yue Jitong mused to herself, how could anyone strike an NPC? That would be utterly uncouth. The staff led the group of 8 to the entrance, with Zheng Yanyan volunteering to lead the way. Inside, it was pitch dark, rendering visibility nearly impossible. She switched on the flashlight, discovering its feeble beam barely illuminated anything. The 8 entered in succession, greeted by a damp scent mingled with the odor of decaying wood. Fang Mingzhi, with his keen sense of smell, even detected a hint of blood. The space was vast. Gu Yunqi, using the dim light of the flashlight to survey his surroundings, had anticipated a confined area, but was astonished to find it was 5 times larger than he imagined. The ground was covered in grass, and trees stood nearby, authentically simulating a mountain village scene. The atmosphere was exceedingly eerie, and Yue Jitong felt a twinge of fear, instinctively inching closer to Mo Xilou. A few remained motionless, while Gu Yunqi continued to explore with the flashlight. Suddenly, 2 NPCs sprang forth from the shadows, cackling ominously, and dragged Gu Yunqi away, leaving behind a chilling remark. Tonight we feast on a little lamb. Mo Xilou and the others were startled, and by the time they reacted, they hurriedly pursued, only to find the spot where he had vanished was merely a wall. Fang Mingzhi picked up the flashlight from the ground, his tone somber. Gu. May you fare well. Xue Man recoiled in fright. Where did Gu Yunqi go? Is he in danger? Zheng Yanyan chuckled lightly. Do not worry, it's just a game. We should see him again shortly. A voice resonated in the air. Do you wish to rescue your friend? Prepare 500,000 in cash. The two most adept players had already been captured, and now everyone turned their gaze to Zhang Yanyan. This must be a clue. Let us split up and search for hidden cash, Zhang Yanyan calmly suggested. Xue Man and Zhao Zhen uncovered 100,000 from a section of the wall. Fang Mingzhi discovered another 100,000 beneath a hoe. Su Qinghe found 100,000 in an old well. Yue Jitong and Mo Xilou retrieved 100,000 from a tree hollow. Yet, the last 100,000 remained elusive, despite their extensive search. Finally, Zhang Yanyan's gaze fell upon a small mound with a vertical wooden sign. Do you think it could be buried there? Yue Jitong grasped her arm, swallowing hard. Yanyan, you're not suggesting we dig up a grave, are you? Zhang Yanyan's gaze shimmered with excitement, undoubtedly concealing something within. Yue Jitong looked at her. Squatting on the ground with a hoe, his heart laden with unease, fearing she might unearth something dreadful. I found it, right here, Zhang Yanyan exclaimed, swiftly uncovering the final million. How audacious! Who dares to rob my tomb? Come forth and face your demise. Suddenly, a specter in white plummeted from the tree, a noose tightly encircling her neck. Yue Jitong, standing beside the tree, was taken aback by the ghost's ghastly visage, her face as pale as death, eyes bleeding, and a long tongue lolling from her mouth. Instinctively, he let out a piercing scream. Ah! Chapter 31. Do you wish to take advantage of me? Everyone was taken aback, not by the apparition, but by Yue Jitong, for she had never been heard to scream before. All eyes turned towards the tree. Mo Xilou swiftly pulled her behind him, reassuring her, do not fear, it is merely an NPC. Yue Jitong clung tightly to the hem of his garment, her gaze averted. The ghost hung from the tree, tearing away the bloodied rope from her neck, her voice a piercing wail. You took my money. So let one of you stay to accompany me. With that, she lunged towards them, her inky claws poised to strike. The 7 of them took off running. Yue Jitong gripped Mo Xilou's clothing tightly, exclaiming internally that this game was utterly terrifying. She had no desire to continue. Zhang Yanyan shouted amidst her flight. Hand over the money. I'll place it in that recess. They dodged the ghost while racing towards the designated spot. As 5 million was deposited, a wall slowly parted, revealing a new scene. The ghost ceased her pursuit, rehanging herself from the tree, her long tongue lolling out as she tilted her head in their direction. A few of them arrived at the new setting, crouching down to catch their breath after the frantic chase that had left them drenched in sweat. Zhang Yanyan removed her jacket and draped it over her shoulders, having been the one to lead the ghost around in circles. Gu Yunqi awaited them, lounging on a dilapidated chair, and waved at them, greeting, hello, old friends. Su Qinghe, filled with indignation, retorted, we are utterly exhausted. How can you be so relaxed? Gu Yunqi scoffed, what a 6-star horror. Not frightening at all. Yue Jitong's eyes widened. Was this not terrifying? She was nearly frightened to death, and she imagined that tonight's dreams would be haunted by the ghost's ghastly visage. In the forthcoming scene, Xue Man and Yue Jitong took on the role of the screamers. The NPCs in this escape room were indeed excessive. When a hand emerged from the wall to grab Yue Jitong's arm, she screamed while striking the hand vigorously. Now she understood why the staff had cautioned against striking NPCs. After her outburst, she mumbled an apology, I'm sorry. The hand on the wall trembled twice before retracting. They arrived at the final segment. Before the 8 individuals lay 4 passages, with only one being correct. Discovering the right passage would lead them out of the mountain village. Zhang Yanyan proposed that they pair up, forming 4 groups to traverse each passage. Those who chose incorrectly would return to the entrance, while those who found the right path would proceed directly out. The final groupings were Xue Man with Zhao Zhen, Su Qinghe with Gu Yunqi, Yue Jitong with Mo Xilou, and Zhang Yanyan with Fang Mingzhi. With only a single flashlight available, they were uncertain of whom it should be entrusted to. Zhang Yanyan glanced at Gu Yunqi, who subtly gestured for her not to. Are you joking? It's a rare opportunity for the 2 of us to be alone. Why would I need the flashlight? She then looked towards Xue Man's group, where Zhao Zhen signaled similarly. Mo Xilou cleared his throat softly. Zhang Yanyan understood. Very well, the flashlight would belong to them. She chose the first passage and, alongside Fang Mingzhi, disappeared into the entrance. In the narrow passageway, Zhang Yanyan expressed her discontent, remarking that while others were there for romance, only the 2 of them had come to indulge in gaming. Both possessed a daring spirit, unperturbed by the specters that might unexpectedly appear. Fang Mingzhi pushed aside a troublesome NPC and engaged Zhang Yanyan in gossip. As she kicked away a ghostly hand that emerged from the ground, she continued their conversation. In contrast to the leisurely banter shared in the first passage, the atmosphere in the other three varied distinctly. In the second passage, Xueman and Zhao Jin found themselves in a pitch-black environment devoid of flashlights, with flickering ghostly lights dancing upon the walls. Xueman felt a twinge of fear, but was too embarrassed to admit it, trailing behind Zhao Jin. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jin extended his arm, offering, "If you're scared, you can hold onto my arm." "No, thank you," Xueman replied shyly, hesitant to take his hand. Just as Zhao Jin began to retract his arm, he suddenly changed his mind and grasped her wrist, saying, "Then I shall hold on to you." Startled, Xueman felt the warmth radiating from his grip, even through her thick outerwear, her heart racing. She sensed a shift in Zhao Jin's demeanor compared to before. Suddenly, a ghostly visage plummeted from above, prompting Xueman to scream and bury herself in Zhao Jin's embrace. Grateful for the distraction, Zhao Jin glanced at the NPC that had fallen, suspended upside down from the iron railing, which flashed a knowing look and emitted a terrifying sound effect, rendering Xueman too frightened to lift her gaze. "Now that feels more appropriate," Zhao Jin mused. The two in the first passage had been far too composed. The male had merely punched the NPC while the female had delivered a kick, prompting the NPC to curse and retreat in frustration. Having had enough of their antics, the NPC decided to explore the other two passages. After a moment, Xueman released her grip, the darkness concealing her flushed cheeks. "I'm sorry. Zhao Jin recognized this as the perfect moment. The atmosphere was ripe for confession, and failing to seize such an opportunity would be a grave oversight. He tightened his hold on Xueman's wrist, pulling her back into his embrace. "Xueman, I like you." In the third passage, Su Qinghe looked on disdainfully at the hopping Gu Yunqi. "Ah, don't grab me," he exclaimed as the icy tendrils of an NPC brushed against him, sending chills down his spine. He jumped towards Su Qinghe, but just as he was about to touch her, she sidestepped. "Hey," he protested while dodging further attacks. "Why do these NPCs only target me and not you?" His confusion was palpable. Su Qinghe, arms crossed and strolling leisurely, replied, "Because you're easier to intimidate." Any NPC attempting to attack her had been swiftly dispatched with a kick. Gu Yunqi grimaced at the sticky substance coating the ground, finding it more repulsive than the ghosts themselves. His eyes darted around before he reached for Su Qinghe's hand, but to his dismay, he found no expected sensation. "Why are you wearing gloves?" he inquired. With a scoff, Su Qinghe pulled her hand away. "To prevent encounters with someone like you." "Goodness, when did you put on gloves?" As the game commenced, Gu Yunqi felt as though he had been struck by several arrows. He feigned sorrow, exclaiming dramatically, "Su Qinghe, how could you guard against me to such an extent?" Su Qinghe cast her gaze downward, remaining silent. In truth, her caution extended beyond merely guarding against him. She harbored a profound aversion to physical contact with others. In the final passage, Yue Jitong still clutched the hem of Mo Xilou's garment. When an NPC attacked, she dodged, inadvertently brushing against the back of his hand. In the dim, azure light, she fixated on his hand, an inexplicable thought surfacing in her mind. It seemed they had never held hands before. A flutter of yearning stirred within her. She timidly touched the back of his hand. Mo Xilou remained unresponsive. Encouraged, she pressed against his hand again. At last, Mo Xilou halted, lifting his eyelids to regard her. His voice deep and resonant in the confined space. "Yue Jitong, are you trying to take advantage of me?" Chapter 32. With a single kiss, he crumbled I. Did not. Yue Jitong's face flushed with embarrassment at the teasing, and she exhaled softly, relieved that the darkness concealed her features. A sudden gust of wind sent a shiver through her, seemingly blowing from the front, carrying with it a few snowflakes that landed on her face, chilling her skin. She brushed away the coolness with her fingers, pondering that they must be artificial snowflakes. The escape room was exquisitely designed, almost too realistic. The intermittent illumination of the walls cast shadows of the two of them that danced across the uneven ground, likely composed of scattered stones. Yue Jitong's gaze fixated on his large, knuckled hand hanging by his side, igniting a small flame of warmth within her, which the wind fanned into a flickering blaze. Warming her heart, tentatively, she extended her own hand, splayed her fingers, glanced down, and carefully nestled her hand into his palm, her heart racing with trepidation. As her icy fingertips brushed against his searing palm, Mo Xilou paused, his entire being coming to a standstill. He did not meet her gaze, but firmly grasped the small hand that had reached out to him. So cold, so soft, so smooth, her delicate fingers felt as if they were made of nothing but air. Did Yue Jitong take the initiative to hold his hand? His emotions swirled. Akin to milk candies melting in coffee, sweet yet bitter. Instinctively, he tightened his grip until a soft gasp escaped her lips. Ah, Yue Jitong. Don't squeeze so hard, it hurts. He blinked rapidly, loosening his hold slightly, clearing his throat under the dimming light, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Yue Jitong, do not speak like that. It may lead to misunderstandings. She looked at his profile in confusion, wondering what sort of misunderstanding could arise. Nothing. He replied curtly, leading her forward in silence. His hand was warm, and soon her icy fingers were enveloped in heat. This was far superior to a hand warmer. She mused. If only he could keep her hands warm throughout the winter. Perhaps it was the obscurity of the surroundings that obscured their expressions, granting her a modicum of courage. Suddenly emboldened, Yue Jitong delicately traced her finger along his palm. Mo Xilou, feeling a slight tickle in his hand, initially assumed it was merely an inadvertent movement. Yet, as the sensation lingered, he realized her intent. Abruptly halting, he turned to face her, his voice deep and resonant. Yue Jitong, is this amusing to you? Caught off guard, she bit her lip, lowering her gaze, fearful she had crossed a line. Given his tone, would he be angry? She was ill-equipped to soothe him. If Mo Xilou were to be upset, her only recourse would be to offer a kiss, which she believed would placate him. She was convinced he enjoyed kissing. This was not a mere figment of her imagination. It could not be a delusion. He must indeed relish such intimate gestures, as evidenced by his peculiar request to share kisses in 100 different scenarios. Yue Jitong grasped his hand, exerting a touch of strength as she rose onto her toes and, amid the darkness, pressed a gentle kiss upon his lips. It was featherlight, akin to a seabird gliding over the ocean, inadvertently leaving a delicate imprint upon the water's surface, creating gentle ripples. Her lips swiftly retreated, and she whispered, "That is the sixth one. The sixth scene, and it seems we are still far from 100. Mo Xilou remained silent, seemingly frozen in place. Had it not been for his grip on her hand tightening once more, Yue Jitong might have thought he had been immobilized. After a pause, he suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting her effortlessly. His fingers brushed against her tender lips as he chuckled softly, "Yue Jitong, it seems you have learned to be a little wicked." His hand cradled her face, the warmth of his palm gradually enveloping her skin. His eyes sparkled with intensity, his breath uneven, and he bore a delightful scent reminiscent of watermelon soda, mingled with a hint of tobacco. He leaned closer, his face mere centimeters from hers. A flutter stirred within Yue Jitong's heart, her eyes reflecting emotion she herself could hardly comprehend. In that moment, she yearned to kiss him, desperately. Not a mere peck like a dragonfly skimming the surface, nor a kiss for comfort or flattery, but a kiss purely born from raw desire. And so, she acted upon that impulse. Her confidence stemmed from the knowledge that Mo Xilou would not refuse her, for he had never turned down her kisses before. This certainty emboldened her to pursue without hesitation, free from the fear of rejection, embarrassment, or the destruction of her dignity. She wrapped her arms around his neck. This kiss earnest and lingering, a dance of lips that refused to part. He was momentarily taken aback, unable to process anything, yet responded with fervor and intensity. For the first time, he sensed the stirring of emotions within Yue Jitong, a fragrance that acted as a potent catalyst, awakening all the feelings he had hesitated to embrace. With just a small step she took towards him, he found himself utterly undone. The moment their lips met, a singular thought consumed his mind. He was finished. This kiss was unlike any before, imbued with profound significance. A singular fall into a quagmire of love named Yue Jitong, where the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. And the more he fought, the more entangled he became. Pain and sorrow were likely to follow, along with the potential for wounds that gushed crimson. Yet, he could not push away, nor could he refuse the stirrings of affection, not even the slightest. Even if it were a sugar-coated blade, sharp enough to pierce his throat, he would swallow it whole. Because she was Yue Jitong, because she embodied his youthful dreams, the very essence of his adolescence. The lingering regrets and pains from countless midnight musings, an elusive completeness he had sought his entire life. There existed but one Yue Jitong in this world, and no one could ever replace her. Forget it, he thought, surrendering to the primal desires of his soul, a yearning he found exceedingly difficult to control. Just then, an NPC, battered by Su Qinghe's fists, had just crawled from the third passage to the fourth, only to be unexpectedly bombarded with a mouthful of dog food. He, renowned as the most dedicated NPC, has yet to commence his duties, yet these two have already succumbed to affection. Such antics diminish his sense of professional accomplishment. Does it not? The NPC's eyes glimmered with mischief as he decided to stir things up. He summoned several colleagues to hasten to the fourth corridor, intending to orchestrate a little entertainment for the couple. Yue Jitong, eyes closed, nestled in his embrace, felt a delightful dizziness from the kiss. In her hazy state, a question flickered through her mind. How could his kissing skills be so exceptional? Had he practiced? When and with whom? Mo Xilou sensed her wandering thoughts and playfully nipped at her lips as a gentle reprimand. Although not forceful, it sent a shiver through her. Such a novel sensation. Suddenly, a series of eerie wails echoed, startling her into opening her eyes. Out of the corner of her vision, she glimpsed several emaciated hands emerging from the wall. And not far off, a ghastly face hung upside down. Chapter 33. Good night. Baby, her pupils dilated suddenly, and amidst her shock, she recalled a particular incident. She had shared a kiss with Mo Xilou while being observed by these NPCs. This was utterly mortifying. What was the difference between this and kissing in public? No. Yue Jitong immediately attempted to push away the person still kissing her. He released her, a look of mild confusion on his face, his deep, husky voice imbued with magnetism. What is the matter, baby? He was so engrossed that he had noticed nothing amiss. Mo Xilou, there's a ghost. No, there are people watching us. Let them watch, he replied nonchalantly. With that, he raised a hand to shield her eyes, preventing her from seeing anyone else or any other spirits. Tightened his embrace around her waist and leaned in for another kiss. Yue Jitong found herself enveloped in darkness, but her ears remained attuned to the laughter of the ghosts, who were still cackling, showing no signs of departure. Being the center of such scrutiny was undeniably embarrassing. Yet, she could not muster the strength to push him away, so she could only express her discontent with a soft hum. Fortunately, his hand obscured her vision, greatly alleviating her feelings of shame and awkwardness. Nevertheless, Yue Jitong resolved never to return to this place again. She feared that these staff members might recognize her, and that would be utterly mortifying. With the lights dimmed so low, surely they wouldn't be able to discern her features, she reassured herself silently. The NPCs continued to cackle for a while, noticing the two being so engrossed in each other, completely disregarding their presence, as if they were in a world devoid of others. The collective thoughts of the NPCs synchronized. This guy doesn't regard us as outsiders at all. An NPC hanging upside down from the ceiling remarked, "Wow, I'm impressed," before muttering curses and crawling away. The other NPCs followed suit, fearful of being left alone, for they were but a group of unfortunate single dogs. One NPC, while crawling, inquired of another, "Does torturing couples count as an occupational hazard?" The other NPC replied with a serious tone, "How could it not?" Yue Jitong sensed the surroundings growing increasingly quiet, as if the NPCs had finally departed, leaving no one to witness them. Her rigid body began to relax. However, in the next instant, tension returned, for she heard footsteps and voices approaching. This time, it was not the sound of crawling nor the wails of ghosts, but the unmistakable footsteps of real people, accompanied by familiar voices. Zhang Yinyan, Fang Mingzhi, Gu Yunqi, Su Qinghe, Shui Man, and Zhao Zhan. 6 individuals were making their way toward them. All 3 groups had chosen the wrong passages, leading to a dead end, and they could not escape. The groups had no choice but to retrace their steps and meet at the entrance. After waiting for quite some time, only the 4th passage Yue Jitong and Mo Xilou had not returned. Thus, the 6 deduced that the 4th passage must indeed be the true exit. Speculating that Mo Xilou and Yue Jitong had surely emerged from it and were waiting for them outside, they all proceeded to enter. As the voices grew nearer, Yue Jitong panicked, reaching out to push Mo Xilou away, but finding herself unable to do so, she resorted to pinching his arm with considerable force. He let out a sharp, pained sound. Yue Jitong felt a pang of urgency, her anxiety mounting. Unlike the NPCs, who were mere strangers of no consequence and whom she would never encounter again, these individuals were her companions with whom she would share daily life. If they were to witness her kissing Mo Xilou, she would be utterly mortified, wishing to find a crevice in the ground to hide in, unable to face anyone thereafter. Sensing her panic and desperation, Mo Xilou calmly released her as the 6 individuals approached the corner, maintaining his composure and stepping back to create distance. In the next moment, as Yue Jitong's wide eyes remained fixed on Mo Xilou, she heard a chorus of surprised voices. "Hey, Tong, why are you still here?" "Yes, Tong Tong. Why haven't you 2 left yet?" Gu Yunqi shone his flashlight on Mo Xilou, asking, "Old Mo, is this path incorrect? Are you heading back?" 6 pairs of eyes scrutinized the pair, and feeling the weight of their gazes, Yue Jitong lowered her head, retreating slightly behind Mo Xilou. She feared that Gu Yunqi's flashlight would illuminate her flushed cheeks and wrinkled clothing. Mo Xilou cleared his throat and, with unwavering composure, fabricated a lie. "You haven't taken a wrong turn. This path is indeed correct. We had already exited but returned to find you, fearing you might be lost." This statement was, of course, a fabrication. Mo Xilou himself was unsure if this route would lead them out. Logically, it should be fine. The other paths were incorrect. So this one had to be right. The group readily accepted his explanation. Gu Yunqi stepped forward, draping an arm around Mo Xilou's shoulder. "Old Mo, you must have come back for me. How touching. Truly, you are a great brother and roommate." After enduring several setbacks with Su Qinghe, Gu Yunqi had become somewhat unhinged, his speech becoming incoherent. Fang Mingzhi tugged at his collar, pulling him back. "All right, old Gu, focus on your own path." Noticing a detail, Fang Mingzhi observed that Mo Xilou and Yue Jitong were standing quite far apart, enough space for 2 Gu Yunqis to fit between them. Was this an attempt to avoid suspicion? Such intentionality made him suspicious that something had occurred between the two during their time alone. With a sigh, Fang Mingzhi lamented the irony of his situation. They had vowed to remain single together, yet he now felt like the only genuine singleton among them. He glanced at Zheng Yanyan, his expression reflecting a shared sense of pity. Zheng Yanyan, puzzled by his strange gaze, rubbed her arms, feeling an inexplicable chill. As they continued walking, a sudden beam of light appeared ahead, indicating that the exit was near. The group quickened their pace in excitement. Once outside the escape room, Zheng Yanyan suggested they buy some sweets. The 4 girls went together while the 4 boys waited nearby. Among them, Zheng Yanyan had enjoyed the escape room experience the most. Her enthusiasm pure and untainted by ulterior motives, while others harbored their thoughts. That evening, in the girls' dormitory 506, Xue Man had been distracted throughout the night. While Yue Jitong had stolen several glances at her, her curiosity piqued by the events that had unfolded in the final passage. Had Zhaozhen confessed his feelings to her? Yue Jitong promptly dismissed the thought. Surely, it couldn't have happened so swiftly. Resolutely, she took out her phone to inquire directly about the progress of Zhaozhen's intentions. To her astonishment, Zhaozhen had indeed expressed his feelings to Xue Man, though she had not given him a definitive answer, merely stating that she needed time to contemplate. Yue Jitong found herself quite surprised. She had presumed Zhaozhen would hesitate longer, not anticipating his decisiveness when the moment called for action. Observing Xue Man's occasional blush and her averted gaze, it seemed that the matter was nearing resolution. Before drifting into slumber, Yue Jitong's phone vibrated. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Mo Xilou, a voice message, no less. She retrieved her Bluetooth headphones from beneath her pillow, donned them, and pressed play. His voice, accompanied by a gentle hum of electricity, enveloped her ears, sending delightful shivers through her heart. He said, "Baby, good night." Chapter 34, Past Memories and Entangled Love and Hate. Yue Jitong set her phone aside, drawing the blanket over her head to conceal her flushed face, her breaths resonating clearly within the confines of the narrow bedding. After a moment, feeling stifled, she lowered the blanket to her collarbone, retrieved her phone, donned her headphones, and replayed the voice message once more. The message, a mere 2 seconds long, was revisited repeatedly, listened to over a dozen times. Finally, with a sense of gravity, she typed "good night" on the screen. Her heart raced, and the blush on her cheeks lingered. This endearing term was a novelty for her, an experience she had never encountered before. Most of the time, Mo Xilou simply called her by her full name. In her past life, she had heard him whisper "wife" when he thought she was asleep, daring to murmur softly behind her back. In truth, she had always been awake, hearing everything with clarity. Each time he stealthily embraced her from behind, she feigned ignorance, for she was enamored with the warmth of his embrace. However, given the frosty nature of their relationship, such emotion seemed entirely out of place. She was unsure how she and Mo Xilou had reached this point. Their relationship had begun like fresh snow, which, before it could melt, was trampled into ice. Over time, they had compacted the ice further, growing accustomed to this cold dynamic without either attempting to shatter it. They feared that if the ice were to break, the warmth they imagined might not materialize, leaving only shards that would draw blood from both. Thus, they chose to remain oblivious, muddling through life in this haze. When she called Mo Xilou, it was always with his full name. A singular title she seldom used except in necessary circumstances. Yue Jitong closed her eyes, suddenly recalling the time when Bai Yu had just brought her to the Yu family, affectionately calling her Tong Tong, while addressing Yu Lanxin and Yu Fengshuan as precious. It dawned on her that even the way one is addressed can signify closeness or distance. Regrettably, she had been too young to comprehend or articulate her feelings, merely feeling a pang of bitterness within without daring to voice her thoughts. Having a mother was already a luxury. How could she dare to desire more? She felt unworthy. Yet now, someone called her baby. A term she had once thought overly sweet and cloying, but when it escaped his lips, it sounded remarkably enchanting. Like rhythmic drumbeats, each word struck her heart, igniting a fire within her, planting seeds that would blossom in her soul. Tossing and turning, Yue Jitong found sleep elusive. As the deliberately suppressed memories of the past flashed before her eyes, a lingering question resided in her heart. Why had Mo Xilou suddenly proposed divorce in her previous life? They had seemed to be managing well. Was it not preferable to continue as they were? Initially, she had believed he must have found someone new and decided to let go, signing the divorce papers without hesitation. However, in that moment when he held her amidst the blazing inferno, Yue Jitong realized her assumptions were misguided. So what was the true reason? As Yue Jitong pondered, she gradually succumbed to slumber, her dreams filled with murmurs of his name. At times, her lips curled into a sweet smile, while at others, her brows knitted tightly in concern. The night was thick and heavy, the stars sparse and distant. Mo Xilou remained blissfully unaware of her sensitive, intricate emotional landscape, oblivious to her inner turmoil and utterly ignorant of the profound impact a mere epithet could have on her. He could never fathom that she would replay his casual voice message time and again. All he knew was that he was elated, enveloped in a bubble of euphoria, inciting a twinge of jealousy in Gu Yunqi, akin to the sourness of having bitten into a lemon. Old Mo, could you perhaps tone down that nauseating scent of romance emanating from you? It's torturous for us single souls, he remarked. Mo Xilou lifted his eyelids to glance at him, unable to suppress the smile that danced upon his lips, his mood delightfully buoyant. What did you say? Gu Yunqi smirked, leaning closer to his ear and responding loudly, nothing. Fang Mingzhi chuckled. Old Gu says to rein in that romantic stench. He's feeling envious. Gu Yunqi shot him a glare. Hey, old Fang, that's quite unfair. We're both single, so how can you say I'm envious? Aren't you? Fang Mingzhi dismissed the notion. Why would I be envious of you love-struck fools? He then turned his gaze back to Mo Xilou. So, have you and Yue Jitong resumed your dalliance? Gu Yunqi also fixed his eyes on him, dramatically miming a knife with his hand against Mo Xilou's neck, menacingly demanding, you better confess, when did this happen? Mo Xilou reclined against the chair, his long legs crossed languidly, dismissively pushing Gu Yunqi's hand aside. With his eyelids half closed, he coolly refuted, we're not involved. Who said we were? Furthermore, what did resumed even mean? They had never been together. They had stumbled into marriage and just as confusingly into divorce. In the past, she had never afforded him the chance to pursue her romantically, and now he withheld that opportunity from her. Sometimes, Mo Xilou found the situation bewildering, uncertain of what exactly they were entangled in. After 2 lifetimes of entanglement, it seemed they had derived no resolution. He harbored apprehensions in his heart. Until matters settled, he was reluctant to acknowledge their relationship. There remained significant hazards between him and Yue Jitong. In his previous life, he had sought divorce after inadvertently discovering her diary. Yue Jitong's writing had always been impressive, and her subtly complex, emotionally charged prose struck him with amplified force. Her aloofness had not shattered him, yet her decade-long, deeply secretive, and agonizing unrequited love for another had utterly dismantled his final defenses. He read her diary in silence, then returned it without a word, never disclosing this matter to anyone, nor allowing Yue Jitong to know, for he had invaded her privacy. Mo Xilou would never comprehend that had he inquired further at that moment, he might have received an entirely different response. He attempted to convince himself to feign ignorance, to act as if he had never seen the truth that for decades she had never let go of her heart's desire, that she had never loved him at all. Let it be as it may, as long as Yue Jitong remains by his side, the identity of the one who resides in her heart is of little consequence. Mo Xilou endeavored to convince himself, yet the more he pondered, the deeper his anguish grew. Each sleepless midnight found him surrounded by discarded cigarette butts. The moment he closed his eyes, every word from her diary came alive, swirling incessantly in his mind, mocking his self-deception. He yearned to erase those words, yet having read them but once, They seemed indelibly etched in his consciousness, impossible to expunge. Mo Xilou could no longer disregard the torment and suffering within him. On one particularly ordinary sleepless night, the phrase divorce surfaced in his thoughts, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 35, My dear, have you missed me? The moment he resolutely decided to divorce, the insomnia that had plagued him for so long suddenly vanished. He fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps relinquishment was the most fitting resolution. He and Yue Jitong should not be bound together in a relentless struggle. At the moment he proposed the divorce, Yue Jitong's gaze remained tranquil. She uttered not a single word more, nor did she inquire about the reasons, merely responding with a simple affirmation. That day, they sat face to face discussing their divorce, their tone so casual it resembled a conversation about where to dine next. Yet, that was incorrect. They never engaged in such trivial discussions. Their exchanges consisted solely of essential words, and for the most part, they remained in silence. They efficiently completed the divorce proceedings. Mo Xilou felt an unbearable bitterness within, pondering that she did not even ask for a reason. Perhaps she had long desired to leave, and certainly, she must have yearned for it. She might have been willing to forsake everything just to seize the opportunity to escape him. After the divorce, he vacated the home they had shared for over a decade, residing in his office daily, attempting to numb himself with work. For an extended period, he experienced regret. Lying alone in the office, he would reminisce about the days when he would embrace her from behind as she slept. Unfortunately, they were divorced now, and he had lost even the right to hold her in secret. Mo Xilou had never truly moved on. He merely immersed himself in work, avoiding thoughts of her, of what she might be doing, or whether she was with someone else. In a world without her, he existed like a mere shell, as though his soul had been extracted, leaving only a lifeless body to endure. Before the life and death crisis, he had rushed forward without hesitation to embrace her. He had never regretted that moment. He could not fathom her complete disappearance. Yet, his heart ached profoundly, weighed down by sorrow. He prayed to the divine, wishing that if there were to be another life, he would rather not encounter her again. If he did not fall in love with her, then there would be no such suffering. The divine heard his plea, but only partially. To his astonishment, he was granted a second chance. However, events once again veered off course. Mo Xilou leaned back in his chair, the incessant chatter of Gu Yunqi buzzing in his ears, but he remained oblivious, his thoughts adrift. Sweetness and bitterness intertwined within him. Was his encounter with Yue Jitong a misfortune or a fateful connection? Did he truly wish to plunge into that abyss once more? Gu Yunqi waved his fingers before Mo Xilou's eyes, shouting loudly in his ear, "Hey, old Mo, wake up." Both Gu Yunqi and Fang Mingzhi gazed at him in confusion. For his expressions were a spectacle. One moment he laughed, the next he frowned, and then he appeared desolate. Snapping back to reality, Mo Xilou met their inquisitive stares and asked, "What is it? Old Mo, what are you thinking about? I was pondering why you two have not yet gone to sleep." "TCH, Gu Yunqi scoffed, "I believe you. Enough gossip. Go wash up and sleep." Mo Xilou extended his long legs, retreating back to his bed, unwilling to satisfy the curiosity of the two below. This was a secret between him and Yue Jitong. Their story was one that no one else could comprehend. Fang Mingzhi prodded Gu Yunqi, inquiring about his progress with Su Qinghe today. "Not much," Gu Yunqi replied, his expression clouded with concern as he took a seat. "Do you think Su Qinghe dislikes me? She seems to be exceptionally guarded, even wearing gloves. She claims to dislike physical contact with others, particularly direct skin-to-skin contact. Come on, she is clearly toying with you," Fang Mingzhi said, patting his shoulder with a hint of sympathy. "Su Qinghe has had numerous boyfriends. It's improbable that there was no physical contact involved. Her reasoning is evidently a ploy to dismiss you. Or perhaps she's simply isn't interested and is using this as an excuse. Old Gu, I think you should just let it go. It's unlikely there's a future between you and Su Qinghe." "Ah, please, no more of that," Gu Yunqi protested, covering his ears and shaking his head, unwilling to confront the reality. He even strained to concoct excuses for her, insisting, "I refuse to believe it. Su Qinghe must have her reasons. Perhaps she has some psychological barriers preventing her from engaging in physical contact. She is not the type to deceive me." She has always been forthright. He had already prepared ample rationalizations for himself. Fang Mingzhi rolled his eyes, pondering what more he could say. Better to remain silent. With a resigned sigh, he muttered, "Alas, one can never awaken someone who feigns sleep," and retreated to his own bed. Love-struck and hopeless, he mused. "Hey, why is everyone already in bed?" Gu Yunqi observed the empty floor, hastily climbing onto his own bed. Their dormitory housed 4 beds, yet only 3 residents. When they were assigned to this room, they were the last 3 remaining, leaving it sparsely occupied. The space was ample, not at all cramped. 3 occupants fit perfectly. An empty table held some miscellaneous items. However, soon, that bed would welcome its occupant, someone whom Mo Xilou least desired to encounter. At that moment, Mo Xilou remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly. In mid-December, a chilling air swept through, as leaves fell like whispers. In certain northern regions, snowflakes danced down, resembling salt and sugar, creating a delicate, white blanket over the earth. X City, situated further south, experienced a relatively mild climate. The bustling final exam week had arrived, and the library brimmed with students. Yue Jitong made it a point to arrive early each day to secure a study spot. Since receiving 10,000 yuan from Mo Xilou, she had resigned from 2 part-time jobs, retaining only her position at the CAF, where she worked on weekends to earn a modest living. She remained keenly aware that her primary objective was her studies. Neglecting her education for part-time work would be the height of folly. Despite Mo Xilou's insistence that he was paying for her time to accompany him, he rarely monopolized her schedule. On one hand, he understood her busy lifestyle. On the other, he was occupied himself. Yue Jitong was unaware of his undertakings but sensed his preoccupations. It seemed a while since she had last seen him, and she was curious about what he had been up to. With a fleeting thought, she decided to send him a message, asking what he had been engaged in lately. In the latter half of December, the schedule was filled with examinations. Yue Jitong opened the exam timetable shared in the group and meticulously arranged her study plan. Her aspiration was to secure the top position, which would grant her a scholarship of at least 8,000. Never before had she contemplated that her academic endeavors would be driven by the pursuit of financial aid. In her previous life, Yue Jitong had seldom experienced financial scarcity. Her father-in-law had generously bestowed upon her a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan, particularly grateful for her act of donating bone marrow to Yulanxin. In comparison to other university students, this amount was exceedingly enviable. Later, after marrying Mo Xilou, who managed the family business, he provided her with a monthly living allowance of 20,000 yuan, coupled with her own employment, which yielded at least 10,000 yuan monthly. She rarely found herself troubled by monetary concerns. Thus far in this lifetime, she had yet to achieve academic success, her wings unformed. And having severed ties with the Yue family, her financial support had vanished, leaving her to rely solely on her own capabilities. With her head bowed in concentration, strands of hair cascaded beside her slender neck, accentuating its porcelain whiteness. Outside the window, the wind swayed the branches, and a few leaves, half green and half yellow, drifted gracefully to the ground. Suddenly, a pair of hands covered her eyes from behind, the palms bearing a hint of chill, icy to the touch. Startled, Yue Jitong heard a familiar voice, deep and resonant, whispering, "Baby, have you missed me?" Chapter 36. A gentle scent of cedar wafted through the air, subtly mingling with a hint of refreshing watermelon, while the lingering aroma of delicate freesia lingered in the background. Yue Jitong possessed an acute sense of smell, having unknowingly honed a skill that enabled her to discern individuals through their fragrances. Regardless of how Mo Xilou altered his scent, she could invariably detect it at once. She reached up to pull down the large hand that shielded her eyes, clasping it in her own, and then nodded gently, an understated affirmation of her longing for him. Her expression was discreet, nuanced, and indirect. She found it difficult to articulate the words "I miss you." Yet a simple seemed to convey a depth of emotion that appeared rather plain to others. However, Mo Xilou did not perceive it as mundane. Receiving such a response was a delightful surprise. Yet, humans are inherently greedy, always yearning for more. His hand was cool, clearly having just returned from outside. Yue Jitong warmed it for a moment before inquiring, "How did you know I was here?" "Just a guess," he replied, pulling a chair beside her, adding, "You often sit here." He referred to their past life. Habits are indeed difficult to alter. Yue Jitong had once relished the spot by the window, and after many years, she still instinctively chose it again. "Shall we go skiing after the exams? Is there a ski resort here?" Yue Jitong looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. How could a place that rarely saw snowfall possibly host a ski resort? Not here, but in another location. "Oh." She averted her gaze, her long neck slightly bent, and quietly murmured, "I don't want to go." Mo Xilou narrowed his eyes, a hint of displeasure flickering across his face. "Why not?" She lifted her eyelids to meet his gaze, her eyes clear as water, her red lips parting to utter 2 words, "No money." Traveling incurs expenses, airfare, hotels, meals. The total would amount to a considerable sum. Relying on others for money felt quite uncomfortable. Mo Xilou paused, a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. Yet he had never considered this possibility. Didn't I give you 10,000 last time? Yue Jitong, how desperate are you for money? Yue Jitong fell silent. Softly defending herself, I need to pay tuition, buy professional equipment, replace my computer, purchase courses, and cover living expenses. The school doesn't allow students to stay during winter break, so I have to rent a place. Another financial burden. Clearly, her funds needed to be allocated wisely. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Xilou suggested, then let me treat you. You won't have to spend a dime. She hesitated for a few seconds. Recalling a part-time job she had recently secured at a tech company that primarily developed gaming mini-programs. She found it quite intriguing. In her previous life, she had been a game development engineer. I have a part-time job. Mo Xilou interrupted her, taking a deep breath, lowering his voice slightly, and gritting his teeth. I'm begging you to go out and have fun. Is that all right? Yue Jitong blinked, pursing her lips, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and slowly replied, well, that's not necessary. To plead with her felt exaggerated. Mo Xilou wrapped his arm around her shoulders, raising an eyebrow. A hint of casual amusement dancing in his eyes as he whispered in her ear, it settled then. Don't sneak away during the holidays. Her shoulders were slender, and he could feel the slight protrusion of her bones beneath his palm. His gaze swept over her delicate collarbone, and he reached up to ruffle her hair gently, murmuring, do well in your studies, my dear. The last two words were uttered softly, with a prolonged intonation that unmistakably conveyed his affection. He called her my dear, a term that was undeniably sweeter than baby. She tightened her grip on the pen slightly, her eyelashes fluttering nervously, and her heart began to race. In a flurry of emotions, Yue Jitong struggled to maintain her composure, lowering her eyes to conceal the tremor in her gaze, and replied with a nonchalant, indicating her understanding. Mo Xilou's eyes were fixated on the tips of her ears, which were gradually turning crimson, and her side profile, tinged with a delicate blush. Suddenly, he chuckled, his lips curving into a smile that brimmed with warmth. It dawned on him that she was quite adept at concealing her feelings, appearing calm and collected while being inwardly shy. In that moment, Mo Xilou felt an overwhelming desire to forget everything and simply drift through life. His phone vibrated in his pocket, and as he glanced at it, the mirth in his eyes dimmed slightly. I'm leaving, he announced, rising from his seat. After pausing for a moment, he leaned closer and teasingly called out once more, my dear goodbye. Yue Jitong dared not look up, feeling her ears tingle and grow hot. Even after his scent dissipated from the surroundings, her spirits remained elevated, as if a mere term of endearment had truly delighted her. She realized that one can become quite peculiar when caught in the throes of love. Previously, she had struggled to comprehend why couples employed various whimsical nicknames for one another, wondering how such terms came to be uttered. Now, however, she found herself relishing this intimate feeling. She patted her flushed cheeks and secretly smiled. As Mo Xilou exited the library, his expression instantly shifted to one of cold seriousness as he focused on the messages on his phone, his eyes narrowing dangerously. His demeanor transformed abruptly. Utilizing the foresight granted by his rebirth, he had preemptively secured a plot of land, valued at 5 million. That was on the verge of being purchased for a seaside resort development. The Zifan Group had been eyeing the land, negotiating for some time, and driving the price down to 3 million. It seemed that the deal was nearly sealed. The seller, a young man named Wang Qi, was about to relocate to the United States and was in urgent need of funds. Despite knowing that the buyer intended to take advantage of him, he felt powerless. The land was essentially worthless in his possession, situated far from the city, unfit for farming or commercial development, and no one was interested in real estate ventures there. Just as he was about to reluctantly agree to the unreasonably low price, Mo Xilou swooped in, securing the land for 5 million. After Wang Qi received the money, he immediately flew to America. The Zifan Group, unable to locate him, spent a considerable amount of time searching before finally discovering the new owner of the land, an ex-university student. However, they did not perceive him as an ordinary student, for no typical student could amass 5 million. In truth, since his rebirth, Mo Xilou had been diligently investing and acquiring his own assets. The escape room they had visited together previously was owned by him, though Gu Yunqi and the others remained unaware of this fact. Many years later, Gu Yunqi became aware of the situation and criticized him for being astute and calculating. Mo Xilou retorted, why should the fertile waters flow into another's field? This time, he acquired the land for 5 million, not with any grand ambitions in mind. The plot was situated far from the city outskirts, And aside from establishing a resort akin to that of his past life, it held no promising prospects. Creating a tourist resort would require substantial investment. The initial construction demanded significant capital, and ongoing maintenance would necessitate further funds, along with the need to hire staff, which would incur fixed monthly expenses for salaries. Lacking the means to gather such a large sum, his sole intent in securing the land was to act as a middleman and profit from the price differential. While Wang Qi was anxious to immigrate and secure funds, he remained unhurried, possessing ample time to negotiate gradually with the Zifan Group. Chapter 37. Provocation of Lin Xizha. He was convinced that Zifan Group would never relinquish this piece of land. If they truly did, it would matter little. Once his funds were sufficient, he would develop it into a resort himself. In his past life, after the resort was established here, it thrived remarkably, recouping the initial investment within a mere year. The natural seascape, flocks of seagulls descending gracefully in summer, and lush, verdant trees created an idyllic setting for gathering with friends. Renting a canoe and enjoying the gentle sea breeze, an immensely pleasurable experience. There were also thrilling water sports like surfing and windsurfing, providing opportunities for self-challenge and excitement. Strolling along the beach to admire the sunset was a tranquil and romantic pursuit. The water park and children's playground were brimming with delightful activities. In the office of Zifan Group, President Lin Xizha was infuriated after hearing his subordinates report. How could they be outmaneuvered? Fools! Go negotiate with that individual. We must secure this land. The development plans and personnel are all ready. Without the land, what can we accomplish? However, his assistant, trembling, interjected. The other party is demanding 15 million. Originally, they could have secured it for 3 million, but now the price had multiplied fivefold. He did not anticipate such audacity. Huh! How bold they are, Lin Xizha chuckled in anger. Prepare everything. Arrange a meeting. I wish to see this young upstart who dares to oppose the Lin family. 15 million. Such greed. In a private room at lush waterside pavilion, Mo Xilou reclined against the chair's back, glancing at his wristwatch before resting his arm again, closing his eyes, and calmly waiting, his fingers rhythmically tapping. The door to the room swung open, and he lazily lifted his eyelids. Lin Xizha entered with his assistant. Before taking a seat, Mo Xilou's cool voice rang out, "Mr. Lin, you were 10 minutes late." The other party was taken aback, sitting across from Mo Xilou, his brow slightly furrowing. Lips pressed in displeasure. Lin Xizha adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the man before him. To his surprise, the information he had received indicated that Mo Xilou was currently a sophomore in the finance department at X University, hailing from the capital city, with family interests spanning the automotive, real estate, and mobile chip industries. He had anticipated encountering a somewhat arrogant young heir, a reckless boy. He had even deliberately arrived 10 minutes late to instill a sense of humility in this seemingly naive youth. Yet, Mo Xilou's composure exceeded his expectations. A faint smile graced his lips, while his eyes remained chillingly detached, lounging with an air of nonchalance. He exhibited no irritation. As though his remark was merely a trivial reminder, his tone devoid of sharpness, akin to conversing with an old friend. Nevertheless, the aura he exuded was impossible to overlook, as if he had been immersed in the business world for years, having engaged in countless negotiations. At 30 years of age, Lin Xizha was a decade older than his counterpart. Upon entering, he had regarded Mo Xilou as a mere child throwing a tantrum, but at this moment, he found himself reassessing. Mo Xilou smiled, softly attacking. "I presumed that someone of Mr. Lin's stature would be punctual. It seems I was mistaken." Lin Xizha refrained from directly addressing the issue of tardiness, wishing to avoid wasting time. Instead, he opted for a forthright approach and inquired about the lowest price. How much would it take for him to relent? Mo Xilou averted his gaze, concealing the calculating glint within his eyes, and leisurely poured a cup of tea for Lin. "Do not rush. Let us savor a cup of tea and converse at a relaxed pace." He poured himself a cup as well and began to sip it unhurriedly. Lin Xizha furrowed his brow, urging him to dispense with the pleasantries, as he was pressed for time. Mo Xilou raised his gaze, observing him coolly. At 30, Lin Xizha lacked the composure he would possess a decade hence. The restlessness within him remained evident. "Mr. Lin, it seems you are indeed in a hurry. Yet you arrived 10 minutes late. I presumed you were not anxious." Lin Xizha's irritation grew palpable. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, must we dwell on this? He stated his offer bluntly. 8 million. Will you sell? Aware that Mo Xilou had acquired the property for 5 million. Lin recognized the substantial profit of 3 million that could be made with a mere transfer of ownership, It was an exceedingly advantageous deal. And Mo Xilou smiled. 16 million. Lin Xizha narrowed his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his elongated features. His assistant, unable to contain his indignation, interjected, "Wasn't he the previous offer 15 million? He had only ever witnessed negotiations that resulted in lower prices, never an escalation mid-discussion." And Mo Xilou took a sip of his tea and gestured towards his exquisite watch. "Because you were 10 minutes late. That amounts to 100,000 per minute." The assistant was exasperated. "Do you have any idea what it means to oppose the Zifan group?" Lin Xizha raised his hand to silence him. "Old Liu, we are leaving." He stood, his expression decidedly displeased. "Since you lack the sincerity to sell, I shall take my leave. Keep the land for yourself." And Mo Xilou's expression remained unchanged as he stood to see him off. "Mr. Lin, travel safely. Should you reconsider, feel free to seek me out." Lin Xizha departed, waiting outside the private room for a minute before leaving with a thoroughly darkened expression. And Mo Xilou gazed into his cup of clear tea, unhurried, confident that Lin would return. In their previous life, he had clashed with Lin Xizha for nearly a decade, understanding him even better than his own mother did. This man, afflicted with obsessive tendencies, would not easily abandon his plans. As anticipated, within 3 days, Lin approached him once more. The meeting was once again held at the lush green water courtyard. This time, Lin arrived punctually, yet Mo Xilou was 10 minutes late. Lin Xizha returned the earlier remark, "You were 10 minutes late." Mo Xilou, unperturbed, took a seat. "Oh, Mr. Lin, you arrived so early. I thought you would be late again, as you were last time, which is why I delayed my departure. I did not mind your tardiness previously. I trust you will not mind mine this time?" Lin Xizha's expression darkened, visibly irritated. 10 million. That is my bottom line. It cannot be higher. If you do not budge, I shall be forced to regretfully abandon this piece of land and seek alternatives. Deal. Mo Xilou produced the contract, ready for immediate signing. Lin Xizha was taken aback, glancing at the agreeable figure across from him, feeling a twinge of displeasure, as if he were caught in a web of scheming. It appears that the other party is acutely aware of his limits, yet he continues to tread upon them with impunity. Such a feeling has not been experienced in quite some time. "President Lin," Mo Xilou called out, gesturing with his eyes to examine the contract. Ultimately, Lin Xizha acquired the land for a sum of 10 million. The negotiation was swift, yet he felt no satisfaction, a lingering sense of being cheated gnawed at him. "President Lin, let us add each other on WeChat. Who knows, there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future," Mo Xilou said with a smile, extending his phone. Lin Xizha initially hesitated to accept, but for reasons unknown, he darkly acquiesced. In the office of Zifan Group, upon returning, Lin Xizha forcefully slammed the contract onto the mahogany table, growing increasingly incensed. It had been a long time since anyone had inflicted such a significant loss upon him. "Go. Investigate Mo Xilou, leave no stone unturned," he commanded. Known for his meticulous vengeance, he could not allow this grievance to fester. The assistant promptly presented the gathered information, and Lin Xizha scrutinized each detail. The dossier was comprehensive, chronicling his subject's life from kindergarten through university, every event meticulously laid out. In the end, Lin Xizha circled a name. Every individual possesses a vulnerability, and Mo Xilou's was glaringly evident. A love unreciprocated? Intriguing. Lin Xizha narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of insight passing through them. "Investigate this individual named Yue Jitong." Chapter 38. A heart of simplicity. Mo Xilou felt exceedingly pleased after deceiving Lin Xizha out of 5 million. Lin Xizha, known for his vengeful nature, must surely be furious after suffering such a significant loss. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to provoke a formidable rival over a mere 5 million, forever tarnishing their relationship. Yet, his approach to Lin Xizha was not without purpose. In his past life, having just taken charge of the company and lacking the necessary shrewdness, Lin Xizha had exploited this naivety to ensnare him, leading to a loss of 5 million. Mo Xilou was a person who harbored grudges, like Lin Xizha. He was equally vengeful. He had remembered this grievance, contemplating various ways to retaliate over the subsequent decade, but to no avail, for Lin Xizha's vigilance was formidable. The two had been at odds for many years. Lin Xizha had once derided him as a mad dog, provoking him, and for 10 years, Mo Xilou had pursued him in vain. Now, reborn, the opportunity to exact revenge lay before him, and Mo Xilou found himself unable to resist. At this stage, Lin Xizha had yet to become overly cunning. The further they progressed, the more challenging he would become. Thus, Mo Xilou seized this chance decisively. unafraid of incurring Lin Sijie's wrath, for they were, by nature, adversaries. With the 5 million secured, he could initiate his next plan and invest in new ventures. In contrast, Yue Jitong, also reborn, lacked such capabilities. Previously an ordinary programmer, she was now a typical university student. Apart from the wealth of work experience she carried in her mind, she had not changed significantly, save for a youthful appearance. She found herself devoid of funds, connections, and foresight for lottery numbers, thus resigned to earn an honest living. The truth revealed that those of great talent did not require rebirth. Regardless of circumstance, they wielded absolute dominion in this world. Conversely, ordinary individuals, even after rebirth, would not experience a qualitative leap in their lives. Yue Jitong chose to tread steadily, step by step, as she did not possess a nature inclined towards upheaval, nor did she believe that her newfound foresight would render her extraordinarily powerful. She consistently viewed herself as a beautiful ordinary person, in an era where beauty reigned supreme. Yue Jitong had never considered leveraging her appearance for gain. Whether in her past life or the present, she did not believe that being attractive entitled her to anything. Her desires were minimal. She held no extraordinary expectations regarding food, clothing, or material possessions. It was precisely her lack of yearning that rendered her indifferent to wealth, content as long as she could sustain her basic living expenses. She remained an ordinary individual, likely to return to her former profession as a game developer. Yet her years of experience would allow her to navigate her work with greater ease. Yue Jitong had grown accustomed to a life of simplicity and minimal desire. However, those with low material aspirations often harbored high emotional needs. The final examination stretched over an extensive period, lasting a full 2 weeks. By the time the last subject was concluded, December had passed, ushering in a new year. On January 1st, the campus was alive with students dragging suitcases as they embarked on their journey home. Yue Jitong and Zheng Yanyan have concluded all their examinations, while Su Qinghe and Xue Man will be a day late. The 4 of them decided to indulge in some leisure activities after their exams, going out for a meal before returning to their respective homes. In the girls' dormitory, evening descended. Zheng Yanyan, unusually, was not sprawled on her bed playing games behind the curtains. Instead, she excitedly packed her suitcase, asking, "Where shall we go tomorrow?" Su Qinghe, who had no need to pack as she lived locally and had everything at home, leisurely sat back, observing the flurry of activity around her. She suggested, "How about shopping, dining, KTV, or perhaps a bar?" Zheng Yanyan nodded enthusiastically. "That sounds great. Where should we shop? How about Jianshui Street? There are plenty of snacks there." "I'm fine with anything," Su Qinghe replied casually, then turned to the remaining 2. "What about you, Taotong and Man? Yue Jitong, ever accommodating, replied, "I'm all right with whatever." Xue Man, however, remained silent, lost in thought, her gaze vacant. Yue Jitong nudged her. Man, what about you?" "Huh? What?" Xue Man snapped back to reality, looking at her with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Zhang Yanyan paused her packing and turned to her as well. Man, what's wrong? You seem a bit absent-minded." Su Qinghe added, "Is it the exam pressure weighing you down?" Xue Man lowered her head, her eyes flickering momentarily. "No, it's not related to studying." "Oh," Zheng Yanyan elongated her tone, cleverly piecing things together. "Is it about relationships then?" Xue Man's cheeks flushed as she nodded. The group ceased their packing and encircled Xue Man, urging her to share her troubles. In essence, she was torn between the affections of 2 boys, unsure of whom to choose. After Zhao Zhen confessed his feelings to her in the escape room, he told her to take her time to think. Just 2 days later, Li Qian also declared his affection for her. This was the first time Xue Man found herself in such a predicament, having to tell both suitors that she needed time to consider. Recently, both Li Qian and Zhao Zhen had been seeking her out, each vying for her attention, causing her heart to waver. Zheng Yanyan, somewhat perplexed, asked, "So, who do you like more? Just choose the one you prefer." She couldn't fathom why Xue Man was so conflicted. Xue Man furrowed her brow, feeling a bit guilty. Hesitating to speak, "What if I said I liked both of them? Would you think I'm being unfaithful?" Zheng Yanyan was taken aback. "But you can only choose one." Su Qinghe chuckled heartily. "Who says you can only pick one? Why not ask them both if they can coexist harmoniously? If they agree, then you can have both." Zheng Yanyan, Xue Man, Yue Jitong. Seeing the 3 of them looking at her, speechless, Su Qinghe composed herself and added, "It might seem a bit unconventional, but as long as everyone is agreeable and it's mutual, what's the harm?" Zheng Yanyan remarked. "HG's suggestion is rather bold, though it sounds a bit implausible." Yue Jitong remained unconvinced. Even if one of the individuals were not Li Qian, but another boy, she would still disapprove of the notion of three people being together. After all, love is inherently a matter between two individuals. How could it possibly encompass three? For someone like her, who possesses an intense emotional need, fulfillment can only be achieved through the unwavering love of a partner. Moreover, considering that one of them is Li Qian, a notorious womanizer, it would be unthinkable for Xuan to choose him. Man, you should opt for Zhaozhen instead. At least you share a deep-rooted understanding, having grown up together and being acquainted with each other's families. Yue Jitong fervently urged, how long have you known that Li Qian? How much do you truly know about his family? People are capable of wearing masks. What if these few months of perceived goodness are merely an act he has put on for you? Chapter 39. She looks familiar unbeknownst to them. Yue Jitong was acutely aware that Li Qian's demeanor was merely a facade. He meticulously analyzed the character traits and preferences of his targets, crafting tailored strategies for individuals of varying temperaments. He would deliberately disguise his true self to resonate with others. Once they were ensnared, it was time for him to reveal his authentic nature. Zhang Yanyan reflected on the two individuals, offering an objective analysis. I find Zhaozhen rather agreeable, though I cannot quite comprehend why I felt an immediate aversion to Li Qian. Of course, feelings are personal matters. Regardless of others' opinions, one must ultimately make their own judgments. Su Qingge chimed in, if you feel conflicted, simply choose one. If you discover that the person is unsuitable, you may always part ways. In the end, you may impose challenges on others, but never on yourself. Yue Jitong fanned the flames further, asserting that childhood friends are the best option. Zhaozhen genuinely likes you. Li Qian may be putting on an act, but Zhaozhen's affections are undoubtedly sincere. Su Qinghe glanced at Yue Jitong, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Jitong, did Zhaozhen offer you some incentive? It seems you've been ardently advocating for him from the outset. Yue Jitong paused, responding with half-truths. I once dreamed of Man, in which she chose to be with Li Qian, only for him to betray her. Man wept inconsolably, her tears flooding the dormitory, drowning us all. Initially, her friends listened intently to her dream, but as the tale grew increasingly absurd, they became skeptical. Su Qinghe laughed. Is that for real? Xuan appeared to take it seriously, her expression earnest. I'm truly sorry that my tears could drown you all. With a straight face, Yue Jitong continued her jest. Thus, you cannot choose Li Qian. He will cause you sorrow. This is precisely why I ardently endorse Zhaozhen. Zhang Yanyan laughed. To avoid the fate of being drowned by your tears, let us choose Zhaozhen. Su Qinghe, recognizing the insincerity in her words but understanding her stance, added. It seems Li Qian is not a good person. Man should swiftly cast him aside. The group engaged in a lively debate, skillfully redirecting Xuan's affections toward Zhaozhen. In truth, she had felt a slight inclination toward Li Qian, sensing that he understood her better. Yet, fearing the potential hurt to Zhaozhen, she had hesitated and remained indecisive. After being persuaded by her roommates, Xuan eventually changed her mind. She was indeed someone lacking in assertiveness, perpetually vacillating, finding it difficult to make a definitive choice. With the external influences weighing on her, she resolved, well, I will clarify my feelings with Li Qian. I have decided to accept Zhaozhen's pursuit. Yue Jitong breathed a subtle sigh of relief. With her decision made, Xuan felt a considerable weight lift from her heart. Having oscillated between the two, she harbored guilt, feeling somewhat disloyal, unable to wholeheartedly accept the kindness offered by both suitors. That evening, as she lay in bed, Xuan sent a message to Zhaozhen, informing him of her agreement to his pursuit. Once again, a message was sent to Li Qian, carefully crafted with thoughtful wording to gently decline his affections, while expressing gratitude for his admiration. Zhaozhen received the message and abruptly sat up in bed, exhilarated, performing 50 push-ups on the floor. His roommate scolded him for his late-night antics. Upon receiving the message, Li Qian was taken aback, his expression darkening. The prey wished to escape, but he could not allow it. It seemed he would have to initiate Plan B. Xuan, you have forced my hand. In the enveloping darkness of the night, Li Qian resembled a cold, lurking serpent, intently gazing at Xuan's profile picture. The sun shone gently. Yue Jitong and her three roommates strolled along Jiaxue Street, indulging in treats from one end to the other. The four visited a claw machine shop, where 1 coin allowed for one attempt at catching a toy. Su Qinghe waved her hand grandly, immediately ordering 500 yuan worth of coins, acquiring 800 tokens. After more than an hour of play, the four managed to gather a truckload of plush toys. which they subsequently stored away before heading to the mall to shop for clothes. Encouraged by Su Qinghe, Yue Jitong purchased a white knitted dress, a style she had never tried before. The dress fits snugly, accentuating her curves, exuding an alluring appeal. Zheng Yanyan's eyes widened in surprise. Tom, I've never realized how stunning your figure is. This dress suits you perfectly. You must keep it. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yue Jitong tugged at the neckline in the mirror, her expression uneasy. Isn't this collar a bit too large? It exposes my shoulders entirely. Oh, that's the style. Don't pull it up. The off-shoulder look is what makes it beautiful, Zheng Yanyan praised without reservation. Really? Su Qinghe and Xue Man nodded in agreement. Su Qinghe remarked, Tom, you usually dress too conservatively. This type of clothing truly suits you. You shouldn't worry about others' gazes. Fashion is about freedom, wear what you desire. Feeling a twinge of temptation, Yue Jitong glanced at her reflection, and for reasons unknown, she whimsically decided to purchase the dress. Afterward, Zheng Yanyan suggested that a necklace would complement the look, as the neckline felt bare. Consequently, Yue Jitong acquired a necklace adorned with a blue star pendant. Xue Man insisted she should buy a pair of shoes to match the dress, as Yue Jitong only owned sneakers and lacked any elegant footwear. Thus, she was guided to a shoe store, where she purchased a pair of brown-heeled shoes. Su Qinghe pointed out that a long coat would pair wonderfully with the dress, leading Yue Jitong to inexplicably buy a light yellow woolen coat. Xue Man selected a suitable thigh-high stocking for her, while Zheng Yanyan chose a white knitted scarf. Regaining her senses, Yue Jitong blinked, astonished at the multitude of items she had purchased for a single dress. She resolved in her heart never to try on clothes so casually again. It was simply too extravagant. She felt as though she had acquired a plethora of unnecessary items. There were still many outfits she could wear, all of which leaned toward a casual style. However, she had never donned such a distinctly feminine dress before. Fortunately, Su Qinghe drove, and all their belongings were placed in her car. As night fell, Su Qinghe inquired if her companions wished to experience the bar scene. Yue Jitong, Xue Man, and Zheng Yanyan had never visited a bar before and were somewhat intrigued. Thus, Su Qinghe led her 3 roommates to a place she frequently frequented, known as Gentle Breeze Bar. The lighting was gentle, and the ambience romantic, devoid of the cacophony they had anticipated. In the center of the stage, a singer cradling a guitar serenaded the audience with folk melodies, the tone soothing. Zheng Yanyan excitedly scanned her surroundings and remarked, Sister He, I thought you would take us to one of those places? What kind? Su Qinghe inquired. You know, where groups of men and women are dancing and swaying. That's a disco. If you'd like to go, I could take you there as well. Zheng Yanyan shook her head. Never mind. This place is quite lovely. Su Qinghe ordered several low-alcohol, delightful cocktails for her companions. After a short while, Yue Jitong felt the need to visit the restroom. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly collided with a drunken man. He blocked her path, exclaiming, Well, where did this beauty come from? Join me for a drink. Yue Jitong frowned, wondering how such individuals could be found even in this quieter bar. This was precisely the reason she had always been reluctant to frequent such establishments. However, with the ebb and flow of patrons, she felt little fear and intended to sidestep him when he stubbornly attempted to grab her. Just as she contemplated her next move, a hand seized the man by his collar, pulling him aside. Miss, are you all right? Yue Jitong looked up to see a man dressed in a tailored suit, his nose adorned with silver-rimmed glasses. His light brown eyes were sharp, and his chiseled jawline exuded a striking, mature charm. Thank you, she murmured, averting her gaze. It was nothing. Lin Xizhe said little more and turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, his eyes glimmered, and the corners of his lips curved slightly. This was Yue Jitong, her real-life visage more captivating than her photographs, undeniably possessing a face that was hard to forget. Yet, there was something vaguely familiar about her. Chapter 40. Losing means calling him husband. As Lin Xizhe walked, he pondered, yet could not recall where he had met her before, and ultimately chose to dismiss the thought. Perhaps all beautiful women resembled one another in some way. Nevertheless, he had to concede that Yue Jitong possessed a distinctive aura, one that lingered in the memory after even a brief encounter. Thus, it was likely that he had never encountered her prior. Otherwise, she would have left a more indelible impression. The trap was being meticulously laid, and Lin Xizhe was in no hurry. He relished watching his prey gradually fall into the snare, struggling in vain. This evening marked a splendid commencement. Yue Jitong furrowed her brow and hastily retraced her steps, determined to avoid any further complications and resolved not to act alone again. The group played until 9 in the evening before preparing to return. After a long day's exertion, The four of them lugged their numerous bags up to the 5th floor, where they unceremoniously tossed their belongings onto the floor and collapsed into chairs, gasping for breath. After 2 months of running, Yue Jitong's stamina had significantly improved. Had it been in the past, she would not have had the strength to carry such loads upstairs. The next day, after bidding farewell to Shui Man, Zhang Yinan, and Su Qinghe, Yue Jitong opened her computer and contacted a gaming company, intent on selling a few of her minigames. As a game developer, she had previously created several blockbuster minigames, and she randomly selected 2 to replicate identically. After sending them off, she began searching for rental housing. The dormitory allowed occupancy until January 10th, and with classes resuming at the end of February, she pondered where she would reside during that month. Had Mo Xilou truly gone on a trip, as he had mentioned, or had he simply vanished without a trace? She scoured short-term rental listings but found nothing suitable, her brow furrowing in frustration. After waiting 2 days, Mo Xilou, having concluded his dealings with his newly acquired properties, messaged Yue Jitong, "Pack your things, we are leaving." She hurriedly stuffed her clothing and toiletries into her suitcase and dragged it downstairs. Mo Xilou stood beneath a tree, which had shed all its leaves, leaving only bare brown branches, evoking the desolation of winter. Clad in a sleek black cashmere coat that accentuated his tall and slender frame, he wore a white turtleneck sweater that hugged his neck. Strands of hair fell across his forehead, exuding an air of aloofness. Leaning against the car, he appeared lost in thought until he heard footsteps, at which point he straightened and approached Yue Jitong, taking her small pink suitcase and placing it in the car's trunk. "Let us go, we are heading to the airport." In the first-class cabin of the airplane, Yue Jitong sat beside him and, in a moment of delayed realization, quietly inquired, "Where are we going?" Mo Xilou turned his head to look at her, chuckling lightly as he pinched her cheek with a mischievous grin. "You only ask this now? After boarding the plane? Aren't you afraid I might sell you?" Pouting, Yue Jitong mumbled, "You wouldn't dare." What did you say?" He had not heard her clearly, loosening his grip on her cheek and asking again. Yue Jitong rubbed her reddened face, leaned closer, a glint of cunning in her eyes as she whispered, "I said you wouldn't want to sell me." Mo Xilou wrapped his arm around her shoulder, pulling her into his embrace, and gently brushed his fingers against the tip of her nose, his eyes twinkling with a playful confidence. She nestled against him, tilting her head to gaze at his chin, blinking softly, and inquired, "So, where are we really going?" Mo Xilou shifted his gaze to the airplane window, observing the layers of clouds, and replied, "To see the snow." Yue Jitong appeared somewhat bewildered, having heard no news of snowfall anywhere. "Where's there snow?" she asked. "Northeast," he answered. "Is it snowing there?" "It will soon." "Really? Are you a weather forecaster?" "If I say it will snow, it will." "What if it doesn't?" she challenged. "Yue Jitong, shall we make a wager?" "A wager on what?" Yue Jitong glanced at the clear sky and retrieved her phone to check the weather forecast for Harbin, which indicated a week of sunny weather. She was unconvinced that snow would fall. Mo Xilou lowered his eyes, a bright glimmer flickering within, and suddenly smirked, leaning closer to her ear, whispering lightly, "If you lose, you must call me husband." The person in his arms stiffened for a moment. Yue Jitong's eyes sparkled, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she bit her lip and asked, "What if I win?" "If you win, I shall call you wife." He deliberately paused before the last 2 words, creating a space between them, as if he had whispered wife into her ear. "That's unfair." "It seems you're the one benefiting," Yue Jitong complained, though her heart raced with excitement at the long-lost term of endearment. "What do you desire?" Mo Xilou asked. His gaze focused on the small mole on her cheek, his voice gentle. "I wish." Yue Jitong blinked twice, her left hand resting on her right. Fingers entwined nervously. Mo Xilou perceived her hesitation, but could not fathom her inner turmoil. After a moment of deliberation, she quietly voiced her request. "I want to be official." He paused, momentarily bewildered by her meaning. "I mean, when can the secret relationship become official?" Yue Jitong cautiously regarded him, unsure if her request was excessive. Mo Xilou studied her intently for several seconds, the depths of his dark eyes swirling with intrigue, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he elongated the sound. "Oh, Yue Jitong, so you wish to be my official girlfriend?" "Yes." She nodded vigorously, her expression earnest. "All right. If you win, I shall grant you that status." Her large eyes brightened noticeably, and she appeared somewhat elated, albeit subtly. He could keenly sense her fluctuating emotions. Mo Xilou's heart skipped a beat at her exuberance. "Are you that happy? Because of me?" The airplane landed at a 5-star hotel where Mo Xilou booked a business suite, approximately 60 square meters. It comprised 2 rooms and was equipped with various amenities. By the window, there was a tatama mat, and below, instead of the hustle and bustle of a city, lay a vast world of ice and snow. He had chosen a hotel adjacent to the scenic spots, just 5 minutes on foot to reach them. 2 rooms were adjacent, and he and Yue Jitong each chose one. After settling her luggage, Yue Jitong retrieved a set of disposable bed linens and covers specifically for travel and made her bed. After a moment's thought, she took another set next door to prepare a bed for Mo Xilou as well. She stood by the door, leaning against the frame, her inky eyes intently observing her busy figure. All done. When Yue Jitong turned around, she was suddenly met by his profound gaze. Her eyes flitted around in a moment of disarray, seeking a way to maintain a semblance of cleanliness. Sharing the same space, her mind involuntarily began to wander. Creating an odd atmosphere, she lowered her head, intending to slip past him. He blocked the doorway, leaving only a narrow passage for her to navigate through. Yue Jitong reached out her slender, pale fingers and gently pushed against his arm, politely requesting, "Please let me pass." Mo Xilou grasped her hand and stepped forward, forcing her back against the doorframe. The pressure against her back was sharp. His figure loomed closer, enveloping her in a strong scent of mint, mingled with the jasmine fragrance that lingered in the room, rendering her somewhat dazed. In truth, there was no need to prepare that room. 1 room would suffice. A bed of such ample size was sufficient for 2, was it not? Chapter 41. Would you like to experience it? She blinked, a flush of red creeping up from her neck, painting her cheeks with a vibrant hue, rendering her strikingly alluring. Mo Xilou tightened his grip on her wrist, his Adam's apple bobbing twice. 1 room is too small, perhaps. 2? She stammered, withdrawing her wrist from his grasp, her heart racing with anxiety, almost leaping into her throat. A flurry of thoughts cascaded through her mind. Could he be? Would he dare to? This is rather sudden. Could she refuse? Would he be upset? Would it hurt? Is this really happening? Suddenly, Mo Xilou pulled away, leaning back against the doorframe, chuckling lightly, a teasing glint in his eyes. What are you afraid of? He observed her tension, her confusion, and her subtle tremors, all of which did not escape his notice. In this lifetime, he would not force her. He would merely wait for her to willingly acquiesce. Realizing that his jest was merely playful, Yue Jitong exhaled in relief, thinking it was just a joke after all. She had almost relented. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, concealing the sorrow that lingered in his eyes. It appeared she truly resisted the notion. Perhaps the shadows of their past still haunted her. Had he truly left her with an unfavorable impression in their previous life? That night, he had been partially aware of his actions, yet he could not restrain himself, perhaps succumbing to his own selfish desires, yielding to the instinctual urges of the body. Concerning the events of that night, he was uncertain how much Yue Jitong remembered, though her consciousness must have been hazy. In truth, Yue Jitong retained no memories at all. She only knew that upon awakening, her entire body ached severely. As for the details of their encounter, she was utterly oblivious, her mind a blank slate. It was precisely this void that left her feeling shattered. Anyone who wakes up to such a reality would find it impossible to accept calmly. Reflecting on the past, Mo Xilou's eyes dimmed. Yue Jitong was unaware of his thoughts, only feeling a sense of disquiet. I'll take my leave," she stammered, hastily exiting his room and retreating to her own. The following morning, Yue Jitong awoke and stepped out of her room. Mo Xilou was already dressed, seated by the bay window. As she approached, she noticed him gazing enthusiastically out the window. When she turned to look as well, his eyes shifted to her, and he spoke with palpable excitement. "Yue Jitong, it's snowing." Her eyes widened in surprise, and she glanced outside to see delicate snowflakes fluttering down, gently settling on the windowsill, melting almost instantly. Clearly, it had just begun to snow. "It's really snowing?" Yue Jitong remained incredulous. She opened the window, extending her hand out, catching a few flakes until her palm was filled, then withdrew her hand. A few flakes had yet to melt, and she raised her hand to her face, observing the intricate patterns of each snowflake. The cold wind swept through the window, filling the room with a chill. She closed the window once more, her fingertips still tinged with the icy remnants of the snowflakes. As she caught sight of the man quietly observing the falling snow, Yue Jitong was suddenly struck by a mischievous impulse. She slid her icy fingers into the collar of his coat, pressing them against the nape of his neck. "Is it cold?" Mo Xilou recoiled slightly, taken aback by the chill. He swiftly turned his head, narrowing his eyes, and regarded her with a gaze that flickered with danger. Startled by the predatory glint in his eyes, Yue Jitong withdrew her hand, intending to step back and maintain some distance. Before she could retreat, A pair of strong hands suddenly encircled her waist, pulling her toward him with a firm grip. She found herself seated in his lap, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck for support, preventing her from slipping. Yue Jitong, you've lost. Shouldn't you address me properly? His reminder jolted her memory of the wager made on the plane. To her surprise, she had lost so swiftly. It was only the second day. How had it snowed so soon? No, the weather forecast from yesterday had not predicted this. Curse that unreliable forecast. Yue Jitong, are you daydreaming? Mo Xilou pinched her waist, a playful yet teasing gesture that made her feel a ticklish sensation, prompting a desire to scratch but feeling too shy to do so. Regaining her composure, she realized she had indeed lost and should accept her defeat gracefully. Yet the words she needed to utter lingered unspoken on her tongue. Trapped and unable to escape, Mo Xilou watched her mouth open and close, the atmosphere tense for 5 minutes, and still, no sound emerged. Yue Jitong, have you suddenly lost your voice? She swallowed hard, lowering her gaze, hesitant to meet his eyes. Bargaining in her mind, she wondered if she could perhaps have a moment to prepare. Mo Xilou reached out, lifting her chin, a hint of a wicked smile dancing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on her glistening orbs, his voice slightly husky. What is there to prepare for? It's not as if I am asking you to sleep with me. Yue Jitong's eyes darted away, avoiding his gaze, and she murmured an explanation. It's just that I've never called anyone that before, and I can't seem to say it. Those 2 simple words swirled in her mouth, yet remained unuttered. And merely contemplating them made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How mortifying. Mo Xilou paused, his expression flickering with an inscrutable emotion before he released her. All right. I'll grant you some time for mental preparation. He then playfully tapped her nose, adding, just remember not to keep me waiting too long. Mo Xilou felt as though he had bestowed upon her a lifetime. No, 2 lifetimes of patience and tolerance. Shall we go out to see the snow? She nodded, rising from his embrace, casting an eager glance toward the window. It was the first snowfall of the year. Let us go. The world of ice and snow unfolded before them, with colossal ice sculptures standing majestically, each unique and breathtaking. They resembled grand palaces, exuding an air of magnificence. Like serpentine dragons, they twisted and turned, and the delicate pavilions and towers, steeped in antiquity, added to the charm. Sunlight bathed the ice structures, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. As light refracted and reflected through the icy layers, intertwining in a dreamlike spectacle. Mo Xilou, it's so cold. Yue Jitong stamped her feet, feeling her legs numb, her breath forming white clouds in the frigid air. Each exhalation condensed into droplets in the atmosphere. The temperature disparity between here and the summer market is stark. The garments she brought are insufficiently warm. She hasn't even worn the new clothes she purchased at the mall last time, and in this weather, she fears she might succumb to the cold. Had she known, she would have opted for a down jacket, a pair of thermal trousers, and some insulated boots. She shivers. Yet Mo Xilou appears completely at ease, despite wearing even less than she. Confused, Yue Jitong glances at him and asks, aren't you cold? He lifts his eyelids, casting a subtle glance her way, and with a meaningful tone replies, I possess abundant warmth. After a brief pause, he extends his arms, opening them wide towards her, and adds, Yue Jitong, would you care to experience it? Chapter 42. A single strike that pierced my heart. He faced her, arms wide open, his pitch-black eyes reflecting flecks of light, reminiscent of the vibrant colors refracted by sunlight on ice, all captured within his gaze. Yue Jitong stared at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears that crystallized into a thin layer of ice, which suddenly shattered, releasing a cascade of glimmering light. She lingered in place for merely 2 seconds before lunging into his embrace, her delicate arms tightly wrapping around his waist, burying her head against his chest. Her ear pressed closely to his heart, her cheek brushing against the pristine fabric of his sweater. Despite the thick layers separating them, she could still feel the warmth radiating from his embrace. He tightened his hold, enveloping her in his black cashmere coat, shielding her from the biting wind and snow. Neither spoke. Yue Jitong remained quietly nestled against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat echoing in her ears. 1 beat, 2 beats, 3 beats, each resonant thump akin to a drum, creating a melodic cadence that filled her senses. Time seemed to momentarily freeze, the world around them silent. Her ears attuned solely to the sound of his heart. In the hollow expanse of her chest, it felt as though an emptiness had been filled, a missing piece of her heart slowly mending with flesh and warmth. Strangely, a faint sorrow enveloped her heart. A solitary tear slipped down her cheek, absorbed by the white fabric of his clothing. You're crying? Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, noticing the flush of her nose and the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Yue Jitong touched her face, wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes, and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I don't even know why." She lifted her gaze, her words abruptly halting in surprise. "Then why are you crying?" Mo Xilou froze momentarily, suddenly aware of a cool sensation on his face. Raising his hand to brush it away, he felt a crystalline droplet on his fingertip, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Was this my tear? He was crying? But why? Had he been infected by Yue Jitong's sorrow? How peculiar. He was unaware that he had shed tears, a first-time occurrence for him. A heavy sensation lingered in his chest, a discomfort he could not articulate, nor find a means to release. Yue Jitong reached out to brush away her tears, then stood on tiptoe to wipe the tears from his face, her expression earnest as she asked, "Mo Xilou, on such a cold day, why must we embrace and weep in the snow? Won't others think us foolish?" She had sensed the curious and scrutinizing gazes of passing tourists more than once. Some eyes akin to those observing a spectacle. Mo Xilou was amused by her serious demeanor, not quite sure what had struck his funny bone. He chuckled lightly, the heaviness within him urgently seeking release. Suddenly, he grasped her hand, raising an eyebrow. "Yue Jitong, let us engage in something exhilarating." "Huh?" Before she could react, he had already pulled her several meters away in a rush. "Hey, Mo Xilou, slow down. The ground is slippery." He dragged her through the snow at a frenetic pace, seemingly caught in a whimsical frenzy. As she shouted, his speed only intensified. The biting cold wind crept through the collar of her coat, chilling her to the bone. Yet her heart raced fervently, gradually warming her body with its ardent rhythm. In but a fleeting moment, the snowflakes transformed from a mere sprinkle into a veritable flurry, descending gracefully from the heavens, enveloping the world in a pristine radiance. Yet, Yue Jitong found herself too preoccupied to admire the enchanting scenery. With her head lowered, she shielded her face with one hand, seeking to evade the prying eyes of passers-by. Surely, they must be deemed lunatics, given the 90% turn rate of curious onlookers. Who, in their right mind, would frolic in the snow on a day like this? Mo Xilou. Just as she began to speak, she inadvertently stepped upon a patch of ice, losing her footing, and both of them tumbled to the ground. In that split second, Mo Xilou reacted swiftly, cushioning her fall with his own body. Fortunately, the snow was thick, and their layers of clothing lessened the impact, producing only a slight crunching sound as they landed. A depression formed in the snow beneath them. Yue Jitong released him, pressing her hands against his abdomen as she struggled to rise. Her trousers were now speckled with snowflakes. She bent down to brush herself off, softly inquiring, "Not running away now?" In response, she was met with a carefree bout of laughter. Standing upright, she noticed he remained sprawled in the snow, seemingly unwilling to rise. Anxiety creased her brow as she crouched down again, asking, "What's wrong? Did you hurt yourself?" "No, I'm fine," he replied, shaking his head. "Then why aren't you getting up? The ground is cold. You'll catch a chill." He blinked, snowflakes melting in his eyes, his gaze sparkling. "I lack the strength to rise. A kiss from you would suffice." "Don't be foolish. Just get up," she urged, attempting to pull him to his feet, but to no avail. He grasped her hand, playfully refusing to budge. Yue Jitong, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced around to confirm their distance from the crowd. Surely, no one would witness this. Kneeling beside him, she leaned down and planted a gentle kiss upon his lips. In an instant, his arms encircled her waist, spinning her around until she found herself pressed into the snow, with him hovering above. An icy kiss lingered for mere seconds before he swiftly rose and helped her up, just as Yue Jitong had brushed off her clothes. They were once again dusted with snowflakes. She shook off the remnants, casting him a reproachful glance. Mo Xilou chuckled lightly, neglecting to remove the snow from himself, instead raising a hand to whisk the sparkling snow from her hair. "Yue Jitong, shall we engage in a snowball fight?" "No," she replied without a moment's hesitation. "Why not? I can't compete against you. I would only be on the receiving end." "Not necessarily. I insist on playing." As he spoke, he crouched down, scooping up a handful of snow, shaping it into a ball, and preparing to launch it. "Hey, that's an ambush," Yue Jitong exclaimed, unable to dodge in time as the snowball struck her waist, bursting into a cascade of shimmering flakes. "There's no ambush. I clearly warned you. You're just too slow, silly." After being hit 3 times in succession, Yue Jitong realized he was serious. She began to dodge while crafting her own snowballs, attempting to retaliate. "Ah, Yue Jitong, I'll grant you 3 attempts." He ceased his offensive, merely evading her. 3 snowballs flew through the air, all missing their target entirely. I shall no longer engage. Your prowess is indeed formidable, and I find myself unable to match you. Do not be disheartened. Next time, you shall surely strike true. Yue Jitong pressed her lips together, forming one final snowball, which she hurled at him. This time, he stood his ground, facing the oncoming projectile. The snowball struck him squarely in the chest, bursting into a flurry of white that fluttered down like delicate snowflakes. With a hint of pride, he remarked, "See, did I not hit the mark? You allowed me to hit you intentionally." Yue Jitong approached him, brushing away the snowflakes that clung to his chest. He grasped her hand, his gaze ardent and unwavering, softly declaring, "Yet, with your single blow, you have struck at my heart. That was a deliberate collision on your part." Indeed, it was. She lifted her gaze, her heart racing. In his eyes, a radiant joy blossomed. The frigid winter breeze carried with it the warmth of affection. Chapter 43. Everything you designed. I have played with a fleeting thought. She rose on her toes and placed a gentle kiss upon his lips, her gaze softening as she murmured, "Mo Xilou, have you had enough fun? It is time for us to return." "Let us go," he replied, taking her hand and tucking it into his coat pocket. Ignoring the curious stares of onlookers, they strolled back with an air of confidence. After an afternoon of frolic, their clothes were thoroughly soaked by the snow. Upon entering, Yue Jitong immediately shed her cold, damp outerwear. "Mo Xilou, quickly change your clothes. Be careful not to catch a cold." He responded, casually tossing his black cashmere coat at the entrance. "I will run a bath." Yue Jitong assumed he intended to bathe, so she retreated to her room to change. Upon her return, she found him still in his wet attire. "Aren't you going to shower? I prepared it for you." "You should go first," he replied, pausing before adding, "You have a weak constitution, so warm yourself quickly. Don't get chilled." She was more susceptible to illness than he was, delicate as a precious flower that needed to be tenderly cared for. "Then I shall go first," Yue Jitong said, taking her belongings and entering the bathroom. The bathtub was lined with a disposable mat, adorned with a scattering of petals, roses, jasmine, tulips, and mint. The fragrant aroma of flowers filled the entire space. As she undressed, the warm water enveloped her, gradually dispelling the chill that had settled in her pores. The coldness from the snowy outdoors melted away into the heated water, and after soaking for 15 minutes, she felt thoroughly warmed. Wrapping a towel around her hair, she wiped the water from the floor and called for Mo Xilou to join her for a shower. The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom as Yue Jitong dried her hair, sitting cross-legged on the sofa in her sleepwear. A few droplets lingered at the tips of her hair, trickling down her elegant neck into her collar. She opened her suitcase, retrieving her laptop, graphics tablet, and stylus, preparing to design the characters for her game. With several windows of modeling software and code editors open, her stylus hovered 3 centimeters above the screen before pausing. She pulled out her phone, browsing through her meticulously organized reference images in the album. Those who study computer science often exhibit a compulsive need to collect materials, categorizing folders by dimensions, anime style, eye drawing techniques, clothing draping references, and more. As her pen touched the surface, her slender fingers gracefully sketched the outlines of the character. Though she had only recently ventured into art, she had taught herself after starting her job. Initially, she lacked the ability to draw, but the artistic team's designs often diverged greatly from her own visions. Thus, she resolved to self-study art design, wielding her pen solely to bring the characters of her imagination to life. Yue Jitong immersed herself in her drawing, and a Tang beauty, emerging from a pile of code, came to life under her skilled hand. With a plump face, adorned with gold foil floral ornaments between her brows, she bore a tiny mole beneath. Her hair was styled in a spiral bun, with strands infused with mint green, resembling the new buds of early spring woven into her dark tresses. The tassels of her golden hairpin swayed with the shift of perspective, a result of the physical engine parameters she had meticulously adjusted. Beneath the crimson satin lies a subtle pattern, and draping the fabric is the most challenging task. First, she laid down 3 translucent layers of smoky purple, then delicately brushed a light golden hue to outline the glow of lanterns from the Chang'an night market. Time slipped away, and her waist ached, stretching lazily. She caught sight of the person standing nearby. "When did you come out?" she asked. "I've been here for quite a while. You were simply too engrossed," came the reply. Mo Xilou stood with his arms crossed beside her, gazing at the still unfinished character on her screen. With a slight parting of his lips, he inquired, "Is this a character from Shinshur?" Yue Jitong looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment. "How did you know I was drawing a character from Shinshur?" Shusher is a mobile game set against the backdrop of the Tang Dynasty, scheduled for release in 7 years. She is its designer and developer, having illustrated half of the characters herself, while the other half were created by the art team, which she felt could have been better. Moreover, this game is entirely tailored for a female audience. Did Mo Xilou, in his previous life, have an interest in such games? As she gazed at him with curiosity, he fell silent for 10 seconds before casually stating, "I have played every game you've designed." Yue Jitong was even more taken aback. "You've played Shengshi?" It had been her assumption that such ancient-themed, farming and dressing-up games were exclusively for girls. He reached out and gently tapped her forehead, a spark of light flickering in his eyes. "Is that what matters?" The focus lies in the first 6 words. She pondered the initial 6 words of his previous statement and suddenly understood, slowly responding, "These are all games for young girls." "How interesting," he remarked. His evaluation of the game distilled into those 5 words. The game was indeed meticulously crafted, yet it was not to his taste. He preferred thrilling competitive games. He recalled the day Shengshi was launched, how he had played it in the office, the screen filled with romantic peach blossom aesthetics, leaving his assistant, who had caught a glimpse of the screen, utterly astonished and casting him peculiar looks. "Mr. Mo, do you enjoy such games?" she asked. He cast a disinterested glance in her direction, replying, "I don't enjoy them. This is a game created by my wife." The assistant merely acknowledged this and prudently fell silent. Yue Jitong carefully saved her artwork and stowed her equipment away, as these were her tools for livelihood. "Are you planning to launch the game ahead of schedule?" she inquired. "Yes," he replied. "But you can't possibly manage such a large game alone. At least a team is required." "I intend to handle part of it, and then collaborate with a gaming company," he stated. The conversation suddenly grew serious. Yue Jitong realized that they had never discussed their work with each other. She had only a vague understanding of his daily tasks, often unaware of what he was doing or what he was specifically required to do. Thus, it was natural for her to assume he was the same. Yet, she was surprised to learn that he had played every game she had designed. Mo Xilou once again shattered her preconceptions. A complex array of emotions surged within her, some joy, a tinge of bitterness, and a hint of shame. After a brief conversation, the two of them, with their stomachs rumbling, began to deliberate on where to dine. Ultimately, they chose a nearby shopping mall, conveniently located and accessible, where they could enjoy a meal and simultaneously indulge in some shopping. Although Mo Xilou claimed it wasn't cold, he knew that after a few more days, even the most resilient body would struggle against the chill. Thus, he dutifully donned his down jacket. Yue Jitong also purchased 2 thick garments and a pair of thermal pants. Her slender legs did not appear bulky beneath the thickened fabric. In this heavy snow, it was essential to ensure warmth. The weather forecast indicated that the snowfall would persist over the next couple of days, leaving the duration of the storm uncertain. Mo Xilou anticipated playing for another 2 days before embarking on his journey. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, the two returned to their hotel, retreating to their respective rooms to attend to their own affairs. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, a sudden thud resounded, and all the lights abruptly extinguished. Yue Jitong ventured out, illuminated only by her computer's glow, puzzled by the situation. Coincidentally, Mo Xilou emerged from his bedroom, suggesting that a power outage had occurred. Chapter 44. Sleep in my room. Why did the power suddenly go out? Yue Jitong furrowed her brows and quickly turned around to save all the files on her computer, then unplugged the charger. After a long night of hard work, it would be utterly heartbreaking if her efforts were lost. Since the electricity was out, she decided to abandon her tasks. Mo Xilou picked up the hotel phone to call the front desk. It rang for quite some time before finally indicating that the line was busy. The front desk was overwhelmed with calls from guests clamoring for information regarding the power outage. After 5 minutes, he finally got through. "Sir, I sincerely apologize. Due to the severe wind and snow tonight, a fault has occurred at the nearby power station, causing several lines to short-circuit. Our staff is currently engaged in emergency repairs. When will the power be restored? I'm afraid we do not have that information at this moment. Our team is working diligently to resolve the issue." "All right, thank you." Mo Xilou hung up the phone and glanced at the open door of Yue Jitong's room, walking over to inform her that the power likely wouldn't return tonight and suggested she go to sleep. She was already lying in bed, tucked under the covers. "Yes, sleep well. Please close the door behind you." "Thank you." "Of course." He gently closed the door and returned to his own room. After a few minutes of lying there, Yue Jitong felt a bit parched. Perhaps the dinner had been too salty, as she found herself craving water all night. There was no water in the room, but a wall in the living area housed a water dispenser, which had been purified for direct consumption. Reluctantly, she threw back the covers and ventured out for a drink. Navigating in the darkness was quite inconvenient. She fumbled to open her door. The living room was shrouded in blackness, but a sliver of moonlight filtering through the window provided some visibility. She managed to grasp a cup and filled it, drinking it down. After a moment's thought, she decided to fill another glass to place on her bedside table to avoid another trip later. With a 300-milliliter glass in hand, she didn't pay close attention and filled it to the brim, carefully making her way back to her room. The curtains were drawn, rendering her room considerably darker than the living area. The dimness made it hard to see, and as she stepped cautiously onto the carpet, she inadvertently tripped over it. Stumbling forward, she instinctively gasped, the cup slipping from her grasp, its whereabouts unknown. In the next moment, she found herself sitting on the plush carpet, frowning as she touched her sore knee, internally cursing her misfortune. Mo Xilou, still awake in his bed, was startled by the sound of her cry. He immediately got up, walked to her door, and knocked. "Yue Jitong, are you all right?" Her voice came through the door. "I accidentally fell. I'm coming in." "Okay." He turned the doorknob and entered, helping Yue Jitong to her feet. "Where did you fall?" "My knee. It hurts a bit, but it's not too serious. Come, sit down for a moment." Mo Xilou guided her to sit on the edge of the bed. "Where's your phone? Turn on the flashlight." "I don't know where I put it." She searched in vain, having forgotten where she had left her phone, which was why she had ventured out in the dark. A night passed without my gaze resting upon my phone, leaving me utterly oblivious to its whereabouts. In my search, my fingers encountered a dampness, a curious moisture that hinted at an unexpected situation. My bed seemed to be soaked wet. I brushed my hand across the sheets, and amidst the fabric, I felt a rounded object, indistinct in the dim light. Bringing it closer to my eyes, I discerned it was a cup. "How did a cup end up on your bed?" "Oh, I just filled it with water and then stumbled. Perhaps the cup flew onto the bed." A chuckle escaped from me. "How clumsy of you to send a cup soaring onto the bed." "Stop laughing," Yue Jitong grumbled, feeling the dampness around her. "How can I possibly sleep now?" Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have declined that glass of water. Mo Xilou's laughter faded into a more serious demeanor. In the enveloping darkness, he blinked twice, his throat gently shifting as he spoke calmly. "It's all wet here. It seems you won't be able to sleep." After a brief pause, he offered, "Why not come to my room instead?" Yue Jitong hesitated, questioning, "What about you?" "That bed can accommodate too," he replied, lowering his gaze and leaning closer, whispering enticingly in her ear. "Shall we go?" His breath brushed against her cheek, warm and inviting. In the shadows, her vision of his expression was obscured, yet she could sense the faint floral scent that lingered around him. Her long, curled lashes trembled slightly as her hand, resting beside her, clenched and then released. After a moment of silence, biting her lip gently, she softly acquiesced with a faint mm. He caught her response, a smile gracing his lips as he took her hand. "Then let us go." He guided her slowly towards the door. Just as they reached the threshold, Yue Jitong suddenly recalled, "Wait, should I grab my blanket?" Mo Xilou paused. "I'll get it." He approached the bed and, feigning contemplation, declared, "Your blanket is wet too. Perhaps it's best not to take it." "What? Then what will I cover myself with?" "Use mine." "And what about you?" "I shall use it too." "Well, all right then." With a self-satisfied smirk, Mo Xilou clapped his hands. Yue Jitong's blanket lay quietly on the opposite edge of the bed, untouched by moisture. As he closed the door, the space felt constricted, their breaths resonating in the stillness. "Which side do you prefer to sleep on?" Yue Jitong inquired from the bedside. "I usually sleep in the middle." "You choose your side first." "Oh, with men on the left and women on the right, I'll take the right side." She moved along the bed's edge, lifting the covers before lying down. The bedding carried a subtle floral fragrance, likely from his recent shower, mingled with the distinct scent of male musk that wafted toward her. Yue Jitong turned onto her side, placing her hand over her heart, feeling its rapid rhythm as warmth crept across her face. She shut her eyes tightly, wishing for slumber to embrace her swiftly. Soon enough, the other side of the bed sank as he slipped under the covers beside her. She turned her back to him, yet the palpable distance between them seemed deceptively close. Gazing at the expansive bed, it felt as though it would shrink to accommodate just two. He lay supine, hands cradling his head, staring at the shadowy ceiling. After a few moments, he shifted onto his side, facing Yue Jitong, but she offered him only her silhouette. In the darkness, he discerned a slender outline, delicate shoulders. Mo Xilou found no solace in the sight of her back. for he had gazed upon it countless times during sleepless midnights. He always did so quietly, observing her from behind. Wishing to dispel the image, Mo Xilou turned over once more, opting to face the opposite direction. Ultimately, he decided to position himself back to back with her. After several minutes, he felt an incessant discomfort, as if no position could bring him ease. Chapter 45. The night of emotional eruption. He had been comfortably lying alone just moments ago. Yet now he found himself restless, unable to discover a suitable position for slumber. Thus, Mo Xilou turned once more to observe her silhouette. The countless nights filled with entangled emotions suddenly magnified in intensity. A heavy sensation settled in his chest, suffocating and uncomfortable. He decided against looking any longer, turning to face the wall instead. Yue Jitong listened to him tossing and turning incessantly for 20 minutes, unable to contain herself any longer. Mo Xilou, are you unable to sleep? Mo Xilou paused, flipping onto his side to face her shadow, his voice muffled. Yes, I can't sleep. He anticipated that she would inquire about the reason for his insomnia or engage him in conversation. Instead, Yue Jitong simply replied, could you please be quiet for a moment? I need to sleep. Mo Xilou's expression froze, a surge of indignation rising within him, tinged with remnants of past grievances. With a hint of resentment, he retorted, are you able to sleep? If you hadn't been turning over, I would have fallen asleep long ago. Caught off guard, he stammered, Yue Jitong, are you aware that there is a man lying beside you? Yue Jitong found his statement peculiar. Of course, she was aware. Why did he sound somewhat irate? Well, she pondered before continuing, if you truly cannot sleep, then keep turning. She assumed he was upset because she had complained about him disturbing her rest. Unbeknownst to her, a fire ignited within Mo Xilou. Yue Jitong, do you trust me so easily? Yue Jitong hesitated for a brief moment. You're not new to lying next to me. Mo Xilou was taken aback. What do you mean not new? When have I ever lain beside you? She remained silent for a minute, lost in thought, and just as he believed he would not receive a response, she languidly spoke, in our past life. Didn't you often sneak into my bed in the middle of the night? Mo Xilou was astonished, his voice rising slightly. You knew? I know, she replied, her tone calm and unhurried. His heart felt as though it had been jolted, and Mo Xilou's mind became a whirlwind. She actually knew. She was fully aware. Yue Jitong could not comprehend his overwhelming reaction. After a prolonged silence, he finally composed himself and spoke again. Yue Jitong, can't you just turn around and talk to me? Must you always present me with your back? Oh, she obediently turned to face him. In truth, it was not a significant matter. She merely felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of speaking face to face while lying in bed. Even their breaths would mingle in the air. She turned around, yet the person across from her remained silent. This silence lingered for quite some time. Though it was merely 2 minutes, in the depths of the dark night, it felt exceptionally prolonged. They listened to each other's breathing, temporarily refraining from breaking the tranquility. Eventually, it was Mo Xilou who shattered the stillness. Uncertain of his previous thoughts, when he finally spoke again, his tone had notably cooled, his voice slightly hoarse. Yue Jitong, why do you feign ignorance? You clandestinely engaged in this act, deliberately wishing for me to remain unaware. Hence I pretended to be asleep. He pressed his lips together, feeling a slight dryness in his throat. Then why did you not chastise me at that moment? Why did you not push me away? Why would I push you away? Aren't you my husband? Yue Jitong replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. Mo Xilou paused, gripping her shoulders tightly. What did you just say? I said, aren't you my husband? Her voice dwindled, and she suddenly realized she had unknowingly uttered those 2 words. Her face flushed with embarrassment. So, Mo Xilou gazed intently into her eyes amidst the darkness. Were you just calling me husband? I was merely stating a fact. Moreover, I find solace in your embrace while I sleep, which is why I chose to remain oblivious. From a young age, she had struggled with sleep. In the orphanage, she often awakened abruptly, and even after being adopted, unease plagued her. She was a light sleeper, frequently suffering from insomnia and nightmares, jolting awake in the middle of the night. However, she discovered an unparalleled sense of security when he held her from behind, akin to a baby nestled in its mother's womb. Consequently, she slept soundly without dreams, choosing not to confront him and pretending not to notice his presence. Yue Jitong, he opened his mouth, then closed it again, torn between questions yet uncertain of what to inquire. After a lengthy internal struggle, he finally sighed. I wish to sleep. Oh, then do sleep. I desire a good-night kiss. That's not permissible. She refused, and his annoyance surfaced. Why not? Afraid you might desire more than just a kiss. What if, after kissing, You crave even more. Mo Xilou suddenly tightened his grip on her shoulders, shortening the distance between them, his breath brushing against her ear as he spoke softly. Then what if I indeed desire more? She lowered her head, her forehead nearly touching his chest, her eyelashes trembling uncontrollably. You, after a moment's hesitation, Yue Jitong grasped the corner of her sleepwear tightly, nervously inquiring, will it hurt? That night her words came out fragmented, yet he understood her unspoken question. Yue Jitong, do you truly have no recollection of that night? No. It will, he answered succinctly, responding to her earlier inquiry. She looked up in confusion. I felt pain, he added, uttering two more words. Her bewilderment deepened, seeing her innocent expression of ignorance. Mo Xilou felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. He had held back certain sentiments for far too long, and at this moment, he yearned to release them. Yue Jitong, do you realize that night, your nails left over 20 marks on my back? The pain lingered, preventing me from lying flat for 3 days. I could only sleep on my side. Yue Jitong's eyes widened in shock. Yue Jitong, you left 3 distinct bite marks on my shoulder, 2 on the left, 1 on the right, faint scars lingering long after. Her face flushed with warmth as vivid memories flooded her mind, igniting a sense of embarrassment. You also left several bruises on my arm, which took a week to fade. She buried her face in her hands, whispering, please, stop. Yet he had not finished. The most humiliating moments were still to come. Once was insufficient. You frowned, expressing your disdain for the swiftness, insisting on a second, third, fourth, and even 5th encounter. Please, stop. She could no longer bear to listen. The pain you inflicted upon my body was one thing. But what stung more was that the following morning, you awoke, pulled up your trousers, and feigned ignorance. You glared at me with resentment, incessantly weeping, casting the blame solely upon me as if I were the vilest of villains, as if I had committed some unforgivable sin, deserving of damnation. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Mo Xilou struggled to contain his emotions, yet his voice carried an edge of fury. Yue Jitong, you have not only harmed my body, but you have also tormented my spirit. Yue Jitong lifted her gaze, staring blankly at him, her heart shaken by his words. However, upon hearing his reproach, she felt a surge of anger and retorted, then why did you not refuse me? Why did you choose to sleep with me? Mo Xilou, you could have pushed me away or taken me to the hospital. Mo Xilou's voice rose, his tone charged with agitation. Are you still blaming me? Are you still resenting me? Are you still fixated on this matter? Yue Jitong, you stripped down before me, entwined yourself around me, clinging to my neck and kissing me, your eyes pleading for my assistance. How could I refuse? The more he spoke, the more his anger escalated. He grasped her chin, his chest heaving, his heart racing violently. Gritting his teeth, damn it, I like you so much it drives me to despair. How could I refuse? You seem to have forgotten that in the end, it all became my fault. Chapter 46. A gentle touch. Yue Jitong gazed at him in a daze, quietly absorbing his impassioned accusations, her heart akin to a roller coaster, rising and falling with a tumult of emotions, shock, sorrow, bitterness, shame, indignation, and helplessness, all intertwining and entangling like a tangled mass, choking her heart. At this moment, words felt utterly inadequate, her inner turmoil defying expression. Mo Xilou, I am sorry. After a prolonged silence, that was all she could muster. He gradually calmed, closing his eyes momentarily, his voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. Yue Jitong, I have always been able to embrace you only from behind. After a brief pause, he continued with great difficulty. Yue Jitong, do you know that I waited an entire lifetime for your turn away? I am sorry. You need not apologize. It is my fault, all my fault. Falling in love with you is my greatest mistake. Each word he uttered was like boiling water, bubbling with the sorrow that had crystallized within him, searing her heart with its fervent heat, drop by drop. He turned away, presenting her with his back, choosing to grapple with his emotions in solitude. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, then lifted it again to trace the contours of his defined silhouette, sketching him in her mind. For a fleeting moment, she could sense his anguish. The sorrowful solitude emanating from him was overwhelming, enough to bring a sting to her nose. She reached out a finger, gently prodding his broad, sturdy back, softly asking, could you turn around? No. Please, turn around. No. Just turn around, will you? No. Yue Jitong bit her lip, falling silent, persistently poking at him with her finger. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Her finger was growing numb from the persistent jabbing. At last, he spoke. Yue Jitong. Her eyes brightened momentarily. He said, could you please change positions? Poking the same spot is rather painful. She paused, obstinately refusing to change her position, instead quickening the pace of her pokes right at his shoulder. Mo Xilou could no longer restrain himself. He turned around, exasperatedly asking, Yue Jitong, what do you want me to turn around for? As soon as he turned, a soft form pressed against him, slender arms wrapping tightly around his waist. She buried her head against his chest, her entire being aligned closely with him. What do you intend to do, Yue Jitong? Mo Xilou felt his body stiffen, his breath quickening. She remained silent, only holding him tighter. Minutes passed, and he noticed that the thin fabric of his shirt seemed to have become damp from her presence. As more time went by, the wetness spread further. Yue Jitong, why are you crying? Shouldn't it be me who is crying? His brows knitted together, his gaze noticeably calmer, his tone subdued. Woo, woo. She transitioned from silent tears to quiet sobs. His shirt was now significantly stained with her tears. What are you crying about? It felt as though his heart was suddenly gripped tightly by an unseen hand, causing him a sharp pang of pain. Woo. I'm sorry. She continued to murmur. He inhaled deeply. What I desire is not your apology. Apologies. He withdrew slightly, resting his hand on her shoulder, gazing into her eyes with a furrowed brow and a stern tone. Yue Jitong, do not utter apologies. I do not require your contrition. Do you comprehend? He truly did not wish to hear her say sorry, for it only deepened the ache within him. Oh, you are so fierce, she whimpered, wiping her tears, then collapsed into his embrace, her sobs morphing into heart-wrenching cries. Her tears thoroughly soaked the fabric of his shirt. Mo Xilou began to feel utterly helpless. Cease your weeping. She remained silent, merely continuing to shed tears. Yue Jitong, please stop crying. Her wailing subsided to quiet sobs, which then faded into silent tears. Yue Jitong, I am sorry, I do not wish to cry, yet I cannot control my tears, they simply flow. What should I do? He sighed, ultimately yielding. Bowing his head, and encircled her frail shoulders, holding her tightly. Leaning close to her ear, he softly reassured, I apologize. It was wrong of me to speak thus and to lose my temper. It is my fault. I am to blame for desiring you. And you are justified in your resentment. You are not at fault. Please, do not cry. She shook her head, tears streaming down as she choked out. It is not your fault. It is mine. I am sorry. Enough. The question of right or wrong no longer bears significance. What has transpired is in the past. Let us not dwell on it any longer, shall we? His heart ached for her, deeply. As he gently wiped the tears from her face, Yue Jitong felt an indescribable sorrow within, unable to articulate why, yet overwhelmed by the urge to cry, consumed by melancholy. Do not weep, my dear, he murmured, his tone increasingly gentle, holding her close and soothing her softly. The room was enveloped in silence. Outside, the snowflakes fell silently, encasing the earth in ice. Yet within, warmth blossomed as their hearts ignited. She gradually calmed, her fluctuating emotions settling into tranquility. Finally, the tears ceased. Mo Xilou exhaled in relief. Yue Jitong, might you release me? You have drenched my garment with your tears. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she reluctantly loosened her grip. Would you like to change into something else? There is but one, and no replacements. Then what shall we do? I shall simply remove it, he replied, proceeding to shed his shirt and tossing it onto the bedside table, then nestled back into the covers, bare-chested, facing her. Why do you not embrace me? Yue Jitong blinked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, feeling shy to approach. You are undressed, yet you wish for my embrace. He chuckled softly, pulling her into his arms, pressing her head against his chest, holding her tightly. Her face rested against his skin, and she slowly wrapped her arms around his waist. His warmth nearly enveloped her entirely, causing her cheeks to flush deeply, her hands resting on his waist, hesitant to move. He tenderly stroked her hair, brushing it aside, the ends teasingly tickling his chest. Yue Jitong, let us sleep. If we do not, dawn shall break. She replied softly. After a minute, he remarked, Yue Jitong, when you cry, it is truly challenging to console you. She closed her eyes, her hand brushing against his waist, replying, then do not provoke my tears. He chuckled softly. I shall no longer incite you. Just keep your hands still and refrain from wandering. In the dead of night, he was indeed behaving absurdly, having stirred her to tears. I did not touch you. It was merely an unintentional graze, she murmured in explanation. It was just when I withdrew my hand that I accidentally brushed against your waist. Oh well, a little touch does not matter. Feel free to touch wherever you wish. He quickly altered his stance. I do not wish to touch anywhere. She obediently embraced his waist, placing her hands properly and remaining still. Why not touch my stomach and see how well I have trained my abs? I shall not. Just a little touch. I refuse. He seized her hand, forcibly placing it on his abdomen, inhaling deeply to accentuate his contours. The sensation beneath her fingers caused her cheeks to flush. Mo Xilou, are you not going to sleep at all? If you soothe me a little, I will drift off. Chapter 47. Tempting me early in the morning? She lifted her head, her eyes glistening with moisture, and pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of his lips, whispering, "Good night, husband." Upon finishing her words, she immediately buried her head in his embrace. Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced his lips, his heart melting at her tenderness. He placed a soft kiss on her forehead, his tone exceedingly gentle. "Good night, wife." After a lifetime apart, everything felt as if it had just returned to its rightful course. The ice of a cold winter would inevitably melt, and the frigid waters would eventually reach a boiling point. A night devoid of dreams passed, and she slept soundly until noon. Yue Jitong awoke, rubbing her sore eyes, and when she raised her arm, her hand brushed against something. Her previously narrowed eyes widened in an instant as she clearly discerned the face so close to her. The memories of last night flooded back, his every word of accusation still ringing in her ears, remarkably vivid. She quietly gazed at his sleeping visage, reaching out to sweep aside the tousled hair from his forehead, revealing his profound brows and eyes. Her fingers glided gently over his brow bone, following the line of his prominent nose down to his lips, and finally tracing his jawline over and over again. Suddenly, her hand was captured, and he opened his eyes abruptly, his gaze bright and devoid of the usual morning haze. "Have you been awake for a while?" she asked, blinking her eyes. Her voice soft and sweet, with the corners of her eyes reddened and remnants of tears from last night still visible. Her glistening eyes exuded innocence, and the small mole on her lower eyelid danced before him, both pure and alluring. Mo Xilou swallowed hard, his voice husky as he spoke. "Yue Jitong, are you tempting me this early in the morning?" "And no," she stammered, hastily lowering her gaze to conceal the sparkle in her eyes. Attempting to withdraw her hand from his grasp, but to no avail. "Lift your eyes and look at me." Obediently, she raised her eyelids and met his gaze, her clear eyes reflecting only his image. Mo Xilou's chest rose and fell as his heart raced. He adored this look in her eyes, as if she saw only him. A sense of greediness stirred within him. He once desired merely her affection, but now craved her exclusive devotion. He longed for her heart and gaze to be solely filled with him, leaving no room for anyone else. His gaze deepened, the inky darkness of his eyes resembling a whirlpool ready to draw her in. She tentatively asked, "Mo Xilou, shall we get up? I'm hungry." He tousled her hair affectionately, a tender smile gracing his lips. "Let us eat." The power lines, burdened by the weight of the snowstorm the previous night, had been repaired, and electricity had been restored in the morning. The snow had fallen throughout the night, delicate flakes cascading down like torn cotton balls from the heavens. They chose not to venture outside, but instead opted to dine at the hotel restaurant. The dining area was sparsely populated, and they selected a table with a view of the snowy landscape. The restaurant, nestled around a corner in the hotel's west wing, featured a sweeping curved floor-to-ceiling window that offered a view of the snow-laden pine forest. A server brought forth a bowl of matsutake chicken soup, lifting the lid to release the unique earthy aroma of the mushrooms mingled with the rich essence of the hen. They also ordered pan-seared truffle steak, steamed chicken, and butterfly puff pastry. The butterfly puff pastry, presented in a crystal dish, showcased layers of rose milk fan, reminiscent of blooming snow mountain lotuses. Yue Jitong ordered another cup of ginger milk, and as her porcelain spoon gently touched the surface, the creamy top quivered and split apart, allowing her to scoop a spoonful and savor it. The spiciness of the ginger enveloped the sweet richness of the milk, cascading over her senses. After finishing the cup, a warm sensation enveloped her body, and a light sheen of perspiration formed on her brow. He inquired whether she wished to venture out into the snow again. She fervently shook her head. The snowfall was too heavy, and the outdoors were deserted. "What shall we do this afternoon?" "Stay indoors." After a brief pause, she added, "I'll be drawing." "Are you feeling anxious?" "Not particularly, but idleness is unappealing. It would be preferable to finish my work sooner rather than later." Thus, after a satisfying meal, the two retreated to their room. Just as Yue Jitong intended to head to her own space, she was halted by Mo Xilou, who gently grasped her hand. With his eyes lowered, he spoke in a nonchalant tone, "Bring your laptop to my room and draw. It has been a whole evening. The bed must be dry by now." She glanced at him. He leaned closer, his voice soft and alluring. "Be good, listen to me." "Oh." She withdrew her hand and hurriedly went to gather her belongings, Returning to his room with her equipment in tow, Mo Xilou neatly arranged the bedding, provided her with a soft pillow, and selected a spot near the power outlet, patting the bed. Sit here. All right. She obediently nestled into the space he had prepared, opened her laptop, and began refining the character design she had not completed the previous day. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she placed the computer on her lap, her gaze serious and focused. After adjusting the colors for 5 minutes, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning her head, she met a pair of burning eyes. Mo Xilou, don't you have anything to do? Mo Xilou reclined lazily, resting his hands behind his head. I don't wish to do anything today. I only want to watch you. Find something to occupy yourself. Your gaze distracts me. He shook his head in refusal. Continue with your drawing. I assure you. I want to make a sound or interrupt you. Oh. She averted her gaze and returned her attention to her artwork. Today, her hair was casually tied in a low ponytail, the hair tie slightly loose, with strands cascading around her ears. After a while, Mo Xilou watched her, reached out, and grasped a lock of her hair, playing with it in his palm. Then he inadvertently tugged one out. She inhaled sharply, turning her face towards him with a puzzled expression. Mo Xilou, what are you doing? Feeling a pang of guilt, he released her hair, discreetly discarding the strand he had accidentally pulled. I've heard that girls care about their hair. I'm not doing anything. Your hair is loose. Perhaps I should help you tie it up. Huh, is it loose? She paused, then questioned. Wait, can you even braid hair? Of course, he replied, reaching for her hair tie. Don't move. I'll help you. Her hair was long, cascading down nearly to her waist, thick and lustrous. Mo Xilou carefully gathered her hair, securing it with the hair tie. Then, he instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. Just like that. The cushion behind her was replaced by his chest. She set her laptop aside, looking at him, her eyes filled with questions. He said, continue your drawing. Pay no mind to me. Simply regard me as a cushion. She hesitated, her gaze wavering, yet ultimately leaned against him to resume her work. For a moment, he remained silent. His hand resting upon her waist began to move, gently caressing her, igniting a ticklish sensation. Yue Jitong lifted her gaze to him, her eyes wide with surprise, wondering who had just claimed not to disturb her. Mo Xilou lowered his eyelids, burying his head in the crook of her neck, exhaling softly. I'm not interrupting you. You may carry on with your drawing. His lips brushed against the tip of her ear, his warm breath cascading against the side of her face, enveloping her in the fragrant embrace of cedar. Yue Jitong blinked, inhaled deeply, saved her work, and decisively shut her laptop, setting it aside. Noticing her stillness, Mo Xilou lifted his head from her shoulder, inquiring, what's wrong? I'm not drawing anymore, she replied, turning to face him, her clear gaze imbued with a hint of fervor. Chapter 48. In quiet embrace, Yue Jitong gazed at him with her arms crossed, a serene and exquisite smile illuminating her delicate features. Mo Xilou, do you wish to play with me? She inquired, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she spoke. It was a rare sight to see her smile, for she was not one to often display such joy. When she did, it was utterly mesmerizing. Mo Xilou found himself momentarily entranced by her radiant expression. Mo Xilou, she turned to him, waving her hand before his eyes. He grasped her hand, drawing her into his embrace and tenderly ruffling her hair. Why have you stopped painting? He asked, a question he already knew the answer to. She wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest, listening to the rhythmic cadence of his heartbeat. They remained in each other's arms, conversing lightly and effortlessly. Outside, the snowfall had diminished, gradually revealing a clearer, white world. His broad chest enveloped her, providing an overwhelming sense of security. Yue Jitong closed her eyes, relishing the tranquility of the moment. They shed their sharp edges, embracing one another to absorb warmth, and she cherished this feeling deeply. They resembled a sweet couple, embodying a scene that Yue Jitong had once envisioned and longed for, a tender romance enveloped in a harmonious atmosphere. Yet, in the past, neither had attempted to break the impasse, nor did they know how to navigate such a situation. The past was a detestable term, for their shared history was far from beautiful. Those issues were not simple enough to be resolved with a mere sentence or two. The chasm between their hearts often spanned great mountains, the most formidable to bridge. Suddenly, the ringtone shattered the serene ambience. Yue Jitong, it seems to be your phone, he remarked. The melody was a classic, old English song. Mo Xilou did not know its name but could hum along a few notes. Could you grab it for me? She murmured, her eyes still closed, clinging to him without any intention of releasing her hold. Her attachment to his embrace was palpable. With a slight furrow of her brow, she expressed her discontent with the interruption. The phone lay conveniently within her reach, yet she insisted on him retrieving it. Without questioning her motives, Mo Xilou extended his arm, still holding her close, and retrieved the phone from her side. He glanced at the caller ID, noting an unfamiliar number before handing it back to her. "Here, I don't recognize the number. Please take the call for me," she replied lazily against him. Mo Xilou was taken aback, hearing such a request for the first time. He answered the call, his voice deep and resonant. "Hello?" There was a moment of silence on the other end before a tentative voice inquired, "Tong Tong?" Mo Xilou looked at her. Yue Jitong had lowered her gaze, showing no intention of speaking, though she had already deduced the caller's identity. "May I ask who this is?" He continued. "Excuse me, is this the number for Yue Jitong?" Came the reply. "Yes. May I ask what this is regarding?" The caller hesitated for a moment. "Who are you?" "I am her boyfriend. Could you please have her answer the phone?" Mo Xilou glanced at Yue Jitong, who waved her hand, indicating her disinclination. "She is currently unavailable. Please share whatever you wish to discuss with me. Then I shall call her again when she is free," came the response, and the call ended without further elaboration. Mo Xilou set down his phone, casting a puzzled look her way. Yue Jitong, appearing somewhat weary, began to explain, "It was a call from Uncle Yue. He likely wishes for me to return home. Uncle Yue had always treated her kindly, ensuring that whatever Yue Lanjing possessed, she received a similar gift. Perhaps her lack of expectations from him stemmed from her awareness of their non-relationship. Any gesture of kindness from him sufficed to satisfy her. However, her expectations for Bai Yu, her mother, far exceeded those she held for anyone else. Yet, all she sought was a fair treatment from Bai Yu, which remained unattainable. One's gaze cannot deceive. There was simply no place for her in Bai Yu's eyes. After all, she too was her daughter. At times, she felt that Bai Yu's affections paled in comparison to those of Uncle Yue. In instances of conflict or discord with Yue Lanjing, Bai Yu invariably sided with her, never inquiring about her perspective nor granting her the opportunity to defend herself. In contrast, Uncle Yue would listen attentively to the entire story and ensure an apology was forthcoming from Yue Lanjing. Following the incident where she had slapped Yue Lanjing multiple times, Bai Yu, Yu Fengxian, and Yu Shetian all called her to express their disapproval and admonish her, yet Uncle Yue never posed a single question. After a brief silence, her phone chimed. Mo Xilou assisted her in opening a text message from Yu Feng. "Tong Tong, I am uncertain about the situation between you and Lanjing. It has been quite some time. I hope you have calmed down. We are family, and any grievances can be resolved through conversation. Please do not hold grudges. Remember to return home during the holidays. Your mother is eager for your return." Yue Jitong paused, her gaze dropping, a sense of melancholy enveloping her. While outsiders may remain oblivious, Mo Xilou understood the true reason behind her estrangement from the Yu family. "So, do you intend to return?" he inquired. She shook her head resolutely. "I shall not return, for that is not my home, nor is there anyone who truly welcomes me there." "Do you harbor hatred towards them?" "I despise Yue Lanjing. The others I merely dislike, though I do not harbor animosity towards Uncle Yue." "Do you regret your return to the Yue family?" Yue Jitong shook her head once more. "I do not regret it. At least in the Yue household, I had enough to eat. They treated her indifferently, yet provided her with sustenance, a shelter from the elements, and a room to call her own. It was certainly preferable to remaining in the orphanage." Mo Xilou was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. "Did you not have enough to eat before?" "Before the age of 11, in the orphanage, I had to fight for food, but I was unable to outcompete the others, and thus often went hungry. I had never enjoyed a full meal prior to returning to the Yu family with Bai Yu." Hearing her recount her childhood experiences for the first time, Mo Xilou felt an inexplicable pang in his heart and embraced her tightly. Yue Jitong leaned quietly against him. Perhaps his warmth was too inviting, for at that moment, she longed to share her thoughts. "I find myself quite curious about the identity of my father. Upon my return to the Yu household, I inadvertently overheard a conversation among the servants. They mentioned that Uncle Yue was initially unaware that Bai Yu had borne a daughter for a decade of marriage. She had never revealed even the slightest hint. It was only when Yu Lan's life hung in the balance that Bai Yu, in a desperate attempt to save her, took the risk of confessing to Yu Feng. At that moment, Yu Feng, eager to rescue the child, chose not to dwell on the deception. Subsequently, when Yu Lan recovered, Yu Feng accepted the sudden arrival of his daughter and, out of gratitude, resolved to raise me. I once endeavored to uncover the truth about my biological father. Yet whenever I broached the subject, Bai Yu's expression darkened, and she reprimanded me, insisting that my father had already passed away. Nevertheless, I cannot shake the feeling that her words are untrue. My biological father must still be alive. Yue Jitong has always sensed that Bai Yu harbors secrets from her. Previously, she believed Bai Yu despised that man, hence her reluctance to speak of him. However, in retrospect, she now perceives that Bai Yu seems to be afraid of something. Chapter 49. Clingy Mo Xilou listened attentively, occasionally patting her back to offer comfort. Yue Jitong, lost in her thoughts, spoke for an extended duration, long enough for him to feel an urge to visit the restroom. Yet, she clung to him like a forlorn little rabbit. Her eyes rimmed with red and her lashes trembling with unease, nestled tightly against him. He gently pinched her ear, suggesting, "My dear, could you perhaps let go of me for a moment?" No, she shook her head resolutely, refusing to release her grip. Nature calls, after all. Mo Xilou caressed her head, saying softly, "Be good. I shall return shortly." "No, I don't want to let go of you." Yue Jitong blinked, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her large eyes as she leaned closer, playfully threatening. "You insisted on playing with me instead of letting me draw. So you must hold me this afternoon. I want to let you go." Mo Xilou gritted his teeth. "Isn't it permissible for me to use the restroom?" "Absolutely not. I want to be with you." She pouted, nuzzling her head against him in a playful manner. In truth, she simply yearned to indulge in a bit of mischief, for she had nothing else to occupy her time. She was eager to see his helpless expression. "Very well," he conceded with a resigned smile. Moments later, however, the need became unbearable, and he pleaded with her, "Darling, please allow me a minute, just 1 minute, all right?" "No, Mo Xilou. I cannot bear to be separated from you even for a second." She tightened her embrace, nearly rendering him breathless. With a determined resolve, he declared, "If that is the case, I can only take you with me." "Ah," she gasped as he lifted her effortlessly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. If she wished to act spoiled, he would indulge her whims, carrying her to the restroom door. "Wait, Yue Jitong, are you truly going to take me inside?" "Put me down. I'll wait for you at the door." She had no such peculiarities. The sound of running water echoed from within, and Mo Xilou emerged shortly after. Upon opening the door, she immediately leapt into his arms, clasping his waist tightly, not affording him a moment to breathe. "Mo Xilou, I missed you so much," she cooed in a soft voice, deliberately exaggerating her words. This playful tease rendered his cheeks slightly flushed. He lowered his gaze to her dark hair, raising an eyebrow with a cryptic expression. "After just a minute apart, you miss me?" "1 minute apart feels like an eternity," she replied. "Yue Jitong, I wish to get some water." "Then go ahead. But how can I get there with you holding me? This is quite impossible." "I don't care. You must figure it out." We agreed that I would be in your arms. With no choice, Mo Xilou reluctantly took small steps forward, and she moved along with him. Though she exerted no effort, her entire weight draped over him. Wherever he went, she followed, steadfastly clutching his waist. It took nearly 20 minutes to drink a single cup of water. He first maneuvered from the restroom door to the table to grab a cup, then from the table to the water dispenser on the opposite side. Mo Xilou had never realized that drinking a mere cup of water could require such exertion. Is this what Gu Yunqi often refers to as a sweet burden? After finishing one cup, one yearns for another, yet perhaps it is best to refrain. What if one indulges too much and finds the need for the restroom? That would be quite troublesome. He does not forget to inquire of the person nestled in his arms. "Yue Jitong, do you wish for some water?" "Yes, please," she replies, lifting her gaze, her eyes sparkling as they linger on his hand, awaiting his offering. Reluctantly, he pours another cup of water, cautiously bringing it to her lips. She tilts her head back and sips, still clinging to him with unwavering determination. Mo Xilou had assumed her joking claim of wanting to embrace him for an entire afternoon was merely playful banter, yet to his surprise, it was entirely sincere. From 3 in the afternoon until 6 in the evening, for a solid 3 hours, apart from her brief trips to the restroom, she never released her grip. For the first time, Mo Xilou witnessed Yue Jitong's tenacity. He wondered if her arms grew weary, but he could certainly feel the strain in his own waist from the constant exertion. When he finally managed to shuffle back to the room, she suggested, "Let us go to the window and admire the snow." "Very well," he replied, and so he trudged forward with the person wrapped around his waist. Struggling to reach the window, after a short interval, she said, "Mo Xilou, I would like to sit on the sofa for a while, if you please." "Mo Xilou, I wish to drink water." "Mo Xilou, I need to wash my hands." "Mo Xilou, I desire some ice cream." "Mo Xilou, Yue Jitong, you are quite clingy," he remarked. "Do you like that?" she inquired, her eyes shimmering with clarity, tinged with a hint of vibrancy, her delicate face pale and her cheeks slightly puffed, exuding a certain charm. I do, he confessed, swallowing hard, unable to resist poking her cheek with a finger. Then, with his eyelids half closed, he implored in a pitiful tone. If you could momentarily release your hold, allowing me a bit of movement, I would like it even more. Holding you like this for an entire afternoon is rather exhausting. What is it like to be embraced by one's girlfriend for an entire afternoon? An experience that Mo Xilou had never encountered in this life or the last. And it felt refreshingly novel. He had never witnessed such a clingy side of Yue Jitong before. How delightful. Even while complaining, the corners of his mouth curled upward, concealing his exhilarated spirit. Finally, Yue Jitong graciously set him free, as she too felt a bit fatigued from maintaining the same position, her arms somewhat numb. Both of them stretched their wrists and ankles. Mo Xilou yawned and twisted his waist from side to side. Yue Jitong, why do you seem so peculiar today? What do you mean by peculiar? It's rather strange that you have been holding on to me this entire time. Suddenly, Yue Jitong adopted a serious demeanor, looking at him intently, her calm eyes shimmering. Did you not say that you always observe my silhouette from behind? Then in the future, let me embrace you from the front, allowing you to hold me for as long as you wish, all right? Meeting her earnest and crystalline gaze, Mo Xilou felt a stirring in his heart, touched by her words, and found himself on the brink of tears. Yue Jitong, Mo Xilou, your embrace is truly warm, and I cherish it, she confessed. He was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Yue Jitong had candidly expressed her feelings. She spoke of her affection for his embrace. Rounding it off, it appears that she harbors an affection for him. Could this be construed as a confession of love? Mo Xilou, I find myself quite famished. She playfully beckoned him with her finger. Come, let us dine. Yue Jitong mused that today had been rather monotonous, seemingly devoid of activity beyond mealtime. Yet, paradoxically, it was also a day filled with intrigue. Simply being in his presence rendered even the most mundane moments delightful. In the past, she struggled to comprehend why young couples would spend entire days engaged in nothing but each other's company. Now, she found herself grasping the sentiment. For this feeling was exquisitely enchanting. She was unaware of what particular switch had been activated within her, but she felt irresistibly drawn to his embrace. After an entire afternoon wrapped in his arms, how could she still crave more? She remarked, Mo Xilou, I seem to have developed a slight addiction to your kindness. Chapter 50. Returned to the capital, Mo Xilou was taken aback. His first instinct was to reach out and gently touch her forehead. Today, her sweet words were utterly enchanting. She swatted his hand away and met his gaze. Though he remained silent, it seemed she could sense his thoughts. What's the matter? I'm not feverish. She then threw herself into his embrace, tilting her head with a smile. Mo Xilou, would you like me to hold you while you sleep tonight? His heart raced violently, a flush creeping up from his ears to his neck. How astonishing. He never imagined he would be so playfully enticed by Yue Jitong. Of course. I would be delighted. Humph, just teasing you. She winked, released him, and dashed back to her room. Good night, Mo Xilou. Suddenly feeling a void in his arms, Mo Xilou experienced a twinge of disappointment as he gazed at her room, the corners of his lips curving into a gentle smile. What a little trickster. Good night, Yue Jitong. Due to the heavy snowfall, the two lingered in the northeast for 5 days. It was only after the snow ceased and began to melt that they set forth on their journey back to the capital. Upon stepping once again onto the soil of the capital after several months, an inexplicable wave of emotion washed over Yue Jitong. The last time she departed from here, she had just delivered multiple slaps to Yue Lanqing, her feelings consumed by fury and disappointment. At that moment, she believed she would never return to this land again. The capital was slightly warmer than the northeast. Recent days had seen the sun emerge, causing a rise in temperature. As the month drew to a close, the impending arrival of the spring festival loomed. Though Yue Jitong had no intentions of returning, she accompanied Mo Xilou as he needed to visit home. However, she had no plans to return to the Yue family. After their fallout, she had severed ties with them, feeling no necessity to go back. Even if Yue Feng summoned her to return, she would refuse. Or rather, even if Bai Yu personally came to call her, she would not go back. Yet she was certain Bai Yu would never come to fetch her. If she did, it would only be to vent her frustrations on behalf of someone else. Throughout her life, Bai Yu had never once chosen her. Yue Jitong shook her head, attempting to cast those thoughts aside, striving to avoid dwelling on them. But she found it impossible to suppress her feelings. The disappointment was genuine, and the sadness was real. Yet she was her mother, undeniably so. How could anyone truly be devoid of a longing for a mother's love? She simply could not attain it, and could only persuade herself to let go. She had to feign indifference, forcing herself to overlook it. Time and again, She would brainwash herself into believing she truly did not care. This was the only way to ease her heartache. She excelled at self-deception. When Yue Jitong suggested staying at a hotel, Mo Xilou countered that it was unnecessary. Consequently, she followed him through the towering high-rises until they arrived at the hidden gem of a community, Blossom District. In summer, it flourished with vibrant blooms, a riot of colors bursting forth in splendid harmony. The winter scene, however, appeared somewhat desolate. Mo Xilou mentioned that he owned a spacious flat in Zone 3, a birthday gift he received at the age of 18. After meandering around, they finally stood before the door. Mo Xilou entered his fingerprint, and the door swung open. Yue Jitong, give me your hand. She extended her hand towards him. Mo Xilou recorded her fingerprints as well, allowing her to reside here whenever she returns to the capital city. He sensed the solitude that emanated from her upon her arrival. She lacked a sense of belonging. The residence was located on the 15th floor, approximately 150 square meters, with a single unit per elevator. Since acquiring it, he had never inhabited the space. The furnishings within the rooms were complete, and all appliances were adequately equipped. Yue Jitong could simply bring her luggage and move in seamlessly. There were 3 bedrooms available, and Mo Xilou led her directly to the master bedroom, which boasted the best natural light. At that moment, the sun was fervently pouring into the room, flooding it with warmth. Darling, are you content living here? Yue Jitong nodded in response. If you require anything or find any aspect unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to inform me. This arrangement was already quite satisfactory for her. Having a place to stay was enough. The sun gently warmed the bed, and from the window, one could gaze upon the distant frozen lake. In summer, the lake would ripple, adorned with blooming lotus flowers, while schools of golden koi would swim within. In winter, if snow fell, individuals would brew tea and converse by the pavilion at the lake center. After settling Yue Jitong, Mo Xilou temporarily departed. She understood the necessity of his errand. The Mo family was a large clan, and with the new year approaching, Mo Xilou had to return home for social engagements. In her previous life, the second year after their marriage, he began bringing her back to the ancestral home. Although their relationship was strained at that time, the customary courtesies of marriage still needed to be observed. Mo Xilou's parents treated her fairly well, and she did not carry her animosity towards him into their presence. He had a younger brother and sister as well. In her previous life, she had a good rapport with her sister, Mo Nanshuang, who was quite fond of her, whereas Mo Biding had a less favorable disposition towards her. Yue Jitong could surmise the reasons behind Mo Biding's sentiments. Reflecting on these 2 individuals, she gently furrowed her brow, her gaze becoming intricate. Yue Jitong genuinely felt that the Mo family was remarkably obstinate when it came to matters of the heart. Once they were convinced of something, it was immutable. While others might reconsider after encountering a setback, the Mo family would persist even in the face of grave consequences. Their stubbornness could be described as extreme. They would rather face fatal repercussions than turn back. Mo Biding had a childhood friend named Qi Tang, who, in turn, had a childhood friend named Su Wei. To be precise, the 3 of them shared an intertwined upbringing. Mo Biding harbored feelings for Qi Tang, who later caused an accident resulting in a fatality. Mo Biding took the blame for her, and through the family's efforts, she was sentenced to 5 years in prison. In the second year of Mo Biding's incarceration, Qi Tang married Su Wei. In the third year, Qi Tang and Su Wei welcomed a daughter. In the first year following Mo Biding's release, Su Wei tragically died in an accident, leaving Qi Tang to raise their 3-year-old daughter alone. The year Mo Biding's company was established, Qi Tang married him, bringing her 6-year-old daughter into the union. As for Mo Nanshuang, at the age of 18, she became infatuated with a B-list male star, pouring money and resources into elevating him to a more prominent position over 3 years. However, within 2 years, the star became arrogant, and various scandals emerged, with many coming forth to expose his inappropriate relationships with fans. Mo Nanshuang repeatedly implored her brother to suppress the scandal. Despite being fully aware of the other party's questionable character, she clandestinely entered into a marriage with him. Following their secret union, Missouri Nanshuang rarely appeared before others. When she did, her countenance was marred by a profound melancholy. It was later revealed that she had been a victim of domestic violence. When Mo Xilou brandished a knife, intent on retribution, Mo Nanshuang unexpectedly knelt and pleaded with him not to act. She asserted that he did not intend to harm her but was simply unable to control himself. After each episode of violence, he would be overtaken by guilt and self-reproach. Mo Xilou, at a loss for words as he gazed at his sister, ultimately set aside the knife and discreetly arranged for the assailant to receive a thorough beating. Chapter 51. I miss you. Under the looming threat and intimidation of Mo Xilou, the opposing party has considerably restrained themselves. Reflecting on Mo Xilou and Mo biting, Yue Jitong surmised that Mo Xilou might soon find himself in a predicament. Perhaps, if someone intervened in their lives, the fates of the two could be altered. Yet, it is equally plausible that nothing would change. Mo Xilou is relatively safe. At merely 16, she has yet to encounter that man. And as long as their meeting can be averted, there is hope. Yue Jitong firmly believed that Mo Xilou possessed the means to achieve this. It is not particularly difficult to discreetly erase someone from the entertainment industry. However, Mo biting presents a more formidable challenge. Now 18. He has likely harbored feelings for Chi Tang for quite some time. Convincing him to abandon his affections would undoubtedly prove arduous. Childhood sweethearts, bonded by over a decade of shared experiences. How could such a connection be swayed by mere words from another? These matters are best left for Mo Xilou to ponder. The Mo family is extensive. Mo Xilou's father is the third born, with an elder sister, 2 older brothers, and a younger sister. His mother, the fifth born, has 4 older brothers. In Mo Xilou's generation, there are over 20 cousins and relatives. Each New Year's gathering turns into a grand social event, which is nothing short of a nightmare for someone like Yue Jitong, who suffers from social anxiety. Upon her first visit to his home, the sheer number of attendees nearly compelled her to flee. Fortunately, she managed to suppress that impulse, regardless of the nature of their relationship. Maintaining decorum in front of the elders was paramount. Yet, her social skills were painfully lacking, leaving her no choice but to maintain a stoic facade. Seated beside Mo Xilou's mother as a silent ornament, regardless of the inquiries directed her way, she offered curt responses, refraining from initiating conversation and instead listening with downcast eyes. A distant relative, oblivious to her discomfort, incessantly chattered beside her, posing an abundance of questions that left her head spinning. How did you and our little she get acquainted? They inquired. Classmates, she replied. How did you come to be together? We live together. Who pursued whom first? He did. When will you have children? When the time comes. The relative fell silent, their expression awkward. Yue Jitong anticipated reprimands forthcoming after this gathering. Indeed, it wasn't long before rumors emerged, depicting her as pretentious and dismissive of her elders. During the subsequent New Year celebration, she remained, once again, a quiet and beautiful vase beside Mo's mother. By this time, the guests were somewhat familiar with her demeanor, and none approached her for conversation. Instead, some blatantly criticized her in front of her, subtly mocking her humble origins. Mo's mother, displeased, defended her. Regardless of what others said, Yue Jitong feigned ignorance, allowing their words to flow in one ear and out the other. Finding their attempts tedious, those relatives soon ceased their jibes. As the years passed, with each successive new year, her relatives grew accustomed to her disposition, and no longer did they criticize or gossip about her. Perhaps they had simply found new topics to discuss. Every year, she sits beside Mo Mu, serving as a watermark of sorts. Yet, she finds solace in this arrangement. Reflecting on her thoughts, this year, Yue Jitong can finally enjoy a moment of peace. Spending the new year alone here is rather pleasant. She reassures herself that it is all right, if only she could dismiss that faint sense of loss. The room is warm, and after a brief nap, she awakens to find the sky shrouded in darkness. The refrigerator is devoid of provisions, and she contemplates whether to venture out for groceries, though the thought of going out alone dampens her enthusiasm. Suddenly, thoughts of him invade her mind. She retrieves her phone and sends a message to Mo Xilou. I miss you. The reply comes swiftly. What's the matter, baby? Yue Jitong responds. I have no one to share a meal with. Mo Xilou replies. I'll come over later to keep you company. Yue Jitong. No need. You must be busy. I'll just order takeout. Mo Xilou. Then enjoy your meal. After dining, Yue Jitong opens her computer, having just completed the creation of a character in a popular game, and decides to utilize these days to develop a second one. Idleness often leads to wandering thoughts, and engaging in work allows time to pass swiftly. Meanwhile, Mo Xilou is indeed suffering from a severe headache. He returns home, where his siblings, Mo Biting and Mo Xilou, are present, along with a group of 17 and 18-year-olds who are friends of his siblings. The group is engrossed in some game. Upon seeing him, Mo Xilou leaps up from the sofa, rushing over to embrace him, chattering excitedly. Big brother, you're back. Why did it take you so long? Feng Mingzhi said you were already on holiday and that you were captured by a fairy. Is that true? If you didn't come back soon, I was going to rescue you. So, which fairy took you? What nonsense. Fang Mingzhi is just spouting absurdities. Don't listen to him. Mo Xilou deftly avoids the topic. Mo Nanchuang, with her curious big eyes, is relentless. Oh, big brother, just tell us. Who was it? Go play your game. Mo Xilou dismisses her nonchalantly. Humph, stingy. Mo Nanchuang mutters under her breath. Mo Biting also stands to greet him, inviting him to join. Big brother, do you want to play with us? A circle of boys and girls gathers around the coffee table, and Mo Xilou scans the familiar faces, most of whom are regular companions of Mo Biting. Tang and Su Wei are among them. The refusal is on the tip of his tongue, yet for reasons unknown, Mo Xilou suddenly changes his mind. Sure. What are you all playing? Mo Nanchuang perks up again, pulling him along while explaining. Big brother, we're playing Jenga. Whoever knocks down the tower has to answer a question. A trivial, childish game. Yet, the group is thoroughly engrossed. Big brother, sit here, Mo Nanchuang insists, guiding him to the seat beside her. The others naturally shift aside, making room for him. Mo Xilou finds himself seated next to Mo Nanchuang, with Qi Duo, Tang's cousin, on his other side. Kaido and Tang are of the same age, with only a few months difference in their birth months. Stealing a glance at him. Her cheeks gradually flushed, her gaze flickering with a hint of nervousness. She harbored a secret infatuation for Mo Nanchuang's brother. However, apart from her cousin, she had confided in no one else about this matter. She had overheard the recent conversation between Mo Nanchuang and Mo Xilou, leaving her heart somewhat disheartened. Could it be that Mo Xilou already has a girlfriend? That seems unlikely. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Xilou remained oblivious to the inner turmoil of the person seated beside him. His attention was more captivated by Tang. Tang felt as though Mo Xilou was scrutinizing her with an ambiguous gaze that hinted at displeasure. With a slight furrow of her brow, she pondered whether she had inadvertently offended Mo Xilou. Chapter 52. Direct revelation. The rules of the game are exceedingly simple. Players take turns to randomly extract a block from a tower made of wooden pieces. The individual who causes the tower to collapse must respond to questions posed by the first, third, and fifth persons counted from their left. Mo Biting spun the pointer dial, landing precisely on Tang. He glanced at her, a playful smile gracing his lips, and said, Ah Tang, you draw first this round. Mo Xilou fixed his gaze upon his younger brother, scrutinizing him intently. After a moment, he reached a conclusion through the glimmer in his brother's eyes. It was abundantly clear that Mo Biting harbored feelings for Tang. Surely Tang must see it too? Yet, upon observing her, he noted that she was entirely oblivious to Mo Biting, her attention elsewhere. Tang laughed vivaciously, relishing the advantage of drawing first. Certain she would not topple the tower, she casually selected a block. With a total of 10 participants in the game, the first round concluded without incident. The tower remained standing. Thus, they commenced the second round. When it was Tang's turn again, she drew her block, and unfortunately, the tower fell. Oh no, it collapsed. Tang, you've lost. All right, go ahead and ask, Tang replied, her demeanor calm and unperturbed by the impending inquiries. The participants were astute, well aware of the nuances surrounding their questions, leaving her untroubled by the prospect of difficult queries. However, she overlooked one individual. The first person seated to her left posed the question, Is there someone you like present here? Yes, she answered succinctly. Mo Xilou observed the moment she affirmed her feelings. His brother's eyes sparkled momentarily. Did this fool believe she was referring to him? How naive. The third individual then asked the second question. Is he on the left side or the right side? Left. Coincidentally, both Su Wei and Mo Biting were situated on the left side. Upon hearing this, Mo Xilou noticed his brother's eyes gleamed even brighter, nearing the brilliance of the chandelier above. He could wager that if Tang confessed her affection for him, Mo Biting would sprout a tail and wag it in delight. Yet, it was evident that the person Tang liked was Su Wei. How foolish. The third question arose, and fortuitously, Mo Xilou was the fifth person. Thus it was his turn to inquire of Tang. He arched an eyebrow, his dark eyes glinting with a cold intensity as he resolved to shatter his brother's fantasies without leaving room for hope. He asked Tang, if Mo Biting were to confess his feelings to you, would you accept? At this, a collective silence enveloped the table. The question was astonishingly straightforward. Typically, inquiries were vague, and no one anticipated Mo Xilou's directness. Mo Biting was momentarily taken aback, his expression indescribable as he anxiously regarded Tang. His face flushed with a mix of surprise and curiosity about her response. The entire table turned their gaze to Tang, awaiting her answer. Tang hesitated for a brief moment, but did not linger too long before decisively stating, "I'm still young. I do not wish to discuss matters of the heart." Upon hearing this, Mo Xilou felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, yet simultaneously, he experienced a sense of relief. He chuckled and said, "Tang is right, brother. You are asking this question too soon. We should prioritize our studies at present." Mo Xilou had no intention of letting the topic fade away and pressed on. "What if he confesses to you 5 years later? Would you accept?" Tang glanced at Mo Xilou and then at Mo Xilou, sensing an unusual hostility from him today. It was rather perplexing. Mo Xilou forced a smile and remarked, "Brother, that's your second question already. It's enough." He was baffled by his brother's sudden curiosity. Mo Xilou furrowed his brow, his expression growing colder and his gaze sharper, piercing through the final veil. "Let me be straightforward, Tang. Mo Xilou has feelings for you. Do you reciprocate? Please tell him directly, so he can let go." "Brother, what are you saying?" Mo Xilou exclaimed, startled. How did his brother know his feelings? And why would he state it so openly? Was this appropriate in front of so many people? Did he not care about his dignity? Tang, being exceptionally astute, met Mo Xilou's gaze and discerned from his serious demeanor that she must provide a definitive answer today. Otherwise, Mo Xilou would not easily let the matter rest. Lowering her eyes, her thoughts raced, and within moments, she made her decision. "I do not have feelings for Mo Xilou," she replied with unwavering certainty. She did not look at Mo Xilou but focused on the card she had drawn on the table. Today seemed to be rather unfortunate. She resolved to investigate why Mo Xilou held such views about her. Upon hearing her response, Mo Xilou froze, as though a knife had suddenly pierced his heart, causing a sharp pang of pain. Everyone's eyes were on him, and he felt compelled to leave, turning on his heel and walking away. Mo Xilou also stood up, exuding an air of authority as he surveyed the room, casting a casual glance at Tang, and remarked, "You all may continue your game." The group exchanged uncertain looks. Could the game proceed? "Perhaps we should call it a day," Duo suggested to ease the tension. Others chimed in, "Yes, Nen Shuang. Let us wrap it up for today. We'll take our leave." "All right, let us arrange another time," Nen Shuang said, slightly furrowing her brow as she saw the others off. She found her brother's behavior today rather strange and perplexing. Upon returning to her room, she discovered her two brothers engaged in a heated argument. Mo Xillou's neck was flushed red, clearly infuriated by Mo Xilou. Sitting on the sofa, his chest heaved with agitation. "Brother, why must you press Tang with such questions?" Mo Xilou reclined lazily in his seat across from him, nonchalantly replying, "Naturally, it is to help you recognize reality sooner, to spare you from deceiving yourself." He understood his family well. If the other party left even a sliver of ambiguity in their words or actions, they would exhaust themselves trying to convince themselves otherwise. He aimed to ensure, in front of everyone, that Tang stated her feelings clearly, allowing Mo Xilou to hear it unmistakably, leaving him no room for fantasy. Mo Xilou was visibly agitated, feeling quite resentful. "Brother, if you continue like this, our future encounters will be exceedingly awkward. Then let us not meet," Mo Xilou replied darkly. "What merits does Tang possess?" In their previous life, Mo Xilou had been sentenced to life imprisonment. To save him, the Mo family had exerted tremendous effort, persuading the victim's family to sign a letter of understanding, offering them numerous benefits, which ultimately reduced the life sentence to 5 years. Otherwise, Mo Xilou would have languished in prison for eternity, sacrificing his entire youth and life within those walls. Reflecting on these memories ignited Mo Xilou's anger, and his tone was far from amiable. Just then, Mo Nanshuang entered and closed the door behind her. "What troubles you today, brother? Do you harbor any grievances against Sister Tang?" Chapter 53. Would you like to watch the fireworks? Mo Xilou ignored her, letting out a cold snort as he turned to Mo Xilou and said, "Tang never harbored feelings for you. It's better to face the truth than to linger in delusion. You are the only one oblivious in this trio of childhood friends, while the other two share a silent understanding. Your presence is superfluous." Mo Xilou's words were blunt yet piercing. Mo Xilou felt as though his heart had been pierced by countless daggers, utterly defenseless. His eyes reddened. His voice choked with emotion as he suddenly shouted, "I know Tang likes Su Wei. So what? As long as she keeps it to herself, I can continue pretending to be unaware, and in that pretense, I will always harbor hope." "Brother, why must you strip away my last shred of hope?" Mo Xilou was taken aback, his anger transforming into astonishment. He had always thought Mo Xilou was the one in the dark. But it turned out he was fully aware and merely choosing to deceive himself. Mo biting, what purpose does this serve? Jitong does not love you now. Nor will she in the future. Have some dignity. Why must you grovel? There are countless women in the world, yet you insist on pursuing one who belongs to another. Mo biting widened his eyes in disbelief, retorting, Brother, your words are truly harsh today. And what about you? Aren't you also aware that others do not reciprocate your feelings? Yet you still cling to them? What is so special about you, Jitong, that you have pursued her for so long? Under normal circumstances, Mo biting would never dare to speak so freely to Mo Xilou, for the blood bond held a certain weight, and he feared the consequences. However, his anger boiled over today, prompting his reckless outburst. After all, it was his brother who had instigated the conflict. Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth to refute, only to find humorously that Mo biting's accusations held merit. Indeed, was he not also guilty of the same? Aware that Yue Jitong did not harbor feelings for him, yet still wishing to keep her close, he and Mo biting were, in essence, not so different. The more he pondered, the more discomfort he felt. No, there was a distinction. Yue Jitong was not the same as Jitong. Mo Xilou maintained a stern expression as he replied, We are not the same. This is a different matter. Mo biting would not concede, challenging, What makes it different? Why is it acceptable for you to pursue your happiness, while I cannot? Mo Xilou found himself at a loss for words. If he were to blame anyone, it would be himself for failing to set a commendable example for his younger siblings. After a brief silence, he resolved to approach the matter differently. To truly love someone means wishing for their happiness. You should allow Jitong to be with the one she loves. Do not disrupt or destroy their bond. Step aside and let them be. I understand that. I never intended to interfere. If Jitong truly loves Su Wei, I would bless their union and continue to pretend ignorance while silently cherishing my feelings for her. Mo biting replied earnestly, only to become indignant. But brother, you have ruined everything. I can no longer pretend to be unaware. Mo Xilou was infuriated beyond measure. In a fleeting moment, he suddenly comprehended the emotions that Fang Mingjie must have felt when he tried to persuade him and Gu Yunxi in the dormitory. The weight of Fang Mingjie's words, branding them as love-struck fools, struck him with newfound clarity. It seemed as if fate's boomerang had taken a twist, ultimately striking him instead. Mo biting. Do you not possess a shred of dignity? I do not care. I simply adore Jitong. Mo biting. I refuse to listen. Mo biting. I will not heed your words. Mo Nanshuang, overhearing the quarrel, attempted to interject. Elder brother, second brother. Perhaps you both should take a moment to calm down. Elder brother, Sister Jitong is quite wonderful. Might there be some misunderstanding? However, her attempt to mediate only intensified Mo Xilou's fury, while inadvertently absorbing half of the ire directed at her second brother. What nonsense, Mo Nanshuang. Do you think everyone is as naive as you? Do you believe every word that is spoken? You assume that others regard you as a good friend, when in truth, they merely seek to exploit you. You foolishly take every remark at face value. If you have nothing better to do, perhaps you should read more, instead of chasing after those ridiculous celebrities, leaving your mind utterly vacant. Tomorrow, someone might sell you out, and you would still be counting their profits. Mo Nanshuang was momentarily stunned by the barrage of words, her mouth agape and eyes wide with indignation. What is wrong with you, elder brother? Have you lost your mind? Why do you return and speak to me in such a manner? She huffed, turning away, intent on seeking maternal intervention. Mo Xilou had not intended to scold her today. However, he found himself unable to contain his frustrations. These were sentiments he had long wished to express. Yet, she was truly pitiable. As an older brother, he should support her rather than solely criticize her, exacerbating her plight. Moreover, the events had already transpired. Further reproach would serve no purpose. After harboring this frustration for so long, he finally released all that he had yearned to say. A sense of relief washed over him, and he found it rather satisfying. Mo biting, however, was far from satisfied. He let out a grunt and departed, seeking maternal counsel. Consequently, 5 minutes later, Mo Xilou received a message from their mother, instructing him to come downstairs. As he descended, he found Mo biting and Mo Nanshuang flanking their mother, whispering conspiratorially, clearly plotting against him. Xiaoxi, come here, their mother. Lu Jiayue beckoned. Upon approaching, he overheard his siblings' grievances. Mo biting complained, Mom, I think my brother has been influenced by Yue Jitong. He can't pursue her, so he returns to torment us. Mo Nanshuang fervently nodded in agreement. It must be true. Too afraid to bully Yue Jitong, he only knows how to pick on us. Lu Jiayue turned to him, Xiaoxi, is this the case? Naturally, it was not, but Mo Xilou sensed that any explanation would be futile. Instead, he pivoted the conversation. Mother, I believe Nanshuang is of an appropriate age. Perhaps you could consider finding her a suitable partner, ideally someone a few years her senior, more mature. Mo Nanshuang wore a look of disbelief. Brother, I am merely 16, and you are already eager to marry me off? Does the Mo family truly lack for my presence? Mo Xilou gently lifted his eyelids, casting her a glance. With your mindset and temperament, would it not be prudent to find someone to guide you? This was the best solution he could devise after contemplation. Nanshuang was easily deceived, naive to the treachery of the world, and incapable of discerning character. The most effective approach would be to find a trustworthy individual to watch over her and impart wisdom. If an engagement were to occur, it might temper her heart and save her from the folly of pursuing that obscure little star. A dual advantage. However, the key was to ensure the person was reliable. This matter could be entrusted to his mother. As for Mo Beiting, for now, it remained as is. If he was determined to crash against the wall that was Qi Tang, there was little he could do to prevent it. He would have to face it, just as he himself had, relentlessly colliding with the barrier of Yue Jitong. Yue Jitong was unaware of the tempestuous quarrel among the Mo siblings, which had even dragged her into the fray. She was contentedly admiring the second character design she had completed, surpassing her previous efforts. Having contacted several gaming technology companies online, she received a reply today from Zafan Technology Company, Limited, expressing keen interest in her design proposal and wishing to discuss it further. Coincidentally, Zafan Technology was located in Xia City. Unfortunately, she was presently in Jing City and would have to wait until her return to address it. Time swiftly passed to New Year's Eve. Mo Xilou finally managed to visit her. After several days apart, she felt a tinge of melancholy, grasping his clothing. Will you be home for the new year? Mo Xilou paused, stroking her head. Do you wish for my company? Yue Jitong tightened her grip on his sleeve, replying, It's all right. You can go home for the new year. You needn't worry about me. I can manage alone. She lifted her gaze, her eyes pure and clear, filled with anticipation. Mo Xilou smiled lightly, pretending not to understand. Since you are so considerate, I shall indeed return home for the new year. Oh. She released her hold, and he truly departed. Disappointment and loneliness flickered across her eyes as she watched his retreating figure. She opened her computer, resolved to continue her work, believing that immersing herself in her tasks might uplift her spirits. Around 6 in the evening, she received a message. Yue Jitong, do you wish to see the fireworks? Chapter 54. Congratulations on your confirmation. Yue Jitong stared at the screen of her phone, momentarily lost in thought, before abruptly rising to gaze out the window. The night was deep, and below her, countless lights twinkled like stars. It was eerily quiet. Her bright eyes gradually dimmed. What was she pondering? This place prohibited fireworks. Why had Mo Xilou inquired about her plans? On this New Year's Eve, he should be at home, right? She unlocked her phone, her finger hovering hesitantly over the screen, contemplating, before typing a single word, thinking. Yet she did not send it, opting instead to delete it. After a moment's reflection, she finally composed a few more words. I wish to watch with you. But again, she deleted it. Was he available? According to Mo family customs, everyone should be gathered at the ancestral home for the night. Could he leave? Would it be inconvenient? At such a moment, he ought to be at home with his family. Yue Jitong sighed, sinking onto the sofa and tossing her phone aside. She curled up into the soft embrace of the couch, her eyelids drooping, arms wrapped around her legs. She remained silent, not replying. The room felt excessively large, empty with only her presence, evoking a sense of desolation. It was cold and lonely. It's all right, Yue Jitong. You can get used to it. She buried her head between her knees, murmuring softly to herself. In the tranquil space, only her breath could be heard. Since marrying Mo Xilou, she should have been at the Mo family home at this time each year, surrounded by a multitude of relatives, unfamiliar faces, and yet she would feel the lively atmosphere. Even if she rarely spoke, it had been an eternity since she had spent New Year's Eve alone. Remarkably, she found herself missing the chatter and gossip of her aunts and cousins. Habits can be a terrifying thing, yet being alone seemed even more daunting. Her phone chimed again, and she lifted her head to check. It was Mo Xilou once more. The other party has tapped you. After a moment's thought, she double-tapped his profile picture in return. 2 minutes later, Mo Xilou sent 6 ellipses. She was puzzled by the reason for his cryptic message. Before she could inquire, a voice call came through. His voice deep and resonant, as if echoing from the depths of the night. Yue Jitong, get dressed and come downstairs. The command was succinct and clear. Obediently, she complied, dressing and descending within 5 minutes to find his car waiting below. She opened the door and slid into the seat, her eyes brightening with anticipation. "What brings you here?" He turned slightly, lowering his head to fasten her seatbelt, leisurely responding, "Taking you to see the fireworks." "How did you know I wanted to go?" "I noticed that the chat box displayed typing for quite some time, and after waiting, you hadn't sent a single word." At that moment, Mo Xilou had surmised that she must be in a dilemma. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, concealing the glimmer of emotion in her eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Both happy and somewhat perplexed. "But aren't fireworks prohibited here?" "They aren't allowed here, but elsewhere they are." Mo Xilou pressed the accelerator, the sleek black Bentley darting forward, merging seamlessly with the night. After approximately 3 hours of driving, he finally brought the car to a halt. "Yue Jitong, it's time to disembark. We have arrived." "Where's this?" She looked around in confusion. "Z City." What brings us here?" "To watch the fireworks." "Is it permissible to set them off here?" "Theoretically." "It is not allowed." Mo Xilou paused momentarily and added, "However, the regulations here might be more lenient. Just wait and see. Someone will start soon." Both of them had not eaten, their stomachs growling with hunger. In the late evening, Yue Jitong assumed no restaurants would be open. To her surprise, as they walked along, they discovered a noodle shop still illuminated, with red lanterns hanging at the entrance, a symbol of good fortune. The owner of the noodle shop hailed from Sichuan, having left his hometown to seek work, without a family to tie him down. One person eats well, and the whole family is at ease. The cost of returning home is too steep. He hopes to save money to marry. The owner remarked that nowadays, no girl would marry without a house. Mo Xilou engaged in light conversation with the proprietor, ordering 2 bowls of noodles, one for each of them. After their meal, they lingered for a while, and by the time the clock struck 11:30, the sounds of fireworks began to resonate in the air. He bid farewell to the owner and led her outside. As the night enveloped the sky, the first burst of golden-red fireworks suddenly illuminated the darkness. Fiery meteors, trailing comet-like tails, shot skyward, exploding in a thunderous display just as they seemed poised to touch the stars, showering countless shards of glass-like brilliance from the heavens. Fireworks erupted from all directions, their origins elusive. Unbeknownst to them, someone was orchestrating a display that gradually formed the character for happiness in the sky. Later, there were more fireworks depicting the character for fortune, symbols of auspiciousness. Mo Xilou drove into the wilderness, taking her hand, and they stood quietly beneath the night sky. He asked, "Yue Jitong, which character do you like best?" "I find the auspicious fireworks quite beautiful." "Do you know which character I cherish the most?" Mo Xilou gazed into the night sky, the vibrant fireworks reflecting in his eyes, brightening their depths. "Which one?" She admired the rare and stunning colors of the fireworks, engaging in casual conversation with him. Mo Xilou turned to face her, his voice carrying a mini coolness, caressed by the night breeze as it brushed past her ears. "Since childhood, I have adored the 3 characters, Yu, Ji, and Tong. These are the most melodious words I have ever heard. They are also my favorite name to pronounce." She turned around, lost in the depths of his infinitely dark eyes. And in that moment, as the fireworks cascaded from the sky, it felt as if sparks ignited within her heart, engulfing her entirely in flames. As the clock struck midnight, he cradled her face, his eyes illuminated with a myriad of tiny lights. "Yue Jitong, do not blink. The upcoming fireworks are all set off just for you." With a whoosh, a continuous stream of lights surged into the night sky, the horizon suddenly erupting with golden arrows, accompanied by a whistling sound that soared into the clouds. Above, a resplendent display of 7 colored clouds burst forth, the crimson core resembling a dancing fire phoenix taking flight, while orange and golden hues intertwined like shimmering scales. And the azure, blue, and purple colors flowed like the Milky Way amidst the cloud patterns. The shimmering lights appeared to sway as if touched by the ethereal sleeves of a celestial being, trailing behind a gradient tail reminiscent of peacock feathers, transforming the inky sky into a dome adorned with enamel-like hues. "Yue Jitong, look here." At the pinnacle of the fireworks display, Mo Xilou produced his phone, drawing her close by the shoulder, and captured a selfie of the two. Yue Jitong clutched the hem of his garment, a fleeting impulse prompting her to rise on her toes and plant a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips. As the fireworks faded, tranquility returned to the night sky. She found herself enveloped in the splendor and awe of the display, the crackling remnants still resonating with the vibrant rhythm of her heart. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze to his phone, crafting a post for his social media. He shared the recently taken photograph with the caption, "The fireworks are beautiful, but my girlfriend is even more so. Yue Jitong." He called her name, raising his phone to show her the post, his eyes twinkling with mirth. His voice, tender and fragmented, floated into her ears. "Congratulations, you've officially become my girlfriend." Chapter 55. "I truly adore you." Yue Jitong gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with light, and suddenly leaped into his embrace. The words tumbled softly from her lips. "It's so cold. Hug me, boyfriend." He held her close, gently stroking her hair. "You should share the same moments on social media as I do." "How should I post?" she inquired, her face flushed by the wind as she looked up at him, her gaze bright. 2 minutes later, Mo Xilou was astounded that, in this day and age, there were still individuals unfamiliar with posting on social media. He took her phone, opened her profile, and found it utterly barren. To her, social media seemed merely a decorative element. "Yue Jitong, have you just learned to use a smartphone?" She felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I never post. I occasionally browse what others share." She quickly added, "Mainly because I have nothing worth sharing." She did not understand why everyone felt compelled to showcase their lives to others, yet she truly had nothing to display. Day after day, a monotonous repetition. As Mo Xilou commented on this, he skillfully uploaded a picture, accompanying it with a heartfelt caption, "The fireworks are beautiful, and my boyfriend is handsome." Yue Jitong stared at the text he had crafted, watching his slender fingers click send, and felt an inexplicable wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Do we really have to announce this with the photo? What's wrong? Is the picture unflattering?" She shook her head, lowering her gaze. "It's beautiful, but what? I'm kissing you. Do we need everyone to see?" Yue Jitong's voice dwindled to a whisper. She was fine with it, yet he had many friends on social media, nearly all of whom would see it. "So what if you kiss me? Why fear others seeing?" She struggled to articulate her feelings, simply sensing a deep sense of shame. Observing her discomfort, Mo Xilou chuckled warmly, embracing her. "Your social media is your own. You need not concern yourself with others' opinions. If they do not wish to see, they can choose to mute you. What you wish to share is your freedom. There is no need for embarrassment." "Is that so?" she pondered, momentarily finding wisdom in his words. "Yue Jitong, do not worry too much about others' feelings. Remember, you must prioritize yourself. I do not want you to value anyone above your own self." Mo Xilou's words resonated deeply within her, as if a jar of honey had been overturned in her heart, infusing it with delicate sweetness. She looked up, suddenly recalling something. "I remember I lost." "What?" he replied, puzzled. "On the plane, we bet whether it would snow. You said if I won, you would formalize our relationship, but I lost." She regarded him earnestly, implying that since she had lost, how could there be any formalization? Mo Xilou met her gaze, his expression solemn and his eyes deep, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. "Yue Jitong, in my eyes, you will always be a winner." She blinked, her heart racing. The budding flower within her began to sprout, and the flickering flame threatened to engulf her heart in a blaze. "Is this what it feels like to be unconditionally cherished?" "Mo Xilou, I truly, deeply adore you." After watching the fireworks, the two drove back to the capital city, arriving home at 4 in the morning. Yue Jitong, weary to the point of being unable to keep her eyes open, collapsed into bed. As the sun ascended, a bright ray of light illuminated her face, prompting her to slowly open her striking eyes. She glanced at her phone, noting the time. It was already 11 in the morning. Feeling a bit parched, she noticed an empty glass on the bedside table, devoid of water. Slipping on her slippers, she prepared to head to the living room for a drink. Mo Xilou was seated on the sofa, looking up at her as she entered. Yue Jitong, still groggy, froze momentarily at the sight of him. "You're still here?" she asked, bewildered. "Why wouldn't I be?" he replied, lounging comfortably, his red sweater accentuating his vibrant demeanor as he smirked lightly. "Aren't you worried your mother will scold you for not going home?" He leaned back, his expression playful. "You haven't married me yet you're already calling her mom?" She bit her lip, tugging at the hem of her nightgown, and murmured, "I'm sorry, I'm just used to it." "It's fine. I mentioned I was going to pursue my wife. She would rather I stay away," he remarked, recalling Lu Jiaoyue's words. "If you can't win your wife, don't come back and embarrass yourself." Mo Xilou patted the space beside him, beckoning her to come and sit down. Yue Jitong adjusted the neckline of her loose nightgown and obediently walked over to sit beside him, gazing up at him attentively. "Happy New Year. Here is your New Year gift. Open it and see if you like it." Mo Xilou produced a small, gold-red box from behind him and presented it to her. Curious, she pressed the switch on the box, and the lid sprang open. Inside lay a golden ring, delicately adorned with a square ruby at its center, surrounded by intricate patterns. Mo Xilou took her hand gently, placing it in his palm as he slid the ring onto her index finger. It fit perfectly, as if custom-made for her. Yue Jitong raised her hand, gently rotating her slender wrist to admire the ring's details, her fingertips grazing the smooth surface of the ruby and the exquisite patterns. Softly, she declared, "I really like it." The ruby sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, enhancing the whiteness of her fingers. Mo Xilou, Happy New Year. May you always find joy in every year. Yue Jitong's birthday fell on the 8th day of the first lunar month, the date when her mother from the orphanage found her, also marking the day she was abandoned. Later, she had asked Bai Yu about her birthday, and she vividly recalled that day when Bai Yu had pondered for a long time before finally revealing that her birthday was indeed the 8th of the first lunar month. At that moment, Yue Jitong was struck by a singular thought. Her mother had forsaken her on the very day she was born. Yue Jitong seldom celebrated her birthday. In the orphanage, the matron had thrown her a party for her 10th birthday. After returning home, Bai Yu never celebrated her birthday again. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, Mo Xilou snuck out of his home to find her. The term snuck was apt, as Mo Nanxiang claimed he was hiding a beauty in a golden house and insisted on accompanying him to meet his future sister-in-law. Wherever he went, she insisted on following. Mo Xilou's circle of friends was privy to his whereabouts, and his family was thrilled, with Lu Jia urging him to bring his future daughter-in-law home soon, even requesting that he share Yue Jitong's WeChat information. Mo Biting seethed with indignation. How could his brother have won her affection? Why did his own romantic journey seem so fraught with obstacles? This only strengthened his resolve to pursue Qi Tang with fervor. Just look at that. If one perseveres, all shall be gained in the end. Mo Xilou, however, remained oblivious to his thoughts, choosing to disregard him. Some paths must be traversed alone. If he could not let go of Qi Tang, then let him chase after her. Yet, in this lifetime, he would never again take the blame for another. Mo Xilou would not grant them that opportunity. As Yue Jitong contemplated celebrating her own birthday, Mo Xilou inquired about her birthday wishes. After a moment's reflection, she made a genuine request. Could you, just for today, act as my guardian? What I mean is, could you treat me like a child today and spend the day playing with me? Chapter 56. The carousel. Yue Jitong expressed her desire to experience a day of childhood, and Mo Xilou acquiesced. He said, "Give me an hour to prepare." Subsequently, he racked his brain contemplating how to celebrate a child's birthday, even posting a query beneath a video from a frequently child-sharing blogger. Where should I take my child for her birthday? Before long, a mother responded, "How old is your child?" After a moment's reflection, he replied, 20. The mother responded, "Excuse me, my friend. I think you may have taken a wrong turn." Early in the morning, he was inexplicably served a mouthful of dog food. Mo Xilou perused the blogger's other videos, one of which depicted a 5-year-old's birthday celebration. The blogger had taken the child to several venues throughout the day: an amusement park, a toy store, a cake shop, a craft studio, a snack shop, and even gifted a towering 1-meter-high teddy bear as a birthday present. Having never taken care of a child before, Mo Xilou resolved to replicate this itinerary. He searched for nearby amusement parks, planning to take Yue Jitong for some fun in the morning, followed by lunch. Then an afternoon of mall wandering, toy shopping, crafting, clothing purchases, and finally, gift-giving in the evening. Mo Xilou worked with remarkable efficiency, swiftly arranging a full-day schedule. On the 8th day of the lunar month, the amusement park was bustling with children, all running, jumping, and shouting in excitement. "Yue Jitong, would you like to try the roller coaster?" he asked, grasping her hand as he gazed up at the twisting tracks clinging to the mountainside, the screams of thrill-seekers echoing around them. Yue Jitong fervently shook her head, too frightened to ride. "How about the swinging pendulum?" Just then, a group of riders disembarked, their faces pale and visibly nauseated. Yue Jitong continued to shake her head, adamantly refusing. Then, bungee jumping? Terrified. The glass walkway? Scared. Mo Xilou felt a sense of helplessness. "What do you wish to play then?" Yue Jitong surveyed the surroundings before pointing to the carousel. "That one." "Very well." He purchased a ticket, but Yue Jitong poked his arm, softly reminding him, "Shouldn't it be 2 tickets? You bought one too few." "You play." "I will not," he replied. However, the carousel seemed too small, clearly intended for children. Would it be suitable for someone of his stature? Yue Jitong tugged at his shirt, her large eyes glistening with a hint of yearning. "Play with me." After a moment's hesitation, he succumbed to her gaze. "Fine," he relented, purchasing another ticket. Yue Jitong beamed. taking his hand and leading him forward, her steps light and buoyant. She chose a pink pony to ride, while Mo Xilou selected the white pony behind her. The carousel was filled with children, and among the circle, they stood out as the only adults. Mo Xilou was particularly conspicuous, as no other men partook in such a ride. A child behind him inquired, "Big brother, you won't break the horse, will you?" Such concern at such a tender age caused him to chuckle inwardly. "No, I won't," he assured with a smile. The machine whirred to life, beginning its rotation. In the eyes of Yue Jitong, the world became blurred, the scenery around her resembling a mosaic, indistinct and unclear. At this moment, she felt as if she could truly embrace her inner child. When she was 9, the director had taken the children to an amusement park, where they could ride the carousel for free. There were so many children that she stood in line, her gaze fixed eagerly on the ride, but before her turn came, the machine malfunctioned, and she was unable to ride. She could still recall the overwhelming sense of disappointment that washed over her. She stifled her sadness, promising herself that when she grew up and earned money, she would return to ride it. As the years passed and prosperity followed, she found herself no longer a child. She had visited the amusement park, relishing the sight of children at play, yet she had never once indulged in the rides herself. The desire to enjoy the fragrant osmanthus while sipping wine was never akin to the carefree days of youth. As the carousel began to slow down, the world gradually came into focus before her. 9-year-old Yue Jitong mounted the wooden horse, only to be cast aside by the hands of time as she dismounted at 20. Mo Xilou followed her down, sensing an inexplicable sadness about her. He took her hand, suggesting they ride the roller coaster together. As he spoke, he pulled her along, offering no room for refusal. "No." Yue Jitong extracted herself from her melancholic thoughts. "I can't do it." She was genuinely afraid, terrified that she might be flung from the ride at any moment. "It's all right. I'm right here with you, holding your hand. There's nothing to fear," he reassured her, already purchasing 2 tickets. Mo Xilou turned to her, his expression earnest. "Yue Jitong, be brave, try something you fear, and see if it truly is as daunting as you think." After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, persuaded by his words. Mo Xilou chose a 2-seater, urging her, "Yue Jitong, hold on tight to me. Don't be afraid. I won't let go." She clasped his arm tightly, their fingers interlaced. Catching a glimpse of his comforting gaze eased her anxiety considerably. The machine emitted a low hum as the roller coaster gradually advanced, the mountain breeze rushing against her face. As they rounded a bend, the ride suddenly accelerated, causing her heart to race in tandem, wildly rising and falling. The sound of screams filled her ears. Yue Jitong gripped his hand tightly, trembling, unsure if it was from the chill or her fear. Amidst the howling wind and cacophony of screams, his voice pierced through the chaos, carried by the wind to her ear. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Those 4 light words were scattered by the wind the moment they left his lips, yet her heart seemed to find a semblance of peace. As her fear ebbed away, she began to embrace the ruggedness of the mountains, the crispness of the wind, and the exhilarating sensations brought forth by the swift, undulating path. Upon dismounting from the roller coaster, Yue Jitong released his hand, feeling the sweat pooling in her palms, her legs weak. "Mo Xilou, let us sit over there for a while." He assisted her to a long wooden bench. "Yue Jitong, how do you feel now? Are you still afraid?" she gasped, lightly tapping her chest. "I'm all right. Then shall we try the other attractions?" Yue Jitong was forcibly dragged by Mo Xilou, experiencing every exhilarating and mundane attraction in the amusement park. They even tried bungee jumping. She retreated, terrified to leap, until he embraced her and took the plunge. Yue Jitong closed her eyes tightly, burying her head deep into his chest, not daring to open them until they reached solid ground. Finally, she opened her eyes. Feeling the earth beneath her feet, she slowly gazed up and shot him a glare. She had expressed her reluctance to participate, yet he insisted on dragging her along. It terrified her. Mo Xilou chuckled softly, reassuring her, "With me here, what is there to fear? If it comes to it, I shall face death alongside you." Upon uttering those words, both fell into a moment of stunned silence. After a brief pause, he smiled, took her hand, and said, "You must be weary. Let us go eat." Chapter 57. I hope you rebel. Mo Xilou took her to Hadaleo for a meal and even ordered a 2-tiered strawberry mousse cake. The large, vibrant strawberries were adorned with droplets of water, clearly freshly picked. As the staff wheeled out the cake, they began to sing a birthday song around their table, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. Yue Jitong quietly lowered her head, shrinking back in embarrassment. It felt mortifying. Who actually enjoys celebrating their birthday like this? Mo Xilou lit the candles and encouraged her to make a wish. She raised her head, clasped her hands together, and closed her eyes. 10 seconds later, she blew out the candles in one breath. He inquired about her wish. She blinked and replied that it was a secret. Her true wish was for him to always be happy. The cake was too large for the two of them to finish. So Mo Xilou sliced it into smaller pieces and shared it with the nearby customers. For the first time, Yue Jitong received numerous birthday blessings from strangers, filling her heart with sweetness, even more delightful than the strawberry jam nestled within the cake layers. Upon leaving the restaurant, they stumbled upon a boutique on the next floor, filled with trinkets that girls adore. Mo Xilou picked up a small basket at the entrance and followed her, observing what caught her fancy. As Yue Jitong wandered through the shop, unsure of what to buy, she casually admired the items until she passed by a row of squishy toys and suddenly halted, curiously reaching out to squeeze one. This simple action unleashed a wave of excitement. She squeezed every different-shaped squishy toy, reminiscent of a child who had discovered their favorite plaything. A whole array of squishies hung on the shelf: strawberries, eggs, bread, and little animals. For each one she squeezed, Mo Xilou added it to the basket. When she turned around after finishing, she discovered that the basket was nearly full. With wide eyes, she gazed at him in astonishment. "How did you fit them all in?" "Since you like them, I thought I'd buy them all," he replied. "No need for that," she insisted. "I only have 2 hands. I can't play with so many. I can just squeeze them here." As she spoke, she reached for the basket, attempting to return the adorable squishies to their rightful place. "Buying them is one thing. Returning them is another," he said, lifting the basket out of her reach. "What else do you like? I'll buy them all." She lowered her head, murmuring, "There is no need for so many. I'm not really a child." "Who says only children can play?" Mo Xilou gently patted her head, his tone exceedingly tender. "Even grown-ups can enjoy them." A real child passing by them would have felt envious. A little boy dashed to his mother, tugging at her hand. "Mom, look at that big brother. He bought so many. Can you buy me all of those too?" The woman looked down at her child, raising a hand as if to gauge his desires. "What about this one? Do you want it?" The child, sensing his mother's stern gaze, quickly shook his head with a strong survival instinct. As Yue Jitong wandered through the plush toy section, she lingered a moment longer on a little bunny plushie. A delicate, powdery pink rabbit with long, drooping ears and 2 pristine white teeth peeking out, adorned in a fluffy princess dress, exudes an irresistible charm. She yearns to possess such a delightful creature. Mo Xilou instantly comprehends the longing in her gaze and promptly retrieves the rabbit, placing it gently in her arms. Yue Jitong caresses the plush softness, her heart brimming with joy, her lips curving into a perpetual smile. When she is happy, she tends to smile with her lips pressed together. Mo Xilou observes her, pondering the fact that he has never witnessed her laugh heartily. It seems unlikely he ever will. She possesses a tranquil demeanor. Even her smiles are serene, with her teeth seldom revealed. Later, he witnesses her smile broadly, and even sees her weep earnestly. Yet in those moments, his emotions are tangled. After an excursion to the accessory store, Yue Jitong expresses her fatigue, prompting Mo Xilou to swiftly adjust their plans. He retrieves his phone and purchases 2 movie tickets. "Let us go watch a film. It's a perfect opportunity to rest," he suggests. "What movie?" "An animated feature." "Is it good?" "It should be. I haven't seen it, but it's quite popular." Are we really watching an animated film at our age? Age is irrelevant when it comes to enjoying animation. Anyone can appreciate it. His impromptu ticket purchase left them with only the corner seats in the front row. Fortunately, it's a 3D movie, so the viewing experience isn't significantly compromised regardless of their position. This is Yue Jitong's first time sitting in a cinema, and she finds it intriguing. The animation differs from her expectations. She presumed it would cater solely to children. In reality, the theater is filled with people of all ages. The laughter of a child from the back row is infectious, a delightful giggle that resonates throughout the film. The humor in the movie is amusing at a level of 90, while the child's laughter elevates it to an astonishing 900. As they exit the cinema, Mo Xilou remarks, "This animated film suits you perfectly." Yue Jitong, puzzled, responds, "Oh." He continues, "You should embrace the spirit of rebellion. I hope you can be a little less obedient and become a rebellious child." Yue Jitong lowers her gaze, uncertain if she grasped the film's essence. Her mind lingering on a singular phrase, "The little master is a demon, so what?" What would her rebellious side look like? She has no idea, having never ventured into rebellion. In the end, Mo Xilou takes her home, accompanied by an array of toys, along with one final birthday gift. Yue Jitong, your birthday present is hidden somewhere in this house. See if you can find it. What is it? You'll know once you discover it. Curiosity piqued? Yue Jitong begins her search, her intrigue intensifying. The hiding spot is rather conspicuous, beneath her pillow, and within minutes, she uncovers it, a box slightly larger than a ring case. With great care, she opens the box while Mo Xilou stands beside her, silently watching. Inside lies a jade ruby crafted from pure gold, adorned with exquisite engravings. Cradling it in her palm, she notices its substantial weight, though the precise grams elude her. A small tag beneath the box reveals its price, 520,000. He had once perused her diary and was aware of her fondness for gold items. There was no particular reason for this gift. Its value was not the sole motivation behind it. Her diary contained the poignant phrase, "I adore jewelry crafted from gold, for it is pure. Gold, untainted by impurities, shines with an unblemished brilliance." Yue Jitong lifted her gaze to him. Mo Xilou assumed she would decline, yet she uttered a remark that took him by surprise. "On my 20th birthday, you seemingly gifted me a gold jade ruby, which bears quite a resemblance to this." He regarded her, astonishment flickering in his eyes. "Did you actually open the gift I bestowed upon you?" Yue Jitong looked at him quizzically. "When you bestow a gift upon me, are you not to allow me to unveil it?" He lowered his gaze, unable to articulate his emotions. He had always believed she merely set the box aside, never intending to open it, nor did she seem to value his offerings. "Then how come I have never seen you unwrap it? Who would open a gift in front of someone else?" She chuckled softly, carefully placing the jade ruby aside and covering the box. Mo Xilou stood momentarily stunned. So, she had been secretly unwrapping them all along. Chapter 58. A new member? Mo Xilou suddenly grasped her shoulder, bending down to fix his gaze upon her enchanting watery eyes. "Yue Jitong, do you not owe me something?" "Huh." She blinked in confusion, utterly perplexed. "100 kisses, do you remember?" As his words jogged her memory, her cheeks flushed crimson. Lowering her gaze for a moment, she then looked up at him with a tone that suggested negotiation. "May I bend the rules a little?" He remained silent, raising an eyebrow and softly uttering an affirmative sound, the intonation lifting at the end. Yue Jitong rose onto her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, her bright eyes fixed on him, gleaming with fervor. "Can I kiss you 100 times right now?" Without waiting for his reply, her lips gently pressed against his, once, twice, thrice, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, barely lingering. The pecks were akin to a chick pecking at grains, igniting a yearning within him. His dark eyes gradually softened, infused with tenderness. At some indefinite moment, he suddenly cupped her head, preventing her from retreating, deepening the kiss. She murmured, dazed. "Mo Xilou, does this mean I've repaid my debt?" "Shoo, no talking." He embraced her tightly, his warmth enveloping her. Outside the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, the stars twinkled brightly, their silhouettes closely intertwined on the glass. The winter break swiftly passed, and by the end of February, the time to return to school had arrived. Before Mo Xilou even reached the dormitory, he was bombarded by a flurry of messages in their group chat. In the dormitory group, Gu Yunqi sent a voice message, his tone brimming with excitement. "Our trio life is about to end. A new member is moving in this semester. Lao Feng, Lao Mo, hurry and tidy up your things." Feng Mingzhi responded with a flurry of questions. "What new member? Where are they from? What do they do?" Gu Yunqi replied, "I believe they are an exchange student specializing in engineering. Quite coincidentally, they're from Jing City. Perhaps you and Lao Mo know them." Feng Mingzhi inquired. "What's their name?" Gu Yunqi. "Oh, I actually forgot to ask. I just arrived, and they went out to buy something. You'll find out when you get here. Anyway, they're supposed to be quite handsome." Gu Yunqi added, "Where's Lao Mo? Why isn't he speaking?" Feng Mingzhi quipped, "Perhaps he's busy courting someone." Gu Yunqi lamented, "Oh dear. This is killing me with jealousy. I never thought he would get a girlfriend before me." "Aw, when will I ever get to date?" Feng Mingzhi retorted. "You're so noisy. Are you sure Su Qinghao would like a man as loud as you?" "I doubt it." Gu Yunqi insisted, "Shut up, shut up, shut up. This is so annoying." Feng Mingzhi sent a meme of a mouth zipped shut. Gu Yunqi asked, "Should we add the new member to our dorm group?" Feng Mingzhi suggested, "Ask Lao Mo, or we can decide when we get there." Gu Yunqi frantically tagged Lao Mo. No one responded. Gu Yunqi wondered, is Lao Mo off in the mountains courting someone? Is his phone out of service? Meanwhile, Mo Xilou was listening to their voice messages, indifferent to whether their dorm would house 3 or 4 residents. However, in their previous life, the dormitory remained occupied by only 3 individuals until graduation, with no 4th person moving in. So, where did the change occur? The butterfly effect? Mo Xilou furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend, and decided to dismiss the thought. After all, having one more person was of no consequence. At that moment, he did not give the matter much weight. He typed a response in the group chat. I saw it. I'll return tomorrow. Feel free to add him to the group. When Yue Jitong returned, she brought only a single suitcase, whereas her return to school was accompanied by an array of bags. She placed the small rabbit that Mo Xilou had bought for her on her dorm bed, ensuring she could see it every day. After a break apart, the four of them returned to dorm 506 on the first day, filled with excitement, sharing their winter vacation experiences. The primary topic of discussion revolved around romantic affairs. Zheng Yanyan, Xue Man, and Su Qinghe surrounded Yue Jitong, eager to hear about her holiday and how her relationship had blossomed. Feeling shy, she hesitated, briefly touching on the subject. Xue Man and Zhao Zhen had also established their relationship and had even met each other as parents, a swift progression. Since their families were already acquainted, both sets of parents were quite supportive of this development. Zheng Yanyan mentioned that a junior named Yang Zhou, with whom she had gamed for an entire semester, was interested in her. However, she only wished to continue gaming, not to pursue romance. Su Qinghe spoke of a new boyfriend, asserting that she could never accept Gu Yunqi. Yet, Gu Yunqi remained persistent, claiming he could wait for her to break up. Given that she frequently switched partners, Yue Jitong took out the small trinkets Mo Xilou had gifted her and arranged them on the table, a smile gracing her lips. Her mood exceptionally bright. Zheng Yanyan rested her hand on her shoulder, jokingly remarking, Jitong, the pink bubbles around you seem to be floating upwards. Xue Man retrieved some local delicacies from her hometown, gifts from Zhao Zhen. Zheng Yanyan remarked, one by one, everyone is in a relationship. Am I the only single one left in our dorm? Yue Jitong patted her shoulder, suggesting, then you should find someone too. Zheng Yanyan shook her head, no thanks. Relationships are too troublesome. Once you're in one, gaming loses its charm. I'd rather be free to do as I please without worrying about anyone. Su Qinghe added, as long as you don't care about the other person, you will always be free. It's not about being in a relationship or not. It's about choosing to be loyal to yourself or to someone else. The four engaged in conversation for a while before deciding to go out for a meal. In contrast to the warm atmosphere here, the mood in the boys' dormitory was somewhat nuanced. Mo Xilou was the last to arrive. As he approached the dormitory door, he heard Gu Yunqi's voice, animatedly chatting with someone. He pushed the door open to find Fang Mingzhi tidying up while conversing with the others. Gu Yunqi leaned against his bed, appearing quite pleased as he enjoyed a lively exchange with the new member, who was currently arranging his bed linens on the opposite side of Mo Xilou's. Spotting Mo Xilou entering, Gu Yunqi's eyes lit up. Hey, Lao Mo, you've finally arrived. Then he turned to the person making the bed and called out, Lao Chu, the last member of our dormitory has arrived. Allow me to introduce you. Lao Chu, the surname Chu? Upon hearing this name, Mo Xilou's heart sank, a heavy feeling weighing down upon him. The individual, who had been facing away from him while tidying up the final corner of the bed, turned around and leaped down. With a bright smile and warm demeanor, he extended his hand, saying, Hello, I am Chunyan. Chunyan, how could it be him? Truly, one fears what may come to pass. Staring at the hand extended towards him, Mo Xilou was momentarily stunned. He lowered his gaze, concealing the tumultuous emotions swirling within, and shook his hand, softly replying, Hello, I am Mo Xilou. Chapter 59. Treat her kindly. Chunyan withdrew his hand, his face still adorned with a gentle smile, his voice pure and clear, akin to the gentle spring breeze of March, caressing the thawed river ice, flowing leisurely. I know you, Mo Xilou. Fang Mingzhi tidied up his belongings, settled into a chair, crossed his legs, and ran his fingers through his tousled short hair, engaging in conversation. Old Mo, old Chu, and we share the same high school. It's quite a coincidence. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, discreetly wiping the hand that had just been clasped by Chunyan along the edge of his trousers. He was certainly aware that they attended the same high school. The memories of his past life intertwined with this one, creating a disorienting amalgamation. But at this moment, did he truly know Chunyan? The details eluded him. He lifted his eyelids, his expression indifferent, observing Chunyan's eternally gentle visage, silently cursing him for his hypocrisy. In his previous life, he had married Yue Jitong, while Chunyan would Yulan Jin. Yue Jitong never severed ties with the Yue family, maintaining connections during festivals. Each time they met, Chunyan would affectionately call him brother-in-law, yet he never reciprocated the term to Chunyan. Only on rare occasions, when he wished to mock him, would he sarcastically remark that his brother-in-law was quite capable. Regardless of how overt his animosity was, Chu Nian remained unfazed, always responding with a smile. Brother-in-law makes a valid point. With a temperament as gentle as his, Chu Nian effortlessly diffused every confrontation, employing a subtle grace that belied any tension. The affectionate manner in which he addressed him as brother-in-law only fueled Mo Xilou's internal disdain. Yet, he could not deny that Chu Nian excelled in the realm of etiquette, seemingly incapable of anger or resentment. No one who had interacted with him had ever spoken ill of him. Objectively speaking, Chu Nian was nearly perfect, perfect enough to evoke Mo Xilou's disdain. Mo Xilou harbored a deep-seated aversion towards him, rooted in a sense of trepidation. In contrast to Chu Nian's serene demeanor, he was impulsive, immature, and quick-tempered, his emotions always etched upon his face. He could never flatter those he disliked with feigned politeness. He lacked the capacity to treat everyone with the same calmness that Chu Nian exhibited. Was there any girl who wouldn't wish to marry a man as clean-cut and considerate as him? If he were a woman, he might very well choose Chu Nian. But he was not, and instead, he found himself in competition with him. No matter how commendable Chu Nian was, he could not help but loathe him. Even if Chu Nian had done nothing, his mere presence was enough to draw her gaze, igniting an overwhelming sense of jealousy within him. What is it like to share a living space with someone you detest? He was about to find out. A weight settled heavily upon his chest, as if an iron block pressed down upon it. Old Mo, what are you daydreaming about? Gu Yunqi waved his hand before Mo Xilou's eyes. Reflecting on past events, Mo Xilou had momentarily lost focus, missing parts of the conversation, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. Fang Mingzhi, recognizing his distraction, repeated Chu Nian's words, his gaze laden with meaning. Old Chu just mentioned that he is good friends with Yue Jitong. Mo Xilou furrowed his brows, redirecting his attention back to Chu Nian. Chu Nian smiled softly, her eyes gentle. I noticed the moment Tong Tong posted on her social media. She rarely shares anything. And the sole post was an official announcement. To my surprise, her boyfriend is my roommate. Tong Tong is a lovely girl, so treat her well. Tong Tong? That name sounded so intimate. Hearing this, it struck a discordant note in Mo Xilou's ears. In that fleeting moment, the lives of Chu Nian from this lifetime and the previous one began to intertwine. In a past life, on the day he married Yue Jitong, Chu Nian found him in the makeup room, where they were alone. Chu Nian, calm and composed as ever, gazed at him seriously and said, Mo Xilou, since you have chosen her, treat her well. She is a sensitive and delicate girl who requires patience and respect. If one day your feelings for her wane, do not hurt her, let her go gently. At that time, he was emotionally unbalanced and harbored resentment toward Chu Nian. Despite recognizing the truth in his words, he felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure and felt compelled to retort. He regarded the earnest expression on Chu Nian's face, a mocking smile curling on his lips as he spat out words that seemed deliberately provocative. Chu Nian, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to say these things to me? Yue Jitong is my wife now. I can treat her however I please. And it's none of your business. If I choose to hurt her, what can you do about it? After he spoke, Chu Nian frowned, about to respond when Yue Jitong entered the room. He was uncertain of how much she had overheard. Yet the profound disappointment in her eyes remains etched in his memory, evoking a sense of brokenness within her. A pang of guilt struck him, and he suddenly wished to slap himself. She must have heard everything. Old Mo, what's wrong with you? You've been zoning out while we were speaking. Fang Mingzhi called to him several times. Today, Old Mo seemed oddly detached. Ever since seeing Chu Nian, he had drifted away mentally multiple times in just a few minutes. Mo Xilou struggled to suppress those painful memories and redirected his focus to the present. This time, he looked into Chu Nian's light-colored pupils, his expression serious as he asserted, Tong Tong is my girlfriend, and I will treat her well, better than anyone else. Pausing for emphasis, he added, I will not allow anyone the chance to take her away from me. The implication in his final words was unmistakable. Chu Nian's expression remained unchanged, as gentle as a spring breeze. Then I can rest easy. Rest easy? What need have you to feel at ease? Mo Xilou silently scoffed, still feeling unsettled. The mere sight of him irked him, and listening to him was even worse. Chu Nian retrieved 3 boxes from his bag, handing them to his 3 roommates. A small gift, please take care of each other. Mo Xilou accepted the box and glanced at it. The packaging bore the Sony logo, revealing the latest Sony WH-1000XM5 Bluetooth headphones. Gu Yunqi playfully draped his arm around Mo Xilou's neck, exclaiming, how generous. Mo Xilou maintained an impassive expression and did not refuse the gift, merely setting it aside. He wished to avoid giving Chu Nian too much attention and attempted to ignore him as much as possible. Fang Mingzhi glanced at the low-eyed Lao Mo, and a peculiar sensation stirred within him more intensely. In the stillness of the night, Chu Nian, unaccustomed to the unfamiliar bed, swiftly succumbed to slumber on his first night there. However, Mo Xilou, residing opposite him, tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The mere presence of Chu Nian seemed to trigger a switch within him, unleashing a torrent of memories he had deliberately sealed away, rushing forth like a river breaching its dam. On that particular day, while rummaging through Yue Jitong's room, he inadvertently nudged a bookshelf, causing a notebook to tumble down from the top. Compelled by an unseen force, he opened it. To his surprise, it was Yue Jitong's diary. Though aware that prying into her private thoughts was inappropriate, he found himself unable to resist. The diary commenced at the age of 12, shortly after her return to the Yue family. The handwriting was hasty, yet it was evident that from the ages of 12 to 16, Chu Nian was her sole companion. Chapter 60. A serendipitous encounter at the dawn of young love. Mo Xilou, with his eyes closed and hands cradling his head, allowed his thoughts to drift back to the year he turned 17. Memories of their first meeting flooded his mind. He had advanced a year ahead of his peers. And that year, both he and she were 17, he in the final year of high school, and she in her penultimate year. On the first day of the new academic term, he entered his senior year with no trace of anxiety, having spent the previous night immersed in gaming with friends. The following day, he arrived at school, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes, yet his demeanor was playful and carefree. He walked through the campus with a group of friends, their shoulders linked, animatedly discussing topics like racing, basketball, and video games. The senior classroom building was situated in a secluded area at the heart of the school, separated from the rest. To reach it, one had to traverse a small artificial lake, beside which stood a sundial carved from a massive stone, accompanied by a venerable osmanthus tree rumored to have been planted when the school was established, now over a century old. In September, the air was fragrant with the scent of golden osmanthus flowers, their yellow blossoms dotting the branches, intermingling with lush green leaves. As the wind blew, delicate petals drifted gracefully to the ground. Suddenly, someone called out, "Look, there's a beautiful girl standing under that tree." Mo Xilou heard the remark, but scoffed. His interest piqued not in the slightest. What was beauty to him? He had never been particularly drawn to girls, and he harbored a strong aversion to mingling with them. Throughout his youth, his world revolved around thrilling games, exhilarating motorcycles, passionate sports, and adventurous pursuits like swimming, surfing, skateboarding, and rock climbing. At the tender age of 7, when a teacher insisted he pair up with a girl for play, he reluctantly complied, only to have her in tears within moments, her loose tooth falling out during their encounter. She cried for 3 days and nights, leading him to conclude that girls were overly emotional and a nuisance. Vowing to keep his distance from them and only play with boys, his sister excluded, of course. At 12, a relative visited, bringing along a girl who insisted on joining him for a game. Her lack of skill frustrated him immensely, resulting in an outburst that left her in tears, declaring she would never return to his home. Afterward, his mother reprimanded him, demanding an apology he was unwilling to give, and punished him by withholding dinner. He remained indifferent, convinced that missing one meal would lead to his demise, embodying sheer stubbornness. By the age of 15, while riding his motorcycle, a friend brought his sister along, who found his bike appealing. Unbeknownst to him, she climbed on without permission. Upon noticing her, he promptly kicked her off, severing their friendship. For no one was allowed to touch his beloved vehicle. His possessiveness over cherished belongings was alarmingly intense. Mo Xilou had always been a staunchly indifferent young man, with a wide array of interests, yet he had never opened his heart to romance. However, on that fateful day, just a moment before he had scoffed at the notion of beauty, his friend clasped his shoulder and turned him to face the ancient osmanthus tree. In that instant, his smile froze. Beneath the resplendent tree stood a girl, her figure outlined by the gentle breeze that swayed her oversized school uniform, a heavy suitcase resting at her feet, her eyes betraying a sense of confusion and helplessness. In a fleeting moment when he glanced over, she happened to lift her gaze towards him. Amidst the throng of people, her eyes were drawn solely to him, a singular glance that felt profound. She possessed a pair of extraordinarily beautiful eyes, glistening with a delicate mist, reminiscent of the gentle rain in the Jiangnan region, intimate and poignant, as if a mere blink could summon a tear. After a mere second of looking at him, She averted her gaze in sudden embarrassment, her eyelids falling gently. The golden blossoms of the osmanthus tree drifted down, their fragrance wafting directly to his nostrils. While she stood there, harmonizing effortlessly with the scenery, that singular glance rooted him in place. The mockery on his face vanished entirely. He gazed at her in a stupor, forgetting to blink, as if time had come to a standstill, leaving only his heart to thrum wildly. Mo Xilou could swear that not even at a racing speed of 300 km/h did his heart race this fervently. The term love at first sight might seem overly simplistic, yet truly, to fall for someone can indeed take but a second. That day, having always shied away from girls, he inexplicably stepped forward amidst the astonished eyes of his friends and inquired, "Classmate, I am Mo Xilou from class 32. May I offer my assistance?" She merely lifted her gaze to glance at him lightly, then retreated a step, shaking her head with an expression of detachment, her voice devoid of warmth. "No, thank you." Rejected, Mo Xilou found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He forced a smile and continued, "May I know your name, then?" She lowered her head, not sparing him another glance, her demeanor cool and her voice lacking in warmth. "No." After being turned down twice, a sense of defeat began to stir within him, urging him to retreat. However, the fervor of his racing heart would not permit him to step back. He stood beneath the tree, quietly observing her, racking his brain for words to say. "Tong Tong." Someone called out to her, a boy's voice resonating nearby. The girl before him abruptly lifted her head, turning towards the source of the sound, her previously frosty expression transforming into one of brightness, her brows and eyes curving into a smile, the sorrow in her gaze dissipating like mist in sunlight. She waved her hand, her voice now imbued with warmth. "Chu Nian, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The boy named Chu Nian approached, exuding a cheerful demeanor as he took her luggage in hand, saying, "Come on. Let me escort you to the dormitory." She walked alongside him, leaving him alone beneath the osmanthus tree, repeating her name, Tong Tong. Was that indeed her name? He longed to know her full name. He stood for a considerable time, gazing in the direction she had departed. The school's swimming pool had been constructed with funds donated by his family, so uncovering someone's identity was not a challenge for him. Initially ruling out the seniors, he discovered that among the first and second-year girls, there were 78 names containing Tong. Although he did not know which Tong, her beauty was impossible to overlook. Thus, he effortlessly unearthed her identity and learned her name, Yue Jitong. What a coincidence, both from class 12. Yue Jitong. Yue Jitong. How melodious her name truly was. Lying on the narrow wooden bed in the dormitory, he tossed and turned, the three characters swirling incessantly in his mind. For the very first time in his life, the notion of yearning for romance emerged. Friends who discerned the change teased him, remarking on his newfound emotional awakening. Yet, Mo Xilou himself could not quite fathom whether he was simply at the age of budding affection, fortuitously encountering her, or if, in that singular moment of seeing her, the floodgates of his heart had suddenly opened. He found himself lost in thoughts of her during class, during basketball games, even while eating. She permeated his dreams. The fervent beat of his heart became increasingly difficult to suppress, leading him to abandon all restraint and rush to the entrance of class 22 to catch a glimpse of her. Chapter 61. Youthful memories. He had always lived life on his own terms, audacious and rebellious, never concealing his preferences, favoring instead to act upon his whims. That day, coincidentally, they shared a physical education class. She sat alone in a corner, quietly engrossed in her chemistry book. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, and the girl, cradling her book, radiated a tender beauty under the clear blue sky, as time seemed to stand still in serene tranquility. Straightening his school uniform collar, he zipped it up, lowered his sleeves, and approached her, taking a seat beside her. With unvarnished honesty, he declared, "Yue Jitong, I am Mo Xilou from class 32 of the senior year, and I like you." Yet, to his astonishment, her response was one of indifference. She merely picked up a fallen leaf, slipped it between the pages of her book as a makeshift bookmark, closed the book, and without casting a glance in his direction, walked away. "Hey." He stood there, bewildered for several moments, unable to comprehend how events had unfolded in such a manner. He had been so blatantly ignored. A sense of discontent brewed within him. Surely, she could have acknowledged him with at least a word. How could she treat him as if he were invisible? The following day, he positioned himself at the entrance of her classroom, enlisting a fellow student to call out for Yue Jitong. When the messenger approached her and tapped her shoulder, she turned, furrowing her brow, and as though he were a mere figment of her imagination, she pivoted away, continuing to disregard him. Very well, another instance of neglect, he thought. Biting his lip, leaning against the doorframe, he cupped his hands around his mouth like a trumpet and boldly proclaimed, Yue Jitong. I am Mo Xilou from class 32 of the senior year, and I like you. He repeated this declaration thrice, until the entire classroom fell silent, their gazes darting back and forth between the two of them. From that moment onward, everyone on the second floor of the school learned of the senior student fervently pursuing Yue Jitong, his intentions displayed with unabashed audacity, even disregarding the teachers. Finally, she emerged, her cheeks flushed, pulling him into a secluded corner, her head bowed, speaking rapidly, It doesn't matter who you are. I do not like you. Do not come to our class anymore. I want to focus on my studies. As she finished, she attempted to leave, but he stepped forward, blocking her path. At that moment, he stood at 183 meters tall, while she was just 163 meters, petite enough to barely reach his chest. He bent slightly, leaning closer to her, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. I am Mo Xilou. Remember that, Yue Jitong. I like you, Yue Jitong. Flustered, she stepped back. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a startled rabbit, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. I can never like you. I must go study. She maneuvered around him, her steps quickening as she fled in haste. Subsequently, he found himself loitering by her classroom whenever he had a spare moment, often bringing her small gifts, which she consistently declined, leaving him no choice but to surreptitiously place them on her desk. Each day, he made it a point to remind her, Mo Xilou likes Yue Jitong. He hoped that in doing so, she would remember his name. After turning 17, Mo Xilou's world revolved around one singular pursuit, winning over Yue Jitong. The games lost their charm, competitions became dull, and racing held little allure. His thoughts were consumed entirely by her. Those around him claimed he was losing his mind, and he could not refute them. Perhaps he truly was mad. How could one person possess such a magnetic pull over him in this vast world? Mo Xilou believed that Yue Jitong was the love crafted specifically for him. In this world, there would be no one else like her, who could ensnare his very soul with a mere glance, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. His affection for her was profound. He could never relinquish her. In pursuit of attending the same university as her, he made the decision to forego his acceptance into a prestigious institution in Beijing, opting instead to retake his final year of high school. Leveraging familial connections, he successfully enrolled again, becoming classmates with Yue Jitong. Her academic prowess inspired him to exert even greater effort. During his second attempt at the college entrance examination, he performed exceptionally well, ultimately fulfilling his wish to attend university alongside her. Once in university, liberated from the constraints of school regulations, he unabashedly pursued her with fervor. He meticulously planned a confession, only to be met with her rejection. Being publicly rebuffed was an excruciatingly embarrassing experience, yet, to abandon her would feel like a death sentence. She remained perpetually aloof, as if no matter his endeavors, he could never penetrate her defenses. Until that fateful night, when their destinies became irrevocably intertwined. She was like a rose growing amidst thorns, stunning from a distance, yet capable of causing pain when held too closely. Over the span of more than a decade, their lives remained inextricably linked, enduring until death. Mo Xilou opened his eyes to the oppressive darkness of the ceiling, the rhythmic breathing of his roommate filling the silence. Everyone else was asleep. He closed his eyes once more, attempting to count sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. As he counted, memories of her diary resurfaced. Regrettably, they had crossed paths too late. Before he knew her, much of her diary had been occupied by Chu Nian, an irreplaceable presence in her life during those years. No one plays with me. Why does nobody want to befriend me? I envy my sister for having so many friends. If only someone could play with me. I'm so happy. Finally, someone is willing to be my friend. He says his name is Chu Nian. Chu Nian is truly wonderful. He shared the last piece of cookie with me. But my sister seems unhappy. She doesn't seem to allow Chu Nian to play with me. I'm so glad he is still my friend, which means he didn't listen to my sister. At 12 or 13 years old, Yue Jitong felt isolated and unsupported. During her time of exclusion, when she was most alone, Chu Nian extended his hand, guiding her out of the darkness. Today is my sister's birthday. Everyone loves her so much. I'm so envious. When will I have a birthday with cake, a trip to the amusement park, and many gifts? Today is my birthday. It seems no one remembers. Never mind. It's the first time I've received a birthday gift. He is truly wonderful. I declare he will always be my best friend. How dull. Every day is the same. What is the meaning of life? Still, No one wants to befriend me. It's fine. Having Chunyin is enough. Why is he so good? The first time I saw him fight, he was so cool. At 15, as Yue Jitong's body began to mature, a simple stretch revealed the contours of her figure, prompting the boys nearby to utter inappropriate remarks. With her head bowed, tears welling in her eyes, a hefty English dictionary suddenly soared from behind, striking the back of the insolent boy. In a fit of rage, he turned around, only to be met by Chunyin, who had kicked aside her chair and approached with an imposing demeanor. Her typically gentle expression darkened as she narrowed her eyes. Retrieving the dictionary that had fallen onto the table, with a frosty tone, she asked, "Would you like me to teach you how to speak properly?" The boy recoiled slightly, shutting his mouth, rendered speechless. Chunyin patted his face and offered an apology. Reluctantly, he approached her to utter an apology in return. In that moment, as she gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes sparkled with light. Later, she penned a passage in her diary. "Perhaps I am still fortunate. I am truly happy to have met him. I vow that Chunyin will forever remain my dearest, most cherished friend." Chapter 62. The ambiguous diary. At the age of 16, Yue Jitong's diary took on an exquisite quality, diverging from its previous scrawled nature. The handwriting transformed into a graceful script, and the language became remarkably eloquent. He seemed like a gentle breeze, softly caressing my youth, embellishing my otherwise barren and tedious years. He resembled a tranquil spring, eternally warm and nurturing to the willows. This passage presumably describes Chunyin. Mo Xilou opened her eyes, turned over restlessly, and scratched her head in irritation before closing her eyes once more. In summary, the portions of her diary concerning Chunyin were filled with the utmost praise. However, the references to him, well, were rather complex. At 17, their paths intertwined, and he began to feature in her journal. When Yue Jitong penned her thoughts, she seldom used names, preferring personal pronouns such as he, she, and you. At times, he could discern to whom these pronouns referred. Yet other times, he found it perplexing. In Yue Jitong's diary, there was only one instance where his name was mentioned, but certain phrases clearly alluded to him. For instance, someone suddenly declared their affection for me. How strange, for I do not even know him. I'm truly baffled. How can someone be so audacious as to proclaim their love for me in public? Now everyone is staring at me. How annoying. Why is it so difficult to lead a tranquil life? Isn't the school against early romances? Why is no one addressing his behavior? I spoke to the teacher, but they subtly declined to intervene, as if they were afraid to act. Never mind. Perhaps he is just a fleeting fancy. He will give up in a few days. How terrifying. Someone jumped from a building. During today's health check, Sue seems to be pregnant. They say she is considering suicide because she was rejected. Why can men be so heartless, obtaining yet failing to cherish? Time drags on slowly. Studying has been exhausting lately. My desk is cluttered with snacks and odd little trinkets. When did he sneak these in? How many people in our class has he bribed? Young master, when will this game come to an end? Young master, are you still not bored? Must you truly possess me to consider it a victory? Why, of all people, must you, who have everything, fixate on someone like me, who possesses nothing? There is only one heart, and I cannot give it to you. He must be preparing for the college entrance examination, right? After the exams, he will leave. And surely he will forget me, won't he? This game is finally coming to an end. Isn't it? What is happening? Why must he repeat a year? Why can't he just let me go? We are from entirely different worlds. Young master, does eternal love truly exist in this world? I do not believe it. This is merely a fleeting one disguised as affection. Do you wish to win? But I will not allow you to possess me. I have so little to begin with, and I cannot afford to lose anything more. She continued to write intermittently, until the most emotionally charged entry emerged. Why? Why has this happened? You finally obtained what you desired. Are you happy now? Are you satisfied? Mo Xilou, I loathe you, I despise you. I curse you to never find happiness in your lifetime. This is the first and only instance where his name appears so distinctly in her diary. Regrettably, the purpose of his name's appearance is to cast a curse upon him. She penned these lines with such fervor that the ink nearly seeped through the paper, revealing the depth of her animosity. My mother insists I marry him, claiming our family is on the brink of bankruptcy, and that marrying him will revitalize the company. Fine, I shall marry, I will obey. But why? I feel so unwilling. I agreed to the marriage, and my mother is elated. They all seem delighted. As if everyone is happy. But does it truly matter? Am I of any significance? No one has ever cared for my feelings. Do I have a choice? Am I entitled to choose? I have always been forced to accept the choices of others. Has it ever been different? Enough, Yue Jitong, accept your fate. It matters not whom I marry. At least this will assist my family. Nothing else is of consequence. Whatever, life is inherently dull. On our wedding night, he did not touch me. Quite well. On their wedding night, Mo Xilou pushed open the door, witnessing the fleeting terror and disdain in her eyes, which pierced his heart like a dagger. He chuckled bitterly, his voice slightly hoarse from excessive drinking. Yue Jitong, do you despise me so? She looked exquisite that day, the crimson wedding attire accentuating her fair complexion, sitting silently on the bed with a serene countenance, offering no response. What must I do, Yue Jitong? For you to cease your hatred? For you to forgive me? At that moment, she suddenly lifted her head, her gaze eerily calm as she uttered words devoid of warmth. I want you to die. Those 4 short words struck him like a knife, each word inflicting a slow, agonizing torment upon him. She truly wished for his demise. Mo Xilou felt a pain so profound it stole his breath, and he turned away, murmuring softly, rest assured, I will not sleep here tonight, nor will I in the future. He vowed to respect her, to cherish her, to care for her, to accompany her until she emerged from her emotional turmoil and became willing to accept him. As he departed, a flicker of regret crossed her eyes. Had her words been too severe? In truth, she did not genuinely wish for his death. It was merely the pent-up resentment within her that had found no outlet. He married me to be a mere adornment? Quite amusing. There is nothing memorable, merely the monotony of day-to-day existence. His family is numerous. It is overwhelming. I choose to remain silent. Is it guilt? A desire for atonement? How can one atone? Is it even possible? But your love feels like a burden. They are getting married. Congratulations, Chunyin. May you find happiness. In this lifetime, we are ultimately fated to be apart. At that moment, Mo Xilou felt a profound sadness. Why was it that she directed her venomous curses at him, yet offered heartfelt blessings to Chunyin? So be it. Perhaps this is for the best. No need for any change. Your love is but an encumbrance to me. Truly, enough. After all these years, I should not feel this way. We have long since foreseen the conclusion of our tale. Time seems capable of smoothing all things, rendering both love and hate to a state of indifference. He is faring well, I suppose. Yet I remain so inept, perpetually entangled in my emotions, unable to distinguish love from hate, and the latter proves difficult to alleviate. I ponder, perhaps I still harbor some affection for him, but our relationship forbids such thoughts. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. This current tranquil existence is quite satisfactory. What would he think if he were to know? Would he find it peculiar? Should one not muster the courage to fight for oneself? If I were to disrupt the present state, could I forge a new life? Alas, we have been misaligned for far too many years. These are merely excerpts. Mo Xilou leafed through her diary, her heart growing heavier. His love had always felt like a burden, weighing her down. After a decade of devoted care and companionship, she still cherished Chunyin, her thoughts lingering on him. What does it mean to break and rebuild? Does she wish to divorce him and pursue her own love? Mo Xilou struggled for a long time, ultimately deciding to let him go. She quietly returned the diary, pretending as if she had never seen it. After the divorce, her diary filled with new entries, though he would never read them. Today, he is to divorce me. Why does it feel so sorrowful? I ought to feel liberated instead. Have we truly arrived at this juncture? Thus, it seems there is indeed no eternal love in this world. After so many years, he must be weary of it. Yet the sorrow remains, not merely sorrow, but a sense of longing. After all, we have lived together for a decade. Such feelings are only natural. It is rather pleasant, no longer needing to visit his family during the holidays. Alas, it seems I truly miss him. No, it's more than that. I long for him dearly. Chapter 63. Good morning, old Mo. Throughout the night, Mo Xilou tossed and turned. Every time he closed his eyes, images from the past and the words from his diary began to dance in his mind. Like musical notes, they played a sorrowful symphony upon the strings of his consciousness. At 5 in the morning, after a night of relentless contemplation, fatigue finally overcame him, and he slipped into a deep slumber. Why is old Mo still not awake? Today there are no classes. Gu Yunxi had already completed 10 laps and returned from breakfast, surprised to find Mo Xilou still lying in bed. Fang Mingzhi changed into a fresh set of clothes, tossing his sweat-soaked shirt into a basin, contemplating whether to check on him. Should you go wake him? He wouldn't be ill, would he? Their dormitory maintained an excellent routine. With early bedtimes and early risings, they consistently engaged in morning exercise. And it was rare for anyone to sleep in. This habit surpassed that of 99% of dorms. The new member, Chunyin, was also an early riser. He didn't need an alarm clock, as his biological clock awakened him naturally. Gu Yunqi invited Chu Nian to run with him, intending to help him familiarize himself with the campus. As they conversed, Mo Xilou finally opened his eyes. Rubbing his sore eyelids and squinting at his phone to check the time, the screen's brightness was somewhat blinding. It was 8:20 in the morning. He had only slept for a little over 3 hours. He sat up, putting on his clothes with bleary eyes, deciding against returning to sleep. He belonged to the category of individuals who found it exceedingly difficult to fall back asleep once awakened. Continuing to sleep would only lead to greater discomfort. And a nap at noon seemed more appealing. "Old Mo, what did you do last night? You look exhausted," Gu Yunqi inquired curiously while tying his shoelaces. "I didn't sleep well," Mo Xilou replied, his voice hoarse as he pulled his shirt over his head. The temperature in Summer City was vastly different from that of Beijing. He had departed wearing a down jacket, but today a simple sweatshirt sufficed. After putting on his trousers, he jumped off the bed. The ladder beside the bed served as mere decoration for those in their dormitory. The beds were low, and given their heights, it was quicker to jump down. Turning around, he was met with the fresh and clean visage of Chu Nian, momentarily taken aback. Chu Nian greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, old Mo." Out of courtesy, he returned the greeting, though inwardly he mused about his overly familiar demeanor. Despite his reluctance to engage, he recognized the importance of not appearing overly petty. In just one day, Chu Nian had seamlessly integrated himself, getting along splendidly with Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi. "Did Yue Jitong know that Chu Nian was here?" Mo Xilou pondered before messaging her. "Let us have lunch together at noon." Yue Jitong was currently attending a large university English class, with over 100 students in the classroom. The professor's lecture lacked substance, and few students were genuinely attentive, leaving her rather disinterested. Her phone, resting in her desk, lit up. She glanced at it and replied with a simple okay. She then opened her email to peruse, discovering a message from a manager at Zifan Technology inquiring about a suitable time for a detailed discussion. After reviewing her class schedule, she tentatively arranged a meeting for 3 o'clock the following afternoon, although the other party had yet to respond. She set her phone aside, forcing herself to concentrate on the lecture. Indeed, her English is quite commendable. She was dispatched by her company to the United States for a year, and her spoken fluency is impressive. This morning, she had only one class, which concluded at 10 o'clock. Upon returning to her dormitory, she tidied her wardrobe, where a pristine white knitted dress and a light yellow coat hung neatly. Those garments were purchased during a shopping excursion with her friends before the holiday, yet they had never been worn. The current weather is perfectly suitable for them. Su Qinghe and Shui Man were both in the dormitory that morning. Observing her lost in thought while gazing at her clothes, Su Qinghe inquired, "You haven't worn that outfit yet, have you?" Yue Jitong nodded. Su Qinghe assumed she felt shy about wearing it and encouraged her, saying, "Clothes are meant to be worn. Leaving them there is akin to not having bought them at all. Wear whatever you desire without overthinking it or fearing others' gazes." Yue Jitong nodded again and explained, "It's just that it's been too cold up north. I haven't had the chance to wear them out." Shui Man then asked, "By the way, Tong Tong, where did you spend your winter break?" "I stayed at a place my stepfather owns in Moshi Building for the holiday." "Did your mother not ask you to come home for the new year?" "No." She shook her head, her expression turning somber, "But my stepfather did invite me, though I had no desire to return." Shui Man felt that her mother was being somewhat unreasonable, but refrained from voicing her opinion, considering the elder's status. Su Qinghe, however, spoke her mind without hesitation, asking, "Is your mother really your biological mother? How can she show so little concern for you? How does she treat your 2 younger siblings?" Yue Jitong fell silent for a few seconds. "She is very kind to them." "Then it indicates that she is not inherently heartless or unloving. Perhaps her affection simply does not extend to you." This blunt statement struck Yue Jitong like a dagger. Yet, she could not deny the truth in Su Qinghe's words. The very things she had long evaded, reluctant to confront or contemplate, were laid bare before her. With a sigh, Yue Jitong slumped into a chair, tossing her clothes onto the table. "You are right. She simply does not love me. I don't understand why, if she doesn't love me. She chose to give birth to me." Despite her bravado, she was still affected by the matter. Shui Man reassured her, "This is not your fault. It is her issue. She has failed to fulfill her duty as a mother. Bringing you into the world without nurturing you is fundamentally wrong." Su Qinghe added, "Human emotions are complex. Yet love and hate rarely arise without reason. I sense there are aspects you remain unaware of, possibly related to your biological father." Yue Jitong shared this sentiment. Shui Man decided to shift the topic, suggesting, "Tong Tong, why not wear this new outfit today? It will surely look splendid." She picked up the clothing and held it against Yue Jitong. All right, Yue Jitong replied, shedding her long-standing loose sweatshirt and baggy jeans for the new attire. Shui Man suggested she let her hair down. Tong Tong, I think you could leave your hair down. It looks lovely cascading behind you. Your hair is straight, smooth, and quite long. Su Qing had chimed in. You might even consider curling it or dyeing it a different color. Occasionally changing your hairstyle can be refreshing. Perhaps someday. Yue Jitong responded. Yue Jitong, disinterested in the hassle, found the prospect of curling her hair rather time-consuming. She donned a knitted off-the-shoulder dress, a coat, and a pair of petite leather shoes, allowing her hair to cascade freely. Shui Man opened her makeup box and retrieved a diamond-studded star hairpin, which she delicately pinned beside her ear, enhancing her beauty. Finally, she adorned her with a beret. Tong Tong, it seems you are still in need of a bag. Su Qinghe opened the cabinet and produced a small, fluffy white handbag. Use this. Yue Jitong accepted it, peering inside and attempting to fit her phone within, only to fail. Such a diminutive bag, what could it possibly hold? Nothing substantial, it was merely for decoration. Very well, she conceded, though perplexed. She took it and stuffed a pack of tissues and a set of keys inside, her final act of defiance. Shui Man looked around, sensing something amiss. Tong Tong, let me apply a light makeup for you. Is that necessary? I'm only going out for lunch. It doesn't warrant such grandeur. Oh, come now, just sit down. It won't take long. It's rare to see you so beautifully adorned today. Shui Man urged her to take a seat at her table. All right then, Yue Jitong complied, allowing her friend to work her magic. With a solid foundation, Yue Jitong's makeup was a breeze for Shui Man, who swiftly finished and insisted on taking pictures. Just then, her phone rang. Expecting it to be Mo Xilou, she opened it, her eyes briefly widening in surprise. It was actually Chunyan. Chapter 64. How sour it is. It has been quite some time since we last communicated. The last exchange was during the New Year, when we wished each other a happy New Year. Chunyan, Tong Tong, I am coming to X University as an exchange student this year. Would you care to treat me to a meal? Upon reading the message, Yue Jitong was taken aback. Chunyan is coming here as an exchange student? This was an occurrence that had never transpired in her previous life. However, upon further reflection, she recalled that during this time in her past life, Chunyan's mother was likely trying to bring him and Yu Lanqing together. Perhaps he remained in the capital city or went to a nearby university for an exchange program. Having grown up alongside Chunyan, he held significant importance in her life. Out of both sentiment and reason, she felt compelled to extend him a warm welcome. After some contemplation, she replied, Sure, I will treat you to a meal. Chunyan, how about today? Are you free later? Yue Jitong, I have an appointment. Chunyan, a boyfriend? Yue Jitong, how did you know? Chunyan, you may not be aware, but your boyfriend and I are in the same dormitory. Yue Jitong, what a coincidence. Chunyan, indeed, such a coincidence. Would you like to join us for a meal? Yue Jitong, let me ask him. She exited the chat with Chunyan and sought out Mo Xilou. Chunyan is in your dorm? Do you want to have lunch with him today? Mo Xilou, well, do you think we should? Yue Jitong considered that having a meal together among the three of them would not be an issue. They were all quite familiar with one another, having known each other for over a decade and shared many meals in the past. Moreover, since Chunyan had just arrived, it was only fitting that they treat him to lunch. She replied, Then let us dine together. Mo Xilou, all right. Yue Jitong arranged to meet at a restaurant near the university. With nothing pressing on her agenda, she tidied herself up and arrived early, sending a message to Chunyan and Mo Xilou to inform them of the location, having just concluded some matters outside. Chunyan saw the message and made his way directly to the restaurant, arriving ahead of Mo Xilou. Thus, when Mo Xilou arrived, he was greeted by the sight of the two seated by the window, engaged in soft laughter and conversation. Chunyan's smile was gentle, and Yue Jitong's eyes sparkled with joy. He keenly observed the transformation in Yue Jitong today. She had adorned herself differently than usual, with a distinct outfit, hairstyle, and perhaps even makeup. Was it for the sake of meeting Chunyan? It must be. Typically, when in his company, she dressed so plainly. Why then? Upon seeing Chunyan, did she choose to present herself so beautifully? Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, concealing the pang of disappointment that swelled within him, feeling as though he had tumbled into a vat of vinegar, bubbling with sourness. Ah, indeed, Chunyan held a unique position in her heart. Was he still so significant to her? Or did she perhaps still harbor feelings for him, never truly forgetting him? Mo Xilou took a deep breath, engaging in self-affirmation, and after a lingering moment of hesitation, he approached them, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. Yue Jitong beamed and waved at him. He took a seat beside her, with Chu Nian positioned opposite them. Mo Xilou focused his gaze on the table, maintaining an indifferent expression as he listened to the carefree conversation between the two. He yearned to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Between them lay a shared history in which he had not participated. During those years when he was absent from her life, it was Chu Nian who stood by her side. Mo Xilou fixed his gaze upon the menu, his thoughts swirling in confusion. What exactly was the nature of the relationship between Yue Jitong and Chu Nian? As this question surfaced in his mind, for words flashed before him, childhood sweethearts. Indeed, was it not the very essence of childhood sweethearts? How bittersweet it felt. Why had he not been reborn at the age of 12? If only he had, he would have swiftly sought out Yue Jitong, standing by her side, protecting her, becoming her sole friend. In such a scenario, what role would Chu Nian play? Alas! Waiter! Mo Xilou suddenly called out, beckoning the server at the counter. Add another serving of sour fish, please. Certainly. Mo Xilou felt akin to this dish, sour and superfluous. The food arrived promptly, and he scooped a spoonful of soup, taking a sip, only to furrow his brows in distaste. It was far too sour, excessively so. He was not particularly fond of sour flavors. The meal passed in a cloud of gloom. I'm full, he declared, setting down his chopsticks first. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. You two continue your conversation. All right. Yue Jitong lifted her gaze to him, noticing that he had eaten very little today. The dishes on the table remained largely untouched, save for the fish. Yet, she recalled that Mo Xilou was not particularly fond of fish. This fish was rather sour. Chu Nian, on the other hand, had a hearty appetite, devouring his meal with gusto. After lunch, the three of them returned to school together. Chu Nian excused himself first, expressing gratitude for her hospitality, thereby granting them some privacy. Finally, Yue Jitong had the opportunity to inquire, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" "No," he replied, his head lowered, hands buried in his pockets. And he kicked a pebble at his feet. The stone plopped into the lake, creating ripples that spread outward. "Why do I sense that you are feeling down?" "I'm not," he continued to deny, but the gloomy expression on his face betrayed his true feelings. "Hey, Mo Xilou, what a coincidence." A cheerful female voice chimed in from the side. Mo Xilou and Yue Jitong turned simultaneously to look. It was a couple, hand in hand, appearing quite familiar. Yue Jitong thought for a moment before recalling who they were. Previously at the CAF, the girl had shown quite an interest in Mo Xilou and seemed to be named Lin. The boy beside her was the same one who had been present during their last encounter. They had engaged in a playful argument. Lin Yuqing, holding Zhang Jiaqing's hand, approached to greet Mo Xilou, offering her best wishes, having seen his post on social media. They exchanged a few words before departing. Yue Jitong withdrew her gaze and turned to him. "Didn't that girl like you?" Standing beneath the tree, with the afternoon sunlight filtering through the branches and lazily illuminating him, Mo Xilou lowered his eyes and retorted, "Who said she liked me?" "She was quite attentive to you at the CAF. Her gaze was glued to you," Yue Jitong said, adjusting her hat as she stood beside him, leaning in a little closer. Mo Xilou raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight, casually remarking, "Young girls, aren't they fickle? Today they fancy this, and tomorrow it's that. Their affections are the most transient." He glanced at her, the sunlight seeping through his fingers, casting a gentle glow upon her brow and his rather displeased eyes. "What do you think?" Yue Jitong paused for a moment, contemplating earnestly before nodding. As if in agreement, she had indeed witnessed many girls whose hearts shifted swiftly. For instance, Su Qinghe, who could change boyfriends 8 times in a single semester. Upon hearing her response, Mo Xilou raised his hand to completely block the beam of light that had inadvertently fallen into his eye, his gaze growing dimmer still. "Yue Jitong, does that mean you two are capable of changing your affections? Can one truly harbor feelings for 2 individuals simultaneously? While you have feelings for me, do you still hold a candle for Chu Nian? Do you still find yourself reminiscing about him?" Chapter 65. Unbecoming Yue Jitong sensed that Mo Xilou was in an unusually somber mood today, enveloped in a heavy silence. When she inquired about the cause, he was reluctant to divulge anything. After she posed her question, he fell silent, not uttering another word. The afternoon sun radiated warmth, accompanied by a gentle breeze. The wind caressed her cheeks, imparting a delicate tickle, while the leaves overhead rustled softly, swaying gracefully in the light. Casting a glance at the time, she noted that there was still a class scheduled for later in the afternoon, not commencing until 3 o'clock, leaving them ample time. She wished to linger with him a while longer and, with her index finger, playfully brushed against his hand, softly inviting him to take a stroll along the lakeside. All right, he responded, lifting his eyelids to glance at her before lowering his gaze again, walking side by side with her down the center of the cobblestone path. Yet he did not take her hand. Yue Jitong looked at her empty palm, momentarily taken aback, and caught a glimpse of the frost that cloaked his face. Biting her lip, she resolutely grasped his hand. He did not halt his stride, merely turned his eyes, casting a fleeting glance at her from the corner of his vision before returning his gaze to the front. His expression appeared slightly improved. Yet he still did not reciprocate her hold, allowing her to lead instead. Yue Jitong could feel the warmth of his hand resting in hers, yet it offered no response. No firm grip in return, merely passively allowing her to hold on. It seemed as though his demeanor toward her had abruptly cooled, the previous warmth now absent. In the past, it was he who had taken her hand, gripping it tightly, sometimes unknowingly increasing his hold, leaving her fingers reddened and imprints upon her fair skin. The lakeside was adorned with lush greenery, and the azure sky mirrored itself in the tranquil waters, with sunlight casting a golden shimmer upon the surface. At midday, the foot traffic of students was sparse, far fewer than during the evening hours. Few ventured here for rendezvous in broad daylight, as any endeavors would be laid bare in the glaring sunlight. After walking for a while in silence, Yue Jitong gently shook his arm, tentatively asking, "Have you noticed anything different about me today?" He paused briefly, his eyelids lowering, his voice a low murmur. No. Mo Xilou was steeped in feelings of desolation, enveloped in disappointment, anxiety, and a bittersweet ache, appearing calm on the surface while tumultuous emotions churned within, a weight pressing heavily on his heart. The brightness in Yue Jitong's eyes dimmed slightly, a flicker of disappointment flashing across her features. She raised her gaze once more, giving his hand a gentle shake, her tone laced with a hint of playful coaxing. "Well, do take a closer look." They arrived beside a prominent boulder, where Mo Xilou halted, turning to face her, his eyes seemingly holding the lake's serenity, calm and unruffled. "I've looked," he stated, "and I found nothing." Her anticipation waned further, and she sensed that his discontent might be linked to her, as his tone had been particularly cold moments before, and his demeanor now exuded indifference. Was he unhappy because of her? What had she done to upset him? "Mo Xilou, are you upset with me?" she ventured to ask, unsure of the reason but feeling compelled to inquire. He redirected his gaze forward, his tone flat. "No." Yue Jitong pouted, thinking to herself, "But it's evident that you are." Several times, he responded with a no, which only strengthened her conviction that he was upset with her. What had she done to provoke him? Inquiring did not yield any answers. Yue Jitong released his hand, pausing in her tracks. "Did you not notice that I dressed differently today? The outfit and my hairstyle?" Her hints were unmistakably evident. Mo Xilou turned to her, surveying her from head to toe, and he clearly observed her attire for the day. A delicate necklace adorned her slender neck, with a sparkling pendant that shone brilliantly, reflecting light in a manner as dazzling as her very essence. "Is this why you dressed so elaborately for Chunyin?" he mused, nodding in acknowledgement of her change. So, what was she expecting him to say? Yue Jitong gazed at him, awaiting further commentary, yet he fell silent again. Not receiving the answer she yearned for, she boldly asked, "Do you think it looks good?" "Not at all," he replied, his words contradicting his heart, avoiding her gaze. The bluntness of his 3 words extinguished the flicker of excitement she had wanted to share, leaving her feeling somewhat deflated and a touch aggrieved. "But everyone else says it looks nice." She lowered her head, murmuring softly, mimicking his earlier actions by kicking at a pebble beneath her feet. A smooth stone was unfortunate enough to be struck, soaring through the air in an elegant arc before splashing into the water, startling the resting waterfowl. The birds flapped their wings and flew away. Mo Xilou, with his hands in his pockets, turned and walked ahead of her, not waiting or offering to hold her hand. Watching his retreating figure, she felt a heaviness in her heart. Amidst the vast and tranquil scenery, she inexplicably found it hard to breathe. She trailed behind at a leisurely pace, encountering a colorful pebble underfoot. With a determined aim toward Mo Xilou's calf, she kicked the stone. The vibrant pebble soared, hitting its mark as she had hoped. Mo Xilou felt a brief sting in his leg, but it dissipated swiftly. Looking down, he spotted the tool of her mischief that had just bounced to his feet. When he raised his gaze, he found her lips slightly curled in a small, triumphant smile. Seizing the moment, she quickened her pace to catch up, persistently asking once more, "Is it really not beautiful?" This time, he did not respond directly. Maintaining a steady gaze upon her for 2 seconds, his expression still indifferent. "Really? Not beautiful?" he reiterated. Yue Jitong inhaled deeply, her cheeks puffing up as she widened her eyes. "But everyone says it looks nice." All she sought was his compliment. Was it truly so difficult? Did he genuinely think it unattractive? Or was he merely being contrary? Mo Xilou looked down, countering with a question. Who is everyone? My roommate, she replied. Oh, and Chu Nian said it looked good too. She regretted adding that final remark. It reignited the jealousy he had struggled to suppress, transforming the trickle of jealousy in his heart into a rushing stream, flooding every cell within him. I just think it doesn't look good. His tone was harsh, with a hint of coldness at the corners of his eyes, and his voice involuntarily rose several decibels. If you find it appealing, go seek out whoever you wish. Yue Jitong was momentarily taken aback, wounded by his demeanor. Tears uncontrollably welled at the corners of her eyes, accompanied by a blend of sorrow, grievance, and a touch of anger, as her chest heaved with emotion. Suddenly, she raised her hand, removed her coat, folded it neatly, and then forcefully tossed it into his embrace. Her voice escalated slightly, reminiscent of a child throwing a tantrum, filled with defiance. If it's not pleasing to you, then I shall not wear it. After throwing the coat, she turned and walked away, her steps brisk, the sound of her heels clattering against the gravel, echoing in the air. Mo Xilou instinctively reached out to catch the garment she had flung, the fragrance emanating from it enveloping him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Chapter 66. Now I want to bite you. Is she angry? Mo Xilou blinked twice and hastened to catch up, trailing closely behind her. Only upon nearing did he discern the nature of the dress she wore beneath. Earlier, while dining in the restaurant, he had been somewhat distracted, failing to fully appreciate her attire. Now, as he followed her, his gaze fell upon her slender waist and the alluring curves that flowed downward, his eyes darkening with a hint of desire. As she strode ahead, visibly irked, her waist swayed with an enticing rhythm, amplifying her sensual allure. They had reached the main road, where occasional passers-by cast admiring glances her way, their astonishment unmistakable. Mo Xilou gritted his teeth at that moment. His envy and possessiveness surged to an all-time high. He draped her coat over one arm and quickened his pace, catching up to her in just a few strides. Yue Jitong, he called, but she ignored him. Without hesitation, he opened the coat and enveloped her in it, concealing her enviable figure from prying eyes. She raised her arms, attempting to shrug off the garment, but he swiftly pulled her into his embrace, crouching down to wrap one arm around her slender calf, lifting her as he briskly made his way behind a nearby rockery. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. He wanted to hide her away. No one was permitted to gaze upon her. He was nearly driven mad with jealousy. Put me down, Yue Jitong protested, her feet dangling as she pressed her hands against his shoulders, giving a slight push. Before them lay a path, with a lake behind, the jagged stones casting shadows that shielded them from the sun. The sea breeze wafted in, carrying with it a hint of moisture, while the grass beneath their feet glistened with persistent dewdrops. Mo Xilou, let me down, she insisted. He carried her behind the stones and gently set her down, extending his finger to press lightly against her glossy, pink lips, whispering, "Sure, don't make a sound." She promptly closed her mouth, silencing her protests, and pulled his hand away, turning her head to avoid his gaze, her delicate face rigid with displeasure. Seeing her vexed expression lifted Mo Xilou's spirits considerably. Indeed, sadness and anger do not vanish. They merely shift. His irritation had now been redirected toward her. A slight smile curved his lips as the frost upon his visage melted in the warmth of the sun, prompting him to jest. He lowered his head, grasping her chin to forcibly turn her face towards him. Yue Jitong, if I were to declare that the dress you wear underneath is unappealing, would you be inclined to remove it as well? She indignantly swatted his hand away and glared up at him, her already large eyes appearing even more pronounced. Today, she had delicately lined her eyes, the flick at the corners resembling a small hook, seemingly ensnaring his heart at first glance. Her eyelids adorned with shimmering eyeshadow accentuated her youthful charm. The shoulders of her dress, which she had intentionally adjusted upward, had obscured the off-the-shoulder design. Suddenly, Yue Jitong raised her hands and tugged down slightly at the shoulders on either side. Her fair and rounded shoulders suddenly captured his attention, adorned with a shimmering pendant that dangled from her delicate collarbone. The fabric of her attire was pulled taut, revealing the subtle contours of her cleavage. She tilted her head and stared at him, her long, silky black hair cascading down to her waist, swaying gently in the breeze, the tips dancing delicately. Locking her gaze onto his, she questioned each word. What about now? Do I look beautiful? Mo Xilou instinctively swallowed, his eyes fixated on her face, drawn to the corners of her eyes that flushed with anger and the shimmering gaze that bore into him. With great difficulty, he managed to utter, right now? I feel an overwhelming urge to kiss you. Not merely beautiful, she was utterly captivating. He was enraptured, ensnared by her allure. He unabashedly acknowledged his weakness, unable to resist her enticing charm, not even a little. With a firm grip around her waist, he lifted her effortlessly and leaned down to capture her lips in a fervent kiss, releasing her only when she was nearly breathless. She gasped for air, nestling against him, wrapping her arms around his neck, and looking up to ask, "Do I look good today?" He hesitated. Was this question truly of such significance? She seemed to care deeply. Noticing his silence, Yue Jitong pinched him playfully at the waist, threateningly asserting, "If you say I don't look good, you can forget about kissing me in the future." He chuckled softly, surrendering to her charm as he embraced her, burying his face in the crook of her shoulder. "You look stunning. So breathtaking that I wish to keep you hidden away, seen by no one but myself." She let out a soft hum, satisfied with his response, her previously tense expression softening. In truth, she deeply valued his opinion, for when she purchased this outfit, his praise and admiration were what she had yearned for. Gently nudging him, she teased, "What is with you today? You're acting strangely." Mo Xilou lifted his head, widening his eyes in feigned shock, then squinting slightly. He gritted his teeth. "Yue Jitong, what did you just say? You think I'm acting crazy? How audacious of her to suggest such a thing." Yue Jitong paused, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes blinking in realization. Oh no, how did her true thought slip out? Yet, it was indeed the truth. She lowered her hand, averted her gaze slightly, her conviction wavering. "Well, if you're not crazy, then why are you acting that way towards me?" Mo Xilou gritted his teeth, grasping her face gently, staring into her eyes. "Yue Jitong, repeat that I'm acting crazy." The final word was laced with an unmistakable threat. Yue Jitong shrank back, her neck retreating, her gaze faltering. She altered her approach, playfully inquiring, "Then why are you upset?" He released her, posing an unrelated question. "Why did you suddenly change your style today?" Huh? She looked up in confusion. Does changing styles require a reason? Seeing her innocent expression, Mo Xilou felt the urge to grind his teeth again. It shouldn't require justification, yet she chose today of all days to do so. "When did you buy this outfit?" "Before the holiday." "Then why didn't you wear it during the break?" Yue Jitong glanced at him. It was freezing in the capital. "Were you not concerned I would turn into an ice pop?" Mo Xilou was choked, seemingly perplexed. Why, of all days, did she choose to wear this today? Yue Jitong found it quite strange. Why could she not wear it today? Was it necessary to select an auspicious day for a change of attire? Suddenly, she became aware of a pressing concern. Why was Mo Xilou's focus so persistently on her clothing? Could it be that he was displeased with her choice of outfit? "Do you truly dislike how I am dressed?" she queried. "Had I known, I would have changed back immediately. What is there to be angry about? I won't wear it again, all right?" She tugged at his arm, playfully swaying it. "See, you expressed your discontent, and I shall remove it right away." Mo Xilou shut his eyes momentarily, inhaling deeply. Was his irritation truly due to the attire? Oh, upon reflection, it seemed that, to some extent, his annoyance indeed stemmed from her clothing. However, he could not articulate it clearly. "It has nothing to do with the clothes. But I genuinely do not wish for others to see you in this manner." "Then why are you angry?" she asked, her brow furrowing as she gazed at him. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, remaining silent for several moments before slowly responding, "Because of Chunyan." Chapter 67. He is on the brink of collapse. Yue Jitong was taken aback, gazing at his downcast eyes, bewildered as she inquired, "What is the matter with you?" Mo Xilou crossed his arms over his chest, leaning back against the large stone behind him. His lips parted slightly, uttering 5 words, "I do not like him." She blinked, a hint of confusion evident on her face. "Why not? What reason is there? He is not currency. Must everyone like him?" "But..." Yue Jitong hesitated for a moment, recalling certain scenes, and expressed her doubts. "Weren't you two on fairly good terms before?" Mo Xilou paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers. "When exactly were we on good terms?" In her eyes, did he and Chunyan truly share a harmonious relationship? Yue Jitong softly explained, "Every time you met, you would engage him in chess for quite a while. I saw you both sitting there, chatting and laughing. It seemed you were having a good time." Yue Jitong struggled to comprehend. "If you do not like him, why do you insist on playing chess with him?" Mo Xilou was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. That smile of his was evidently mocking, a sardonic expression. So, to others, he and Chunyan appeared to be quite close. He played chess with Chunyan because their skills were evenly matched, each winning occasionally, yet the final game was always claimed by Chunyan. Thus, he was left unsatisfied, for he possessed an intense desire for victory. When they next met, He was determined to reclaim the previous loss. He merely wished to win. Moreover, he sought to seize the opportunity to boast about his recent triumphs over the Chu family. Reflecting on those juvenile times of rivalry with Chu Nian, Mo Xilou's expression was rich with complexity. So much time had passed, and the subtle undercurrents of masculinity between him and Chu Nian were beyond her comprehension. In any case, I do not wish for you to associate with him. Mo Xilou pinched her cheek gently, his tone affectionate. Yue Jitong, will you listen? Is it so wrong to have a meal together? She said, slightly furrowing her brow, her expression conflicted. I said it is not allowed. Is it not permissible to invite you along as well? Not at all. Yue Jitong frowned and murmured, but he is a very good friend of mine. Throughout her life, only Chu Nian had treated her with such kindness. To her, he was more significant than family. Mo Xilou lowered his head, drawing closer to her face. The faint fragrance that enveloped them was uniquely hers. He fixated on her exceptionally beautiful eyes, the shadows of the artificial hill casting a veil around them, the towering boulder muffling his voice. Yue Jitong, which is more important, a friend or a boyfriend? The underlying question was clear. Is Chu Nian more important, or am I? Yue Jitong blinked and cleared her throat softly. Both are quite important. These individuals constituted a significant part of her life. Mo Xilou's fist clenched tightly, the urge to bite her resurfacing. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he finally broached the question he had been avoiding. Do you still like him? Who? They were clearly not on the same wavelength. Yue Jitong, you are quite adept at playing the fool, aren't you? Mo Xilou took a deep breath, grasped her waist, and drew her closer, raising an eyebrow gently. I ask you, do you still harbor feelings for Chu Nian? Yue Jitong did not respond immediately. Instead, she gazed up into his eyes. His heart sank. Silence. Did that imply lingering affection? Yue Jitong, you truly are something. You cannot even bring yourself to utter a lie to deceive me? In truth, her silence stemmed from her bewilderment at the peculiarity of his question, wondering why he asked such a thing. Mo Xilou, do you not know whom I favor? She had professed her affection for him countless times. How could he still pose such a question? It dawned on her that the day's unusual occurrences were due to his jealousy. Why was he so prone to jealousy? She and Chu Nian were merely friends, devoid of any ulterior motives. Why would he think otherwise? Could she not even maintain friendships? Mo Xilou, I simply wish to know if you still have feelings for him, he said, his eyes swirling with a storm of darkness, all fervor. At that moment, she remained oblivious to the gravity of the question, unaware that her forthcoming response would become the final straw for someone. I like him, she began. But before she could articulate the latter part of her thought, then why do I still want to be with you? He interrupted her, his face darkening as if it could drip with water. You truly cannot let him go. Can you, Yue Jitong? Then why do you toy with me? Is this amusing to you? His disappointment was palpable as he let his hands fall, his expression tinged with desolation, followed by anger. Yue Jitong, if you cannot offer me unadulterated affection, then do not provoke me. I am human. I too can feel pain. She opened her mouth. Yet the latter part of her sentence was lodged in her throat, rendering her momentarily voiceless. Yue Jitong, I cannot accept someone who straddles two boats. Nor can I tolerate your indecisiveness. With that, he turned in anger and walked away, his heart aching profoundly. Her words felt like daggers, etching wounds into his heart. She was momentarily taken aback. How had she been indecisive? Had he misunderstood her again? Mo Xilou walked away too swiftly. She hurried after him, the loose gravel beneath her feet causing her to nearly stumble. She called out to his retreating figure, "Wait for me." Her tone was laced with urgency. He did not pause, irritation brewing within him. After a few seconds, he felt a pang of self-reproach. Had he been too impulsive? Suppressing the pain in his chest, he began to rationalize. By the time Yue Jitong caught up with him, he had convinced himself. Perhaps she did indeed harbor feelings for him. Once, his wish had been for Yue Jitong to share a fragment of her affections for others with him. A mere morsel would suffice. Had she not already done so? Was he simply too greedy, desiring too much? Mo Xilou, she gasped for breath, catching up and grasping his hand. Do not leave. Let me finish. She had scarcely uttered half of her thought before he suddenly erupted in anger. He turned to face her, observing her flushed cheeks from her hurried breaths, and without warning, he pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. It matters not, Yue Jitong, as long as you also cherish me and are willing to remain by my side. That is enough. Yue Jitong was bewildered by his ever-changing demeanor. Had he suddenly ceased to be angry? Yet, how peculiar did that sound? Yue Jitong, do you harbor feelings for me? Mo Xilou inquired, enveloping her in his embrace, his breath warm against her ear. Of course, I do, she replied. Then that suffices. Nevertheless, Yue Jitong still found the situation unsettling, uncertain of the thoughts swirling in his mind. Yue Jitong, do you truly like me? Despite incessantly reassuring herself, a tinge of reluctance compelled her to pose the question once more. Indeed, I do. Can you substantiate that? How can I prove it? I am at a loss. Mo Xilou felt his mind spiral into confusion, his entire being teetering on the brink of madness. He was a man consumed by possessiveness, struggling to maintain control while teetering on the edge of collapse. Chapter 68. Only love you, Mo Xilou. I truly adore you. I cannot believe it. Yet, my feelings for you are genuine. I refuse to accept that. Yue Jitong inhaled deeply, exasperated, and questioned him aloud. What is it that you wish for me to do? I have already confessed my affection for you. Mo Xilou, with a hint of red in the corners of his eyes, ultimately unwilling to concede, raised his voice, albeit with a sense of grievance. But you also have affections for others. I do not love anyone else. My heart belongs solely to you. You have feelings for Chunyan. I do not care for him. You still harbor feelings for him. I do not. You are deceiving me. You must feel something. Yue Jitong felt her patience waning, perplexed by his refusal to believe her words. How could she possibly prove her sincerity? Mo Xilou, I do not love Chunyan, nor anyone else. My heart is entirely yours, and yours alone. Is that sufficient? She felt on the verge of breaking down, her voice nearly rising to a shout as she spoke. He paused, the tension in his forehead easing slightly as he focused intently on her eyes, seemingly weighing the truth of her declarations. Yue Jitong, could you repeat that? Repeat what? The statement you just made. Which one? She felt herself nearing the brink of madness from his relentless questioning. The second to last sentence. She rolled her eyes, desperately trying to recall her previous words. What was the second to last sentence? I only love you. She tentatively repeated. Yes, that one. Say it again. I only love you. Say it 10 more times. Yue Jitong. Mo Xilou, you are quite enough. She approached him, grasping his hand with a plea, hoping he would cease his teasing. He lowered his gaze to her. Yue Jitong, do you truly love only me? Meeting his skeptical gaze, she sighed, aware that he might still doubt her. With a hint of desperation, she remarked, Shall I simply lay my heart bare for you to see? He was momentarily taken aback, a sudden wave of anxiety washing over him, an inexplicable urge to weep, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, the strands of hair falling across his brow. His expression tinged with melancholy. In that moment, her heart ached for him. How deeply insecure must he be? She reached out, encircling his waist, resting her ear against his heart, and earnestly reiterated, Mo Xilou, I do not love Chunyan. I was interrupted before I could finish my declaration. I love you. And only you, truly and deeply. Please do not be angry, all right? Her voice was soft and gentle, like the early spring breeze, gradually dispelling the doubts within him, soothing all his restlessness. He embraced her in return, burying his face in the crook of her shoulder, his eyes slightly moist, his voice muffled. Yue Jitong, you are my entire world and love, and the essence of my life. Thus, I yearn for the same place in your heart. I acknowledge my greed, my selfishness, and my unreasonable demands, yet I desire nothing more than to possess all of your love and to be your one and only. My dear, I am sorry. She pressed against his warm chest, feeling the fervent rhythm of his heart. Her own heart began to resonate with his, as if a special connection had been established. In that moment, she realized everything else could be cast aside. No one else mattered. What she desired most was him. You are the most important person to me. No one else holds your significance. If you disapprove of my interactions with others, I shall refrain from engaging with them. I will heed your wishes, whatever they may be. Please do not be sad or upset, all right? Yue Jitong patiently comforted him, gently patting his back. The moment those words left her lips, his mood shifted remarkably. Mo Xilou truly responded to such tenderness. No one could resist the gentle coaxing of a girl they cherished, regardless of the truth behind her words. He was willing to embrace them as reality. He lifted his head, cradling her face in his hands, and softly pressed a kiss upon her smooth forehead. Are you no longer angry? Yue Jitong gazed up at him, her voice soft and melodic. He smiled, lightly brushing his fingers against the tip of her nose, saying, You have soothed me. She suddenly beamed, her eyes sparkling with joy, her tone sweetly playful. Mo Xilou, I only like you. He lowered his gaze, becoming lost in her shimmering eyes, as the fog clouding his heart seemed to dissipate in the light. And his heartstrings were gently plucked as he responded in a hushed tone, I understand. She wrapped her arms around his waist and reiterated, "I only like you." Then, reaching up, she playfully tugged at his ear, standing on her toes, repeating like a machine, "I only like you." He tilted his head in compliance, feeling a slight sting from her grasp, and inhaled sharply, hissing, "You just had me say it 10 times, and now I've finished." She released him, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. He rubbed his reddened ear, feigning seriousness, then said, "Now I demand you say it 100 times. All right, you lower your head, and I will whisper it to you." "No, I fear you might pull my ear off." "I wouldn't do that." She reached for his ear, but he evaded her by rising on his toes. "Yue Jitong, you are quite short." He teasingly provoked her. Yue Jitong gritted her teeth, insisting it was merely that he was too tall. She had grown 3 centimeters last semester, likely due to improved nutrition, now standing at 168 centimeters, or 172 centimeters with shoes. Yet she still couldn't reach him, needing to look up to kiss him, and sometimes, her neck ached after their kisses. "Mo Xilou, please don't stand on your toes. If you can manage it, why can't I?" She grasped one of his arms with both hands and pulled down with all her might, but to no avail. The disparity in strength was too great. Humph. In a moment of determination, she decided to leap onto him, her legs wrapping around his waist while her skirt slipped to her thighs, fortunately concealed by her long coat. Instinctively, he reached out to support her, fearful she might fall. "Got you," she exclaimed, finally managing to grasp his ear, her other arm encircling his neck. Looking down, she found him gazing up at her, his eyes swirling with a deep, dark vortex. This perspective is quite novel. This time, he has tilted his head back. Was this the sensation he experienced each time he looked down at her? She reached out to brush aside the stray strands of hair from his forehead, revealing his prominent brow bone. His lips were thin, and today, his kiss bore a faint hint of mint. The fragrance enveloping him was also that of pure mint, unadulterated and refreshing. Yue Jitong gazed intently at his lips, and in an instant, she comprehended why he would stare at her in silence for several seconds before suddenly leaning in to kiss her. She gently caressed his face with one hand and lowered herself to plant a fleeting kiss upon his lips. Just a brief touch, and she retreated immediately. He blinked, his Adam's apple bobbing, his voice low and husky, urging her to kiss him once more. Chapter 69. Bowing for her, lowering his pride, she shook her head, smiling lightly, playfully tugging at his ear, leaning in, and then pulling away with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "I simply want to kiss you. Just one more kiss," he pleaded, gazing at her with eyes filled with tenderness, reminiscent of a pristine, clear lake, yet tinged with a subtle yearning, a delicate intertwining of purity and desire, with a hint of crimson at the corners of his eyes. If he were to bow his head, she would lift hers, and at that moment, he would have already pressed his lips against hers. Yet now, with both hands cradling her, bearing her weight, she held the upper hand, and he found himself helplessly watching her in her audacity. Yue Jitong used both hands to pinch his face, stretching it sideways before releasing it, then grasping his chin with one hand, squinting as she inspected him from left to right. Mo Xilou was baffled by her antics. "Yue Jitong, what are you doing?" he asked, tilting his head as she turned him this way and that, allowing her to manipulate his face. He realized that holding his head back indeed caused his neck to ache. Perhaps next time, he should lower himself a bit more. He mused that in his lifetime, he would only ever bow for her alone. The love etched into his very bones compelled him to surrender his proud spine. Yet he would only relinquish his dignity for her. Beneath his calm exterior lay an unwavering and fervent love. "I'm just trying to understand how you usually feel. You often pinch my cheeks like this," she explained earnestly, releasing her grip to gently pat his head. "Are your arms tired? Do you want me to let you down? If you kiss me again, I'll put you down." "Then hold on tight," she replied, giving his head a playful pat, with a mischievous glint in her eye. She tousled his hair into a messy nest before covering her mouth and laughing heartily. "Yue Jitong." Mo Xilou narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of danger flashing within them. Her laughter was lively, her delicate collarbone swaying enticingly before him. Suddenly, he leaned in and bit down on the left side of her collarbone. The laughter ceased abruptly, a slight sting emanating from her collarbone, accompanied by a tingling sensation that coursed through her limbs, reaching the crown of her head. His bite rendered her scalp numb. "Stop biting me, it hurts." Yue Jitong trembled in his embrace. He released her, gazing with satisfaction at the mark he had left, a striking blush against her fair skin, undeniably conspicuous. Anyone with clear sight could not fail to notice it. Yue Jitong touched the spot where he had bitten her, wincing slightly, and pinched his arm. "Why did you suddenly bite me?" He set her down, first smoothing his own hair, then bending to tidy the creases of her clothing. His smile radiant as he admired the vivid red mark, feeling quite pleased. I left you a little reminder, so every time you look in the mirror, you will think of me. Let others see and remember that you have a boyfriend, especially that certain someone, Chu. Her phone vibrated in her pocket, prompting Yue Jitong to pull it out and glance at the screen. It was an alarm reminding her to attend class. Mo Xilou noticed her screen as well. Aren't you supposed to go to class? His eyes held a lingering reluctance, wishing to prolong their time together. Why did it feel as if they could never have enough time, never enough of each other? Yue Jitong also experienced such feelings. She turned off her alarm clock, suddenly reluctant to attend class, for the first time entertaining the thought of skipping. Classes truly felt exceedingly dull. She yearned for romance. She found herself able to empathize with the saying, "Since then, the emperor no longer holds court," realizing how beauty can be a beguiling distraction. It's no wonder that history is replete with emperors who were mesmerized by beauty, some even preferring a fair maiden over their kingdoms. Thankfully, she had not foolishly agreed to enter a relationship in high school. Otherwise, she might not have even made it to university. Lost in the throes of love and lacking the focus to study, consumed by thoughts of romance. Holding hands could become addictive, embraces could ensnare, and kisses could enthrall. She was exceptionally intelligent, capable of juggling both studies and love. There were those in her school who managed to maintain a relationship while excelling academically. Those were the individuals she envied. As for her, neither particularly bright nor dull. She had to pour all her efforts into her studies just to keep pace with others. Yue Jitong grasped his hand, blinking playfully. I don't want to go. What should I do? Mo Xilou looked at her in astonishment. Are you the type to skip class? No, she shook her head, then immediately nodded. But skipping once in a while wouldn't hurt. She had already gone through these courses, and some were indeed quite superficial, merely theoretical with little practical application, rendering attendance almost meaningless. The teachers seemed to be merely going through the motions, sometimes unaware of what they were even lecturing about. She couldn't fathom why seemingly useless courses were mandated, as if merely to accumulate credits. They were superficial, offering no real assistance. Moreover, some courses were taught by ill-suited instructors. For example, the teacher for the career planning course had never actually been employed, and the instructor for the mental health course suffered from mild depression. At times, attending class felt like a waste of time. Yet skipping felt like squandering the 3 arduous years spent in high school, working so hard to gain admission to university. Mo Xilou tightened his grip on her hand, pulling her close, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Yue Jitong, if you don't want to go to class, what do you wish to do? She hesitated for a moment, her gaze lingering on his excessively handsome face adorned with a playful smile, before whispering, I want to be with you. Mo Xilou, I have something to tell you. Upon seeing her suddenly serious expression, his heart quickened. What is it? Could you please not hold so tightly? She raised their entwined hands to show him, murmuring her complaint. It hurts too much. The pain was indeed unbearable, and she could no longer endure it. He was taken aback, releasing her hand, and was astonished to see the imprints of his fingers on her skin. Did I really grip that hard? How had he not noticed? Yes, Yue Jitong nodded. You almost crushed my bones. Admittedly, there was a hint of exaggeration in her words. I'll be more careful next time. He gently held her hand, examining it closely, and tenderly pinched each of her delicate fingers, marveling inwardly at the exquisite softness. As if they were devoid of bone. The ring he had gifted her adorned her left index finger, the ruby gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. He carefully clasped her hand within his palm, gauging the pressure. Was it adequate? Indeed, it was. What other styles of rings do you fancy? I shall gift you another next time. Mo Xilou contemplated, believing that such beautiful hands would complement any ring splendidly. I desire a pink diamond, one that sparkles exceptionally bright. Very well, he readily agreed, committing her wish to memory. Are you truly skipping class? What do you think? Mo Xilou pondered for a moment, and an ingenious idea suddenly illuminated her mind. How about I accompany you to class? Chapter 70. Accompanying her to class. Will you accompany me? She asked, gazing at him in astonishment. Aren't you going to find it boring? Not at all. How could it be dull when I am beside you? It's settled then. Let us attend class together. Which classroom are you in? He took her hand and led her outside. Within 5 minutes, they exited the picturesque lakeside area, where the number of students on the main road gradually increased. The afternoon sun filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. A large group of students approached from the dormitory direction, chattering excitedly as they hurried towards various lecture halls, each pursuing different subjects. The shaded main thoroughfare brimmed with the exuberance of youth and unrestrained laughter. In a few years, they would once again depart from this very spot, venturing into the diverse corners of society, donning various professional attires, shedding the essence of youth, and transforming into mature adults. Occasionally, amidst the hectic rhythm of life, reminiscent thoughts would surface of cycling with a backpack, filled with youthful ambition, during their campus days. The azure sky, the crystalline lake, the throngs of students on the shaded pathways, and the neatly lined shared bicycles beneath the teaching buildings, all would become increasingly vivid as they melded with cherished memories. Time would inevitably blur these images, and the trials of life would temper their youthful audacity. The sharp edges would eventually be smoothed, and the clamor of youth would forever remain rooted in this land. Suddenly, her phone chimed. It was a message from Zhang Yanyan. "Tong, I'm heading to the classroom now. Do you want me to save you a seat?" Yue Jitong glanced at her companion, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "No need, Yanyan. Today, I prefer to sit at the back." "What's the matter? Why the sudden desire to sit at the back?" "He's accompanying me to class today," Zhang Yanyan responded. "Ah, prioritizing romance over friendship, are we?" Yue Jitong bit her lip, feeling a twinge of embarrassment and guilt. They often attended classes together, and now that her friend had a boyfriend, it felt unkind to abandon her. Would Yanyan be upset? She lowered her gaze to her phone, pondering how to salvage the situation. Another message from Zhang Yanyan arrived. "In that case, could you ask your boyfriend to sign me in? I'll take care of it. Thank you." Accompanied by a flying kiss emoji, Yue Jitong replied, "Okay, don't worry." She turned off her phone, exhaling in relief as the weight on her heart lifted. They arrived quite early, and Yue Jitong pulled him to sit in the second-to-last row against the wall, right next to the aisle. In a large lecture of 50 students, the teacher would only take attendance and had no knowledge of the individuals present, allowing many to pay for others to mark their attendance. There was no fear of being discovered, for the teacher wouldn't scrutinize whether the attendees were indeed the ones registered. Nor would they care whether each student was earnest in their studies. In university life, one is solely responsible for oneself. No longer would there be someone to admonish you to study diligently, nor would anyone lament wasting precious time. A bird released from its cage enjoys its long-sought freedom. Yet freedom bears its own price. Present joys are easily blinding, while squandered time will only demand payment in the years to come. Mo Xilou sat in the aisle seat, with Yue Jitong beside him. The table was quite lengthy, capable of accommodating 8 individuals in a single row. The two of them occupied the corner seats, separated from Yue Jitong by 2 vacant spots, with 4 boys seated nearby. She cast a sidelong glance and noticed that all 4 were from her class. This lesson was a merger of 2 classes. The boy closest to Yue Jitong wore glasses and had a very earnest appearance. He was somewhat reluctant to occupy this position, but there were few options available behind him. None of the 4 boys wished to sit at the innermost position, and amidst their gentle nudging, the shortest among them was ultimately pushed into that spot. The bespectacled boy felt a tinge of heartbreak, sincerely disliking the idea of sitting next to a couple, as he did not want to be subjected to their public display of affection. It was evident that the others felt the same. A group of single men. They found it difficult to bear witnessing others flaunting their love. A mix of envy and jealousy pricked at their hearts, igniting a desire to enter a relationship immediately. Yet, they all shared a common curiosity. They wondered what it would be like to date a frosty beauty like Yue Jitong. Would it be unbearably awkward to interact with someone so reticent? She possessed an ethereal quality, akin to a solitary lotus flower standing gracefully in the center of a lake, so pure that one could only admire from a distance without daring to intrude. Today, she appeared exceptionally radiant, her attire impeccable, and coupled with her stunning looks, she effortlessly attracted the glances of those nearby. Fleeting gazes lingered on her flowing hair, cascading down her back. Since the class had not yet commenced, the 4 boys sat beside her, engrossed in their smartphones, engaging in light-hearted banter in their dormitory group chat. Who said only girls enjoyed gossip? The boys were equally intrigued. Unbeknownst to Yue Jitong, she remained oblivious to their chatter, retracting her gaze and showing little interest in them. Despite being in the same class, even in the second semester of their sophomore year, and with only about 30 students, she could hardly recall their names. For those who failed to pique her interest, she deemed it a waste of time and energy to remember such inconsequential details. As the 4 boys typed on their phones, they occasionally stole glances at Yue Jitong. One particularly bold boy turned his head and looked directly at her. However, he quickly averted his gaze. This action caught the attention of Mo Xilou, seated furthest from her, who wore a stern expression and suddenly appeared displeased, casting a warning glance towards the boy. The boy immediately withdrew his gaze, deterred from looking again. Yet his fingers flew across the screen as he continued typing. A. Yue Jitong's boyfriend looks rather intimidating. B. That guy is a wealthy heir from Jing City. Just think about it. A. TSK. It seems that beautiful girls ultimately gravitate towards the wealthy. B. If I were rich, I would gladly spend on her too. A. But honestly, what kind of woman could the heir not attract? Can her personality really charm someone? D. I doubt it. I wonder if the heir considers men. I can be quite charming myself, and I don't think I look too shabby. A, B, C. Please be quiet. C. I believe she must be different in private than what we observe. A, B, D. What do you mean? I just noticed a red mark on her collarbone. You all can ponder over that. I envy her boyfriend immensely. He must be incredibly happy. Haha. I wish to be the boyfriend of her boyfriend. You truly are out of your mind. Oh my. They are secretly holding hands under the table. I can't take it anymore. I need to change my seat. Who will swap with me? I refuse to endure this heartache. How about I switch with you? I wonder if the young master will even notice me. You really are out of your mind. Oh my. He has his hand on her waist now. You have it tough sitting next to them. I wish I had gone. You should just be quiet, aside from the fact that the young master dines so well. He wouldn't even glance at you in his wildest dreams. The four of them were engaged in a lively chat. Mo Xilou felt as if a man was watching him. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination. He wrapped his slender waist and gently pinched it, causing her to lift her gaze and shyly glare at him, lowering her voice to admonish him not to act recklessly. Chapter 71. I desire to devour you. He withdrew his hand, leaning in to chuckle softly in her ear, his delicate lips brushing against her rounded earlobe. In a hushed tone, he murmured, My dear, what fragrance are you wearing? It's simply enchanting. She slightly turned her head, casting him a glare, her fair complexion tinged with a delicate blush, and her earlobe, which he had grazed, flushed as if it were about to bleed. I don't believe it, she retorted. He embraced her, burying his face in the crook of her shoulder to inhale deeply. Come on, tell me, what scent is it? I truly don't use anything. I'm not like you, who douses yourself in perfume every day. She glanced around nervously, relieved to find no one paying them any heed. However, unbeknownst to her, a few nearby were secretly observing. Ah, so it's your natural scent then. It's genuinely delightful, he continued, tightening his grip around her waist, unabashedly whispering teasing words in her ear. My dear, I long to devour you. You are insufferable, you rascal, she exclaimed, nearing her limit, and lightly pushed him away. A low, amused chuckle escaped his throat as he ruffled her hair. All right, I won't tease you anymore. If I continue, you will surely ripen. Just as he finished speaking, he leaned close to her ear again and asked, Why is your face so warm? She lifted her eyelids to meet his playful gaze and triumphant smile, pinching him lightly at the waist. Keep your distance. I'm too hot. Her soft hands grasped his waist without any strength, merely tickling him. He captured her hand in his, enclosing it in his palm, and remarked, Your hands are so soft. She bit her lip, her face, which had just begun to cool down, flushed anew. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but found herself unable to. Let go of me. All right, he replied, yet held her tighter. Do you know, every time I see you bite your lip, I want to take a bite too. At once. She ceased biting her lip, her eyes darting around, feeling immensely guilty. Stop saying such nonsense. He raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips, and in a hushed, coaxing tone, said, Yue Jitong, would you dare to kiss me here? Her body stiffened in shock, and she immediately rejected him, her beautiful eyes pleading. No, please don't. There are so many people, they're all my classmates. I must retain some dignity. Anxiously, she scanned the surroundings, fearing he might lean in at any moment. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Mo Xilou chuckled softly, Don't worry. I'm just joking. She sighed in relief, but the next moment, a warm, soft kiss landed on her cheek, a gentle peck. Her eyes widened, her heart racing, and her face turned a deep crimson. He had kissed her. She turned her head to find him grinning triumphantly, like a mischievous little thief. Yue Jitong anxiously glanced at the podium, stealing glances around to see if anyone had noticed. Her heart raced with apprehension. She feared the repercussions of such an indiscretion. No, she resolutely decided not to bring him to class again in the future. Baby, you smell divine, he teased. Mo Xilou, that's enough. I haven't had my fill yet. Do you believe I could strangle you? Then put some strength into it. All right? In the face of his provocations, unable to argue or overpower him, Yue Jitong chose silence. Sitting 2 seats away from her was a boy, his expression calm as he sent messages in the dormitory group chat. See, Ah, my brothers, I can't take it anymore. I'm overwhelmed with dog food. Who can understand my feelings? Who? No. I need to fall in love. I need a girlfriend. D. Hee hee. Does my brother want to take a glance at me? C. Shut up. I genuinely want a girlfriend. Hey, buddy, you're suffering. There's still 30 minutes until class ends. Just hang in there. C. Hee hee. With 30 minutes left, I've decided to study. After sending the message, he genuinely began to pay attention to the lecture. Once his focus shifted to the podium, he truly ceased to care about anyone else. When class concluded, Yue Jitong let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the class that had made her heart race had come to an end. She had never felt such exhilaration during a lecture, her heart rate soaring dramatically. Class was over. Where does the darling wish to go? He took her hand and headed outside. Perhaps they could dine out and return to the library to study later? Sounds good. As they approached the school gate, they unexpectedly encountered Rue, who had just entered. Yue Jitong glanced at her, while Mo Xilou seemed oblivious to her presence. His gaze firmly fixed on his charming girlfriend, unwilling to divert his attention for even a moment. The tenderness in his eyes pierced Rue's heart, leaving her momentarily stunned, her complexion paling. Just as they were about to pass each other, she suddenly stepped in front of them, mustering her courage to gaze directly at Mo Xilou. I have a question for you. Can we speak privately? Startled by the interruption, Mo Xilou furrowed his brow, casting an annoyed glance at the girl blocking his path. What is it? Rue glanced at Yue Jitong, her eyes shimmering with tears. Can we talk alone? As Mo Xilou was about to refuse, Yue Jitong tugged at his sleeve with a smile. I'll wait for you at the entrance. With that, she walked ahead to a spot where she could see them but not hear their conversation. Mo Xilou watched her retreating figure, lowering his gaze, somewhat displeased. Was she truly that magnanimous? How could she not feel even a twinge of jealousy? Was it that she didn't care enough? He frowned in irritation and turned to Rue. You can speak now. Mo Xilou, can you tell me where I fell short? What does Yue Jitong possess that I lack? Why can't you? Just like me a little. Her voice trembled, her eyes reddened. Fists clenched so tightly that a few nails dug into her palms, drawing blood, yet she felt no pain. No matter how much her hands hurt, it could not compare to the ache in her heart, because she truly liked Mo Xilou. She desperately yearned for his tenderness and attention. Mo Xilou looked at the girl before him, on the verge of tears, recalling the countless love letters she had sent him. Her persistence rivaled his own from the past. Many girls pursued him, yet most were like Lin Yueqing, fleetingly enamored, quickly giving up upon realizing there was no hope and turning their affections elsewhere. There truly exists no one as tenacious as Xilou, who has pursued him for over a year with unwavering determination. Perhaps reminded of his youthful infatuation that remained unfulfilled, the obstinate and persistent part of him, Mo Xilou relaxed his brow, intending to engage her in earnest conversation. She is indeed beautiful. Xilou was taken aback. Could it be that this was the sole reason for his affection towards Yue Jitong? Was it truly so superficial? Yet, aside from her lack of beauty that pales in comparison to hers, I excel in every other aspect, she thought, somewhat indignant. Mo Xilou gazed at her with a serious expression, yet he simply adored her visage. Chapter 72. You are my Rue. It was unexpected that Mo Xilou was such a shallow person. Yet, she could not resign herself to this revelation. Did she not possess any flaws? While she was indeed beautiful, beyond her looks, there was little else of note. Furthermore, time would inevitably take its toll on her. She could not possibly maintain her appearance forever. Mo Xilou furrowed his brow. She was imperfect, but that was inconsequential. I do not seek perfection in a person. As long as she is Yue Jitong, that is sufficient. Rue. This was the first time he uttered her name, his expression grave. I love Yue Jitong to the point of madness. I would give my life for her. I could never love anyone else in this lifetime. Please do not squander your time with me. You are wonderful and should seek a boy who is willing to love you. Do you understand? She stood still, gazing at him, rendered speechless for a long while, her heart shaken. It became evident to her just how profound his feelings for Yue Jitong were, a depth she could hardly fathom. Suddenly, a sense of relief washed over her. Rue blinked away the tears at the corners of her eyes and gently smiled. I understand now. Thank you, Mo Xilou. Farewell. She turned and walked away. The sun descended at an angle, marking the grand beginning of an unrequited love, concluding quietly beneath the mundane glow of the setting sun. Rue had no regrets. She had been brave and had exerted her utmost effort, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Fortunately, it was not too disheartening. This chapter was meant to close. Mo Xilou raised his gaze towards the figure standing at the school gate. She stood beneath the vibrant sky, smiling warmly at him. Why did she not feel a twinge of jealousy? He furrowed his brows and silently approached her. Are you finished? She casually inquired, linking her arm with his. Mo Xilou nodded, pausing for 2 seconds before he could not help but ask. Don't you have anything you wish to inquire about? Yue Jitong blinked and looked up at him. What should I ask? Don't you want to know what we just discussed? So what did you both talk about? Upon seeing her indifferent expression, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. In truth, it was nothing significant. Oh, she did not press for further details. Nor did she seem inclined to do so. Mo Xilou felt a lump in his throat. She truly was not a bit jealous. Not at all concerned about his interactions with other girls, and showed no desire to pry into his affairs. What is the matter? Yue Jitong observed his sudden silence. Nothing much. He forced a smile, dispelling the flicker of discontent within him, and wrapped his arm around her waist, guiding her forward. His car was parked a short distance from the school, and they arrived at a nearby shopping mall in 20 minutes. Yue Jitong did not enjoy spicy food, so they bypassed the Sichuan restaurant and all other eateries featuring hot dishes, ultimately settling on a northern-style Chinese restaurant. As the dishes arrived, they sat side by side on a plush sofa chair, their backs cushioned by soft pillows. Yue Jitong served him a bowl of soup. But just as Mo Xilou took a sip, his phone rang. He picked it up and opened it. It was a video call from Mo Xilou. He answered the call and propped the phone beside the glass containing their drinks. As he sipped his soup, he watched a video. Mo Xilou excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, Mom is pregnant." The shock nearly made Mo Xilou spit out his soup, and he struggled to swallow, rubbing his ears in disbelief. "What did you say?" Mo Xilou, satisfied with his astonishment, repeated, "I said Mom is pregnant. We are about to have a little brother." Mo Xilou turned to share a glance with Yue Jitong, both faces reflecting astonishment. How did this news about their mother's pregnancy come about? Mo Xilou chattered on. "Mom said we already have Xiaoxi, Xiaobei, and Xiaonan, and now we're getting a little Dong. She plans to name him Dongfeng. What do you think of that name? Dongfeng. Mo Dongfeng. If the unborn child knew that was his name, would he even want to come out?" Mo Xilou managed a forced smile, chuckling awkwardly. "I think it's still quite early for little Dong to be born. You should tell Mom that we can take our time with the name. Let us consider a few more options. What if it's a girl? Dongfeng doesn't sound quite right for that." "Hey, brother, you make a valid point. I also think it's not very appealing." The siblings continued their conversation, engaging in light banter. Yue Jitong, however, kept her gaze lowered, eating quietly as she processed her own astonishment. The unexpected arrival of this little sibling truly caught her off guard. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that her mother-in-law, Lu Jieyue, was only 40 this year, a slightly older mother, but many women of this age still have children. Some families, upon reaching midlife, might whimsically decide to have another child to relive the experience. Suddenly, Mo Xilou spotted a delicate, fair hand in the video. "Brother, who are you having dinner with? Who's beside you? Is it my sister-in-law? Turn the camera around. Let me see." Mo Xilou looked at Yue Jitong, who nodded in agreement, allowing him to shift the camera. "Wow, sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. You look even more stunning than in the photos. My brother is truly fortunate. I envy him. I want to get close to my gorgeous sister-in-law." Mo Xilou's tone was exaggerated, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yue Jitong smiled gently. "You are adorable as well. I really like you, little sister." Mo Xilou, just like in their past life, lavished praise on her, making Yue Jitong blush with embarrassment. In her previous life in the Mo family, she and Mo Xilou shared an exceptionally close bond. Mo Xilou's innocent charm radiated from within. Unlike the forced cuteness exhibited by others, she possessed a natural, naive purity. "Brother, don't forget to share my sister-in-law's WeChat with me later. By the way, when are you coming back? Make sure to bring her next time. We should all go out together. I want to get close to my beautiful sister-in-law." Mo Xilou coldly rejected her, saying, "Mo Xilou, you talk too much. I'll share her WeChat with you later. But as for getting close, only I can do that with my sister-in-law." "Brother, why are you so stingy? Such a miser." "Humph, I'm done talking to you. Goodbye, beautiful sister-in-law. Don't forget to add me on WeChat." Yue Jitong smiled at her, responding, "All right, see you, sister." As the screen darkened, Mo Xilou felt a profound sense of tranquility envelop him. Yue Jitong nudged his arm, urging, "Push my sister's WeChat to me. What's the rush? Let's finish our meal first." He replied, "Just do it now." "No." He set down his chopsticks, pulling her into his embrace, whispering in her ear, "Why do I get the impression that you two are the ones in a mutual pursuit?" Yue Jitong playfully punched his chest with her fist. Why are you jealous of everyone, even my sister? Have you turned into a jar of vinegar? He pinched her cheek and chuckled softly. You are correct. I am indeed jealous of anyone who gets close to you. With that, he planted a kiss on her cheek, adding, no one is allowed to get too close. You belong to me. Chapter 73. The unyielding southern wall. Mo Xilou, even consumed by jealousy, could not help but feel a pang of envy as he watched his sister, Mo Xilou, growing closer to his wife, Yue Jitong. In his previous life, he had never dared to touch Yue Jitong, yet his sister could hold her hand affectionately, lean on her shoulder while engrossed in her phone, and they often indulged in movies and shopping together. Each sight of their camaraderie ignited intense jealousy within him. Whom was this wife truly meant for? Every time he witnessed his wife feeding grapes to his sister, he found himself secretly cursing the fruit, wishing it to be sour enough to cause a toothache. Indeed, such childishness was unbecoming of him. Yue Jitong, however, remained blissfully unaware of the depths of his jealousy. She simply enjoyed Mo Xilou's company, finding her delightful. Regrettably, after Mo Xilou's marriage, their outings had dwindled, and the once innocent girl had weathered the trials of time. As he observed her lost in thought, Mo Xilou playfully pinched her waist, breaking her reverie. What are you thinking? Nothing much. Feed me a piece of orange, he requested, eager to experience the sweetness of being hand-fed by his beloved. Yue Jitong glanced at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and delicately held out a piece of orange to him. Here you go. He did not open his mouth. Instead, he gazed at her intently. Why aren't you eating? She asked, puzzled. I prefer not to use chopsticks. Should I just grab it with my hand then? That seems a bit improper. Perhaps I should wash my hands first? Mo Xilou chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing with mischief as he smiled. He traced his finger along her soft lips, his voice dropping to a sultry whisper. No need for hands. I want you to feed me with your mouth. Her eyes widened in surprise, blinking in a charmingly dazed manner. Having spent a day with him, her cheeks flushed with a crimson hue. His request seemed increasingly outrageous, disregarding the presence of others around them. To her astonishment, she did not instinctively reject him. Instead, she found herself glancing around, assessing the bustling environment and the number of patrons nearby. They were nestled within a cozy alcove surrounded by a long sofa, adjacent to a walkway. In an open space where patrons occupied sofas in front and behind them, oblivious to one another, only faint murmurs of conversation could be heard. Stop looking. No one is watching, he assured her, gently pressing his hand on her curious head, tousling her hair. He grasped her chin, directing her gaze back to him, his eyes sparkling under the bright overhead light as he leaned closer, whispering, Hurry up, my dear. My dear? How many endearing names could he conjure? Each one sent her heart racing. Overwhelmed by his sweet words, she felt dizzy, her mind swirling. She absent-mindedly picked up a piece of apple, gently biting into it, and lifted her head to offer it to him, completely forgetting his earlier request for orange. Clutching his sweatshirt collar, she drew nearer, her eyes fixated on the apple slice before him. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, instinctively leaning down to take a bite. He had thought she would refuse, but to his surprise, she actually complied. The apple was small, and he easily took a bite, chewing twice before swallowing it whole. He then pressed her against the backrest and kissed her fervently. His kisses were fierce, causing her to stifle a soft whimper, quickly swallowing her sound in fear of being overheard by the neighboring patrons. They were so close. What if a waiter happened to pass by? Anxiety surged, heart racing. After 2 minutes of kissing, the shame within her began to dominate, prompting her to push him away, murmuring that it was enough. He chuckled softly, releasing her, his fingers brushing lightly against her glistening lips before pinching her chin and tugging gently, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yue Jitong, can't you toughen up a bit? Why do you blush so easily? Your cheeks are burning. Even your lips are hot enough to scorch me. She swatted his hand away, glaring at him with annoyance, muttering, Who could have skin as thick as yours? TSK, if my skin weren't tougher. How could I keep running into your impenetrable wall for so long? He leaned back against the chair, relaxing his posture, teasing her in a casual tone. Who told you to keep crashing into it? You could always choose to take a different route. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze at their knees pressed together, softly murmuring. Her voice was barely above a whisper, but the dining atmosphere around them was so quiet that each word reached his ears with clarity. Mo Xilou lifted his eyelids, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes, his brows arching slightly as he uttered the most cowardly words with the harshest tone. If I were to crash into it and end up bloodied, would you feel a twinge of sympathy for me? She glanced at him, then averted her gaze, her thoughts drifting as she gently poked her leg with her fingertip. Why didn't you just take a different path? Why did you have to pass through this wall? She had always been perplexed by what exactly Mo Xilou found appealing about her. He lacked security. Did that mean she did too? In this relationship, she was not the only one grappling with uncertainties. She even feared to contemplate what her life would be like if his love were to vanish one day. It would feel like a death sentence. In truth, she loved him more than he realized. She had continually shattered her own limitations, plunging into the depths alongside him. Countless times, she had lost herself in his tenderness, only to feel panic upon regaining her senses. Who could guarantee that their heart would remain unchanged forever? The deeper the descent, the more one cares, the more love there is, the greater the fear of loss. Yue Jitong was an exceedingly sensitive person, often wondering if his persistent stubbornness stemmed from never having received love before. Now that he possessed her affection, how long could his novelty last? She obeyed him and strove to fulfill all his desires, but over time, would he find it uninteresting? Would he think everything was too easy, lacking challenge and thrill? Would he tire of her in a few years? He was someone who thrived on challenge and excitement. When she grew old, if a more beautiful woman appeared, would he remain loyal? This question is beyond her verification, for she has yet to experience the passage of time. The 30-year-old version of herself bears little distinction from the 20-year-old. Perhaps it is due to her childless state that she retains the visage of a youthful maiden, with time leaving only faint traces upon her. If one were to inquire when she loves Mo Xilou the most, her response would undoubtedly be now. Her dependency on him has reached its zenith, as she is willing to forsake everything to accompany him in experiencing the bittersweet nature of love. She is even prepared to relinquish the pride and dignity she once held dear, disregarding the opinions and judgments of others, to revel in carefree mischief alongside him. Chapter 74. To love first is to yield first. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she boldly and unabashedly devoted herself solely to him, engaging in actions she once deemed unthinkable. She surrendered her heart entirely to him. Her world, her very existence, could no longer fathom a life without him. If one day he were to suddenly decide to release his love, to retract this affection, she could scarcely imagine the depths of despair and devastation that would engulf her. Yet, Mo Xilou remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. The words she spoke, interpreted through his ears, took on an entirely different meaning as he harbored his own thoughts. It is a rarity for one person to fully comprehend the sentiments conveyed by another's words. No one possesses the insight of a parasitic worm within another's mind. Nor can one provide an exhaustive interpretation for a casual remark. Furrowing his brow, Mo Xilou grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. She lifted her head, yet her eyelashes remained cast down, unwilling to lock eyes with him, evoking a sense of evasion. The atmosphere grew inexplicably somber. Yue Jitong, do you presume upon my affections for you, thinking you can say anything without consequence? Why must you insist on colliding with my resistance instead of taking a different path? Does this imply that I am somehow indecent, that I am wholly dependent on you? Indeed, he was somewhat at her mercy, bound to her. However, Mo Xilou could not suppress his irritation, realizing what it meant to be favored and yet feel vulnerable. Was he truly so easily manipulated? Please, stop gripping my chin, she protested, swatting his hand away and turning her head once more. The pressure was quite painful. Did he not realize his own strength? It felt as if he intended to crush her. Yue Jitong felt a twinge of displeasure. In truth, she disliked his tendency to pinch her face, compelling her to face him, always exuding a dominance that left no room for refusal. It seemed he held all the power, while she was left to endure. This sentiment was far from pleasant. Could they not love each other as equals? She fixated on the table, her fingers clenched tightly, remaining silent. Humph, he scoffed, a smile creeping onto his lips, half amused by his own frustration. Resting his elbow on the table, he supported his face with his hand, observing her taut features, seemingly cloaked in frost. Struggling to suppress the urge to reach out, he spoke softly, not even a pinch allowed. What is this? Are you upset? No. She averted her face, refusing to meet his gaze. Those in love often experience emotions akin to a whirlwind, swift and perplexing. One moment, they may be inseparable, and the next, a single miscommunicated word can ignite discord. Yue Jitong, turn around, he commanded, his tone heavy with authority, which kindled her rebellious spirit. She defiantly turned her face away, presenting him only the back of her head. Mo Xilou gritted his teeth, unable to resist the impulse to pull her into his embrace. Holding her tightly, he could not tolerate her turning her back on him, dismissing his presence. Very well, Yue Jitong, you were the one to utter those hurtful words. Yet somehow, you were the one sulking first? Ultimately, it fell upon him to soothe her. Forget it. After all, she is his precious darling. Why wouldn't he indulge her? Lowering his head, isn't a great sacrifice. Yue Jitong cast her eyes down, remained silent for a moment, then nestled in his embrace and slowly spoke. Did you not say you wanted me to be a bit rebellious? Well, I suppose I am being rebellious now. Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback, struck by a sensation akin to having lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot, leaving him both amused and exasperated. So, all her rebellious spirit was directed towards him, was it? Yue Jitong, you only know how to bully me. She wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her face against his chest, fully aware that he cherished her and willingly allowed her to tease him. Didn't he? He let out a light hum. Am I in your debt? It seems I have fallen for you. The one who loves first always loses. From the very beginning, he was destined to be the one who did not triumph. Indeed, he never won even once. Their meal dragged on for what felt like an eternity, most of which was spent in idle conversation rather than actually eating. It wasn't until the two tables beside them had cleared out that they finally ambled towards the exit. The night was cool as water, with stars twinkling overhead. Are we still going to the library? Mo Xilou asked, holding her hand as they walked through the school. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 9 o'clock, quite late indeed. Not anymore. The library is about to close. I should just head back to my dorm and study. Otherwise, I'd have to return before I even get there. Mo Xilou nodded. Then I'll escort you back. Yue Jitong looked up at him with a smile. Why don't you let me see you off? He regarded her, confusion flickering in his eyes amidst the dark of night. Do you remember the time I asked you to take me back to my dorm? He seemed to have forgotten. But Yue Jitong remembered. Mo Xilou paused. Her reminder jogged his memory. That time had been intentional, meant to put her in a difficult position. Yet it hadn't phased her much and ended up costing him instead. He gently pinched her nose. Your memory is quite remarkable. Do you still want me to take you? Yue Jitong deliberately inquired. If I say yes, will you take me? No. Then why ask? I just wanted to know. Yue Jitong, you are such a little rascal. And you are a big scoundrel. Hey. He could no longer contain himself, halting and turning to face her. Gripping her chin with one hand, his tone dangerously teasing. Where am I a scoundrel? Look at you. Pinching me again, forgetting your own words so quickly. Threatening me at the slightest turn. Aren't you a scoundrel? As she spoke, he pinched her lips, causing her words to lose clarity. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, fixating on her lips, his expression darkening. Suddenly, he released her and leaned down to whisper in her ear. Do you still wish to return tonight? A bird abruptly flapped its wings and flew from the branches, chirping as it melded with the night. Startled, she gasped and took a step back, trying to evade the predatory gaze of the man before her. Just 100 more meters ahead lay the dormitory. Yue Jitong's eyes sparkled mischievously. Before he could react, she dashed forward, sprinting toward the dormitory with all her might. Of course, I'm going back to sleep. Beneath the tranquil night sky. She left him with but a single phrase. Mo Xilou chuckled softly, deciding to grant her 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Yue Jitong, quicken your pace, for I shall commence my pursuit. After shouting towards her retreating figure, he immediately set off in chase, his long legs showcasing their advantage in that moment. With only 10 meters remaining before the dormitory, she had cast a glance over her shoulder, convinced that he remained several meters behind, and resolutely believed Mo Xilou could not catch up. Unbeknownst to her, those few meters were deliberately maintained by him. Just as she was about to reach the door, a sudden grip seized her collar, yanking her backward. A triumphant yet mischievous voice resonated from behind. Got you. My little darling. Chapter 75. A tender embrace. Yue Jitong felt her collar tugged, causing her to stumble backward and fall into his embrace. He wrapped his arms around her from behind and leaned down to whisper softly in her ear, I've caught you. What shall we do now? Turning to face him within his arms, Yue Jitong cast him a sorrowful glance, her hands raised in a pleading gesture before her chest. Looking at him with a pitiful expression, as if to say, I promise to be good, please let me go. He chuckled delightfully, reaching out to stroke her head, his tone gentle as he replied, Very well, I shall let you go. But first, a kiss, and then you may return. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly covered her lips with her hands, shaking her head vigorously. Why must we kiss again? We've already done it 180 times today. If you kiss me again, my lips might swell. Moreover, she had no faith in his claim that it would be just one kiss. Not even a single kiss. He teased, tightening his grip around her waist, deliberately provoking her. Then perhaps you should not enter. Resigned, she released her hands, rose onto her toes, and intended to steal a quick kiss before making her escape. However, as her lips barely brushed against his, he firmly pressed his hand against the back of her head, preventing her from retreating. The familiar scent and routine enveloped her once more, and inwardly, Yue Jitong cursed him. She had anticipated this. She knew that this kiss would not conclude in less than 10 minutes. For those 10 minutes, they remained at the bustling entrance of the dormitory, where she felt tears welling up inside. Resolutely, she shut her eyes, choosing not to behold her surroundings, convincing herself that no one could witness her. How does one thicken their skin? It seemed she had gradually discovered the first secret, self-deception, pretending that all around her were mere cabbages. When he finally released her, having savored the kiss to his satisfaction, he gazed at her luscious, slightly swollen lips with contentment. You may return to rest now. Yue Jitong felt a tingling sensation on her lips, casting him a playful glare before lowering her head and hastily dashing past the entrance. Too shy to meet the eyes of passing pedestrians. Upon reaching the staircase, she could still hear his cheerful laughter, and when she glanced back, he remained at the doorway, watching her. Standing on the stairs, she waved goodbye and turned to ascend. Only after her figure had vanished did he leisurely make his way back. Yue Jitong lingered at her dormitory door for a minute, waiting for the flush on her cheeks to fade, for the emotions in her eyes to dissipate, and for her gaze to return to its usual calm and cool demeanor before stepping inside. Shui Man was engrossed in a drama, occasionally responding to a few messages. Zhang Yanyan, unusually, was not glued to her gaming screen but appeared to be scrolling through videos. Su Qinghe was on the phone, her brow furrowed and her expression distinctly displeased. Was it already time to break up after just a week? She let out a cold laugh and answered nonchalantly, "All right. I'll transfer the breakup fee to you shortly." Uncertain of what the other party had said, she frowned again, a flash of resentment flickering in her eyes before she quickly averted her gaze. "Only 30,000? Don't be ungrateful. You know my temperament." After hanging up the phone, she felt a touch of irritation brewing within her. Why was it that every man who pursued her spoke such sweet words, making solemn promises that they would accept her no matter her temperament? Yet, invariably, after 6 months at most, or merely a week at least, they all claimed to be overwhelmed. Ah, how hypocritical indeed. It seems that next time, I should seek someone with a melodious voice, a robust physique capable of enduring a few blows. The current companion is far too fragile. After just 2 strikes, he could no longer withstand it. Everyone is aware of her penchant for changing partners, though she harbors no desire to do so. It is invariably her partner who initiates the breakup. People perceive her as a heartbreaker, and she has grown weary of providing explanations. To her, men serve but one purpose, target practice. With her head bowed, her expression somewhat somber, an aura of intimidation emanates from her being. This is how Yue Jitong perceives her. Su Qinghe was so engrossed in her own thoughts that she did not even notice her entrance. "Sister He?" Yue Jitong tentatively approached, whispering her name. There was something peculiar about Su Qinghe today. Upon hearing the voice, Su Qinghe emerged from her reverie, hastily retracting the menacing aura she had just exuded and suppressing the hostility in her gaze. She wished to keep her vulnerabilities hidden and maintain her esteemed image in the eyes of her roommates. "Tong Tong is back," Su Qinghe greeted her calmly, retrieving a facial mask from her drawer to commence her daily skincare routine, allowing the mask's coolness to soothe her. Seeing Su Qinghe as she usually appeared, Yue Jitong began to doubt her earlier impression. Upon entering, she had genuinely found Sister He quite fearsome. Shui Man also greeted her. "Tong Tong, you're back. This is for you." Zhao Zhen bought it as a token of gratitude. Shui Man pressed pause on her show, picked up a small orange bag from the table, and handed it to Yue Jitong. "Gratitude for me." She accepted it, still somewhat puzzled. Upon opening it, she discovered a mechanical mouse, unfamiliar with the brand. She felt its texture, which seemed rather pleasant. "Thank you for bringing us together," Shui Man added. Zhao Zhen had already confided in her. Shui Man harbored no particular feelings about it, and did not view Yue Jitong's involvement in her romantic affairs as intrusive. Her mind rarely dwelled on overly complex matters. As long as the present was enjoyable and the outcome favorable, that sufficed. Moreover, lacking strong opinions herself, she found it delightful when someone could assist her in making a perfect, pleasurable decision that ultimately led to happiness. Yue Jitong accepted the gift. Indeed, Zhao Zhen should be grateful to her, otherwise, he would merely end up scavenging. While becoming a scavenger might label him a king of the discarded, it could not erase the sorrowful hues of his life. Furthermore, a mouse is not a particularly extravagant gift, and accepting it bore little psychological burden. It was something she could indeed utilize. It must be said that Zhao Zhen possessed a knack for gift-giving, truly adept at striking a chord with the heart. Zhang Yanyan glanced at her listlessly. "Tong, why aren't you gaming?" What prompted you to rise from your bed today? Yue Jitong hung her clothes in the wardrobe, changing into her pajamas. I don't feel like gaming today. She rested her chin on her intertwined hands atop the desk. The video on her phone had looped several times, and her gaze had long since vacated. Feeling down? After changing into her sleepwear, Yue Jitong took a hair tie from Xue Man's makeup box and loosely coiled her long hair twice before securing it. Xue Man, while engrossed in her drama, answered Zheng Yanyan. She might have experienced a breakup. Yue Jitong widened her eyes, abruptly turning to the disheartened Zheng Yanyan. When did you enter a romantic relationship? How come I was unaware? Zheng Yanyan lazily lifted her eyelids and replied, Stop with the nonsense. I have not experienced a breakup, nor have I embarked on a romance. Xue Man interjected, What you had was akin to a relationship, an online romance. Zheng Yanyan straightened her back and stretched languidly. During the holiday, Yangzhou confessed his feelings for me, but I turned him down. I told him that my only love is gaming. He must have been saddened by the rejection, as he decided to sever our connection, no longer logging in or playing games. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to this. It seems that gaming is no longer as enjoyable. Yue Jitong took Xue Man's makeup remover and, while cleansing her face, inquired, So, do you actually have feelings for Yangzhou? Chapter 76. Doubts about identity, I don't know. Zheng Yanyan said, her fingers running anxiously through her hair. How could I possibly like men when I only enjoy gaming? Xue Man shook her head and chose to remain silent, returning her focus to the drama. After a moment, Zheng Yanyan sat back down. Forget it. You all needn't concern yourselves with me. Perhaps I just need a little time to detox. I should be fine in a few days. Su Qing had tossed her a can of carbonated drink, still chilled. Want to drink something to calm down? I am perfectly calm, exceedingly calm, more than calm, Zheng Yanyan mumbled, her fingers teasingly tugging at the pull tab. With a sharp hiss, the cold beverage burst forth. She tilted her head back and took a sip while her other hand mechanically swiped at her phone screen. Finally cycling to the next video after what felt like countless repetitions. A spirited melody erupted, and the host's voice rang out, Now, for the final spot in our group formation, let us congratulate the first-place winner of this sweet sister selection, Yunji. The screen displayed a profile shot of Yunji, arms crossed, clad in matching girl group attire. Zheng Yanyan sputtered, sweet soda spraying forth and leaving brown stains on the table. Yue Jitong, Su Qinghe, and Xue Man all turned to her in unison. Zheng Yanyan, still in shock, did not immediately wipe the table, but instead gazed incredulously at Yue Jitong. Then back at the screen, and again at Yue Jitong. This whole exchange transpired in merely 3 seconds. The three of them looked perplexed, simultaneously asking, What's wrong? Zheng Yanyan pointed at the screen, her voice charged with excitement. Jitong, when did you participate in a talent show? Yue Jitong furrowed her brows, perplexed as she approached to take a closer look, with Xue Man and Su Qinghe leaning in as well. Zheng Yanyan's phone displayed a large photo, a profile shot that bore an uncanny resemblance to Yue Jitong. Xue Man was taken aback. This. Su Qinghe quickly connected the dots, her mind racing with possibilities. Jitong, you don't happen to have a twin sister, do you? Yue Jitong stared in astonishment at the image on the screen. This Yunji, though her full face was unknown, certainly resembled her in profile. For a fleeting moment, she almost believed that she had indeed participated in that program. Fortunately, Yunji soon made her way from the audience to the stage. Yue Jitong and the others finally saw her full face. Zheng Yanyan sighed in relief. Thankfully, her full face looks different, however. She does bear a striking resemblance to you, except for the eyes, which are somewhat distinct. Xue Man nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is a likeness. But Jitong's eyes are more beautiful. Jitong's eyes were round and large, whereas Yunji's were more elongated and not as expansive, slightly smaller in proportion. Nevertheless, Yunji was attractive, as evidenced by her winning first place. Her slightly elongated eyes gave her a fierce appearance, yet her smooth facial contours cleverly mitigated this fierceness, presenting an overall impression of gentleness blended with charisma. The juxtaposition was neither contradictory nor incongruous, as the harmonious fusion of these two qualities created a captivating allure. Yue Jitong furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on the radiant star standing under the spotlight on the screen, an odd sensation stirring within her. This individual, save for a few distinctions in the eyes, bore an uncanny resemblance to her. The facial structure and nose were nearly identical. How could there be someone so similar to her? Was it merely a coincidence? Or, the words of Su Qinghe echoed in her mind. For the first time, Yue Jitong began to question her identity as the daughter of Baiyu. Until now, She had never doubted this fact, as Bai had accurately recounted the details of her abandonment, including the location and the colors of the wrappings she bore, all aligning with the information from the director, her mother. Moreover, there were physical similarities between her and Bai. For instance, her chin and nose seemed to be sculpted from the same mold. Yet, Bai had drooping eyes, with the outer corners slanting downwards, while hers angled upwards, her brow ridge slightly higher. Yue Jitong had always believed her eyes might have been inherited from her unknown father. She had even fantasized about the appearance of her biological father, envisioning a strikingly handsome man with such captivating eyes. Throughout the years, she had never doubted her status as Bai's daughter, assuming that Bai's dislike for her stemmed from her father's influence. However, now, as she stood frozen in place, silence enveloping her for a minute, her doubts burgeoned exponentially, and an unsettling thought crept into her mind, refusing to dissipate. If she were not Bai's daughter at all, it would explain everything. But if she were not Bai's daughter, then who was she? Why had Bai abandoned her? She pressed her temples, her mind swirling in confusion. To validate her suspicions, she would need a strand of Bai's hair or some other personal item for testing. Yet, she had severed ties with the Yue family. What reason could she offer to return? Furthermore, Bai was still in the capital, and she could not return there anytime soon. Yue Jitong took a moment to calm herself. There was no immediate rush. In fact, she did not even require a test, for an answer had already taken root in her heart, a gut feeling. She leaned towards the belief that she was not Bai's biological daughter. Yet everything felt too coincidental. They bore a resemblance, and, by chance, she could match with Yulan's bone marrow. Did she truly have no connection to Bai? She was convinced that Bai would not reveal the truth to her. She had always sensed that Bai was concealing something. What kind of secret could warrant such elaborate deception? She could not inquire about this matter with Bai, as it would yield no answers and might alert her to the fact that Jitong was already privy to the truth. For the time being, she pushed this matter aside. She retrieved her phone once more, entering the name Yunji into the search bar. Information on Yunji was scarce online prior to this year. There was no trace of her, and her details were well protected. This talent show marked her first public appearance. The identity information was vague, listing only an age and numerous beautiful photographs. At 21, she was the same age as Yue Jitong. What a coincidence! Jitong lowered her gaze, scrolling through Yunji's photos. And the more she looked, the more familiar the face seemed, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Will there be a connection between Yunji and her? It remains a mystery. She can only gaze at others through the screen of her phone. Moreover, Yunji may not even be her real name, as artists often adopt stage names. The enigma within her heart swells ever larger. Rather than attempting to untangle it, she decides to set it aside for now. She climbs onto her bed and picks up the book required for her class at 8 in the morning, engaging in a pre-study session. She resolves to study for an hour to calm her mind. After a while, her emotions gradually settle. Remembering that she has an appointment with someone from Zifan Technology Company tomorrow afternoon, she opens her computer and refines her game development proposal. Before retiring for the night, she carves out a moment to increase the progress of the scarf from 10% to 11%. This is a birthday gift she intends to present to him, with several months remaining, and she hopes to complete it before his special day. Chapter 77. An unbearable discomfort upon returning to the dormitory. Mo Xilou found that everyone was already present. Fang Mingzhi was engrossed in his studies, Gu Yunxi was busy typing on his phone, and Chu Nian was absorbed in a book, creating a rather tranquil atmosphere. As he entered, a few of them greeted him, and even Chu Nian, who was unaware of the events that had transpired, smiled and acknowledged him. He offered a brief response before immersing himself in his own tasks. Seated at his desk, Chu Nian maintained a perfectly straight posture, his features strikingly handsome and his gaze intensely focused. Mo Xilou's eyes inadvertently drifted over him, lingering for a couple of seconds. Despite his best efforts to suppress it, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in his mind. A smile can bloom like flowers. In his presence, it materialized vividly. He was akin to a dazzling firework, making a grand entrance, bursting forth brilliantly, and leaving behind a lingering resonance of awe and bittersweet longing. Yet, I am merely a spectator, lost among the throngs, cautiously peering in. This was a line she had penned at the tender age of 16, during her first year of high school. Apart from Chu Nian, there was no other significant him in her life. Mo Xilou felt a peculiar affliction, as though he harbored a penchant for self-inflicted pain. He was acutely aware that recalling such memories would bring discomfort, yet he found himself compelled to do so. Why could he not simply disregard them? After all these years, did it truly matter whom she favored during her youthful days? A voice within reassured him that it did not. What mattered was that she cherished him now. Who among us is devoid of a past? She had moved on. What was it that he could not let go? Yet another voice countered, insisting that it was indeed significant, and that his concern was futile. The fluttering of youth. Her tenderness, the unreachable yearning, and profound affection had all once been directed towards another. These conflicting voices clashed within his mind, prompting him to furrow his brow in frustration. Feeling as though he were burdening himself with unnecessary anguish, he suddenly found himself resenting his remarkable memory, as the very things he ought to forget remained vividly etched in his mind. In a fit of resolve, he stood abruptly and turned his gaze toward the individual who was diligently writing. For the first time, he initiated a conversation with Chunyan. Chunyan, do you have someone you like? His curiosity piqued. He was eager to know why Chunyan had come to this place and whether, during their youthful days, he had harbored feelings for Yue Jitong. The abruptness of his question shattered the dormitory's tranquility, causing everyone to pause and look up at him. The unexpected inquiry left Chunyan slightly taken aback. He remained silent for 3 seconds before smiling and shaking his head. My marriage is to be arranged by my family. It seemed as though he had answered, yet his response felt evasive. Mo Xilou frowned. He had clearly inquired whether Chunyan had someone he liked, yet it appeared he was sidestepping the question. Was he feigning ignorance? Undeterred, he pressed once more, what about you? Do you not have your own thoughts? The smile on Chunyan's face faded almost imperceptibly. With his gaze lowered, he spoke with a hint of resignation. I cannot entertain my own thoughts. His marriage was not his decision to make. Indeed, he had no authority over other matters either. Whoever the Chu family arranged for him was simply who it would be. From a young age, he was acutely aware of his lack of choices, which led him to meticulously suppress his emotions, refraining from making empty promises to any girl, sparing them from unfulfilled expectations. He was a child adopted by the Chu family, raised under their benevolent care. When he was 4, on the eve of the Lunar New Year, a devastating earthquake struck, and his family shielded him with their bodies. They all perished, leaving him alone, a survivor who often wished he hadn't survived at all. Zhou Shuqin's husband, having suffered injuries, had lost the ability to conceive. It was during this time that Zhou Shuqin came to adopt him, bringing him into the Chu household. He was grateful for their nurturing, rarely defying their wishes. However, he felt no affection for anyone, for he believed he could not love. To develop feelings for anyone would only invite trouble. He would love whoever became his wife. It was the simplest arrangement, beneficial for all involved. As Mo Xilou wore a serious expression, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. He suddenly felt compelled to inquire, have you ever liked Yue Jitong? The moment the words left his lips, the already quiet dormitory grew even more peculiar. Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi exchanged furtive glances. Why did this conversation increasingly feel askew? The air was thick with tension, as if an imminent clash was about to erupt. Both instinctively held their breath, wide-eyed and scanning their surroundings. Chunyan fell silent for a moment, the atmosphere becoming palpably tense. No one could fathom what thoughts occupied his mind during this silence. After a prolonged pause, the stalemate was finally shattered. It seemed he had come to a conclusion. Chunyan's face regained its customary gentle smile as he simply replied, no, a succinct denial. Mo Xilou scrutinized his eyes, attempting to discern the truth behind his words. Chunyan met his gaze without flinching. Have you misunderstood something? Tong Tong and I are merely good friends. Although my mother once held her in high regard as a potential daughter-in-law, we must respect her wishes. She has chosen you now, so there will be no further development between us. We shall remain just friends as before. Mo Xilou furrowed his brow and challenged him. Your lengthy explanation indicates you still care for her. Do you truly not have any feelings for her? I sense your concern for her. Are you not here for Yue Jitong? Chunyan paused, seemingly contemplating how to counter this assertion. I am here to distance myself from home, to gain a semblance of freedom. I care for her because she is my good friend. Just a good friend? He spoke with such conviction. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, his emotions becoming somewhat complicated, harboring a hint of disbelief. Yet, if Chunyan's words were true, then his feelings for Yue Jitong were non-existent. What did that mean for the years of unspoken affection he had harbored? To have secretly admired someone for so long only to discover that she viewed him as merely a friend, following her family's arrangements without ever firmly choosing him. This realization unsettled Mo Xilou. Why should it be this way? He felt a surge of frustration. If Chunyan had confessed to liking her, he would undoubtedly have felt displeased. If they held mutual feelings, what would that make him? Merely a jester caught in between. However, in reality, Chunyin expressed his discontent, feeling unhappy not only for her but also for himself. He lamented that he had not received the tender, innocent affection of her youth, while Chunyin had it in abundance, yet discarded it with indifference, never having cherished her at all. Mo Xilou's tendency to overthink struck again, and his mind spiraled into a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts that he could not contain. Damn, it was truly unbearable. No matter the circumstances, discomfort lingered. Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi dared not utter a word, quietly observing the myriad expressions that danced across his face. Ultimately, it was Gu Yunqi who could no longer withstand the peculiar atmosphere and, unable to restrain himself, initiated a change of topic. So, how about going out for karaoke this Friday night? Chapter 78. Forgetting as unimportant as Gu Yunqi spoke, Fang Mingzhi immediately chimed in. Sure, I've seen the campus group announcement. There will be a campus singer competition next month. Let's go to KTV and practice. Noticing the silence from the other two, Gu Yunqi awkwardly chuckled. Aha. Yes. Fang Mingzhi then invited the two men, who were still staring at each other blankly. Lao Mo, Lao Chu, why not join us? More people make for a livelier atmosphere. Chunyin turned to him, nodded, and smiled as if the previous tension had vanished. Sure, let's go. I don't have much to do this Friday night. With his agreement, he grabbed his belongings to wash up, seeking a brief respite from the recent tension. The air had been thick with animosity, and he had distinctly sensed Mo Xilou's hostility, likely due to Yue Jitong. No wonder their first meeting had felt so peculiar. Was it his identity that bothered Mo Xilou? As Chunyin washed his face, he pondered over this. He was indeed puzzled during this encounter. He noticed a significant change in Yue Jitong's demeanor. This typically introverted and reserved person could not stop gushing about her boyfriend, her eyes sparkling with admiration. While dining, before Mo Xilou arrived, Yue Jitong had been extolling her boyfriend's virtues, mentioning him in practically every sentence. He could sense her joy in her words, and upon seeing Mo Xilou enter, she seemed hesitant to continue, swiftly changing the subject. However, Mo Xilou left a rather ambiguous impression on him, difficult to assess. Chunyin had labeled Mo Xilou as petty. Regardless of his internal musings, he maintained a composed exterior, opting to observe quietly. He wished to protect her from any potential harm. Upon finishing his grooming, Chunyin stepped out to find Gu Yunqi conversing with Mo Xilou. Lao Mo, you should come too. It would be best to bring Yue Jitong along with her roommate. Mo Xilou, perched on the edge of the bed, glanced at him. Your emphasis is clearly on the last three words. Can't you just invite her directly? Do you have to beat around the bush? Doesn't that tire you out? If I could invite her directly, would I need to be so roundabout? Gu Yunqi replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. She completely ignores me. Fang Mingzhi interjected. Watching you two navigate this romance is truly exasperating. The trials of their relationship were nearly unbearable for him, and he felt he deserved compensation for his emotional distress. The aggressiveness of love-struck individuals was exceptionally intense, and both were stubborn to the point of clinging to the same tree for dear life. Couldn't they switch to another? Gu Yunqi shook his head mysteriously. Lao Fang, you wouldn't understand. Fang Mingzhi retorted, I truly do not comprehend the thought processes of you love-struck individuals. Nor do I wish to. Gu Yunqi replied, you will understand when the day comes that you experience it. Fang Mingzhi nearly leaped up. Can you not curse me like that? I swear I will find someone who adores me immensely. If any woman pursues me with the fervor you two exhibit, I will agree immediately. If I hesitate for even a second, I'll be a dog. With the experiences of these two as cautionary tales, he vowed never to suffer the pangs of love. Gu Yunqi scoffed. Haha, very well. I await that day. Old Mo, will you help me once more? Gu Yunqi implored, gazing at Mo Xilou with earnest eyes. Fine, he replied reluctantly, retrieving his phone to send a message to Yue Jitong. After sending it, he turned to Gu Yunqi, cautioning that success was not guaranteed. Truly, you are my good brother, Gu Yunqi affirmed, convinced that Su Qinghe would indeed show up. He had long since noticed that Su Qinghe cared for her roommates. On the other end, upon receiving the message, Yue Jitong promptly extended an invitation in the dormitory. Zheng Yinyan immediately accepted, feeling discontented and in need of an outlet. Shuiman mentioned plans to go out with Zhao Zhan and opted out. Su Qinghe agreed to join. After replying to Mo Xilou, she retired for the night. At 3 o'clock the next afternoon, Yue Jitong arrived punctually at the designated location for Zayfan Technology Company, a tea house called Greenwater Mountain. Pushing open the door to the private room, she found two individuals inside, one standing and the other seated, the latter presumably being the proprietor. Prior to her arrival, she had researched Zhe Fan Technology Company, discovering that it was a newly established firm with an investment of $2 million. Uncertain of its reliability, she harbored doubts. Taking a seat, she greeted the man opposite her, who was clad in a suit, and introduced herself. The gentleman reciprocated, saying, "You may call me Lin Xizhe." She nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Xizhe wore a tailored gray suit and sported a trendy new hairstyle, appearing significantly younger. The luxury watch peeking from his wrist hinted at wealth, and even his cufflinks were tastefully selected, embodying understated opulence. Before setting out, his secretary had complimented him on his handsome appearance that day. A charming, affluent, and devoted CEO who had once rescued her, he was confident in winning over Yue Jitong. Lin Xizhe's gaze shifted to the modestly dressed girl before him, and he could not help but frown slightly at her blue sweatshirt and denim jeans. Although her face was pleasing, her fashion sense left much to be desired. Who had taught her to dress in such a manner? Accustomed to the flamboyant attire of office secretaries, he found her outfit somewhat jarring. Unaware of his thoughts, Yue Jitong cut straight to the chase, initiating the discussion at hand. Lin Xizhe pulled his wandering thoughts back, adjusting his smile, and inquired, "Haven't we met somewhere before?" This was his subtle reminder of their previous encounter at the bar. However, Yue Jitong's reaction was not as he had anticipated. He expected her to exhibit surprise, realization, or delight, but she remained expressionless throughout. Upon hearing his words, she merely lifted her eyelids slightly, her tone unremarkably flat as she replied, "Have we?" Lin Xizhe's smile faltered as he contemplated providing her with a hint. "The bar," he mentioned. Her indifferent and bewildered eyes met his. "The bar? What about it?" Lin Xizhe's smile twitched. Dropping pretense, he laid it bare. "At the bar, you were harassed, and I assisted you." "Oh," she nodded, her tone still remarkably flat, as though acknowledging a distant memory. "Thank you." She had long forgotten the incident and had no recollection of the man before her. Nevertheless, these details seemed inconsequential. Lin Xizhe widened his eyes and furrowed his brow, inexplicably sensing that the situation was not unfolding as anticipated. Beside him, Assistant Liu stifled a laugh, relishing the sight of his boss's misfortune. After all, the boss had meticulously orchestrated this elaborate plan, deliberately crafting a heroic entrance, only to discover that the young lady had not even remembered his appearance. He had even taken the trouble to establish a gaming company solely for her sake. After spending an inordinate amount of time on his appearance today, he found that she had scarcely acknowledged him at all. It was akin to throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person. The young girl opposite him seemed to harbor no interest in her boss whatsoever. Chapter 79. Two workaholics. Yue Jitong maintained a serious demeanor, engaging in business discussions with utmost formality and without a hint of frivolity. Observing her, Lin Xizhe set aside his other thoughts and began to converse with her. Initially, he held little expectation for any fruitful outcome, as the company was merely a playful venture intended primarily for attracting women. However, with each of her insights, his interest grew, and he suddenly envisioned a potential for entering the gaming industry. Yue Jitong's ideas were remarkably progressive. Her plans for the game were meticulously crafted, and she possessed advanced technical skills that were uniquely hers. Ultimately, Lin Xizhe agreed to allow her to invest her expertise as a partner, appointing her as the chief planner for the game titled Prosperity. She was also granted the authority to recruit suitable candidates to collaborate on the game's development, thereby bestowing upon her considerable autonomy. The two engaged in discussions regarding specific details for nearly 2 hours before finalizing a contract. Once the formalities were concluded, Lin Xizhe's perception of her underwent a profound transformation. Initially, he had regarded her as merely a pretty young woman, but now he recognized Yue Jitong as an individual of unique character, possessing both innovative ideas and remarkable talent. He found himself somewhat inclined to pursue her romantically. As the evening grew late, he politely extended an invitation. "Might you grace me with your company for dinner?" His tone reflected a newfound respect compared to their initial meeting. Recalling her possessive boyfriend back home, Yue Jitong politely declined, saying, "I'm sorry, but my boyfriend is waiting for me. Perhaps another time." Her response was intended to convey the message that she was not available. Lin Xizhe discerned her implication. He was well aware of her relationship, having covertly encroached upon Mo Xilou's territory. If it were not for the fact that it was not his territory to invade, he would not have pursued it at all. Accepting her refusal with a smile, he did not press further, concluding their collaboration on a positive note. Yue Jitong opted not to have him accompany her, and took a taxi back to the university. The following day, Lin Xizha arrived at the office and inquired of a secretary, "Linda, do you think my charm has diminished recently?" Linda adjusted her expression to display a sincere smile and responded earnestly, "Not at all. You have always been irresistibly charming. You are, indeed, the most captivating man in this building, or rather, in this city." Pleased, Lin Xizha nodded in approval and continued on, pointing to another secretary, "Lisa, what do you think?" Lisa, upon being addressed, immediately brightened, her eyes wide with surprise, and exclaimed dramatically, "Oh my goodness, whose dashing president is this? Oh, it turns out he is mine. How could there exist such a remarkably handsome and charming man in this world?" Lin Xizha chuckled with satisfaction, taking a few more steps forward before clearing his throat. "Grace." As soon as he called her name, Grace responded promptly and with utmost seriousness, her tone genuine and unwavering. "You are the most charismatic president I have ever encountered. There is no one in the world as handsome as you, strikingly so." Lin Xizha nodded, his hands tucked into his pockets, his stride particularly buoyant. As he approached the last secretary, he was about to speak when he suddenly paused, a look of curiosity crossing his face. "Who is she?" Assistant Liu felt somewhat speechless. Behind him, a reminder echoed. "This is your relative, the secretary you personally designated last week." He responded with a simple "oh," pointing at the young lady. Unwilling to overlook anyone. "What do you think?" The young woman, adorned with glasses, her thick lenses concealing a gaze of bewilderment, was diligently focused on her work. Oblivious to his inquiry, what could she possibly say? Observing her dazed expression, Lin Xizha snapped his fingers beside her ear. "What is your name?" "Zhou Xiaoxiao." "Too mundane. What about your English name?" "I don't have one," she replied, shaking her head awkwardly. Lin Xizha sighed, noting her lack of awareness. "Linda. Bestow her an English name and enlighten her about our corporate culture." "Understood, my endlessly charming president," Linda promptly responded. On cue, Lin Xizha cast her an appreciative glance before swaggering away. The three secretaries, in perfect synchrony, rolled their eyes collectively and turned toward Assistant Liu. Quietly, Assistant Liu gestured, pointing to their boss, then to his own head. Suddenly, Lin Xizha turned back. In an instant, Assistant Liu switched his expression to one of reverence, standing tall with a trademark artificial smile. The three secretaries mirrored his demeanor with bright smiles. Lin Xizha then turned once more and entered his office. Linda rummaged through her desk and tossed a book in front of Zhou Xiaoxiao. "This is the unique culture of our company. Make sure to study it well." Zhou Xiaoxiao, perplexed, picked up the book, the cover emblazoned with 100 ways to flatter your boss. Clutching the book, despite her confusion about this so-called culture, she earnestly began her study. Recently, Mo Xilou had been quite occupied. Yue Jitong had not seen him for several days, but she had a fair idea of his endeavors. He had invested in several industries in Xia City, and outside of his classes, he was likely preoccupied with those matters. Aside from her studies, she too was engrossed in game development, and they had not crossed paths for several days. Yue Jitong typed away at her code with a sense of numbness. And for a fleeting moment, she was reminded of their past lives, where they seemed to embody the essence of workaholics. Frustrated in their relationship, they had channeled all their energies into their careers, with their days consumed by overtime and relentless tasks. The occasions they met at home were few and far between. She maintained an early schedule, while he left early and returned late, often inebriated. If he had not returned by 9, it was certain he was engaged in social obligations, only to arrive home in the wee hours of the morning. Yet, no matter how late it was, he would always return home. He would never stay out overnight. How did she know? Because she would wait for his arrival, only feeling ready for sleep after hearing the sounds of him in the kitchen, preparing a sweet soup to sober up. As Yue Jitong continued to code, she felt her finger joints ache, prompting her to stand and stretch for a moment. Each night before bed, she now dedicated half an hour to knitting a scarf. With her growing proficiency, her speed increased. The gray wool scarf was 1/5 complete. At first glance, it appeared promising, but upon closer inspection, the stitches were uneven, clearly the work of a novice. She felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. So she opened her phone and quietly placed an order for a substantial amount of red, purple, black, blue, and white yarn. On Friday evening, a group of friends planned to go karaoke, a rare opportunity to unwind after a busy week. They joyously sang their hearts out. Gu Yunqi reserved a spacious private room that could accommodate 20 people, although only 7 attended. For from their dormitory joined 3 from Yue Jitong's dorm. Shui Man and Zhao Zhun, the young couple, had opted for a romantic outing of their own. Gu Yunqi ordered an array of fruits, beverages, cocktails, fruit wines, liquor, beer, and a plethora of snacks beloved by girls. Su Qinghe seized the microphone, eager to take the lead in singing. Chapter 80. She must be a sorceress. Gu Yunqi sat in the closest seat, gazing up at her, while Fang Mingzhi occupied the adjacent spot. Mo Xilou and Yue Jitong were seated across from them. Zheng Yanyan, perceptive as ever, chose not to approach them and instead nestled beside Fang Mingzhi, with whom she shared a camaraderie from their previous outing to the haunted house, thus rendering them capable of engaging in conversation. Chunyan glanced at the two sitting alone on the opposite side, Yue Jitong and Mo Xilou, then lowered his gaze and took a seat next to Gu Yunqi. Mo Xilou watched him pass by, memories of the denials from that day in the dormitory echoing in his mind. He promptly turned to the person beside him, only to discover that she had just withdrawn her gaze as well. Discontent welled within him. She was indeed watching Chunyan. Yue Jitong lowered her eyelids and opened her phone, intending to search for a song to sing. When Chunyan had looked her way moments earlier and their eyes met, she had contemplated greeting him. Yet, recalling Mo Xilou's previous jealousy over Chunyan and his insistence on her not mingling with him, she quelled the urge to speak. At times, she found Mo Xilou's possessiveness unreasonable. Nevertheless, she chose to comply, unwilling to provoke his jealousy and distress. Little did she anticipate the extent of his irrationality. Merely casting a glance at Chunyan was enough to incite his jealousy. Occasionally, Mo Xilou pondered his own unreasonable nature, yet he resisted the urge to be rational. Why should he be? He reveled in his possessiveness. What of it? He wrapped his arm around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. A gesture both affectionate and intimate. What are you watching? He inquired. She lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the screen, and casually replied, searching for a song. What do you wish to sing? Let us sing this English song, she suggested, pointing with her delicate, pale fingers at a string of letters. It's been almost a week since we last met. Don't you miss me? He tightened his embrace, pulling her closer, his face brushing against hers. Enveloped by his warmth and intimacy, she felt her cheeks flush, her voice barely above a whisper. Of course I miss you. What song do you want to hear? I'll sing it for you. He could not resist stealing a kiss on her cheek, his tone indulgent. Let me think. Across from them, the group observed the pair nestled together, their intimacy rendering them shy to look. Gu Yunqi, however, remained oblivious, his focus entirely on Su Qinghe, who was currently singing into the microphone. It would have been preferable if Fang Mingzhi were not seated beside him. Bored, Fang Mingzhi incessantly whispered in Gu Yunqi's ear. Interpreting the lyrics Su Qinghe sang, the song she had chosen was I Want You to See Through Me, Not Kill Me. She sang, I want you to yearn for me, to accompany me in my descent. Fang Mingzhi leaned closer, murmuring, she wants you to join her in her downfall. She continued, do not think to bind me with emotional shackles. Fang Mingzhi remarked, to her, emotions are merely chains. I doubt you stand a chance. So perhaps it's best to let it go. She sang, I want your willing and foolish loyalty. Fang Mingzhi quipped, she desires you to be foolish, yet willingly so. Gu Yunqi tilted his head to the side and shot him a glare, expressing his annoyance. You are so bothersome. He then stood up and switched seats with Chunyan, wishing to evade the incessant chatter of a certain someone. Fang Mingzhi chuckled, inquiring across Chunyan, just tell me, does my commentary hold any merit? Gu Yunqi shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, get lost. Zhang Yanyan, seated nearby, laughed while snacking on fruit. You might as well stop teasing him. Gu Yunqi took his leave, and Fang Mingzhi casually draped an arm over Chunyan's shoulder, offering him a glass of liquor. Old Chu, care for a drink? Sure. Chunyan replied, lowering his gaze as he accepted the glass from Fang Mingzhi, not bothering to inspect its contents before downing it in one gulp. The liquor burned his throat, causing him to cough a couple of times as he frowned and asked, is this Baijiu? Fang Mingzhi gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, brother. It seems your tolerance is commendable. Chunyan remained silent, his demeanor somewhat somber today. After a few moments, he suddenly reached for another glass on the table and drank it in one go. Under the ever-changing, vibrant lights of the KTV, he sat in a dimly lit corner, his head bowed in contemplation. When he finally lifted his gaze, the emotions in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by the familiar, reassuring smile. Su Qinghe concluded her song, prompting Gu Yunqi to invite her to sit beside him immediately. However, Su Qinghe merely cast him a sidelong glance before taking a seat next to Zheng Yanyan. Undeterred, Gu Yunqi rose and moved to sit beside her. If she wouldn't come to him, then he would go to her. Chunyan took the microphone. His cheeks tinged with a slight flush after consuming a couple of drinks, his gaze slightly unfocused. He excelled in love songs, particularly the melancholic ones. His pure, resonant voice had the power to swiftly immerse listeners in a realm of sorrow. In contrast to Su Qinghe's earlier exuberance, Chun Yin's song was tranquil and soothing, underpinned by a subtle ache. If one listened closely, they could discern a sense of restraint and endurance, much like his character. Once he finished singing, Zhang Yinyan leapt up, eager to take her turn. She performed the most dazzling folk style, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Su Qinghe critiqued, "It feels like a square dance scene." Mo Xilou wrapped an arm around Yue Jitong's waist, not loosening his hold. "Are you ready?" "Yes." She nodded. "You should sing this." Mo Xilou glanced at the song title she indicated. "She must be magical." He paused. "I can't." "You can," she asserted confidently. He was taken aback. "How do you know I can?" "I just know," she replied. This song was one he had performed at a high school talent show. And many years had passed since then. His musical style had long since evolved. Yue Jitong chimed in, "I want to hear the DJ version." Mo Xilou shot her a helpless glance, ruffling her hair. "All right." He played the original version a few times, and as the melody emerged, memories flooded back. The song originally assigned by the school was the Youth of China. Yet he had rebelliously switched it to the popular DJ version of She Must Be Magical Right before taking the stage. Instantly, the audience, a sea of restless teenagers, was ignited with enthusiasm. At that time, he had not yet encountered Yue Jitong, nor did he harbor any particular affections for anyone. His choice of song was purely driven by its popularity. He simply wished to avoid performing those insipid, soul-sapping motivational tunes that left the audience listless and nauseated. He sought to deviate from the conventional, to create something unique. Little did he anticipate that, in due course, reality would indeed mirror the lyrics. After Zhang Yinyan concluded her performance, Mo Xilou took the microphone, cleared his throat, and locked eyes with Yue Jitong as he began to sing. "She must possess some sort of magic, drawing me in so irresistibly, leaving me bewildered at the precipice of my emotions." Yue Jitong gazed at him, her eyes crescent-shaped and glistening, the light casting fleeting shadows that danced within their depths. Her gaze seemed to transcend time, using him as a conduit to peer into the lives of others. Unbeknownst to Mo Xilou, she was actually looking through him, contemplating the boy who had once lived, died, resurrected, and perished again within her heart. A boy who evoked both love and loathing, who had come to life and faded away repeatedly. In those days, he had observed the unabashed laughter of the crowd, carefree and heedless of the consequences. Now, he beheld her tender, heartfelt smile, oblivious to all else. As if no one else could occupy his gaze, her smile bloomed like flowers in spring, having already materialized in his existence. Chapter 81. An unexpected turn of events. The night was shrouded in a hazy darkness. After 7 individuals concluded their singing, they emerged, the clock nearing 11. Several young men, having indulged in alcohol, prepared to summon a couple of vehicles for their return. Yue Jitong realized she had left her bag in the private room and intended to retrieve it, but Mo Xilou intervened, suggesting he would fetch it. The remaining 6 lingered by the roadside, awaiting his return. Fang Mingzhi and Zhang Yinyan busied themselves with a ride-hailing app on their phones. Gu Yunqi and Su Qinghe stood somewhat apart, engaged in hushed conversation, the former's expression growing increasingly grim, while Su Qinghe maintained a serene demeanor, her lips moving in quiet discourse. Chunyan stood closest to Yue Jitong, his gaze tranquil as a still lake. Then, in an instant, calamity struck. A white sedan careened out of the night, the driver intoxicated and oblivious. The vehicle spiraled out of control, barreling towards Yue Jitong's position before anyone could react. The headlights blinded her, rendering her vision a blur. She could not discern the car's trajectory. Instinctively, she stepped aside, yet it was in vain. At that critical moment, Chunyan, positioned nearest to her, lunged forward and shoved her away. The car collided violently with a tree, the tires screeching against the asphalt, finally coming to a halt, leaving a plume of black smoke to mingle with the shadows of the night. The group was paralyzed by shock. Yue Jitong was the first to regain her senses, rushing towards the fallen Chunyan with a panicked expression. "Chunyan, wake up!" She knelt beside him, trembling fingers searching for his breath. Relief washed over her as she felt a pulse. He was still alive. However, when she lifted her hand from the ground, it was stained crimson. Horror gripped her as she beheld the blood on her fingers and the pool beneath Chunyan. Overwhelmed, she fainted. Zhang Yinyan quickly dialed for an ambulance, while Fang Mingzhi called the police. Su Qinghe and Gu Yunqi, who had been quarreling from a distance, abandoned their dispute and rushed over. Zhang Yanyan, trembling with fear, struggled to steady her phone. What should we do? Why hasn't the ambulance arrived? She crouched beside Yue Jitong, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart consumed by dread. Mo Xilou, having stepped away momentarily, was unprepared for such a scene upon his return. Both Yue Jitong and Chunyan lay on the ground, surrounded by a large pool of blood, the source of which was unclear. His pupils constricted in shock, and he sprinted to them, lifting Yue Jitong in his arms. What has happened to her? He implored, his voice trembling. Zhang Yanyan remained on the ground, her legs weak, unable to rise. She wiped her tears. Tong Tong has fainted. That car almost hit her, but Chunyan pushed her away. I don't know how Chunyan is. I've called for help. Upon hearing that Yue Jitong had merely lost consciousness, Mo Xilou felt a wave of relief wash over him. The knowledge that Chunyan had saved her sparked a complex array of emotions within him. However, with Chunyan's fate uncertain, he set aside personal grievances, fervently wishing for the ambulance to arrive swiftly. Their prayers were answered as the ambulance soon approached. Chunyan was loaded onto a stretcher, while Fang Mingzhi and Su Qinghe remained behind to await the police. The others followed in the ambulance, the emergency room lights illuminating the tension as Mo Xilou, Zhang Yanyan, and Gu Yunxi waited anxiously outside. Yue Jitong had yet to awaken. In another hospital room, the doctor stated that her condition was merely a result of excessive shock combined with a fainting spell. Mo Xilou stared intently at the blinking red light, his heart secretly hoping that Chunyan was unharmed. For if he were to perish, especially in such a manner, he would remain perpetually etched in Yue Jitong's heart, with no one ever able to replace him. Thus, he yearned fervently for Chunyan's safety. First, he wished for his life to be spared, and second, he hoped he would not be left incapacitated. Should he become disabled, Yue Jitong would bear the burden of guilt and self-reproach for a lifetime, and she would be compelled to care for him eternally. As the red light extinguished, the doctor emerged to announce the verdict: a mild concussion and a fracture in the left calf. Upon hearing this, several individuals breathed a sigh of relief. Mo Xilou, in particular, felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. Fortunately, he was neither dead nor crippled, and the situation was not dire. Gu Yunxi and Zhang Yanyan remained at the side, while Mo Xilou went to watch over Yue Jitong. Before long, Yue Jitong stirred awake, her eyes clouded with confusion for a few moments before clarity returned. She abruptly sat up in bed, grasping Mo Xilou's hand, her eyes brimming with anxious concern. Where is Chunyan? Is he all right? Where is he? He gently held her hand and reassured her, he is fine, just a mild concussion and a broken calf. Upon hearing this, Yue Jitong exhaled in relief, struggling to rise from the bed, slipping on her shoes, intent on seeing him. Mo Xilou supported her as they made their way together. In the hospital room, Chunyan lay unconscious, his complexion pale. Zhang Yanyan noticed her entrance, her eyes brightening momentarily as she approached to assist her. Tong, you're awake. You scared me. I'm all right. How is Chunyan? Gu Yunxi responded. The doctor said he is not in serious condition, just a concussion, and he will awaken in a few hours. Yue Jitong settled by the bedside. Glancing at the clock, it was already past 1 in the morning. After a night of turmoil, weariness was evident in everyone's eyes, with red veins marking their sclera. Zhang Yanyan stifled a yawn, her expression weary. You all should return to rest. I will stay here. There is no need for so many to be present. Yue Jitong insisted they leave first. Since Chunyan had been injured while saving her, she felt compelled to remain. Zhang Yanyan and Gu Yunxi nodded in agreement. All right, we will head back and visit Chunyan tomorrow. Mo Xilou could not bear to leave her alone in the room and chose to stay by her side. He settled next to Yue Jitong, who kept her gaze fixed on the man lying in the hospital bed, while he observed her furrowed brow and troubled eyes. Throughout the 3 minutes he watched her, she did not once glance in his direction. Mo Xilou averted his gaze, lowering his eyelids slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps he was simply fatigued. It was time to rest. Finally, Yue Jitong turned to him, noticing his weary expression. She inquired, "Are you tired? Perhaps you should take a rest on that bed?" There happened to be an empty bed in the room. Mo Xilou hesitantly lifted his eyes to meet hers. Her lips were devoid of color, and her fatigue was palpable. "I am not tired. You should sleep. I can keep watch." She shook her head, her gaze resolute. "No, I must wait for him to awaken." Until Chunyan opened his eyes, she simply could not bring herself to rest. Upon noticing the unwavering gaze she directed at him, a fleeting shadow crossed Mo Xilou's eyes, his voice slightly hoarse as he replied, "Then I shall wait with you." Leaning back against the chair, he maintained an outward calmness. Yet a tumult of emotions surged within him, difficult to quell. During the hours spent waiting for Chun Yin to awaken, many thoughts traversed his mind. The first realization struck him. He would no longer have any justification to impede her relationship with Chun Yin. The debt of gratitude she owed him rendered it impossible for Yue Jitong to remain indifferent to his plight. The second contemplation that arose was the perplexing question of why Yue Jitong had suddenly developed feelings for him. For nearly 2 decades of her 30-plus years, Chun Yin had been a significant presence in her life. Had she truly managed to relinquish those ties in her rebirth? Mo Xilou found himself unable to comprehend whether Yue Jitong had genuinely fallen for him or if she was merely momentarily blinded by emotion. Chapter 82. He said, "Let's break up at 6 in the morning." The first light broke over the horizon. Chun Yin awoke, and upon opening his eyes, he turned to see 2 figures beside his bed. Memories of the previous night flooded back to him. He frowned slightly, feeling a dull ache in his head, and moved his fingers. Yue Jitong stirred awake, rubbing her eyes as she looked at Chun Yin, her gaze suddenly igniting with joy. "Chun Yin, you're finally awake. Are you all right?" Chun Yin's throat felt parched, and his voice emerged hoarse. "I'm fine," Yue Jitong replied quickly, rising to her feet. "You must be thirsty. Let me get you some water." At the sound of their conversation, Mo Xilou also awakened. He rubbed his eyes, revealing the red veins that had intensified from a restless night, plagued by dreams. In his slumber, he had repeatedly envisioned her rekindling old affections for Chun Yin, insisting on breaking up with him to be with Chun Yin instead. Yue Jitong poured a glass of water for Chun Yin and handed it to him. "Here, sip it slowly. Don't rush." After he finished drinking, she inquired, "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I can go buy something." Chun Yin nodded, feeling a genuine hunger. Habitually, he replied, "Anything is fine." "All right, I'll go get it now." She hurriedly dressed and exited the room. From the moment he awoke, Mo Xilou had been silently observing the figures circling around Chun Yin in the hospital room. His hands clenched tightly at his sides, unable to suppress the pang of jealousy. Despite knowing the circumstances, recalling the dream he just had, a flicker of desolation and fear crossed his eyes. After she left, Mo Xilou turned to Chun Yin, expressing sincerely, "Thank you for saving her yesterday." This gratitude was heartfelt. Otherwise, it would have been her lying in that hospital bed. He would much rather have Chun Yin there than her. Chun Yin raised his gaze, his expression neutral, his voice raspy. "No need for thanks." An uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Mo Xilou studied his pale, fragile face and suddenly asked, "You have feelings for her, don't you?" Deep down, he already knew the answer. If there were no feelings, how could one go to such lengths? Who would risk their life for a jest? Chun Yin remained silent for a few seconds, avoiding a direct answer. Instead, he shifted the topic. "I don't quite understand why she suddenly chose to be with you." Mo Xilou met his gaze, their eyes clashing with a subtle tension. "What is there to understand? A woman's heart changes swiftly. She fell for me, so she chose to be with me." Chun Yin averted his gaze, unconvinced by his words. Mo Xilou's reasoning felt flimsy, and he knew it was a lie he could not reveal, that they were both reborn. Thus, both men remained lost in their thoughts, neither willing to break the silence, until Yue Jitong returned, carrying breakfast, shattering the quiet. "I'm back. I bought soup dumplings and noodle soup." She unfolded the tray at the bedside and placed the breakfast on it, distributing chopsticks to both Chun Yin and Mo Xilou. The 3 of them then ate in silence, each lost in their own world. Yue Jitong gazed into Chun Yin's eyes, sincerely expressing her gratitude. "Chun Yin, thank you for saving me yesterday." Chun Yin lifted his gaze to meet hers, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "No need to thank me. Your well-being is all that matters." Mo Xilou, standing nearby, listened intently, inwardly chuckling, still in denial. Just listen to those words. Chun Yin is clearly fond of her. Chun Yin spent nearly half a month in the hospital, during which Mo Xilou arranged for a nurse to care for him. Whenever she had free time, Yue Jitong would visit him, peeling apples and engaging him in conversation to alleviate his boredom. Mo Xilou would also accompany her to the hospital. Though his intentions were not to visit Chun Yin or chat with him, he would lean against the door with arms crossed, silently observing her as she busied herself around the room. Once Chun Yin's leg had sufficiently healed and he was able to walk slowly, he was discharged from the hospital. Yue Jitong felt a sense of guilt and was particularly attentive to him, frequently urging Mo Xilou to look after him while they were in the dormitory. Mo Xilou consented, subsequently becoming a messenger of sorts, delivering supplements, fruits, and various items to Chun Yin. Seeing her constant concern for Chun Yin, filled with genuine care, eventually pushed him over the edge. Chunyan, why do you have to mention his name every single time we meet? He exclaimed, furrowing his brow and discarding the small bottle of calcium tablets she had just handed him, raising his voice in frustration. Beneath the dim light of the playground, he clutched his chest, his eyes reddening. Yue Jitong was taken aback by his sudden outburst, looking up at him in shock. Well, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly angry? Mo Xilou inhaled deeply, jealousy gnawing at him. If you want to send something, do it yourself. I'm not idle. I don't need to be the go-between for you two all the time. She stared at him, bewildered, and after a moment replied, oh. So it was because he was tired of running errands for her? Cautiously observing his displeased expression, she tugged at his sleeve and whispered, if you don't want to deliver, I won't make you anymore. I'll find a way to do it myself. Please don't be angry, okay? Upon hearing her words, he seemed even more upset, shaking off her hand and stepping back. Her level of concern for Chunyan left him feeling disheartened. Despite his efforts to convince himself that it was merely gratitude for saving her life, he could not suppress the jealousy that tormented him. Yue Jitong, could you not care for him so much? His gaze fell, brow furrowing slightly, pain flickering in his eyes. She was momentarily taken aback, but he just saved me. Didn't he? She simply wished to avoid feeling indebted to others. Huh, he scoffed, standing in the shadows, blending with the night. How does one repay a life-saving favor? Tell me, how do you intend to repay it? When will it be settled? His questions left her bewildered. Yue Jitong shook her head in confusion, softly responding, I don't know how to repay it. I can only try to take good care of him, at least during his time as an exchange student here. I'll look after him properly. Mo Xilou remained silent for a moment, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he spoke. A life-saving favor should be repaid with one's body. What do you think? She gazed at him in confusion, struggling to comprehend his meaning. Yet, I have already promised you. He let out a bitter laugh. In truth, he harbored feelings for her, and she reciprocated his affections. Why not allow the two of them to be together? Why should he suffer in silence, caught in the middle? If you had already given your heart to another, then why leave me to misplace my affections? Yue Jitong furrowed her brows, looking at him in disbelief. What nonsense are you speaking? He saved me. It is only right that I care for him. I cannot simply ignore him, can I? Mo Xilou, could you refrain from being unreasonable? He paused, a trace of sardonic amusement curling at the corners of his lips. In her eyes, was he truly being unreasonable? Mo Xilou's expression darkened suddenly, his voice colder than the waters of the night sea. I am not jesting. I mean it. You should be with him. You two are better suited for each other. There was an undeniable hint of defiance in those words. Chapter 83, The Unexpected Arrival of a Plum Blossom. Will you be jealous? Mo Xilou, are you aware of the nonsensical words you utter? She stared at him in a daze, her heart aching faintly upon hearing his words urging her to leave. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, concealing the sorrow and pain within, and with great difficulty, he spoke, Yue Jitong, let us part ways. She is more suited for Chunyan. They harbor mutual affections. They ought to be together. He could no longer torment himself, nor deceive himself any longer. What did you say? Yue Jitong raised her head defiantly, fixing her gaze upon him. Repeat that. I said, let us break up. He looked into her eyes, enunciating each word with utmost seriousness. He suddenly yearned for solitude to gather his thoughts. Yue Jitong laughed in anger. Why? Just because I have been concerned about Chunyan lately? He saved me. Should I not care for him a little? Mo Xilou, there should be limits to jealousy. You wish to end our relationship over such trivial matters? Yue Jitong, this is not a trivial matter. You will never understand that feeling. I think it would be best for us to part ways for a while to reflect. You should consider whom you truly love. What I think does not require contemplation. I love you. I only love you, Mo Xilou. How many times must I tell you? Why do you never believe me? Have I ever deceived you? Yue Jitong blinked, a veil of tears beginning to form in her eyes. Mo Xilou closed his eyes, feeling a heaviness in his heart, unable to comprehend the source of his distress. It was truly painful. After a while, he opened his eyes, his gaze considerably calmer. Yue Jitong, you must choose between Chunyan and me. Make your choice. If you choose him, we shall part ways. If you choose me, then do not concern yourself with him any longer. Do not mention him again. Yue Jitong furrowed her brow. Chunyan had just rescued her. Would she turn her back on him so swiftly? Was that truly fair? Moreover, why must she be forced to decide? Mo Xilou, do you care for him so deeply? Yue Jitong questioned, perplexed. I had an engagement with him, but that was over a decade ago. It has been so long. I have been married to you for 10 years, and he has been married for 10 years as well. What, precisely, do you care about? Mo Xilou fixed his gaze upon her, raising his voice suddenly, his expression a mix of agitation. Yue Jitong, to you, that may be a matter of 10 years past. But to Chu Nian, it is a recent occurrence. He cannot fathom why you would suddenly change your heart. He still holds feelings for you. He paused, his tone gradually calming. I believe you still harbor feelings for him. Therefore, I choose to let you both go. Originally, had I not interfered, had that accident not occurred, you two would have been wed, wouldn't you? An endless bitterness spread within his heart. Yue Jitong could not grasp his reasoning. She struggled to articulate her thoughts. But I love you. We are together now, and Chu Nian and I are merely friends. Mo Xilou, what are you truly doing? Why do you persist in pushing me away? Mo Xilou himself did not understand his own actions, yet he felt an irresistible urge to act out, unable to contain himself. He found himself at a loss for words, as no vocabulary could adequately capture the tumult of emotions swirling within him. In essence, he felt an indescribable frustration, a heaviness that was stifling. Why was it always him who felt jealousy? Why did Yue Jitong never seem to experience such feelings? Consequently, she could never truly comprehend his turmoil. Observing his silence, Yue Jitong took a deep breath, her once tumultuous eyes gradually settling into tranquility. Perhaps it was best to refrain from further discussion. It seemed he was not in the right frame of mind today, and perhaps he should return home to reflect. Thus, the two parted ways on a discordant note. That evening, as Mo Xilou lay in bed, a message arrived. It was from Chun Ziyuan, the daughter of his aunt, who had gone abroad 4 years prior. Ivy, Xiaoshiga, I am preparing to return to China for a few months, departing tomorrow. I heard from my aunt that you are studying in Xiashi. May I come to visit you? Mo Xilou replied, I am in Xiashi, come on over. It has been 4 years since we last met, and Ziyuan has grown up. She can fly on her own now. The following day, Mo Xilou welcomed Qin Ziyuan at the international airport. The 18-year-old girl stood tall, her hair dyed a soft blue-gray and her attire stylish, visibly excited to see him. Xiaoshiga, it's been so long. I've missed you. She rushed forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace. After securing her accommodation, they settled into a CAF to reminisce. Chun Ziyuan ordered a cappuccino, while Mo Xilou opted for the most bitter black coffee, mirroring his current mood. Xiaoshiga, I heard from my aunt that you have a girlfriend now. She attends the same school as you. When can you introduce her to me? At the mention of this, he took a sip of his black coffee, which was indeed quite bitter, yet his heart felt even more so. Setting down the cup, he gazed at the now-grown girl across from him and suddenly pondered a question. Had Yue Jitong ever met Chun Ziyuan in a past life? It seemed unlikely. Chun Ziyuan had been abroad, never returning, though perhaps she had, but he was unaware. A thought flickered in his mind. He placed his coffee cup down and fixed his intense gaze on the girl opposite him. Ziyuan, could you do me a favor? Chun Ziyuan felt a shiver under his piercing stare. What kind of favor? Xiaoshiga, just tell me. If I can help, I certainly will. Mo Xilou lowered his eyes, pondering for a moment, and the more he contemplated, the more convinced he became that this plan was viable, determination flashing in his eyes. After ensuring no acquaintances were nearby, he leaned in to whisper his scheme to Chun Ziyuan. Meanwhile, Yue Jitong, engrossed in coding, suddenly sneezed. She looked up, stood, and reached to close the window, oblivious to the discussion surrounding her. Chun Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she listened. The idea of acting seemed delightful, and she was eager to participate. All right, Xiaoshiga, I will definitely perform well. Mo Xilou meticulously reviewed the details once more. Let us do this. Don't use your real name. Choose another. Although Yue Jitong has never seen you, she may have heard the name Chun Ziyuan. If she deduces your true identity, the plan will be thwarted. To be on the safe side, he decided to give Chun Ziyuan a new name. What should I be called? You shall be Lin. He casually thought of a surname and then glanced down at the foam in his cup. Lin Mo, the foam of bubbles. Ultimately, the two established Chun Ziyuan's new identity, Lin Mo, a 19-year-old who had gone abroad 3 years ago and had just returned to the country. The granddaughter of an old friend of Grandpa Mashi and his childhood companion of over a decade. He was curious to see how Yue Jitong would feel and react if someone he had known for 10 years, a childhood friend, suddenly appeared by his side. Recite your personal information once more, and do not let anything slip, Mashi reminded her with concern. Rest assured, I have memorized it and will ensure that nothing is revealed. Chapter 84. The most hurtful mistake of loving the wrong person ever since their quarrel, Yue Jitong reached out to Mo Xilou, only to be met with his incessant claims of being busy. Once, twice, thrice, she initially believed him, refraining from further disturbance after her inquiries. However, After the fourth, fifth, and sixth attempts, a sense of unease began to creep in. Was he still upset? What a petty man he was, immature and prone to jealousy. More sour than Shangxi aged vinegar, she mused silently. She could not fathom the root of his turmoil or why he harbored such animosity towards Chunyin. When he uttered the words, "Let's break up," her own anger flared. How could he so casually utter such a finality? In that moment, both were engulfed in emotions, perhaps saying things they didn't truly mean. Faced with his sudden outburst, she felt a pang of injustice. The mere suggestion of a breakup pierced her heart profoundly. Unconsciously, she recalled the day they discussed divorce. He had stated with an unsettling calmness, "I've grown tired of this. Let us divorce." She had not even lifted her eyelids, merely replying with a fine. Yet, her insides were tumultuous. He insisted on dividing their assets, yet she refused everything, declaring, "I find your money tainted." Those 4 words silenced him, stabbing at his heart. Ultimately, she was left with their home, the abode they had shared for a decade. After he departed, she dismissed the household staff, using her last remaining funds to provide them severance. The house now lay empty, yet every corner echoed with his presence. Even the blankets carried his scent. The nights stretched interminably, and her longing grew wild. She decided to move out, locking the house and denying anyone else entry. Now, she found herself destitute, burdened with immense debt. Uncle Yue, aware of her plight, urged her to return home. At that time, Bai had injured her leg and also desired her presence at home. Thus, she relocated back to the Yue family. In the ensuing year, she dedicated herself entirely to her work, suppressing thoughts of him, toiling diligently to repay her debts, rising early and returning late, often burning the midnight oil coating. Her singular aim was to clear her financial obligations as swiftly as possible. Then, inexplicably, Yulanqin orchestrated a kidnapping drama, which, due to the kidnapper's unexpected betrayal and insatiable greed, transformed from a mere ruse into a genuine crisis. To this day, she remains baffled by the rationale behind Yulanqin's actions. She already possessed a happy family, a considerate partner, and a well-behaved daughter. Was it truly necessary to escalate matters to such catastrophic extremes? Yue Jitong lacked an omniscient perspective. She would never comprehend that beneath the facade of a happy existence, Yulanqin was grappling with severe depression. Chunyin had married her due to familial obligations. Initially, Yulanqin believed he had genuine affection for her, given his gentle and thoughtful demeanor. Yet, this paragon of a husband never touched her, leading her to intoxicate him, resulting in the birth of their daughter. Chu Muxin, or a name not chosen by Chunyin but by her, encapsulating her deepest hopes and dreams. Chunyin was indeed the epitome of a perfect husband. Everyone speaks in such a manner, yet Yulanqin always feels that something is amiss. Although he consistently wears a gentle smile, she senses an underlying estrangement within that tenderness. Yulanqin has never truly comprehended Chunyin, yet her love for him runs deep. She endeavors to decipher him, yet her attempts repeatedly end in failure. On the day of their 8th wedding anniversary, she meticulously adorned their home and prepared a sumptuous feast, only for Chunyin to become intoxicated and unconsciously utter the name Yue Jitong. These 3 syllables utterly shattered Yulanqin's defenses. In that moment, she realized that all the years of affection, care, and tenderness were mere facades, illusions. Deep within his heart, he harbored another person, someone he concealed remarkably well, so profoundly that perhaps even he had been deceived. Yulanqin found herself trapped in a dead end. She attempted to take her own life, was rescued, and fell into a state of depression. After 3 failed suicide attempts, she could not bring herself to hate Chunyin, thus redirecting all her resentment towards Yue Jitong. Since death eluded her, she resolved that everyone should perish alongside her. The fake explosives used by the kidnappers were secretly swapped for real ones, a half-truth to ensnare them. The kidnappers, believing it to be a false abduction, later turned against her, attempting to make it a genuine kidnapping. Yet they failed to anticipate that Yulanqin genuinely sought her own demise. If she were to die, she wished for everyone to follow suit. Love and hate can both inflict profound wounds. Loving the wrong person is the most painful of all. That evening, in the dormitory, Yue Jitong entered carrying a large box and began unboxing the delivery. Zheng Yanyan had returned to her joyful gaming state, having found a new gaming partner. She had come to a realization and decided to embrace Su Qinghe's philosophy. If one must depart, simply move on to the next. Playing games with anyone is just that, playing. If married couples can separate, how much easier is it to dissolve a mere gaming bond? The unbinding process is far simpler than divorce. It requires no cooling-off period, and can be completed in an instant. Soon, her new gaming partner replaced Yang Zhou, and their synergy was equally harmonious. She loved gaming, adored anime, cherished the second dimension, enjoyed attending comic conventions, and participating in cosplay. Her world was brimming with delightful pursuits, and she preferred to avoid the emotional toll that romance might impose. Shuiman was engrossed in a drama while sketching, seemingly depicting a young man, and it was obvious whom she was illustrating. The two were in the throes of romance, deeply enamored and often lost in each other's presence. With Su Qinghe absent, it seemed she wouldn't return that evening. Shuiman inquired, "Tong Tong, what did you buy? That box is enormous. Can you even carry it?" Yue Jitong retrieved scissors and, while unboxing, replied, "Yarn, it's quite light." Zhang Yinyan peeked out from behind the curtain, catching a glimpse of the colorful yarn as she continued gaming, asking, "Why did you buy so much yarn? Did you finish the last one?" "Yes," Yue Jitong nodded, pulling a gray scarf from her bed to show them. "This is the first scarf I knitted." Shuiman halted her drawing, took it, and examined it closely, exclaiming, "Wow, it's fantastic. For a first attempt, it's impressive." She then passed it to Zhang Yinyan for her inspection. "Tong, your knitting is truly impressive. You've already completed one, so why purchase so many more? How many next does Mo Xilou have?" Yue Jitong retrieved the scarf, folded it neatly. While it looked decent from a distance, it was not suitable for close inspection, and since it was merely a practice piece, it could not be gifted to him. She placed the scarf into a box and took out a skein of blue yarn. Resuming her work, with the experience of the previous piece, her speed improved, allowing her to knit this one even faster and better. After a while, she pulled out her phone and opened the chat interface with Mo Xilou. The last message from him was sent at 8 in the morning. "Are you free? Would you like to have lunch together?" It was now 10 in the evening, and he had yet to respond. Yue Jitong sensed that he might not be inclined to engage with her, so while continuing to knit, she sent him another message. "Let us have lunch together tomorrow." After sending that, she added, "I miss you." 5 minutes later, he replied, "A friend just returned from abroad and is visiting Xiaxu for a while. I'd like to bring her along to lunch tomorrow. Would that be all right?" Upon seeing his response, Yue Jitong set down the yarn, feeling no objection. Mo Xilou had always had many friends. If a friend was visiting from overseas, it was only natural to include her in their meal. She replied, "That sounds good. Where shall we eat tomorrow?" He responded, "I'll let you know tomorrow at noon." "All right." Yue Jitong knitted for an hour before retiring for the night. Meanwhile, Mo Xilou was reaching out to his cousin, who had long been lost in her own escapades. "Where are you? Come back tomorrow at noon. You have a role to play." The reply was instantaneous. "Got it." Mo Xilou continued, "To prevent any slip-ups, let me recap your identity. You are Lin Mo, 19 years old, having gone abroad 3 years ago, recently accepted into a prestigious foreign university, and planning to return home for a few months of leisure. You have a childhood friend named Mo Xilou, whom you've known since you were 5, playing together until the age of 15 when you left for overseas. You've harbored a secret crush on him for 10 years, but upon returning, you discover he has a girlfriend, and you intend to compete with her. Tomorrow at noon, the three of us will have lunch together. It will be your first encounter with his girlfriend," Chen Ziyuan replied. "Why does this sound so complicated? I have to play the role of a green tea? Brother, that has a different price." Mo Xilou promptly transferred 10,000. Chen Ziyuan responded, "I promise to complete the task." Saluting emoji, Chapter 85. Father, you have been marginalized. As the lights began to glow, the Songyuan Wild Maple Villa area came alive. It was the 21st birthday of Su Qinghe, who cast a cold smile towards the individuals seated before her, her father, the mistress, and the mistress's 2 illegitimate children. Her mother was nowhere to be found, lost in her own escapades. Su Qinghe stood by the table, arms crossed, her icy gaze fixated on the beaming mistress. "Father, what is the meaning of summoning me back for my birthday only to stage this farce?" Su Jiu met his daughter's frosty stare, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Your sister Fangrong's birthday coincidentally falls on the same day as yours." She expressed a desire to celebrate together. Su Fangrong, Su Jiu's illegitimate daughter, was merely 16. Su Qinghe raised her eyes to the shy girl seated in the middle, who was now lowering her head. The girl's voice trembled as she called out, "Sister," accompanied by a sycophantic smile. Su Qinghe scoffed, her words laced with venom. "Who do you think you are? The Su family has only one child, and I am the sole heir. What right do you have to refer to me as sister?" Su Fangrong looked up, tears welling in her eyes, feeling wronged as she wiped them away. Suddenly, her brother sprang to his feet, slamming the table and regarding Su Qinghe with a flippant demeanor. "You, A mere woman? What are you talking about? My father has declared that everything in the Su family will belong to me. If you dare to bully my sister, once I inherit the Su family, I will promptly cast you out onto the streets. He pointed at Su Qinghe, his expression haughty. The mistress stood up to mediate. We are all family. Let us sit down and discuss this amicably. Su Fangrong tugged at her brother's sleeve, urging him to temper his impulsiveness, though inwardly she seethed. How foolish could her brother be? Wasn't it premature to act so arrogantly when they had yet to secure their inheritance? Initially, she had only intended to test her father's attitude and gauge the standing of the three of them in his eyes. She had not anticipated that her father would acquiesce. Now that the words had been spoken, there was no turning back. They had to proceed. This was their first visit to the Su family, an opportune moment to assess the situation. The housekeeper presented the final grand dish, and Su Qinghe squinted at the table adorned with an array of colorful delicacies. She then turned her gaze towards her father, who sat there in silence, unperturbed. Approaching him, she asked, Father, what is your intention in bringing these people into our home today? Her voice was chilling, colder than the ice that forms in the northern winters. Su Jiu casually replied, It's nothing of significance. They are your siblings, and after so many years of absence, it is time you became acquainted. Su Fangrong spoke sweetly, Sister. Please do not misunderstand. We are here solely to celebrate your birthday, nothing more. Her brother, nonchalantly seated with his legs crossed, showed no regard for Su Qinghe. The entire Su family will soon belong to me. I simply came to see my home. Do you have any objections? Ignoring the two inconsequential fools, Su Qinghe turned her serious face towards Su Jiu and asked, Father, he claims that the Su family is his. What do you think? Su Jiu's eyes flickered momentarily. Xiao Jun made a valid point. After all, she was a girl, and the family business would undoubtedly be inherited by a boy. Although Xiao Jun was a love child, he still held rights to the inheritance, and together, the siblings ought to manage the company well. Upon hearing these words, Su Qinghe's heart sank completely. The darkness in her eyes churned, and the violent elements within her blood clamored for release. Xiao Jun continued to gloat, chattering incessantly. Su Qinghe narrowed her eyes, twisted her wrist, and with a swift motion, overturned the table. Plates crashed to the ground with a resounding clatter, reminiscent of fine jade beads cascading onto a tray, producing a melodious sound. Exquisite delicacies became dust-laden, while the rich brown broth flowed across the immaculate floor. Everyone was taken aback by her sudden outburst, caught off guard and splashed with sauce. The mistress gasped, Oh, my 20,000 yuan sweater. Oh, my limited edition high heels. Su Fangrong stared incredulously at Su Qinghe. Su Jun leaped up, pointing at her, unleashing a torrent of insults. Su Jiu, enraged, exclaimed, You ungrateful daughter, what are you doing? Su Qinghe threw her head back and laughed maniacally, her gaze towards her father icy. Today, you shall witness who truly holds the reins of the Su family. She clapped her hands, summoning a few servants, instructing them to retrieve a document. She tossed it onto Su Jiu's face, her voice devoid of any inflection. My dear father, you have been rendered obsolete. Now, she possessed the majority of shares in the Su Corporation, making her the foremost shareholder. Su Jiu was nothing now, merely a title without substance. At the age of 8, she had stumbled upon her father in a compromising situation with his secretary in the office, rushing to the restroom to vomit in despair. In tears, she had run home to confide in her mother, only to find her mother entangled with her uncle. In that instant, her world crumbled under the weight of successive betrayals. From that moment on, she understood that no one could be relied upon in this world. At 12, she began plotting her own course. After 9 years of meticulous planning, she successfully seized power, completely sidelining her father, who was lost in his infatuation with beauty and firmly grasping control of the Su Corporation. Legal stipulations regarding the rights of illegitimate children to inheritance could be dismissed. Under Su Jiu's dominion, illegitimate children held no claim whatsoever. Su Jiu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the document in her hands. This. Su Qinghe, have you set a trap for me? Su Fangrong and the others appeared bewildered, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation. Su Qinghe, with a hint of madness and delight in her eyes, and a sardonic smile on her lips, kindly elucidated, From this moment forth, the good father and man you have depended upon is about to lose everything. I regret to inform you that all you have aspired to will come to naught. The three shook their heads, their eyes reflecting simultaneous terror. Impossible. Su Fangrong was hit hardest, utterly unable to fathom Su Qinghe's formidable prowess. How could another girl possess such remarkable strength and cunning? Silently and without a trace, a company was consumed. By what right? By what right does the daughter of the Su family reap all the benefits while others possess nothing? Su Fangrong felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance within her. Su Jun, completely oblivious to the circumstances, leapt forward, raising his fist with the intention of teaching Su Qingha a lesson. However, he found himself pinned to the ground and soundly beaten by her. Su Qingha stood up, brushed off her hands, and coldly commanded 10 black-clad bodyguards to enter. With a stern expression, she ordered, "Remove them. Henceforth, these individuals are forbidden from stepping foot here." Thus, Su Fangrong and the others were dragged away. Su Jiu stood dumbfounded, feeling a strange unfamiliarity with his daughter. Once the matter with those three was settled, Su Qingha turned to her father, smiled, and delivered a cruel statement. "Tomorrow, I will convene a shareholders' meeting to announce your early retirement for recuperation." As she departed, Su Jiu's gaze was filled with astonishment and resentment. The car sped through the dark night. She dug her nails into the steering wheel, struggling to suppress the anger within her. Suffering from a form of mania, she desperately sought an outlet for her pent-up frustrations, feeling an intense urge to strike someone. Su Qingha located a late-night boxing gym and spent an hour there before beginning to calm down. That night, she did not return to her dormitory. Feeling unsettled and not wanting to disturb her roommates, she booked a room at a 5-star hotel to rest. At noon, under the bright sun, Yue Jitong took a taxi to the mall entrance following the address provided by Mo Xilou, then located the restaurant he had mentioned. Upon entering, she noticed a very young girl sitting closely beside Mo Xilou. They were side by side, sharing the same phone, appearing to share a close bond. Yue Jitong paused, a strange emotion flashing through her heart, which she chose to dismiss as she calmly walked over and sat down across from Mo Xilou. Typically, she would have sat beside him, as he preferred it that way to facilitate intimacy during their meals. Nevertheless, she thought to herself that his friend had come all the way from abroad. Only after she took her seat did Mo Xilou look up, as if just realizing her presence. "Oh, you're here?" he exclaimed. She nodded slightly, responding in a subdued tone. In truth, he had seen her the moment she entered, hastily nudging Chen Ziyuan's arm to prepare her, causing Chen Ziyuan to become nervously anxious as he furtively glanced towards the entrance. Once the dishes were served, Mo Xilou introduced Chen Ziyuan's identity to Yue Jitong, adhering to their prior arrangement. Yue Jitong smiled and greeted her warmly. Sitting there, sunlight danced upon her hair and features, and when she smiled, she radiated such brilliance that the entire world seemed to dim momentarily. Chen Ziyuan had never seen her before and was momentarily entranced, almost forgetting her own identity. Mo Xilou, sensing her distraction, kicked her under the table and whispered through clenched teeth, "Speak." Chen Ziyuan snapped back to reality, quickly adopting an expression of 3 parts aloofness, 4 parts disdain, and 3 parts provocation. "Thank you for taking care of Xiaoxi while I was abroad." Chapter 86. The most troublesome girls. Upon hearing the girl's words, the smile on Yue Jitong's face faltered momentarily, and the mirth in her eyes gradually faded. There was something amiss about her statement. Though she could not precisely articulate what it was, it simply felt uncharacteristic of what one might expect from a mere friend. Subtly, she glanced at Mo Xilou, who remained fixated on the cup in his hands, gently rotating his wrist as the beverage within swayed, leaving traces upon the glass. Uncertain of how to respond, Yue Jitong opted for silence, managing a faint, albeit strained, smile. Lowering her gaze, she took a sip from her drink. Mo Xilou remained reticent, and she found herself unfamiliar with the girl across from her, resulting in a dearth of conversation. Consequently, Yue Jitong began to eat in silence. Typically, she refrained from initiating dialogue. It was usually others who broke the ice, to which she would respond or echo a few words. This was especially true in the company of acquaintances, where she often felt at a loss for words. Were it just her and Mo Xilou? She imagined herself seated beside him, where he would suddenly halt mid-meal to embrace her, teasingly pinching her cheeks, offering her food, and inquiring whether she enjoyed the meal and favored the cuisine of the establishment. Today's atmosphere felt peculiar, and Mo Xilou seemed oddly distant. For a moment, an unsettling silence enveloped the table. Mo Xilou appeared lost in thought, while Chen Ziyuan observed him discreetly, awaiting a cue that never came. She had not forgotten her role for the day. She was to embody the green tea girl, harboring a decade-long secret admiration for the man beside her. Deciding to take matters into her own hands, Chen Ziyuan cleared her throat, deliberately altering her tone. "Little she, could you please help me pick up that piece of chicken? I can't seem to reach it." "Of course," he replied, serving her while deliberately averting his gaze from her face. Yue Jitong continued to focus on her meal. Her expression neutral, revealing little of her inner turmoil. Whether it was joy or sorrow remained ambiguous. Yet, this seemed characteristic of her, as she generally maintained a stable demeanor. Her expression often placid. In moments of genuine happiness, she would smile, pursing her lips. When he playfully teased her, she would blush shyly. During their kisses, a glimmer of affection would illuminate her eyes, tinged with a hint of dreamy allure. Conversely, when they quarreled, her brows would furrow slightly, her eyes reflecting a blend of innocence and helplessness. Mo Xilou served Chen Ziyuan a piece of braised sea cucumber, remarking, "I recall this has always been your favorite dish since childhood. Be sure to indulge a bit more. Is the cuisine abroad not to your liking? You seem to have lost weight." His concern for the girl was palpable. This time, Yue Jitong lifted her gaze to glance at him before quickly averting her eyes. Deciding to serve herself a few pieces of meat, he had often commented on her slenderness, insisting on piling her plate with food and playfully pinching her cheeks to encourage her to eat more. Today, however, he did not serve her. So she resolved to take matters into her own hands. Yue Jitong pondered dully. Chen Ziyuan eyed the sea cucumber in her bowl, a grimace overtaking her features. It was her least favorite dish, the slimy texture utterly unappealing to her palate. In fact, she harbored a general aversion to most seafood, finding their peculiar shapes unsettling. She felt a natural trepidation towards oceanic delicacies, rendering them nearly impossible to consume. Yet, Mo Xilou urged her to eat quickly, to avoid revealing her true feelings. Chen Ziyuan gritted her teeth, picked up a piece of sea cucumber, and, with tears in her eyes, swallowed it down. As she tasted it, she fought the urge to vomit and managed to swallow it whole. Her expression almost faltered. Unaware of her aversion, Mo Xilou offered her another piece, insisting it was delicious and encouraging her to have another bite. Chen Ziyuan turned her face slightly and glared at him, silently pleading him to stop. Mo Xilou, misunderstanding her intent, continued to serve her more. In frustration, she kicked him under the table and texted on her phone, "Stop serving me. I absolutely loathe sea cucumber." Upon glancing at the illuminated message, Mo Xilou's arm stiffened, and he ceased his serving. Although Yue Jitong had been focused on her meal, seemingly engrossed in her food, she had been observing their subtle interactions. It appeared their bond was indeed quite close. She thought to herself, driving the chopsticks forcefully into a piece of sea cucumber, shoving it into her mouth. The two communicated with looks that were incomprehensible to outsiders, exuding a sense of harmony. As if with just a glance he understood her unspoken words. This thought made Yue Jitong feel a twinge of discomfort, yet she could not articulate her feelings. What could she ask? Who among us lacks a few close friends? Adults must maintain decorum. It would be unreasonable to upend the situation over a slight discomfort. She was certainly not the petty type like Mo Xilou, prone to jealousy. Thus, Yue Jitong began to rationalize her thoughts. Chen Ziyuan and Mo Xilou reminisced about their childhood antics, their chatter quickly enlivening the atmosphere. Mo Xilou teased her, recalling how she had wet the bed at 7. Chen Ziyuan shot him a furious glare, nearly retorting, but then abruptly halted, realizing she was presently adopting a sweet persona. She quickly altered her response. "Oh, brother Shi. What nonsense are you spouting? Please don't tease me." Mo Xilou insisted it was true. He recounted a time he had visited his aunt's house, where the nanny was washing Chen Ziyuan's sheets. In his youthful straightforwardness, he had mocked her, vowing to tell everyone that she was still wetting the bed at 7. His relentless teasing had reduced Chen Ziyuan to tears, prompting her to chase him with a doll, though she could neither catch nor strike him. Ultimately, she had sobbed and called her mother for help, which led to her mother rushing over and forcing him to apologize by gripping his neck. He had stubbornly held his head high, glaring like a defeated rooster, reluctantly apologizing while secretly making faces to frighten Chen Ziyuan. This incident further solidified his belief that girls were troublesome and prone to tears. He remembered this trivial event vividly, while Chen Ziyuan had already forgotten. His recollection lingered because, upon returning home, his mother had chased him with a slipper, scolding him for his sharp tongue that could provoke tears and anger in others. "Can you not change this habit of yours?" she had exclaimed. He had defiantly replied, "I won't." Then, he was met with 2 saws striking his backside with force, nearly causing him to leap off the ground. Observing his obstinacy, his mother let out a resigned sigh, contemplating that one day, someone would surely tame him. Yet, he remained defiant, his words unyielding. "It's impossible." He declared that girls were nothing but trouble, crying over trivial matters, and he found their tendency to complain utterly vexing. "I detest girls," he asserted. His mother chuckled softly. "When you grow up and encounter a girl you fancy, it will be your own words that frighten her away." and it will be you who weeps. He retorted, I don't like any girls. What a hassle. In his youth, he was steadfast in proclaiming his disdain for girls. Yet now he found himself hopelessly enamored. Qin Ziyuan was disinterested in discussing whether he had wet the bed at 7, so she deftly diverted the conversation. Dutifully playing the role of the innocent girl, she turned to Yue Jitong and casually remarked, Sister, your school's schedule must be quite packed. Xiaoxi has been taking time off to play with me lately, so he hasn't had time for you. You don't mind, do you? Yue Jitong was taken aback. The piece of food she had expertly picked up with her chopsticks falling back onto the plate. She raised her gaze to the two of them. Noticing the girl's triumphant expression and Mo Xilou's tacit approval, her heart stinging with realization. Suddenly, it became clear, he had been distant all week. Not ignoring her out-of-work concerns, but rather to accompany someone else. She had thought he was too busy to respond. And the breakup he mentioned last time was not merely a spur-of-the-moment reaction. Did he genuinely wish to part ways? Could someone change so swiftly? In that fleeting moment as she lifted and then lowered her head, a new story flickered in her mind. A boy risking his life to carry a girl out during an earthquake, only for them to separate later due to his infidelity. Yue Jitong lowered her eyelids, a wave of melancholy washing over her brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing. Yet, in that fleeting furrow, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her expression fractured. Chun Zin was momentarily stunned, her words faltering as she felt a pang of sympathy, nearly revealing the truth. Yue Jitong blinked, setting her chopsticks down with little appetite left. Preoccupied with her thoughts, she longed to inquire of Mo Xilou about his true feelings. However, with others present, it was not the right moment. I'm full. Please continue eating. I need to use the restroom, she announced, rising to her feet. Pulling a piece of paper from her bag and turning to leave. Chapter 87. May I pursue her? As Qin Ziyuan watched her sister's figure disappear around the corner, she set down her chopsticks, leaned back against her chair, and furrowed her brow. Xiaoxi, have we gone too far? What if it backfires? Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, fixated on the remnants of food in Yue Jitong's bowl, lost in thought and silent. Qin Ziyuan relaxed her brow, her expression brightening as a hint of infatuation danced in her eyes. But truly, my sister is so beautiful. I adore her. She poked Mo Xilou's arm playfully. Hey, if you ever break up with her, may I pursue her? Mo Xilou abruptly turned to her, seemingly unable to comprehend her words. What did you say? Qin Ziyuan squinted, her mind replaying the moment her sister had just sat down and smiled, exclaiming, she's truly stunning. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I wouldn't dare let her frown. I would certainly cater to her every whim, never wanting to upset her. Mo Xilou looked at her with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. You know, love has nothing to do with gender. I've had 2 girlfriends while studying abroad. Whether they are male or female is inconsequential. What matters is the connection, she replied. Mo Xilou's eyes widened in disbelief as he finally grasped her meaning. He gave her a firm tap on the head. What on earth have you been learning during these years abroad? Ouch! Why are you hitting me? Everyone has a desire for beauty, she retorted, clutching her head. I simply like my sister. What was her name again? Yue Jitong? If you were to break up with her, I would pursue her in an instant. Mo Xilou gritted his teeth, a vein throbbing on his forehead as he clenched his fists, struggling to maintain his composure. He felt as though he were lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Qin Ziyuan, are you here to assist me, or to cause me more trouble? He had intended for Yue Jitong to feel a twinge of jealousy, yet now, was he to contend with an unexpected rival? His worries had already been considerable, and now they multiplied. I will never break up with her. You might as well give up on that notion, Mo Xilou declared emphatically. His previous mention of a breakup had merely been in anger. There was no way he would truly end things with her. Seeing the genuine anger in his expression, Qin Ziyuan laughed. Oh, I was just joking. Don't be mad. Xiaoxi. She paused, adding, but my sister is truly breathtaking. I long to have someone like her. Unlike any beauty I've encountered before. You. Mo Xilou inhaled deeply, his teeth clenched. Do you believe I want to send you back abroad right now? Please don't. My mom worked hard to let me come back and have some fun, she pleaded. All right. I want to say another word. Qin Ziyuan made a zipping motion across her mouth, wishing to prolong her stay. Mo Xilou maintained a stern expression, turning back to Qin Ziyuan. You focus on your performance. Understood? Stop dreaming about someone who doesn't belong to you. He felt trapped, unable to retreat. Not far away, a table of men and women seemed to be embroiled in an argument. The girl rose, snatching a plate from the table and slamming it onto the boy's face, then dousing him with the contents of her cup before storming off. The surrounding individuals were momentarily stunned by the commotion, silently empathizing with the young man. Chun Ziyuan let out a soft sound of admiration, remarking on the formidable nature of the girl. Mo Xilou crossed his arms, furrowing his brows in contemplation, as he felt an uncanny familiarity with the boy who had just been doused in food. The young man excused himself to the restroom to tidy up and soon returned, surveying his surroundings before striding over to Mo Xilou. In that fleeting moment, as Mo Xilou beheld the increasingly recognizable visage, a sudden realization struck him. Yin Huai, his former high school classmate, whose family was engaged in real estate. Yin Huai, too, appeared to recognize Mo Xilou, as merely 2 years had passed since graduation, making recognition effortless. They exchanged pleasantries, and Mo Xilou's gaze fell upon Yin Huai's soiled collar. "Who was that girl?" he inquired. Yin Huai chuckled nonchalantly, responding, "Oh, that's Su Xiaowan. Don't you remember?" Mo Xilou, of course, did not recall, as that was over a decade ago. Yet, had Yue Jitong been present, she would have immediately recognized the girl. Su Xiaowan, a classmate of Yue Jitong, had been the center of a scandal that rocked the entire school, a tragic incident where a second-year student discovered her pregnancy during a health examination and subsequently leaped from a rooftop. It was Yue Jitong who first noticed Su Xiaowan standing on the ledge that fateful day, rushing to inform a teacher. The school administration quickly contacted emergency services and initiated a rescue effort to dissuade Su Xiaowan from her desperate act. Ultimately, she did leap, but fortunately, a soft landing pad had been prepared below. Su Xiaowan survived, but the child was lost. Before transferring to another school, she encountered Yue Jitong, expressing her gratitude. She recounted how, in the moment of her fall, the overwhelming terror had led her to clarity and regret. She thanked Yue Jitong for being the first to notice her plight, preventing her from vanishing silently into the abyss. Before parting ways, Su Xiaowan imparted some poignant advice to Yue Jitong, words that would profoundly impact her. Now, sitting before Mo Xilou was Yin Huai, the very individual responsible for Su Xiaowan's predicament. Yin Huai took a seat opposite Mo Xilou, exuding an air of ease, entirely unfazed by the recent embarrassment. He inquired, "Is this your girlfriend?" Directing his gaze toward Chun Ziyuan. Mo Xilou harbored little fondness for him, having shared merely a brief camaraderie in high school. And given that the Mo and Yin families had previously collaborated, he replied with a shake of his head, "No." Chun Ziyuan also interjected, waving her hand dismissively. "Don't get the wrong idea. I am not his girlfriend." Yin Huai smirked, a hint of mischief in his smile. "Lo go. I recall you had quite the crush on Yue Jitong in high school. Did you manage to win her over?" He was well aware that Mo Xilou had not succeeded before graduation. "I did." Mo Xilou replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Yin Huai. "She was just here. But she went to the restroom." Yin Huai appeared momentarily taken aback, his smile waning slightly. "I knew you would eventually win her heart." Mo Xilou lifted his eyelids, regarding him with a frosty stare. "What gives you such confidence?" Yin Huai casually remarked, "In truth, I once pursued her as well, but she was exceedingly hard to sway. Eventually, I settled for Su Xiaowan instead. Su Xiaowan possesses a gentle disposition, innocent and naive, making her easier to charm." He continued, "To be honest, when you were courting Yue Jitong, I felt a pang of jealousy. Her manner of rejecting you was far more gracious than that with others. She regards most with a frosty indifference, her gaze as dismissive as if they were refuse. Yet, when she looked at you, there was an unmistakable flicker in her eyes." Yin Huai had once been pierced by her disdainful stare, which ultimately led him to withdraw. Mo Xilou listened, somewhat taken aback. Was it truly so? How had he failed to notice? Back then, when we inquired how you had suddenly come to your senses and what you found appealing about her, you would always tell us that Yue Jitong possessed a pair of soulful eyes, that merely standing there and casting a glance in your direction would send your heart racing and leave you utterly entranced. However, from our perspective, her eyes appeared exceedingly cold, detached, and devoid of emotion. Mo Xilou paused. So, she only exhibited such warmth when gazing at him? A pair of shimmering, emotionally vibrant, and captivating eyes? Yin Huai stated, "I knew that one day, without fail, you would win her over." The two conversed for a while about the current circumstances of their mutual high school friends. Before Yin Huai rose to take his leave, Mo Xilou felt somewhat disoriented. Yue Jitong had long since exited the restroom. Upon seeing someone seated at the table, she refrained from approaching and waited at a distance. It was only after the individual departed that she emerged, failing to catch a glimpse of who it had been. She retook her seat and inquired, "Who was that just now?" "Yin Huai, a classmate from high school," came the reply. The name sounded vaguely familiar. But the passage of time rendered it difficult for Yue Jitong to recall the person. Mo Xilou chose not to pursue the topic further, instead covertly fixating on Yue Jitong's eyes, stealing glances at her from time to time. Chapter 88. Do you mind? After returning, Yue Jitong kept her head down. Engrossed in her phone, Mo Xilou stole glances at her, but could not discern the emotions reflected in her eyes. Chun Ziyuan sensed an inexplicable tension in the atmosphere and felt compelled to break the silence. She tossed her hair back and casually remarked, "Brother Xiaoxi, do you think my hair color is nice? My mother always says that with this dye, I clearly don't look like a good person. She is always disapproving of me." At her words, Mo Xilou lifted his gaze, his dark eyes sweeping over her gray-blue curls, interspersed with strands of pink. He found no appreciation in it. "It's quite fine. A girl who is too obedient can be uninteresting. Your hair color suggests you are not easily trifled with." He averted his eyes, his mind wandering elsewhere as he carelessly responded to Qin Ziyuan. "Brother Xiaoxi, do you prefer someone obedient or someone who is a bit rebellious?" Qin Ziyuan leaned her arm on the table, resting her chin on her hand, blinking at him. "I do not favor the obedient," he replied dismissively. Unaware of the implications of his own words, Yue Jitong's body stiffened. Her finger, which had been scrolling the screen, faltered slightly, unconsciously pressing harder on the screen. "You don't prefer the obedient? Yet you always ask me to be more compliant." Qin Ziyuan pressed on. "Brother Xiaoxi, do you think I'm too loud, always chattering? Do you find me bothersome?" "Not at all. Your personality is quite delightful." "Prolonged silence can indeed become tedious," he said, his head bowed, lightly tapping the edge of his glass, trying to untangle the confusion in his mind. Yue Jitong stared blankly at her phone screen, her other hand clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palm. Prolonged silence can become tedious? The final words echoed in her heart. Tedious. She lifted her gaze to glance at the relaxed man seated across from her. Was he beginning to find her uninteresting? Was that why he sought the company of another girl with a different demeanor? Mo Xilou sensed a gaze upon him, raising his eyes. He met her cool yet somewhat aggrieved expression, momentarily taken aback. She hurriedly averted her gaze, concealing the mist threatening to well in her eyes. He blinked, uncertain if he had misread her expression. The three of them each harbored their own thoughts, their meal consumed in a distracted silence. Upon exiting the restaurant, they walked together for a while. Yue Jitong stole a glance at the girl, noting her lack of intent to depart first. Yue Jitong squeezed her fingers, turning to Mo Xilou, and initiated, "Where does Lin Mo live? Should we escort her home first?" The underlying implication was her desire to send Lin Mo away to have a private conversation with him. Qin Ziyuan remained silent, merely observing Mo Xilou, her eyes silently asking for his guidance. After all, she was merely a facilitator, ready to move wherever needed. According to their prior arrangement, they were supposed to proceed to a movie next. However, the thought of attending a film together felt increasingly peculiar to Qin Ziyuan, especially considering her sister's recent distress. She felt reluctant to continue with the act. Mo Xilou's mind lingered on Yan Huai's earlier words, although he had intended to follow through with the planned scenes. He suddenly found himself disinterested in performing. Mo, you may head back now. We have some matters to attend to." Qin Ziyuan secretly exhaled in relief as the three-person scene finally came to a close. "Then I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow, Brother Xiaoxi." In early April, grass grew lush and orioles took flight under the warm, radiant sunshine, with the air infused with the moist scent of the sea breeze. The camphor trees lining the roadside stood tall and proud, their lush foliage vibrant with tender green leaves replacing the old ones, while beige camphor flowers nestled between the leaves. Sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the ground. The cool shade beneath the camphor trees sheltered Yue Jitong and Mo Xilou as they walked side by side along the path. They walked in silence, aimlessly, uncertain of where this tree-lined road might lead. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Mo Xilou felt the heat absorb into his black t-shirt, a light sheen of sweat forming on his forehead as he focused on the dappled light beneath his feet. Yue Jitong trailed alongside him, her gaze lowered, stealing glances at his feet as they danced upon the speckled light. The gentle spring breeze caressed his tousled hair, and his exquisitely deep-set eyes shone with vivacity amid the play of light and shadow. They walked for quite a while, though it felt fleeting. As they passed a long bench, Yue Jitong reached out, lightly tugging at the hem of his shirt. Her tone was soft. "I can't walk any further. Shall we sit for a moment?" Mo Xilou halted, his long, elegant lashes casting shadows over his crystalline eyes. "All right." The wooden bench was ample, allowing them to sit one after the other, with enough space in between for another person. Both were still harboring grievances from earlier. Mo Xilou sulking over the events of that day, while Yue Jitong felt awkward about the recent encounter. Neither made an effort to bridge the gap between them. Silence enveloped them once more as Yue Jitong stared down at her bent knees, her delicate fingers entwined. "Why haven't you replied to my messages these past few days?" she inquired calmly. Yet deep within her heart, she already knew the answer, didn't she? He was busy spending time with Lin Mo, fully devoted to her. He either overlooked her messages or chose not to respond. Yet she still felt compelled to ask, hoping to hear the truth from his lips. Mo Xilou felt a touch of warmth, his distinctly knuckled fingers tugging at the neckline of his black t-shirt, revealing a glimmering silver chain resting on his collarbone, casting cool reflections in the sunlight. Leaning heavily back against the bench, he disregarded the creaking of the wood, tilting his head to gaze up at the swaying leaves of the camphor trees above. "I've been busy, didn't he see them?" He squinted, his expression untroubled. His response casual and dismissive. The nonchalance concealed within his answer was all too evident. She perceived it immediately. His official and aloof reply chilled her heart like a gust of wind on a spring night when temperatures suddenly drop, biting her snow-white lip. She tightened her fingers, resting on her knees, her downcast eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Yet, whether in her expression or voice, she remained as composed as ever, like a lake in early spring, undisturbed by the wind, creating no ripples. Busy with what? Busy playing with another girl? Her voice was soft, lacking in inflection. The words seemed to convey a sense of inquiry, yet devoid of the fervent emotion typically associated with questioning. It was as calm and unadorned as if she were merely remarking on the gentle breeze of the day. A leaf from the camphor tree at the treetop fell unexpectedly, beginning its descent, swaying and spiraling down from the heights, ultimately disappearing into the grass below. Mo Xilou lost her focal point, her gaze drifting through the lush foliage towards the slivers of blue sky. "Indeed, do you mind? Am I playing with someone else? Would that trouble you?" Chapter 89. So, is it really over? The tone in her voice suggests a lack of concern. Mo Xilou pondered that any girlfriend, upon hearing her boyfriend neglect her for another woman, would typically erupt in fury. After all, one would expect at least a slap in response. What kind of girlfriend could remain so composed? Only one who truly appears indifferent. She consistently maintained an air of nonchalance, her inquiries delivered with an almost weightless demeanor. He would have preferred a slap instead. Although he was already aware of the answer in his heart, the moment those words escaped his lips, Yue Jitong felt a sudden constriction in her chest. Some matters, even when anticipated, can overwhelm one's emotions. Strangely, the more turmoil she felt inside, the more serene her expression became. "Oh, I see." She neither cried nor raised her voice, but merely summarized her feelings with 5 simple words. To inquire further would only deepen her humiliation, the wounds too raw to bear. Her innate defense mechanism prompted her to halt the painful discussion of a matter that was already decided. Mo Xilou lifted his gaze to her, his voice as stagnant as still water. "Do you understand?" She lowered her eyelids, trying to conceal the desolation in her eyes, exhaling softly as she attempted to soften her tone. "I comprehend that you were not speaking in jest that day. You genuinely wish to part ways. I understand you have grown weary. I realize that your sudden outbursts were merely a prelude to this separation. I understand you find me dull and wish to explore alternatives." As Mo Xilou listened to her monotone delivery, he drew in a breath that seemed to get stuck in his chest, neither rising nor falling, a painful pressure building within. He opened his mouth, paused, and then suddenly smiled, the glimmer of tears in his eyes sparkling like shattered diamonds under the sunlight. "It's good that you understand." Those 5 words thrust her into the chilling depths of despair, where she struggled to breathe. She inhaled deeply, her own breath caught in her chest, leaving her equally suffocated. Silence enveloped them for a moment, her head still bowed, the elegant curve of her pale neck reflecting her despondency as she spoke with great difficulty. "So, we truly are parting ways?" The inquiry was a laborious one. He tilted his head back, the blue sky visible through the gaps in the branches suddenly blurred. And he responded with a low mm. It truly echoed the sentiment that those who wish to leave do so quietly. All the shouting signifies a desire to continue. What began under a dazzling display of winter fireworks concluded in the serene silence of a gentle spring afternoon, where the breeze brushed lightly against the hem of her garments. He always made a grand entrance, while she tended to exit quietly. This pattern had persisted, both in past lives and the present. From their very first encounter, fate had already inscribed predetermined labels and conclusions. This instance was no exception. She rose calmly and said goodbye. He made no attempt to retain her, merely responding, "Mm." She turned away, tears cascading down her cheeks, drop by drop, in silent sorrow. Her footsteps were hushed, and the tears fell quietly, making no sound as she retreated from his gaze, departing from his world. He tilted his head back, striving to suppress the urge to look at her silhouette. Blinking furiously, he found the sunlight too blinding, causing his eyes to redden with pain. It hurt so much. The scorching rays of the sun compelled tears to flow. A single tear indeed fell, tracing along his jawline and landing perfectly amidst the silver chain, vanishing into the depths of his black t-shirt. He closed his eyes, attempting to contain the tears, but instead, they surged forth with greater abandon. Why were tears so salty? Both salty and bitter. He pondered how life would be without Yue Jitong. Would it be inconsequential? Perhaps it would be nothing at all? Maybe it would amount to naught? Hadn't he experienced this in a past life? Surely, this time wouldn't he be so dire? From the radiant sun to the sunset that painted the horizon crimson. He rose from the bench, his legs slightly numb as he slowly exited the fragrant Camphor Avenue. After that day, the two did not meet for a long time. During this period, the May Day holiday arrived, and Mo Xilou returned to the capital. His mother called, urging him to come home and reminding him to bring his girlfriend. He responded softly, the ache in his heart palpable, ultimately boarding the plane alone. The Mo family. Why are you alone? Lu Jiayue glanced behind her son, noticing nothing amiss. Feeling perplexed, she had matters to attend to. He did not wish to elaborate, dismissing her concern with a few perfunctory words. The capital was quite distant from Xiashi, and the family's understanding of their relationship was limited. Lu Jiayue felt a twinge of disappointment as she returned home, thinking to herself that had she known it would be just this troublesome boy returning alone, she wouldn't have come to greet him personally. Mo Xilou felt the blatant disdain. Mo Nanshuang and Mo Biting sat on the sofa, indulging in fruit, both enjoying their break. Lu Jiayue took a seat, a servant placing a soft cushion behind her. Last month, I visited Hong Kong to see your grandmother and brought back some news, she began, drawing the attention of everyone present. Mo Nanshuang perked up, eager to hear the news. It's of no concern to you, Lu Jiayue replied lightly, redirecting her gaze to her two sons. Your grandmother mentioned that in her youth, she was close friends with the wife of her cousin's son, and they had once agreed to unite their families. Unfortunately, this union has been delayed for various reasons, lingering until your generation. Now, both are aging, their health declining, and their descendants have continued for several generations. If this is not fulfilled soon, it may never come to pass. In summary, Lu Jiayue looked at her two sons. Currently, only the two of you remain unmarried, capable of fulfilling your grandmother's final modest wish. Thus, one of you must become betrothed to the daughter of the Yun family. You may discuss among yourselves. What? Mo Biting and Mo Xilou simultaneously rose, exclaiming in unison, I refuse. Mo Xilou shot a sidelong glance at his younger brother. Mom, I have a partner. A reluctant marriage bears no sweetness. Let this concern be left to Xiao Bei. No, brother you. Mo Biting is unwilling. And I have someone I admire as well. I do not wish to be betrothed. Mo Xilou retorted sharply. But the one you cherish does not harbor any feelings for you. He has long been with someone else. You are the most suitable match. Mo Biting was left speechless, his face paling. In any case, I refuse. Lu Jiayue clutched her heart, feigning a stomachache. Oh dear, my stomach is in such distress. Why are my two sons so disobedient? My fate is truly lamentable. Ultimately, it was Mo Biting who capitulated first. Fine, I shall comply. But who has to say that he would even look my way? After all, she is the esteemed daughter of the Yun family, a prestigious lineage in Hong Kong. And he is well aware of his own worth. Chapter 90. A frigid indifference. Lu Jiayue released her grip, restoring her composure. You need not worry. Her grandmother will persuade her. She then handed over the WeChat contact of Yun Pingting, the daughter of the Yun family. You two should connect and cultivate a rapport. Mo Biting reluctantly took out his phone to add the contact, muttering under his breath, this relationship. It's not a case of close relatives marrying, is it? Rest assured, it's been many generations since then. Lu Jiayue changed the subject, however, your maternal grandmother holds a higher status, so theoretically. The other party is a generation younger than you. You would be considered an uncle. What? Mo Biting scratched his head, utterly confused by the convoluted hierarchy of relationships. How did it turn out that he was older than her? The other party quickly accepted the request, evidently aware of his identity, and sent a formal introduction. Hello. I am Yun Pingting. Mo Biting, contemplating how to complicate matters, responded with a flippant and cheeky remark. I'm your little uncle. Why not call me uncle and let me hear it? The other party showed his typing, but then the text disappeared, leaving no reply. At the seaside city. In the backstage of the broadcasting hall, a girl was having her hair styled by a makeup artist, her gaze fixed on the messages on her phone, rendered speechless. Her grandmother insisted on introducing her to potential suitors, and she felt it would be impolite to directly refuse the elderly lady's wishes. So she added the contact to see what the individual was like. However, the first message she received left her with a decidedly unfavorable impression. Although, according to the family hierarchy, she indeed should refer to him as little uncle, the manner in which he requested it felt rather odd. Thus, she typed out a response but ultimately deleted it, unsure of how to reply. Yunji, prepare yourself. We are about to begin. Coming. She turned off her phone and adjusted her attire in the mirror. Mo Biting showed his mother the phone. I added her, but she hasn't replied. She probably isn't interested. Lu Jieyue leaned in to take a look. If it weren't for your current state, I would be tempted to hit you with a slipper. Why are you so much like your brother, always managing to irritate people with your words? Innocently caught in the crossfire, Mo Xilou was left bewildered. Mo Biting chuckled and leaped up. Well, I've completed my task. If she doesn't fancy me, that's her loss. Beyond this minor episode, Mo Xilou's life included 2 additional vignettes. One evening, Gu Yunqi did not return to the dormitory and found himself sitting in the center of the school fountain square, intoxicated and clutching a bottle of liquor. He and Fang Mingzhi struggled to drag him back to the dorm. Gu Yunqi, in a drunken stupor, smashed the bottle and cried out. Why is it that everyone can have it easy but me? I just can't let go. Sobbing, he lamented, I simply like Su Qing'e. What am I to do? Fang Mingzhi, while attempting to haul him along, considered shoving his sock into Gu Yunqi's mouth. What an embarrassment. Mo Xilou, supporting him, felt a deep sense of empathy for his plight. The phrase to let go is easily spoken, yet exceedingly difficult to execute. While anyone can utter those 2 light words, not everyone possesses the ability to embody them. There was yet another matter that lingered like a question, weighing heavily upon his heart. On that day, there was a basketball match between the colleges. He changed into his jersey in the dormitory, casually retrieving a hairband from the drawer and tying it around his head. The hairband he picked happened to be red. Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi were also participating in the match. Chu Nian cherished playing basketball, but due to a leg injury, he could only watch. To be honest, his feelings towards Chu Nian were rather intricate. Objectively speaking, he knew that he could not place the blame solely on Chu Nian for his breakup with Yue Jitong. The root cause lay within their own issues. However, he found it difficult to interact with Chu Nian as a normal roommate. Knowing they were heading off to compete, Chu Nian felt a twinge of envy. He put on his hairband, acknowledging that although he could only watch, he still wanted to wear it. The hairband had accompanied him for 6 years. Gu Yunqi inquired if it was a gift from someone significant. He nodded. Yes, it was a birthday gift from my grandfather, the last one he gave me. Mo Xilou looked up, noticing the deep blue hairband on Chu Nian's forehead. He was momentarily taken aback, as a particular phrase from her writing inexplicably surfaced in his mind. At 28, he soared with the same reckless abandon of youth, the red hairband fluttering in the wind as he shot hoops, still so fervent. In the past, I could only hide in the crowd to steal glances at him. Now, I dare not gaze openly. He once believed that this passage was about Chu Nian. At 28, she still remembered him, still watched him clandestinely. How could he not feel heartbroken and furious? Yet now, the words red hairband lingered in his mind, as if enchanted. He gazed at Chu Nian, at the blue band on his forehead, unable to contain himself, and inexplicably asked, Have you ever used a red hairband? Chu Nian paused, seemingly pondering for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No. A flicker of urgency passed through Mo Xilou's eyes as he pressed on. Are you sure? You never used one when you were a teenager? Gu Yunqi, perplexed, interjected, Old Mo, why does your question sound so strange? Is there a particular significance to the color of the hairband? Mo Xilou pushed him aside, ignoring the question, and continued to fixate on Chu Nian, as if demanding an answer with a penetrating gaze. Although Chu Nian did not fully grasp his intent, he responded earnestly, No, I don't like red. So I've never used a red hairband. Mo Xilou's heart sank, his expression a complex mixture of emotions, unable to articulate what he felt at that moment. He yearned to rush over and ask her. However, after so much time had passed, she might not even recall what she had written. Moreover, peeking into someone's diary was hardly honorable. Besides, they were still in a state of separation. Finally, he sighed, resigning himself to the thought that perhaps there was no point in dwelling on such matters now. He felt that in the 2 months without Yue Jitong, life had not changed significantly and was still bearable. Mo Xilou fervently reassured himself. thinking that perhaps in another month, he would fully adapt to life without her. If Fang Mingzhi knew what he was truly thinking, he would surely scoff. Who are you trying to fool? In contrast to the vibrant life at Moshi Building, Yue Jitong's existence during the days following their separation was remarkably monotonous, attending classes, writing assignments in the library, coding for games, and knitting scarves before sleep. Zheng Yinyan's assessment of her was that she seemed to function like a machine. Since that day, Yue Jitong had become even more subdued and reticent, speaking less than before. What was once a serene demeanor had transformed into an icy detachment, as if she were on the verge of transcending into the ethereal realm. She resembled a robot pre-programmed with instructions, methodically fulfilling each academic and daily task. Observing the scarf in her hands, which had shifted from yellow to orange, Zheng Yinyan was at a loss for words. Tong, how has your scarf changed color again? Wasn't it yellow just yesterday? Without lifting her eyelids, her voice remained faint. The yellow has been completed. Zheng Yinyan was thoroughly impressed by her speed. Just how many scarves have you knitted? Yue Jitong retrieved a cardboard box from beneath her feet and opened it for her to see, revealing it brimming with scarves of various hues. Zheng Yinyan was taken aback. How could you have knitted so many? Yue Jitong closed the box with an expressionless demeanor, since I have the time. It might as well serve as a belated gift for our separation. It had been 65 days since she last saw him. Chapter 91. Forever standing behind her during the days of their separation, the only ripple in Yue Jitong's life was Chu Nian's farewell. It was early June. With the sun blazing in the sky and the air thick with heat, Chu Nian sought out Yue Jitong, informing her of his departure to conduct experiments, which would keep him occupied in the laboratory for the upcoming months. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, the sparkle in her eyes shrouded in a veil of gray. She nodded listlessly, urging him to stay safe while experimenting and promising to see him again in a few months. After a moment of silence, Chu Nian hesitated but felt compelled to inquire once more, "Do you truly like him?" She lifted her eyelids, shielding her eyes from the scorching light, and replied softly, "Very much." Chu Nian averted his gaze, weighing his words carefully. "Have I caused you trouble? Is your breakup because of me?" No one knew the reason behind their separation. The two had never broached the subject in their respective dormitories. Yet, Chu Nian sensed that Mo Xilou harbored some discontent towards him, fueling his own speculations. Yue Jitong was momentarily taken aback, lowering her hand to look earnestly at him. "It has nothing to do with you. It's a matter between the two of us. Please do not think otherwise." Chu Nian gazed into her eyes and smiled gently. "In truth, he still likes you. During these days of your separation, he has appeared utterly lost in the dormitory, much like you." Yue Jitong's eyes widened slightly, her heart, long dormant, now raised unexpectedly. Did Mo Xilou miss her as well? If he truly cherished her, then she must have the courage to move forward. Chu Nian looked at her, the light of day suddenly flickering in his hazel eyes before settling into tranquility. His voice was soothing. "We will always remain good friends. Won't we?" "Yes," she nodded. "Then go boldly. I shall always stand behind you." She was momentarily taken aback. Those familiar words brought a sudden lump to her throat. Chu Nian remained unchanged, whether in this life or the last. He had always placed others before himself, relegating his own needs to the background. He endeavored to consider everyone's feelings, striving for completeness in all matters. But he was merely an ordinary person, unable to satisfy everyone simultaneously. Despite his concerns and limitations, he would always do his utmost to protect her. Regardless of the past or present, Yue Jitong's feelings for him had always been singular. She was acutely aware that her emotions towards Chu Nian were rooted in gratitude and appreciation, wishing for his health, happiness, and a bright future. However, Mo Xilou could not comprehend such sentiments, often mistaking her gratitude for romantic affection. In her teenage years, she might have struggled to distinguish between the two. But after a decade, she had long since clarified her feelings. After bidding farewell to Chu Nian, her life resumed its previous monotony, each day unfolding with a mechanical regularity, as tranquil as still water. As July arrived, the sweltering heat was unbearable. The dormitory's air conditioning and fans ran incessantly, but one night, when the school's electrical system failed, the sudden blackout turned their dwelling into a veritable steam chamber, nearly suffocating them all. From the end of June to the beginning of July, Yue Jitong devoted all her energy to preparing for the final exams. By mid-July, all examinations for her major had been completed. While Shuiman and Su Qinghe continued with their tests, she and Zhang Yinyan remained in the dormitory, indulging in watermelon while engrossed in their computers. A few days later, Shuiman and Su Qinghe also finished their exams. One afternoon, they pulled chairs over to sit beside Yue Jitong, leaning in conspiratorially. Yue Jitong anticipated they were about to reveal some astonishing secret. Su Qinghe raised an eyebrow and inquired. In a few days, it will be Mo Xilou's birthday, right? The people from our dormitory spoke to Shui Man and me yesterday, expressing a desire to invite us to celebrate with him, and they hope you can join as well. Zheng Yanyan, putting down her game, also moved her chair closer, her eyes sparkling like light bulbs. Yue Jitong paused her knitting, her expression momentarily stunned. The calmness of her lake-like eyes suddenly rippled with emotion. Is this what he meant? Did he ask someone to convey this message? Shui Man nodded vigorously. I believe so. He must be too shy to tell you directly. Hence the roundabout way of asking someone to inform you. Zheng Yanyan placed a hand on Yue Jitong's shoulder and asked the question that had lingered in her mind. What exactly caused the two of you to break up? Yue Jitong set down her knitting, lowering her gaze into silence. Seeing her reluctance to speak, they did not press further. Su Qinghe patted her shoulder, stating, from your demeanor, it's clear that you still have feelings for Mo Xilou. And Yu Haven't moved on. In that case, you should go. Her perpetual forlorn expression was hard for everyone to bear. Yue Jitong bit her lip, a glimmer of light sparking in her otherwise dull gray eyes as she nodded slightly. All right. Su Qinghe clapped her hands, smiling, now that everyone has finished their exams. Why not go shopping today? Summer has arrived. Let us buy some cute dresses to wear. She tugged at Yue Jitong's oversized t-shirt and jeans, her eyes full of disdain. Honestly, when will you finally discard that baggy t-shirt? Shui Man and Zheng Yanyan fervently nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's time for a change of style. Su Qinghe pulled her along. Come on, today I'll transform your look. By the way, you haven't seen Mo Xilou in several months, right? We'll dazzle him. Before Yue Jitong could fully comprehend, she was pushed out of the dormitory by the trio. The mall was filled with an array of summer new arrivals, dazzling Yue Jitong with its vibrant displays. Fortunately, she didn't have to choose for herself. Her three companions enthusiastically selected outfits, while she was merely tasked with trying on the clothes they brought. Is this skirt too short? She questioned as she tried on the gradient light pink, ruffled, three-layered skirt chosen by Su Qinghe. Standing in front of the fitting room mirror, she felt an urge to immediately change back. Not too short at all. Su Qinghe stood beside her, scrutinizing her legs. Whereas the shortness, it covers everything that needs to be covered, and their essay lining, so you don't have to worry about any mishaps. In this sweltering summer, don't you find it uncomfortable in long pants? Zheng Yanyan gazed intently at her legs, exclaiming, wow, with those long, fair legs of yours, how many men will you mesmerize when you step outside? No, women will be enchanted too, like me. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Yue Jitong felt a tinge of shyness. She still found herself embarrassed, hesitant to step outside in such a short dress. It's all right, Shui Man reassured her. If you don't want to wear it regularly, you can save it for his birthday. After a few exchanged words of encouragement from her friends, Yue Jitong decided to keep the dress, having purchased a plethora of garments. Su Qinghe gently ran her fingers through Yue Jitong's long hair. Have you ever considered changing your hairstyle? Perhaps a fresh start? What style? Come on. Let us head to the hair salon. Su Qinghe, brimming with enthusiasm, swiftly transitioned from the shopping mall to the hair salon. Yue Jitong was gently urged into a chair. As she observed her reflection, she could see the hairstylist consulting with Su Qinghe and the others, perusing a portfolio of styles. After a brief discussion, they settled on a particular hairstyle, which Su Qinghe presented to Yue Jitong for her approval. Unsure of its appeal, Yue Jitong hesitated. Trust me, Su Qinghe said confidently. Have faith in my aesthetic sense. With a nod, Yue Jitong replied, all right. Chapter 92. The first meeting after parting. The process of dyeing and styling her hair took nearly 4 hours. During this time, Zheng Yanyan and Shui Man ventured out to procure a variety of snacks, settling on the sofa to indulge while they awaited her transformation. At the moment her look was completed, Yue Jitong gazed into the mirror, astonished by her new light tea gray-brown curls, feeling as though she had become an entirely different person. Zheng Yanyan, with sparkling eyes, exclaimed, wow, this hairstyle is incredibly chic, paired with the outfit we bought today. You are undoubtedly the most radiant presence on the street. Su Qinghe, thoroughly satisfied, rewarded the stylist with an additional 200 yuan, stating that the result was precisely as she had envisioned, much more fashionable. In the boys' dormitory, with Chu Nian temporarily moved out, the space reverted to a trio. Gu Yunqi and Feng Mingzhi approached Mo Xilou, saying, Old Mo, your birthday is just around the corner. Let us go out and celebrate. Wei Ve invited Su Qinghe and a few others, and Yue Jitong mentioned she'd like to join as well. She even said she has a birthday gift for you. Mo Xilou was doing push-ups on the floor and, upon hearing this, faltered slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. With a surge of strength, he propelled himself up, brushing his hands together, exclaiming, "She wants to celebrate my birthday?" Gu Yunqi, with a wink and a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "Yes. It was Yue Jitong who asked Su Qinghe to check with me. I believe she intends to use this occasion to reconcile with you." "Really?" Mo Xilou's gaze fell, his heart racing from the recent exertion. Fang Mingzhi exchanged a glance with Gu Yunqi, then both clasped Mo Xilou's shoulders, saying, "Old Mo, where would you like to celebrate your birthday? We'll make the arrangements. You all figure it out. I'm heading to the shower," he said, brushing off their hands and hastily retreating to the bathroom. As warm water cascaded over his skin, Mo Xilou shook droplets from his hair in front of the mirror, mentally counting down the days until his birthday. Just 3 more days until he could see her again. Did he miss her? Not at all. Why would he? He struggled to calm his racing heart. Pathetic. What kind of birthday gift would she bring? Was she coming to make amends? The 3 days stretched endlessly, each moment feeling like a year. The thought of reuniting with her after 92 days filled him with anxiety. July 23rd. Mo Xilou woke early. Glancing at Gu Yunqi and Fang Mingzhi, who were still in deep slumber, and felt an urge to rouse them. At 8 in the morning, the drowsy duo opened their eyes under Mo Xilou's gentle nudging. Throughout the morning, he dropped hints about their departure time. Fang Mingzhi, recognizing his impatience, raised an eyebrow at Gu Yunqi and said, "Old Mo, we've arranged to meet Su Qinghe and the others at 2 o'clock this afternoon." "Oh," he replied, turning to the mirror to adjust his clothes. After some deliberation, he decided against the black t-shirt, finding it too dull, and opted instead for a white one adorned with a golden embroidered logo. He had a penchant for collecting perfumes and selected a refreshing watermelon scent suitable for summer. The top notes were rich with watermelon, the middle notes hinted at a subtle mint, and the base notes lingered with a delicate cedarwood fragrance. After spraying a couple of times on his clothes and applying some behind his ears and on his wrists, Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi exchanged knowing glances as they observed someone bustling about all morning. They silently mused, "Old Mo, you ought to express your gratitude to your brothers." Clearly, he was eager to see her, yet his tongue was reluctant to admit it. What was this nonsense about letting go? Was he trying to deceive a ghost?